the vow.
Welcome to the best day of the week, aka the Sabbath, aka the religion chaos panel. God might be taking a day of rest, but I am not. He has passed the mantle to me. He says, Confluence, you always believe in me. It's about time I started believing in you. Is that blasphemous? Only if it's not true. If you think about it. Good to see you. Agrillapolis. Hello to you, good sir. Good to see you, Futoy. And that's all we have in chat so far. Crazy times. What else do you have to do on a Sunday night? Okay, the topic of tonight's conversation is belief. Okay, we're talking about faith. We're talking about belief, lack thereof, atheism, agnosticism, reasons for belief, reasons for unbelief, polytheism. The skies are the limit. Truly, we have Futoy joining us. I will pull you up, brother. How's it going?
How's it going? You good?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Awesome. Yeah, me too. A little bit tired, but had a late one.
Big Soda is here. I did not see you, Big Soda. As maybe my StreamYard is not auto-populating. Big Soda, get on up here. Ag, if you're feeling like it, get on up here, okay? Why were you up late, Futoy? What were you doing? Doing some prep for the religious chaos panel? It's impossible. You don't know what the topic was. Good to see you, Keelan.
I was indeed, but also it was Valentine's Day, so that was on the side.
That's true. You're with your lady, Futoy.
Indeed.
And by your lady, I mean denied claim. Okay, you convinced her to go out to Ireland. That was all happened so fast. Crazy times.
But that she was on the side. Like whenever I took a break from prepping for tonight, I did a Valentine's thing.
Oh, good. Okay, so as long as this was the main focus,
religious,
that's okay. That's good. Good to see you, Doomerang. And Big Soda, your chat is not... I don't see a chat before the chat that you sent. I don't know if it got nuked, but it's not on StreamYards at least. Keelan, how's it going?
Hello. Futoy, I just have to apologize. You seem like you're pretty old, and she doesn't seem like she's into older men, so...
Oh, shut down, Futoy. It's really because she's racist against Irish people. You can just be honest, Keelan. You can just be honest.
Who are we talking about? Oh, that girl from the other night.
Denied, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I had her hooked.
Hook, line, and sinker, yeah. Especially once you drop the skiing photo. I mean, dang. I was thinking of flying out to Ireland at that point. So, I mean, geez. And yes, Keelan, there are two streams on YouTube. This is something I go back and forth on. One of them is the mobile stream that's supposed to pop up on people's phones, and one of them is the vertical stream. But YouTube sometimes just shows both of them on if you're on a PC, and so it gets a little messy. But
You only read chats from the.
No,
computer.
it's no StreamYard's cool because it'll combine both the chats. But the problem is, someone in mobile, they won't see what people in desktop are saying because the streams are separated that way. But StreamYard's, for me, it condenses all the chat into one big happy family, so I can see chats from either. But unfortunately, they can't see chats from each other.
That answers that question.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that for a while.
I originally stopped doing the 2 streams, but I'm trying it out again because some people do get, just when they're like doom scrolling, then they'll get hit with this live, and so met a few people that way. So but then it is annoying to have 2 streams, and then people get confused and stuff, which I understand because there's 2 streams.
Keelan, you know what got her? When I so smoothly and sexily asked her, "Have you a little Irish in you?"
I do believe you got dropped to the back chat for that one for a bit of time. Good to see you, Voltaire. And yes, follow what Voltaire is saying. Hit that like. It helps the algorithm. Okay. And as Ag said earlier, join Confluence's Discord if you're not already a part of it, so you can get updates, and you too can prep, as Futo is doing on Valentine's Day, for these religious chaos panels. Once we have more people here, we will get going. We'll try to get a little more people. There's only 3 right now, but I'm sure we got some people watching, like Voltaire. Voltaire never turns down a religious chaos panel, okay? And of course, Big Soda, I can only imagine he is prepping to get on, because Big Soda is always going to be here for a religious chaos panel. But yeah, guess what? We could start with it. We might as well start off with introductions, and then hopefully as more people join, we will do our introductions as we go. Briefly, this is the period when some new person joins. We give we could give our name, I guess, but we don't usually, but we could. Just give a brief 10-second synopsis of your religious tradition or lack thereof, or what you think about religion, etc. Starting with you, Futoy. Clockwise, snakewise.
I believe there is only God. I don't believe there's a place that God isn't, or a thing that God isn't. It sounds weird to people. People are like, "What? That sounds so weird." But for me, when I look at religion, that stuff seems weird to me. Like, what? You believe like God put His Son on earth? You believe like, all that stuff? Like, Big Soda.
We got an Islam on the panel tonight. That's great. A Muslim, as Frank would say. You got your Keelan, what's that one called? Where it just covers a burqa? Burqa? It's not a niqab.
It's more
burqa,
like
I think.
hijab, right?
Oh yeah. Burqa's the whole. Oh yeah, burqa's like up to the eyes.
Oh
yeah.
shit, he's showing his ankles. Oh crap!
The fact that he was covering his face makes the ankles that much more tantalizing.
It's like, wow. Bubba.
Easy, guys. Easy.
Okay, Keelan, what is your brief synopsis of your religious understanding or lack thereof?
I am agnostic. I used to be like pretty atheist. I would say like when I was in high school, I was like all in on the new atheist movement, but I wasn't familiar with like any of the people who drove it forward. Like I didn't read anything by Richard Dawkins or anything. It was just vibes.
Based.
Now I've gone more to agnosticism because I've gotten more into the philosophy of things. And I just feel like atheism is kind of not
cringe. Yeah. And good to see you, Let's Chief. And Let's Chief, what Christians cover their face? Okay, I understand Christians cover their head, but I don't know of many Christians that cover their face. Okay. And Big Soda, 10 seconds of your religious talk.
I'm a filthy Protestant, the dirtiest of dirty Protestants.
Yeah, you are. You're a dirty boy, a dirty soda.
But I have morals, and I have some self-dignity, so I'm not a Unitarian.
Thank God for that. Okay. And
I had to clear that up.
And I am Confluence. I'm also a dirty Protestant, but more accurately, I'm an esoteric Christian. Okay. Perhaps less accurately, but that's how I identify. Okay. It's my self-ID.
Esoteric sounds kind of dirty.
It is. It's the second dirtiest.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It sounds kind of
sounds
mystical,
cool.
you know? Yeah, it's like, who? What does that mean? What does that even
Cool,
mean?
wow.
I want to get to know this
Esoteric.
Confluence guy. He seems super, super deep, you know?
Yeah.
Good to see you, Mara. Mara was going through it today. Mara is getting beat down in a Discord server. So I hope you're doing well, Mara.
Hey, Marilyn.
Mara, are you going to join for the religion chaos panel?
I wonder why people do that. Why do people pick on Marilyn? Is it low hanging fruit? Because she's such a sweetheart.
Well, I mean,
She's a dirty Protestant.
Yeah, well, Marilyn's worse than a dirty Protestant. You know, Marilyn is God herself. Okay, people don't like that. People don't like that.
That's what it is.
Section 230. See, Section 230 is a classic Maryland hater as well. Wait, Section, were you there? Do you have a different account? Because I was looking at who was there. I didn't see you.
It's one of the first time chatter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Speaking. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. That's probably why I don't recognize him. He is, in fact, a first time chatter.
I wonder. Is it because people can't stand that God could be female and not male in this male dominated world of ours?
Wait, what was your Discord name section? What was your Discord name? Because there was no Section 230. There was someone that sounded like you. Sorry to cut you off, Keelan. I'm just confused.
Do people actually believe God is like male or female?
I don't. But Big Soda probably would.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's defined by gender, but I'd probably say he carries more masculine traits. Like, so if you think of like society now, he would be more of a support or provider, and he would be more the father figure than the mother figure.
Right. Yeah, I could
gender him as like a male, right?
you got some background fuzz. I don't know if I can fix that or not.
Yeah, someone's going down the road at like 80 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Is my cat purring coming true?
Yeah, I did hear it, but I don't mind that.
I did not hear it. Okay. I'm dealing with two things at once. I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay, so I was not live. Well, you didn't see me then section. I guess I was not on when it was live because I saw the together section. We could pool our knowledge and really understand the whole situation that happened today. Good to see Brenda. But yeah, I guess I would say. I don't think it has. I mean, people will. I'll use the male pronouns for God just because that's how it's written in the Bible and stuff. But truly, on like an ontological level, do I think God is more male than female? I think his role toward us is more male, like in the way that Big Soda was talking. Yeah. Like we are talked about in the Bible is like we're the bride, and Christ is the bridegroom and stuff like that. And he obviously has authority over us. And so in that sense, there's that like male, the masculine energy and the female energy. But in like a for real way, I think God is trans. I guess I was gonna say transgender. Whoa. But I mean like in the way I talk like. I mean in the way that I say like transrational, not like trans. Trans meaning beyond gender. Damn it! I gotta disavow myself.
100 years ago, we would
That's not what I meant.
Con. 100 years ago, we would have put with steak.
You know what I mean? Trans is in beyond the gender, right? Ambigender, if you will. Okay, not that kind of transgender.
So Mel is God. I'm confused.
He's omnigendered.
Omnigendered.
He's kind of omni, but he does go like transgender is really the best word because. Or maybe supragender because he is like beyond. He's not just like all the genders. He's kind of like maybe he is as well, but he's also like beyond all of that. So maybe like ultra gender. I don't know because transgender has kind of been stolen. You know, it's the problem.
We should ask her herself. Crazy. What do you think, Marilyn? Let us know.
It's got transgender.
Hold on. Can we get another video of Egg? It looks like he's got a crazy outfit on, like he's fly as fuck today.
I didn't see your outfit. Man, Egg is looking kind of fly. He looks like he's about to ride a Harley off into the sunset. Yeah, what bathroom should Jesus use? Well, see, Jesus was fully male, I would say. Okay, but when we think of God,
Would you let God go into the bathroom with your daughter?
would I let God go into that? Yes, I would. I trust Lord Divine. Okay. That is not, Les Chief, you're not going to hinge on those words, okay? You're not going to hinge on those words. It's not what I'm saying, okay? I mean, I am saying that. I am saying that as well, but it has nothing to do with their transness. It's just that everyone is made in the image of God, okay? But, it's everyone. But it would be weird to say, like, murderers are made in God's image. They are, but not because of their murdering ways. It's just because they're human,
Yeah, but what do you mean
what's Section
in that
230
image?
saying?
In the physical image? Like he's got 2 arms and 2 legs and a head?
No, although Alex was weirdly kind of thinking that was like God's preferred form and stuff, which maybe I'd have to think more about that. But no, I think like when it says, the way I always take it is in the image of God is like in things like rationality or in the way we relate, that we're relational beings, that we want to love and that we want to, have meaning and like that type of stuff. Like I think more of like those.
Have you ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? It shows what God looks like.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah.
So
yeah, I think Section 230 is more like his nature. It doesn't mean like similar to him and his characteristics.
So where do our asshole? People can be assholes, right? I mean, people can be real assholes. Where does that come from? Does that come from God, or does that come from the devil, or?
Well, what Christians would say is that's like part of a sin nature. Now, the Orthodox would say it's not inherited sin nature. This is something I learned a few weeks back. The Orthodox would say that through sin, the world became fallen, and then humans are born innocent, but then they're corrupted by the world. Whereas Protestants say that original sin continues.
The Orthodox view on that is a much more realistic view, in my opinion.
Can I add like one little clause to that?
Yeah.
They still there's still a proclivity to sin, so it's quite. I guess there's this. I don't know how they describe it, but like from what I've read, there's there's an increased chance that we're more likely to sin. But
is that just because the fallen world? Like if you had a baby in a different universe, let's say, would that baby then be like Adam and Eve, or would that baby still have the propensity to sin? Because that sounds like there's something is wrong with the baby, right?
I guess it's to eliminate the possibility that a baby could make it through its entire life without sinning. It's almost describing that as such a near impossibility that it just can't happen.
See, and I guess I think it's more, I would say it's more helpful. And I know C.S. Lewis, I always quote C.S. Lewis, but he said that even though he said maybe original sin is even true, the way Protestants say, but it's almost not helpful because like when we're repenting or seeing ourselves as like having made a mistake that we are like cut off from God, he says like, that feels like kind of heady and intellectual to think of like Adamic sin and be like, oh, I'm cut off from God because some asshole, 6,000 years ago, ate a fruit, right? It's much more meaningful, I think, for people's redemptive experiences to think back to real stuff that they've done. Because everyone says something in their life that they're like, that was a shit thing to do. That was a moment where I chose bad, And it's like his argument was that it's a lot more prescient to think of that than to think of some far-flung theological and intellectual theory, which I'm tempted to agree with. It's not like we don't have the option. It's not like we have to go back to this Adamic sin. We all have examples where it's like, well, this is a moment that would be enough to cut myself off from God. So why not think of that?
Yeah, I was gonna say like people being assholes is usually a product of their experiences in life and stuff like that. It like I've never met anyone who's just like kind of always been an asshole from like since they were a baby.
You ever see the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin? You ever see that movie, Keelan?
No.
You got to watch the movie, okay?
I know a few people that have always been assholes.
Yeah, there's some psycho kids out there, man. Now, that could be still the fallen world. I mean, I'm assuming when Orthodox talk about like kids getting like cancer and stuff, they're probably saying that's a result of the fallen world. And then probably stuff like schizophrenia or like brain development issues is probably a result of the fallen world. And then I guess, then I would just think like those are probably results of sin and could make us more likely to sin. If you have maybe you could, I think some people are made psychopaths or ASPD, like antisocial personality disorder, but some people probably are just like born that way. I think we know that. I think the concordance rate amongst like identical twins is pretty high. So I think if one twin is likely to have antisocial personality disorder, the other one is likely to have it too. So, and that obviously makes you more assholeness, not necessarily, but it's just more likely, right? And that's a physical thing. That's probably the result of a fallen world, I would think.
Sorry, I was
good to see you, Kieran.
attention to what you were saying. You were saying people born with what are likely
antisocial personality disorder. So like when we think back in the day, when we think about like sociopaths and psychopaths, right? Like there is an aspect that environment plays on that, but there also seems to just be a genetic thing with that. And it's like, and those people are like more likely to just not feel empathy and not feel, compassion and just have difficulty relating to other people, which just can cause them to be more assholes, I guess is what I'm saying.
So it's not technically their fault. Right, to be influenced by their disorder.
You're influenced, but I think you're always like morally accountable. I mean, that's like with anything, right? It's like it's not your fault if you're born to like abusive parents, let's say, but if you grow up and then you kill somebody, we still probably think that you're accountable. You might have been given a shit life hand, but you're still responsible for the moral decisions you make. But you're probably judged differently in the eyes of God, right? Right, God knows the heart, God knows the intentions and stuff, and I'm sure that's all taken into account at some point. It's harder for us to do that because we don't exactly see it all. Good to see you, Jared. Glad you can catch me live as well.
Section 230 says being an asshole is just free will. So free will is the problem then, or is free will the chance to shine? Right, you can either be an asshole or you can be a really good person.
Well, yeah.
That's a weird way to put it, but I kind of agree with that.
I agree, but I think so often we see that bad, like something is obviously pulling us down. You know what I mean? And I would say that's like the sin nature, because it's like it seems like that seems to be the default. Like the default, like again, in modern society, we seem to be like a lot better off and able to like do this stuff, and we've like put away a lot of the faults of like barbarism and stuff behind us, at least in like the Western world for the most part. But back in the day, the things were pretty savage. I was just reading about it was actually the quote I had in my banner was directed toward some girl that was like a philosopher girl. It was like I can't remember her name now. I just had the freaking quote up. I was just reading about her today. What was her freaking name? She was like torn apart. She was like someone's student. She was like a Neoplatonist. Hypatia. That's her name. Hypatia. I think I'm saying that right. And anyway, her like people that didn't like her like brought her into the church and like ripped her apart with seashells or shards of glass, depending on translation, like gouged out her eyes and then cut her into pieces and burned her through the streets and stuff. And it's just like, that doesn't really happen, in Western society nowadays, like especially on a crowd level, but people were just ruthless back then and they just like could justify it. And so now I think we've really kind of excised a lot of those like outward signs of like malevolence and sin. And it's like more of the internal ones that remain. But throughout a lot of human history, it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems like there's something that's been like pulling us down in a really bad way. I don't think we're just like neutral. I think we've built a bunch of society up so that we can be better than like just animals, and I think if you like take all that away, then I think we're probably more worse than we are better.
What was her name?
Thoughts? Hypatia. Hypatia.
Sounds like STD. I tested positive for Hypatia.
She was like in the 5th century or something. She was like a Neoplatonist.
New drugs that they got on those commercials.
Yeah, I'd get high off Hypatia or talk to my doctor about Hypatia.
I have a question.
Hypatia fluids. Yeah, I feel like I could fix this chick, even though she has no extant writing, so I know nothing about her. But just reading about her story, I'm like, oh man, she's into math and astrology, and she seems super based and stuff. And they had to go and rip her apart. Terrible times. Terrible times.
Did she have green hair?
I'm not sure. I think she did have a septum piercing though, so you have to watch out for that.
Cause green hair, but
God.
I have Haitian.
Do you think the heavy categorization of philosophies is damaging to most people?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's kind of like all labels. I think they're useful to convey roughly. Like if I'm saying Hypatia is like Neoplatonic, if you know what that means, that conveys something, but it also pigeonholes at the same time. But I think that's like every category. Like even me saying I'm an esoteric Christian, that's going to hit your ears differently, Keelan, than Futoys, than Big Sodas, right? And so it's like, it's kind of in some ways, maybe it could be helpful because it'll communicate something across, but it's also, like tribalistically putting people into like certain, camps, I guess, App says, good to see you, App. For me, philosophy has helped me overcome old traumas. I think philosophy is definitely useful, but I guess, if we're thinking of putting people into those camps, like if I'm like...
Is that Andrew Wilson?
It sure looks like Andrew Wilson, but it's not because he's been on panel before, but it really looks like Andrew Wilson, especially in that photo, but also kind of in real life too. But is that what you mean, Keelan? With like the risks of categorization to be like, well, I'm an absurdist, well, I'm an existentialist, well, I believe in Neoplatonism.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people aren't willing to say, well, I believe in this. And then when someone's like, oh, if you believe in that, you believe in this. And then say like, well, no, actually, I believe in this, but I don't believe in everything that this implies. That makes sense.
Right.
Or they can explain what they believe in, but they don't realize they're actually in a category.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah. That's why it's a double-edged sword, because it's obviously useful to especially as shorthands to like, I mean, this is why we do the 10-second introductions. It's like, yeah, Futoy is saying his stuff. Futoy has a lot of thoughts. We've talked a lot about religion, right? And so roughly we just have to say, well, I roughly think this, I roughly think, because it's like, there's some shorthand there, but then, you're also going to be losing stuff in translation because,
And like, if I say I like Islam, people are suddenly like, oh, so you like fucking little girls. And it's like,
whoa, pause.
Whoa, okay.
Do you have TikTok language,
oh,
please?
sorry. What did I say wrong? Was it just the entire string together?
Well, no, it's just the three words. The two words together.
Yeah. It's not super.
What was previously said is disavowed, and we're talking against that sort of stuff.
Sorry,
yes.
But he's got a valid point.
Yeah, and his point correct.
Yeah, you could soften it up a bit. Like,
it's just those two words being put.
Doing untoward things to little people.
The point is valid.
But yeah, I mean, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same with, I mean, it's when I say the Kabbalah, I like the Kabbalah, but, then that gets tied into I don't like the Talmud, for example, but generally, if you like the Kabbalah, then maybe you're like Talmud coded. And so you end up getting lumped into things. But also, it's equally frustrating when people don't want to be labeled at all. I understand it, but it's like, it is a useful shorthand. I mean, all of language is like this. I've said this before, but to put anything into words is in some ways to like make it false or to make it less truthful. But it's also the only way that we can really accurately communicate with one another. So it's a double-edged sword, I think.
Do I have to be like timed out for a period of time?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Anybody want to hear a funny story?
You can have a spanking if you like.
I went to a
do that.
I went to a non-denominational church today, and they started doing communion at the end of the service. And this dude that was sitting next to me, he's like an older biker-looking dude, because it was funny you mentioned I look like I'm going to jump on a Harley. But anyways, this biker-looking dude, he like leans over and he's like, oh, great, grape juice and stale crackers again.
Wow.
I couldn't help but die laughing. And he still got up and went and got some.
Okay, reavow.
Okay, this is a good question. Where does shorthand and thought terminating cliche begin? Writing an idea off as degeneracy with no further explanation. I mean, that's true. I don't know. Writing something off as degeneracy, it doesn't have to be a thought terminating cliche, I guess. A thought terminating cliche definitionally has to terminate thought, right? And so if you're just saying this act is degenerate, it's like if you're able to unpack that and stuff, then I don't think it's like thought terminating. So if we're talking about like, doing something really untoward, like that was mentioned earlier, and it's like that's degenerate, it's like, we're capable of unpacking that. And it's like, if someone disagreed, then it's, you know, and I'm like, well, I can't explain why it's bad. Then it would be thought terminating. But if you're just like saying this is thought terminating and you're able to give an explanation why, right? I think that's where the shorthand comes in. So it's like, I can say I'm Christian and I'm prepared to answer what I mean by that, but I don't have to go through a 60-minute song and dance explaining exactly what my points are on all my religious positions. It's easy just to say I'm a Christian or I'm an esoteric Christian. And then as long as I'm prepared to, you know, it's thought terminating if you say it's degenerate and you can't say anything about it. You're just like, no, it just stops there. It just is degenerate and I can't make any further comments or expound or explain. Then it's like, yeah, that's not probably super helpful.
Like any group that's engaged in the G word. I'm not going to say it because I feel like I'll get in trouble.
Wait, well, now what the word do you mean by? You don't have to be super careful. It's just like gay.
You know, like
gay.
what Israel's doing right now.
Oh, G side. Yeah. Don't say that word. But G
I
side.
thought he was talking about, was it Goyim?
Yeah, that's what I thought. He said Israel. I thought he was thinking.
I think it's kind of related to, like, I've said this before, but I think it kind of reminds me of, like, most religions think the other ones are wrong.
Bye, bud.
So, like,
Yeah,
you know,
I get
even
that.
Christians can't agree amongst themselves on a lot of things.
Right.
Some things
Yeah.
they do, but
And also,
most
if I-
things, you know,
when-
somebody
when-
had
It's the
some
smallest of
different sects.
differences. Like it's the real smallest of differences too that Christians kind of bicker back and forth about.
Then all of a sudden, it's a different sect of Christianity,
Yep.
and you know, yeah.
Did Jesus die Jewish, or at some point did he become Christian himself?
Why would he be
Well,
Christian?
he was Christ, but
He was
Oh,
Christ.
he was born Jewish.
So he stayed Jewish then.
I don't think his-
ethnically, or are we talking religiously?
Yeah. That's a good.
Religiously.
I don't.
By definition, I would probably say yes, because he was pronouncing that he's the Messiah that the Jews say that will return. The Jews didn't accept that, so I think there is an argument to say that he died as a Jew in their belief. But I also think you can make the same argument that he is Christian. But me personally, I'd probably say he's above that. I don't think he's a follower
He's the
of a
Christ.
religion.
Yeah. You know, yeah.
So
Yeah.
if he's above it, then why aren't we also? Shouldn't we walk in Jesus' footsteps?
Well, that's why.
followers
We are
of
sinners.
Christ.
That's why it's funny that I think we've talked about this before on panel, but the word Christian in the Bible was used as a pejorative against Christians because it means little Christ. It's the Greek diminutive IAN onto the word Christ. And so it actually was meant to make fun of us. It means you guys think you're little Christ. But the irony is that is what we're supposed to be in a way. We're supposed to be like Christ's image now on earth. We're supposed to be little Christ. So I think
should
there's
we
some
not
funniness
transcend-
here.
I think one of the biggest
transcend,
differences is
religion?
Jesus
I would-
wasn't capable of sin, right?
I would say no, Futoi, because we're followers of Christ, which would mean that we follow that doctrine, which would mean we follow that religion.
But we're not doing what he did.
Well, yeah, we're not perfect. He's perfect.
Well, we're not going
kind
to
of the thing.
obviously do everything. We're not going to, I'm not going to die for everyone's sins and then have them worship me either, right? So
How selfish!
Saying you
God.
wouldn't do that? You wouldn't die
I don't
for
think
all
I-
of our sins? If
I
you
don't
were
think I
given
have
the
the-
ability, if you were given the ability to die for everyone's sins, would you do it?
no, because someone's already died for what's the point of having someone else crucified again? Like, you know,
What about a $500 super chat?
Oh, okay, now we're talking.
now we're talking. But like, if Christ hadn't come and then you're asking if I'd be crucified and then, then maybe, I hope so. I hope I'd pick that option, but
This is where
but
the esoteric comes into play.
I'm just answering the hypothetical, okay? But if God's like, you uniquely can be sacrificed for the sins of the world, then it's like, okay,
I'll
You
I'll
just
back
go ahead
up
and
with
take
it.
one for the team.
Yeah.
I hope so. If it would save
Right.
the world.
There's an interesting one, actually. So Jesus died for our sins, past, present, and future. Correct? Am I correct?
If we accept him, yes.
Right. So you can sin away. Then go ahead. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Exactly.
That's
I fully believe I can. I think that's the power of Christianity is that I don't want to do
See,
that.
the Quran
Yeah.
explicitly states that people who sin and then like sin again after forgiveness, just knowing that they can just get forgiveness whenever they want, that those people will go to hell.
See, and I don't think you need to specify. I think that's a weakness of Islam, to be honest, because if you're truly a new creation, then you wouldn't be doing that metagaming of like, oh, I guess I can go and sin and God has to forgive me. You know, that's very
the point
like
of being a new creation, though, is you're not continuing to live in sin.
right. But that's what I mean. So like, no actual Christian is going to be thinking, oh, I can just go out and do all the sins I want now because God has to forgive me. Technically,
Right.
no real Christians doing that.
I understand what you're saying, but I do think it is like one of the strengths of Islam is explicitly discussing something like that.
I mean, okay, first of all, Hebrews just directly discusses that as well. That's not a unique thing to Islam. The hell thing is more unique stated, but here, let me just pull it up real quick.
Let me find the exact
I would
part
say I
of the
think
Quran
it's
that
strength and a
is.
weakness. And the weakness side of it would be, well, now your salvation is dependent on your actions, and so it's kind of something you always have to be wary of your actions. And as an imperfect human, you're kind of set against the fact that eventually you will perform a misdeed, which could land you in hell.
Right, that's kind of the sussy part. But so Keelan, so this is kind of probably the closest equivalent. I shall read it. Okay. Whoa, that's not the right. That's the intro.
Stuff's like in a way like we're born of sin, not we're born sinners, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's the world that has done it to us and we've done it to ourselves, but
and then we've got that proclivity to commit that sin. It's something it's hard to avoid.
Could I use that as an argument in court?
You could try. You could try.
They get you to swear on the Bible and raise your right hand and.
Keelan, let me hit you with this, and then I'll put your Islam verse on screen.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Hebrews 10. For if we go on sinning deliberately after receiving the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a fearful expectation of judgment and a fury of fire that will consume the adversaries. Anyone who has set aside the law of Moses dies without mercy on the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses. How much worse punishment do you think will be deserved by the one who has trampled underfoot the Son of God, and has profaned the blood of the covenant by which he was sanctified, and has outraged the Spirit of grace? For we know him who said, vengeance is mine, I will repay. And again, the Lord will judge his people. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
Yeah,
Praise
so
be to
everybody
God.
gets the sword.
You see, I have a problem with that.
Sorry, what translation was that?
That's the ESV.
Okay, because I started reading the King James Bible and I absolutely hate it. Like I don't hate it. I just can't read it.
It's rough. I would recommend ESV or NASB. Those are seen as the most accurate, but also the most like readable by most people, I would say.
Yeah,
I have the NASB now.
Yeah, NASB is great. Yeah.
King James is good because they separate certain words like thee and thy, and it creates this depth to it. But if you don't understand, like I guess that older style of English, it's hard.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a slog sometimes.
My issue with it is like the same issue I have with reading Shakespeare, is that it's just that extra barrier to entry. Like I have to put myself in the mindset and just constantly read it, or I'm gonna like get out of that mindset and have to rebuild that.
And you kind of have to like familiarize yourself with like how certain words are used in that. I'm about to say that language, but in that style of language. It's the same thing with Greek. Like if you want to start reading the like Greek transcripts, or I guess the Greek translation, you kind of have to familiarize yourself of when they use words and how they use words connecting certain words. Like I learned that with the Kyrios. Like there's certain words that you can put with Kyrios to show the title, and there's certain words that you can put with Kyrios to represent the name of Yahweh.
Although sometimes I will say, sometimes the KJV does a lot, and so do all translations, they do a lot of kind of guesswork sometimes. So if Kyrios is obviously referring to Christ, they'll just capitalize Lord it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I really like that verse. Like I like the language. That's why I asked the translation of the Bible too, because that's like the type of language I like to read in religious texts.
Keelan, section
Quran.
230, he says, get the Orthodox.
Yeah, I can see
Bible
the comments. But the section of the Quran that's really similar is, and it does this in a few different places, but 4:17 and 4:18, they're pretty similar ideas.
What up?
So you weren't joking. You really are getting into the Quran.
I mean, I still haven't read the entire thing, but I've read enough of it to I know where certain things are.
Yeah,
Allah,
go ahead.
Allah only accepts the repentance of those who commit evil ignorantly or recklessly, then repent soon after. Allah will pardon them, and Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. However, repentance is not accepted from those who knowingly persist in sin until they start dying and then cry, now I repent, nor are those who die as disbelievers. For them, we have prepared a painful punishment.
So the thing I love about this part of the Quran is that it's like, we know what shit you're trying to pull to people who are like trying to game the system.
Okay, that's a little different than what I thought it was, because that kind of describes the, I guess, someone continuously doing evil until last second. They're like, I repent, which is different than just, if you knowingly commit a sin after you, I wouldn't know if you'd accept Islam, but like at that moment that Islam enters your life, if you willingly commit a sin, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to hell.
So like at the beginning of every surah, it says like Allah is the all-knowing, the all-merciful. So throughout the Quran, it just always says Allah is completely merciful. And it kind of creates this interesting discussion within the Quran itself on like when the Quran is saying we're going to punish you, it's like, but Allah is all forgiving, isn't he?
Interesting.
I could just say God, right? Because it's the same thing.
Yeah, when you say Allah, then I don't know.
The way I see it is, if there is only one God, then it's all the same God. Allah, God, Buddha.
La ilaha Allah. However it's said.
Yeah, if there's only one, it has to be the same one.
Confluence, will we say that God is all forgiving? Or
I think so.
There's a balance of forgiving and like just and yeah.
I mean, we would say that too, but I think there is probably passages that probably say kind of both.
Okay.
I think. I don't know about all forgiving specifically. I'm not sure. But I feel like at different points the Bible will say God is a merciful God. I mean, I know that's there, and then but it also says God is a just God, and then we kind of take both of those things.
It doesn't mean they're all the same God, though.
Problematic. What?
It doesn't mean they're all the same God, though. Many peoples over many times believe in different gods. Like it's like saying like even the Egyptians eventually came to a bottleneck where they started believing in one God, and it was a sun god. It's like, is the sun god merciful unless you have shade? I mean, right? It's kind of like
that's pretty base, though.
It kind of, I don't know.
I do agree though with that the Islamic saying that I quoted, probably in horrible Arabic, the La ilaha illallah, that there is no God but God. Like I do think that's true because it's just like the word translation of God is Allah, or are they calling their God Allah? And they probably mean it in a different way I do, but I guess I'm saying like when I think of God, I'm thinking of the creator. There's not two creators. So at best there's like two conceptual,
two different creators, sure. Right.
But there is in real life, there's only one God who created the heavens and the earth, right?
Well, yeah, I mean that's up to your belief, right?
But would religion be points of view?
I just quickly checked.
Different points of view, right?
Even Christians and Jews say Allah when they're talking about God in Arabic.
Yeah, that is the word for God in Arabic.
Well, I was asking. I don't know Arabic, so that's why I asked if it was like the translation from God to Arabic is Allah. Is that what that means, or? That's why
but that's the Islamic expression. They probably do take that to mean, they don't probably mean it in the futoy sense when they say there's no God but God. They kind of probably mean it in all the other gods are fake gods, and we have the real God.
Confluence throughout the first surah that sets the stage for the entire Quran. It's very short.
Oh, you want me to bring it up?
So would there not be just one God and all religions are just different points of view? Does that not make sense?
Well, that's what I think.
Kind of.
Also, I have a problem. Like, right? So, God in the Christian Bible wasn't so all forgiving, right? So he sent the flood because.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's my argument. He isn't all forgiving because it's like a perfect balance of harmony between just action and mercy.
No, I get you.
Because
He's all forgiving, but he's no sucker, right? But what I'm trying to say is a different point. Is
He would've just went ahead and killed
how did
everybody
he
then,
not know?
right?
How did he not know that people would mess up so much that he would have to flood them? Like, how was it a surprise? How does God get surprised? He's all knowing. Wait, what? He's all knowing.
Why does him doing certain things make you think that he's surprised?
Because he got mad and sent the flood. Did he not know that was going to happen before he?
I think these are
invented
kind of
everything?
like a lot of these are anthropomorphizations, or however you say that word, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like I don't know if like God is actually like changing his mind or is actually angry. Like a lot of these are like even the word for anger. I think in Hebrew it's an idiom that talks about the long nose of God. Funnily enough,
that's
this is a
wild.
real thing. This is a real thing, and it means like for God to be angry. And it's like, but does God actually have a nose? Is it long? You know, is he really angry? Like I feel like these are
Does it
human
mean
ways
he's
to
looking
like.
down at you,
Jewish joke.
therefore
It's not a
it
Jewish
makes his
joke.
nose
God.
look bigger.
No, this is not a Jew. I know it sounds like it's a, but
But, like-
it's a real thing in Hebrew.
Futoy, when I watch Platoon and I know that they're gonna do what they're gonna do in the village, I still get very upset when they do what they do in the village.
Right. But at the start of creation, and your God all knowing, you know that's all going to happen, right?
Yeah.
You know it's going to be that way. So why are you killing everybody?
Well, it's the same. I mean, I could say the same thing with my child. I mean, I can tell my child not to do something and know that he's going to do it. And when he does it, I'm still going to have that upsetness when he does it.
Hey, look, when I play Dark Souls, I know each time I'm going to have to go kill the Capra Demon, and I still kill the Capra Demon every single time, and
Well,
sometimes it's
refresh my
still
memory.
spooky.
Refresh
Hey,
my
Johnson.
memory though. Like God did he cause the flood, or he just didn't prevent the flood?
Oh, he caused the flood.
Yeah, he was mad. He was mad
Yeah.
the way it's written in the Bible. He was mad.
Right.
What's up, gay boys?
No, it doesn't mean he's incapable.
How's
of
it going
anger,
to
though.
stick here?
I mean, right? I don't know.
Right, so he
We
liked
don't know,
Noah,
but-
right? He liked
but he-
Noah, and he told Noah to build an ark. He's like, Noah, you're good. You build this ark.
Wait, isn't there evidence for some sort of arc or like a flood line or some shit that people...
Yeah. I forget what the name of the mountain.
Ararat.
Isn't it somewhere in Turkey or something?
Yeah.
something like that.
And then they've been doing some
I
ground.
don't think the evidence is super. From what I've looked into, I don't think it's very compelling.
Well, I thought the ground penetration radars that they started using, and they were getting anomalies. I wouldn't say whether that's evidence toward or against, but I would say I wouldn't rule it out.
There's definitely, I think, evidence toward localized flooding. I think evidence for a global flood or an ark the size of Noah's Ark. I don't think we exactly have.
I'm getting here a little bit late. I just tuned in and instantly jumped on, which is not like me. So apologies if it's. I don't even know exactly how this conversation
Well,
goes.
Testicle, I have a question before you start.
Okay.
So like Johnson is not at all a part of your name. That's just another word for the thingamajig between people's legs.
Yeah. Balls, cock and balls, just straight down to business. It's my. It's actually my porn name.
So
like if I ever had a porn name.
Oh, that's clarified.
And is this how you dress up?
I have a couple different ones actually. This is when I was
A couple personas. This is your Arafat persona, basically.
Yeah, basically.
That's a based ass looking squirrel, though.
Can
He's holding it
we
down.
call you Dick for short?
He looks like he owns some oil.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Yeah,
he
nobody
definitely owns a bridge or
doubts
two.
that the Arabs have drip, right?
Oh yeah,
That's true. That's true. In the oil sense and in the clothing department.
And against the global flood, like it wouldn't be possible to build an ark big enough to collect all the animals.
I mean, we saw with Ken Ham when he tried. I mean, it's not exactly a functioning arc.
Dude, that's like the worst version Like I want to go to the Creationist Museum just for the memes, dude. Like fucking human beings riding dinosaurs and shit. Like it would just be a cool experience just to see.
It would be good. Which is it's the craziest part is that we all know dinosaurs didn't actually exist and they're just a psyop. So that's
true.
where
Some guy on a
that's where he got
created
it
by
mostly wrong.
going, yeehaw, bitch.
Mhm.
But the weird part is that the flood myth or flood story, will I say, is told in different peoples around the world. Like that's the weird part.
Yeah.
Yeah, different
You see
cultures.
it in the Epic of Gilgamesh and
That's what I'm
stuff.
saying.
And
I think there's evidence, maybe as kind of what Confluence was getting at, because he's like, he's based apart from his like where the conclusions he reaches, but no, like I think there is historical evidence at least for like some massive flooding and stuff. So it might have been like something like that. That's like it was such a bad flood that people like it blended into these stories possibly, but as a global flood, yeah, maybe that's like something that people started telling their children or something, right?
Well, it's interesting because if you look at so I know there's like certain evidence of Earth having like shifting polars, which causes like a result of massive flood. And so I've heard people explain this theory that every 6,000 years, the polarized I forget
The
how
poles
they
shift,
yeah.
and
It,
shit
it's
goes
like
crazy.
just very slightly,
We're due
but
for
it
one
causes,
anytime now.
yeah.
I think we know when I think we know when the last shift was though, and I think it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was like 70 some million years ago, but there's like no evidence that such a shift would cause such a large flood. Even if you melted all of the polar ice caps.
Well, there
Yeah,
wouldn't be a lot of
it
ice
occurred
left over.
approximately 800,000 years ago. The Bruins
if that
Matsuyama reversal.
Were they talking about like tsunamis and stuff? It would cause
Yeah,
tsunamis?
I'm just describing just potential reasons of how it could happen if it happens.
Cataclysmic
Yellowstone
flooding, like
after,
described, like it wouldn't leave a lot of evidence afterwards, probably.
Yeah, and how long would it take to go around the world collecting 2 of each animal? How long would it take?
Well, let's be
Not more than
Let's
one
just say he
lifetime.
collected the
no,
ones
let's
that were
do the animals
nearby
came
and
to him,
available.
right?
Yeah,
Like God
I believe from the story.
this flood's going down.
Yeah.
System.
So
So
those
Yeah.
those
You wouldn't even
kangaroos
need-
somehow, I don't know,
You wouldn't-
either somehow they
you
got
wouldn't-
to and from Australia. Not really sure how
So
that
how,
works.
Well, no,
how
it was
is
like
Noah's Ark
Pangea or
not
whatever,
just
right?
like a story? Because you wouldn't need 2 of each animal.
Pangea 6, that's some fast continental drift to Sticker Johnson.
How would you
That's
not
like a
need 2 of each
motorboat.
animal?
It's going.
Because not every
Anything
animal
not on the ark
reproduces sexually.
grounded though, Keelan, did it not?
I didn't hear what you said.
Only the stuff on the ark survived. Everything off the ark drowned, right? Apparently.
Well,
I'm
no,
again-
Well,
maybe
not,
not.
You
no,
wouldn't
what
need-
about not the birds? Not all the
And
birds.
the water-dwelling creatures probably survived, I'm sure.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
water creatures, but I'm talking about everything
Futoy, what
else.
I'm saying is that some animals reproduce asexually, so you wouldn't need 2 of every animal.
That's a
Okay, but
small
besides
amount of
them,
animals,
yeah,
so-
I get what you're saying, but besides them, there's still fucking tons. I mean, come on.
Also, in the story, it's not 2 of every animal either. For the clean animals, it's like 7, right? It's like it's more than just 2. It's always painted as just like 2 by 2, but in a story, it's actually
Too.
larger amounts of animals. So
Yeah,
that
that
arc
makes
would have been
even-
fucking
Wait,
packed.
I'm gonna try
that
and
makes it even less believable.
I want to steal man this apart from the size.
So they
of
had less kangaroos and koalas
it,
than
impossible
everything
size.
else.
But let's
I
say
mean,
okay,
they
all
knew
of,
about elephants,
all right.
so there's no way, right? They knew about elephants.
That's a good
Maybe
point.
they were actually like very like post-scientific, and they had like frozen embryos of all the species, and it just gets told to us as like
That's esoteric.
Yeah, that is that's way from the
Hear me
Bible.
out.
Like,
Hear me out. You can exclude all of the fish and like all of the birds, right? And like certain animals where it's like, okay, they don't have to be on an ark.
I thought you couldn't exclude the birds because they couldn't fly long enough to outlast.
yeah,
the flood.
wasn't
must
it
have been,
flood
like,
40 days or something? 40
Unless
nights?
you're saying this was like higher than Mount Everest.
Only an albatross could fly long. Like I don't even know if an albatross could fly long enough to outlast that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't.
Well, how
yeah.
if the flood was over the tops of Mount Everest, then why would they land on Mount Arafat, which is like so close to where they started? If the whole Earth was like actually, that seems really weird that they just
that's
kind of
what I'm
like
saying.
would.
You know, a flood that could kill people, like trees, presumably would still be over the top of the flood line. It would just fuck people over. I feel like birds would be okay. They would have places to land.
Maybe, but if it's above the mountains, then it's definitely above the trees.
Maybe it's just a story about ancient Mesopotamia.
Wait, does it say it's above the mountains in the Bible?
I think it does, but it also says it covered the whole land. But I think it's fine to interpret that as like every local land on all the local peaks.
Why is there such similarities between birds and dinosaurs?
Say again?
Well, this is where you get kind of evolution pilled.
Yeah, aren't there like a bunch of similarities between birds and dinosaurs?
Well,
there are, yeah.
Birds
are descendants, yeah.
Have you ever seen Jurassic Park?
Dinosaurs are a psyop.
I think the only way like a flood encourager could go with the flood is like believing in super fast evolution.
Or
rapid, yeah.
Or like somebody said, maybe there was an advanced civilization before us, and maybe they were so advanced that they were talking about embryos of each creature, and
they froze them all. You could easily fit that in an ark.
Under Antarctica.
Yeah, that makes
sense. You have to like reinsert them afterwards or grow them.
Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah,
they
had. I think the real lesson of the Bible is that only the present moment exists and none of what happens in the past ever existed, right?
That's true, actually. Presentism is actually is true. I believe in that. Not gonna lie to you.
Do any of you believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, though? No, right? Nobody believes that.
It's only a day old. It's only a second old. It's only a moment old.
It's only a moment old.
Let's Chief's comment is kind of a banger as well. Just gonna throw that out there.
Which one?
This one. Why stick to believing a lunar flood when you can just claim evolution is intelligent design? I already claimed that, so I got you beat, Les Chief. I already think that evolution is intelligent design.
Here's the question. Are you saying that God made a mistake then?
No, you see, this is my argument.
Wait, how am I saying that?
No, I'm asking because if he decided to flood the earth because people are fucking up, it's like, well, isn't that kind of like...
No.
Yeah, that was my argument.
That God follows a process isn't the argument that God makes mistakes.
Yeah, my argument is if he's all-knowing, doesn't he know they were all going to fuck up in the beginning?
Yeah, he's like halfway through this thing, I'm just going to fucking kill everybody.
The argument that God follows a process isn't the
right?
argument that he makes mistakes.
That's like the free will argument.
It's like when you're drawing a picture, right? You're drawing a picture and you mess up and you crinkle up the picture and you throw it away and start again.
I understand God is like perfect. He can't make mistakes. What I'm saying is in like human terms of what we would view as a mistake. It's like it seems pretty fucking weird to like, okay, we're gonna have civilization for a while. I'm gonna, invest all this time and energy, and then after a certain point, I'm just gonna flood the earth and hit the reset.
I agree. Humans don't perfectly understand God. I don't know why I'm arguing this. I'm agnostic.
I mean, hey, you're doing a great job.
Well, yeah, I think, creation is an interplay between our free will and God's sovereignty, right? And so, and it's also a grand narrative, right? All the world's a fucking stage.
Exactly. This is the ultimate fallback. It's like, well, God, various ways, like who are we to know what his plan is? All these things. It's like anytime something doesn't make sense, you're just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? It's God.
Confluence absolutely fucking destroy Moe's comics. It makes no sense.
Evolution is intelligent design. Ha 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 ha. There's so many issues with that idea.
I thought Mo was Christian.
Yeah, but he's probably a creationist, not so he doesn't. I'm assuming that's what he means. He probably doesn't believe in intelligent design. That's my guess. He probably thinks it's a cop out as opposed to special creation.
Had a similar situation or something like you had a goldfish as a kid or something similar, and you leave town for a week and you come back and the goldfish is dead. It's like, you think the goldfish had any idea you were going to leave for a week and come back? I'm not saying God left for a week, and I'm not saying that, but it's kind of like we knew if we left for a week that goldfish was probably going to be dead when we came back. I mean, or not, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you ever feel like God just went out to buy cigarettes and didn't come back?
That argument does imply that
it is very fatherly.
You just need a break or something.
God's left us all fatherless, for real.
Never happened. That's never happened to anybody. I'm just making.
I've never owned a goldfish.
I've never abandoned a pet to the point of death accidentally.
My goldfish all died like the next day. I got them.
Y'all.
I don't know what happened.
You ever just forget your kid and then your kid just like dies and you come back? You're like, oh shit.
Some people have done that.
That happens.
You know what, guys?
Okay.
All this confusion and contradictions and how did this happen and if he was this and all these questions, can't they easily be answered by thinking or seeing that we live in a simulation? We live in
not
a
the
simulation.
No, fuck your simulation. Fuck your gay shit. Okay, I want to answer Mo real quick. Okay, let me explain. You tell me if it's still retarded, Mo. What I think that I think that there is evidence for evolution, but I think the only way that could happen, I think it would be so statistically impossible. And I know every atheist disagrees with me, but I think it would be so impossible, even given the large scales of time, to get all this emergent phenomena, that I think there has to be either an indwelling force of God within matter that's moving toward order out of chaos, or there has to be a designer and a creator that's kind of like nudging things along the way to get to the point that we're at now. So like random evolution, I don't think is ever going to produce humans, for example. So that's why I think there has to be an either indwelling spirit or a directing force that's directing the path of evolution to get to where we are. So that's what I mean by intelligent
Homo
design.
erectus, yeah.
Confluence, I have a quick question. So
Yeah.
is your problem with humans arising, or is your problem with consciousness and cognition arising?
Both. Like even with things, I know this is a tired example that people always use, but even with like the human eye or any eye, I understand that it's like, oh, first you start with like detecting photons and then you go in, but everything is still so complex and there has to be so many things happening at the same time to get like this novel emergent behavior, that my problem really goes like all the way down. Like besides the most basic things that people hit you with, which like, it's like, have you seen the fruit flies and that they can have like an extra set of wings and stuff? And it's like, yeah, sure. But it's like the change we need to see just seems like, and we just punt to the God of millions and millions and millions of years to like make it happen.
I feel like you're calling me out because I brought up fruit flies. Exact example.
Oh, is that you? Everyone brings up fucking fruit flies.
You were talking about the human eye, and I was like, I wonder if you're gonna invoke Darwin, but you didn't. So I'm proud of you, because that is not a misattributed quote, but like the context is always missing from that quote.
Hey, did you know Darwin on his deathbed though recanted and actually accepted Jesus as his savior?
Well, I heard that before Charlie Kirk passed that he embraced Islam. So
how dare you? That's too soon to stick your Johnson. I'm gonna give you an egghead shake. Terrible times.
A lot of people hating Darwin. I don't get it. Makes complete sense.
Darwin was a little cuck. That's why people hate him, okay?
Yeah, he threw a wrench in everything. And originally they could just be like, oh, God just made everything. But then they realized, shit, there might be something to this. Now we have to say it's intelligent design so that we can...
This is actually true. What was his ship called? The Beagle or something? He was doing untoward things to those finches. That's the lesser part of the story you don't hear. He was doing some bad stuff. No, I mean like, he was trying to breed with the finches is what I'm saying.
Actually,
with the finches.
How dare he?
I know. He's trying to make his own evolution. He's like, fuck it. Who's going to stop me? I'm going to make my own species right now.
Human finch.
He shoved his dick in a finch.
Creature.
Also,
which is crazy.
You know the way the Egyptians have human bodies and bird heads and stuff? Maybe they were successful.
So apparently this recanting thing is like kind of a myth. There's no hard evidence of that.
Which thing is a myth?
Darwin recanting on his deathbed.
I know, that's why I said it.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
It triggered him. He had to pull out the Charlie Kirk.
I was
and yes, this is... Let's, Chief. I know you're giving me a little Raz emote, but again, I always say it's two things. It could be that God and this is what I think is probably more likely, actually, that I think God so indwells matter itself that I think that evolution works because of that. Because even matter, this gets into my panpsychism, not thinking everything is made of consciousness. And so I think that there is an intrinsic force in the universe that wants to create life. I think God is so intertwined with the system that is the goal of even if we look at like inorganic matter and like chemical evolution and stuff, I think God is within that and driving towards sentience. And then I think then that's the evolution process. And then the involution process is then when we are at the stage of humans, and now we can then transcend spiritually and grow in that way. So it's like God is the outpouring of matter, and then the matter builds up to us, and then we go back to God. And it's a cute little circle, if you think about it.
The simulation is crazy. Simulation theory is crazy, though.
This is kind of a side point, but like...
It sounds kind of anti-Maryland coded.
Are you guys familiar with the singularity?
Yes.
So let's just that's more of an extreme. Let's baseline. Let's say that the brain scans get really good. If they could upload like a version of your consciousness onto some sort of silicone, right, or silicon, into a computer, and it's like you could have a video function for all intents and purposes, like it is you, right? You can have conversations with this thing. It's a as far as we can tell, it's a perfect copy of you that lives now.
It'd be an image of you.
Yes, because
but it wouldn't be the original, right?
That is correct. But to what Confluence is saying, if we're driving towards this particular thing, could that not then be seen as like a next stage of evolution? Or like, what if that is what God had intended, was for this to be our stage so that we could, attain immortality like him?
Invent AI? Maybe
Hey,
that's
don't threaten me
focus?
with a good time.
Maryland's
Maryland's right all along, and we're actually not supposed to die.
But then
And that is casting spells when we accept
that.
that.
Would not have a
I
soul,
still
right?
want you to start laying down and get ready for bed. Okay.
I'm not ready for bed
not
yet,
my
Big
dad.
Soda. You're not my
I
daddy.
don't want it. I don't want it.
I thought I muted, but I must have
I'm
missed
going to
the
bet what
button.
I want.
Yeah, Mike hot.
You said,
Oh, Let's Chief brings up this
Mike's
is
still hot.
this is called
My
some
bad.
like carcinization or something. It's not called crabification, but I know what you're talking about. I think it's called carcinization or something like that. It's the evolutionary tendency for everything to become a crab, which is an interesting fact about nature. I don't know. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Crab keeps like independently forming, right?
Oh, you got to
Looking
give me
like
that attaboy.
regenerate.
It is called carcinization. Hold on, that was just off the fucking dome. Where is it? Look at that. Carcinization is the form of convergent evolution in which non-crab crustaceans evolve a crab-like body plan. So it's the tendency for like everything to become a crab at some point.
Like most efficient.
Yeah.
Why are we
Okay,
back
give
to
me an
talking
example
about
of this.
genital
Like-
issues again?
Example of this. So there's a lot. So a lot of the things we call crabs are not true crabs. I mean, this even says it here. So porcelain crabs are not actually crabs. They just look like crabs. They're just other types of decapods. A lot of things that we call crabs are just decapods that aren't actually crabs, meaning they evolved in a separate way, an unrelated way. And we call them crabs because they look like crabs. But if you actually trace their little evolutionary history, they're actually unrelated to what we call crabs. They just look like crabs.
What about tubification?
They're crab coded. Yeah.
What about tubification?
I don't know what that is.
We all turn
I don't know
into
if it's a real thing, but so many things become tubes if you think about it.
There's a
Look
lot
at
of tubes.
Ferrets are becoming tubes.
That's tubular, man.
Ferrets are tube coated. That is true.
Troy, you took my joke.
Sorry.
Crabfluence. One day, that's my final form. I'll evolve into a decapod I was always meant to be. We have enough people. We are going to start, I think, the religious chaos panel now. Okay, we got 6.
Crabs are pretty interesting to watch them eat stuff, though. Have you ever watched a crab eat stuff?
I have watched a crab eat stuff.
I've only
They eat anything just about, but it's kind of interesting to watch.
I've only seen those hermit crabs. I've never seen like a real water
did you
crab.
know hermit?
I like that they move like sideways. I think that's really kind of a cool way of
hermit
moving
crabs
around.
will go to conchs and they'll eat the conchs and steal their shells.
Oh my god.
They're assholes sometimes. Yeah,
they're fucking assholes. Yeah, everybody loves hermit crabs, but they're actually assholes.
That's why I
All
like
right.
them.
Who has not said their religious takes? Ag and to Sticker Johnson, right? Yeah, Ag. 10 seconds, roughly. What is your religious stance broadly?
Religious stance? I believe in Christ.
Okay.
I do my best to follow that.
Christ.
To Sticker Johnson.
I am agnostic. I can see an argument for some sort of creator, but I don't believe in any sort of like dogmatic version of God.
Okay. And I already gave mine. Fruitoy gave his. So if anyone in the chat, if you want to join the religious chaos panel, okay, we got a few people watching. We have Anson who's mocking me. Anson, you know what I find out is for you to donate and see if I read your super chat. Mo might join section 230. Sally is here, maybe still. You guys remember Sally?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, so if anyone wants to join, if anyone hasn't joined, you just have to do Brief bit of hand signs for me in the back chat. Link is pinned in the description. It is also pinned at the top of the chat. We go clockwise. We go snake-wise. Let's get into it. The topic is belief in God. Okay, so I'm gonna hit you with that first prompt. Okay, where is it? Where is my prompt? Okay. Start off with an easy one. What is your main reason for believing or not believing in God? So if you have a lot of reasons, what's your main reason? Whether it's the cosmological argument or your personal experience or the fact that your mom told you that or the fact that you just are so angry with God that you will just defame him and Charlie Kirk whenever you possibly can. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that button. Starting with you, Futoy. No crosstalk. Keep it to 30 seconds or less. Clockwise and snake-wise. Futoy.
Crabs. No.
Good answer.
When I think of God, right, and I think, what is God, right? Is he this guy in the clouds, right? Probably not. Probably more than that, right? So he's the creator. So what is creation? So if we can define what creation is, we can see outside of creation where God must be, right? Because he created creation. And then when you look at the many worlds theory, and it just keeps going and going and going, and we know so little that right now we can't possibly understand what God is. So for me, there must be only God, right? There isn't a place where God isn't. He's the creator. He's the ultimate being, and that's where I come from on that.
Okay, I have some questions for that, but I'll save those till the crosstalk. Yeah, no crosstalk, baby soda. Hunter Eyes, you're next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hunter Biden. Oh, I'm kidding. Hunter Eyes. I don't know what that means. But why don't I believe in God? Why do I believe in God? So I am agnostic. I don't have a reason to not believe in God. I don't have a reason to believe in God. Oh, God, Anson, red delicious apples are the worst. But
no getting distracted. They are the worst, though.
Like throughout, it's kind of, I don't know how to describe it, because throughout my life, there's this fear of God that I think most people, most kids in America at least have, where it's like you feel like you shouldn't be doing things because God is watching. Even if you're not raised Christian, you kind of have these thoughts of like, if there is a God, maybe I should act in a different way. It's really hard for me to answer because I don't have a reason to not believe in God. I wish I could believe in God because I feel like that gives you quite a lot of social benefits.
Believe in God for the social cred. Interesting. I'm just kidding. Big Soda.
It checks out. My biggest reason for believing in God would probably be my personal experience. It would probably be my continued relationship with God, and it would be something that sets order in my chaotic life.
Good answer. Just gonna let the super chat sound screen first, or not this normal chat. Good sarcastic saint. Agrillapolis.
Yeah,
was your main reason for believing in God, the Lord Divine?
I mean, I would start it off by saying I have way less reasoning to not believe in God, and I have way more reasons to believe in God, including all the things that everybody says they just can't explain, and they try to explain it away with my fifis and shit like that. But, I mean, how can there not be a God? I mean, just look at the world around you, and just imagine if just humans and we just all of a sudden appeared, or even if evolution did take place. It's like it's unfathomable to think that there is not a God. To me, in my opinion, and personal reasons also. I won't go into.
Testicular Johnson.
Well, that's hard to follow because Ag said it's unfathomable, and I dare to fathom.
I did say, in my opinion.
No, I understand. I'm just
to me.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. I totally understand. So I am agnostic, but my specific version of agnosticism. So the strongest case I can give for God is I do fall back on like a cosmological argument, which specifically the first cause argument, if you're familiar, which is basically I cannot conceptualize an uncaused cause or if believing that cause and effect is like the law of the universe, I cannot comprehend something from nothing, and therefore my sort of logical commitment, or I guess my assertion, has to be that there must have been something that kind of pushed the first domino, so to speak. That's as much as I can assert. I cannot say, like the Big Bang, everything could be governed. This creator, I use the word creator when I can because God has, I feel like, a religious implication. I think this creator might have created us by accident. It might not even be aware that it created us. I don't assign any intention to it. And then my strongest case for not believing is more so, again, in the dogmatic sense, that there are so many different religions, so many different abstractions and versions of God and what God is. And all of these things, I feel like we are just attaching meaning to something, and I don't think you can assert the nature of God in any clean way, or there doesn't seem to be a unified version of that. And so all of these things can't be correct, therefore I just dismiss all of them as they have to be incorrect. Like, I mean, maybe one of them, I guess, could be correct, but one man's conviction is not stronger than the others. Sorry, that was more than 30 seconds. That's all I got.
I'll allow it. And my thoughts, I go last so I can steal everyone's ideas. I think I divide these into kind of like two things. There's like the philosophical stuff. I think, the cosmological argument, as Testicular Johnson mentioned, I think that's the most compelling. But then there's also like the personal aspects, kind of what Ag was hinting at, where it's like personal experiences that are kind of hard to deny. But then I think the biggest one for me is stuff like sentience, like, because that's something I can always come back to, where it's like, I know I exist, and at least my understanding of how I think a world without God would kind of more be like that consciousness is illusory, that we think that we're conscious, but it's really in like a Buddhist sense. If you know the Buddhist analogy of like the chariot, that's like if you take all the parts away, you have nothing left. I think there is an actual core of consciousness. And so that to me doesn't make sense under a type of physicalism. I don't. And so that is the strongest thing that at least leads me to think that there is a God. Doesn't get me to Christianity, but that's the reason I would say I believe in God, at least the biggest like boots on the ground reason. Let the crosstalk begin.
Yeah, we'll allow host privileges. You almost had a minute there, but
hey, Testy had like longer than that.
I did. I realized I was rambling. I should have written it out because I had some time and like made it a bit cleaner. But I don't like. I will say this. I don't know exactly how. I mean, obviously we will argue, but I don't know exactly how this can be argued because even as Ag said, it's like in my opinion, and I feel like making a case for or against, or if it's coming down to like where my conclusion is based on just the limits of my intuition. It's like as much as I can sort of gather if I'm trying to like go as, I guess, axiomatically as possible and like strip everything away. It's like ultimately it's kind of best guess for everybody. Like I don't know if I can necessarily disagree with people.
I mean, you could say that in that way too. I mean, basically like your beliefs are your beliefs, my beliefs are my beliefs. Yeah.
But
I mean,
if I can ask you something, Testy, I understand where you're coming from with like, okay, all these religions say slightly different things and stuff, or sometimes vastly different things. But do you not see like why not like carve your own way through the fucking jungle and just be like, okay, all these religious experiences, they seem to be like pointing at something. Like all religions seem to have like aspects of like love and peace and and union and stuff. Like there's always these like commonalities. If you're like, what is that guy, like William James, who did like the varieties of religious experience? It's like a lot of scholars have like gone into these and seen these like commonalities. So I understand why each one, if you're like not already like Christian pilled, why you're going to be like, I don't accept any one of these, but why not kind of just take them all together and be like, well, there's something here. You know what I mean?
I kind of can, and this is like this is gonna sound cocked, I understand, but it's like a secular defense of religion. Cuck away, please, he's my guest. It's kind of like a secular defense of religion because I do have people in my life who are deeply religious, and I have grown up knowing very religious people, and I can see firsthand the value that it has given people. It's given them meaning in life. It's giving them direction. It's, I won't get too personal, but for people that were close to me, it gave them comfort in times when they were near the end, and it was something that was admirable to see. And it was just like, I can understand the value of believing in these things, but that does not compel me to believe any sort of harder. And I think my main reason is because I sort of said one man's conviction can't be compared to another. So everything that I would hear from Christians saying, I've had these experiences, God has moved in my life, and all of these common, not analogies, but I don't want to call them tropes because that's a little insulting, but for lack of a better term, the best descriptions that exist when people are describing their religious experiences, I have seen that same thing from people who are Muslim. Like, their belief is just as strong, and just their convictions. So my defense of it is I think that there are good morals that you can glean for this for your real life from all religions. I think absolutely there is value in all of these religious texts depending on what you choose to take, and I think you should take the best parts of them and sort of try to apply those to your own life. I just sort of reject, I guess, a lot of the periphery stuff that gets tied up into it. I think that's the best. That's the best I can sort of give a defense for it.
Well, could we all
cook.
agree,
Good cock.
human?
Good cook.
Oh, go ahead, Futoy.
That's why I was just telling him good cooked or good cock. What would be the proper term?
You guys can figure that one out later.
So could we all agree, or maybe some of us, I don't know, humans are capable, obviously, of pretty horrendous, bad stuff, but we're also capable of some of the most awesome stuff you can imagine too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we could all kind of agree on that in a way, right?
Yeah, definitely agree.
So if there was a God, wouldn't that be hold on, how do I word this? Wouldn't that be if there was a God, wouldn't they be more capable of these things, and not have to feel remorse or feel sorry? Who's to say, God has these feelings anyways? We're just guessing. If there's a God, you know what I mean?
Maybe, what do you mean by remorse, or maybe you could kind of expand on that a little bit.
Even going back to the flood, it's God created us anyways, and He knew we were gonna fuck up. Does He feel bad for, I don't think so. I don't think, but that's just me.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't think he would have to. If you believe the version that God is infallible, essentially, that he's not capable of making mistakes, then yeah, I don't think God would think of it in those types of terms, right?
Yeah,
that's for humans to sort of assign judgment or meaning to.
Could you defend the point that only because of humans do we need a God concept? Because if there's no humans in the universe, just the planet with animals on it, they don't need a God concept. They have free will as well, but they don't need this concept.
Well, I mean,
it's a human construct.
I hate to argue a dumb point. Never mind.
Well, briefly, I just want to say that I feel like you could apply that to a lot of things. Animals are subject to the rules of logic, but they obviously are not sitting there being P can both not be NP and P at the same time, or you can't all these you know what I mean? That's not going to happen, and they're not going to be thinking about math and stuff, or probably morals, or really any of that, or their own mortality. There's a lot of things that animals don't appreciate that are still true facts about the universe, and so why would we say that would be any evidence against God? The fact that animals, live their life, don't think about God. They live their life not thinking about a lot of things that actually exist and actually are really important. But animals just, even though they operate within that framework, they don't actually quantify them because they lack the self-awareness or, capacity to do so.
I wasn't making an argument against God. I was making the whole concept of God is only important to humans.
Yeah, but the whole concept of logic is only important to humans. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I have 3 cats, right? And my cats are extremely intelligent, and they do.
Just because you anthropomorphize your cats doesn't mean
they hunt. They hunt strategically and with intelligence and with logic and with counting and.
They're not. But they're not thinking about the laws of logic. They're not the law of excluded middle. How does that apply? They're not doing that, right?
They're
They're
Aliens
reacting
do.
to stimuli, and they're
Okay, so my problem with this is that you don't know what cats are thinking about.
Can I just land it? So basically what I'm saying is that all our different beliefs, right, and all our different concepts are just us trying to deal with this existence, trying to understand what our own reflection of his existence. So that's why we all have separate beliefs. That's what makes sense to us might make sense to somebody else, but it's just a coping mechanism, right? Well, why did God kill my dog?
You all need to
why do bad
stop.
things happen when there's a
You
God?
all need to
right?
stop fucking bringing animals into this because you have no idea what animals think about. You don't know the level of cognition and consciousness they have. It's an irrelevant argument. Like you don't understand what they think about.
Yeah,
How
and
do
I
you
get
know
that.
that?
I get that argument, like too.
It's true.
You know, like a certain level of
I don't
cope because
agree.
our lives matter and stuff. But you know, we are. Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Like we don't know what the animals are thinking, but like obviously they know and they can sense death too. It
I
doesn't,
mean,
it
we
doesn't mean they don't have any sense of like dignity when they
Yeah.
go and fucking die.
maybe that
Yeah,
cockroach
true.
is
I-
maybe Keelan's right, and the cockroach
I can
is thinking
understand
about
the
the three
cope
laws of
argument, too.
logic.
No,
It's
no,
possible.
no. But I think I have a pretty deep understanding of animals, to be honest with you. And
Yeah,
I
because
ask you to prove
you're
otherwise.
fucking you're infected with that toxoplasmosis thing.
True. How many cats do you own, Futoy? How many fucking cats do you own?
Three cats. Yeah,
But-
you got it.
Three now.
Feces, that's cat feces.
How many
Touching on that-
litter boxes do you have? Holy shit!
The cats can come in and out, but I still have 2 litter boxes
Futoy's
inside
made of cats. He's more cat than man at this point.
Because-
Okay.
because
Feline coated.
the alpha female she insists on
But
having an
to be-
indoor litter box.
To be legit, I do partially agree with Futoy. Animals definitely show signs of cognition and consciousness if you think about it, and you must.
Well, of course, I would say they have both. I mean, clearly,
Stop stealing my phrases.
a lot of these, yeah. Fuck, man, I forgot what my point was. Talk about cats and shit.
I challenge you guys to look in the eye of a cow. Just go up to a cow and look in its eye and tell me it's not conscious.
Cows
Yeah,
have
you
been
can
known
see the
to
lack of
Shut the
intelligence.
fuck up!
I think
Cows have been known to cry. Cows more than the
one day.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. You can see the spark of life. I do think that all
No,
life
no.
is God.
Consciousness.
Consciousness, but I don't
look
think.
at you, so they're conscious.
See,
No, look
see,
at the
Keelan's bad in
eye,
both
look
directions if we
seriously.
give too much or too little. But what I think it's obvious that the only creatures capable of actual self-awareness in the way we talk about it is humans. So cows can be conscious, sure, and at a certain point, I don't know, is a cockroach conscious? Well, I'm a panpsychist, so I think a fucking rock is conscious.
You don't
so
think
think of that next
crows
time you're
are
eating your
self-conscious?
navel oranges, Keelan.
No, even cockroaches run away when you try to smush them.
You
with
don't
your
think
shoe.
crows look at themselves in the
Like,
mirror
they
and
have
they're like,
do,
"I'm
Brandon,
a
I do.
crow."
No, the mirror-
Crows are
test
smart as fuck. They are
They're smart, yeah.
problem solvers.
I don't think they're like
solve problems better than
thinking.
humans
I
do.
don't think they're capable of metacognition. I don't think they're thinking about thinking. You know, like that's
They're so
that's a
smart.
human thing.
They're so
No, but
smart
they're
that they
aware
don't
that they
need
are
to do
alive.
that.
And cows do cow
I don't know.
things.
I don't know if they're
Horses do
aware.
horse things. I
Do you
don't
think a
think
crow sits there and be's like, the crow's like, oh shit, I'm
Let me tell you
alive.
something about
Oh
a crow.
shit,
Well,
I like
why is
exist.
that
I have a
important?
conscious experience.
Crows
I don't
recognize-
think
Why is
so.
that important?
Crows
No, I think
recognize
the
people.
crow.
If
A
you
crow
ever
sits there
shot at a
going,
crow
"Where's
with a
my
BB
next
gun
meal?"
and then
That's
tried to
probably more important for
that same crow
survival.
will never
No.
come back.
No,
That's
the crow
probably
was like,
more important for
the crow was like
survival than
this-
thinking, who
The
am
crow-
I in this world?
the crow
No,
had
where's
a
my next
maturity,
meal?
and the
That's the
crow,
What's going to
fundamental
help you
difference.
survive?
the crow came to
fundamental
maturity, and the crow was like, "I am alive, and that's all that matters. I'm just going to do my shit."
Right.
They're much smarter than we think they are. They're like,
Oh, the hell
"Fuck
is
these
that?
humans, fuck nuclear fission."
Yeah,
I'm
of
just
course.
gonna be
I have a
You
Daisy
got this
BB gun,
crow
and I just,
adjacent
you know.
It's
profile
not even a
picture.
Corvid. That's not
I
even a
just
fucking
send it.
Corvid.
I said it's crow
No.
adjacent. It's
Hey,
crow
It's a
adjacent.
magpie.
Okay.
It's a magpie, isn't it?
Magpies are corvid adjacent and crow adjacent. Okay,
That's like
fight
saying
me.
But
every
even they're
bird. That's
aware
like saying
that
a
if you throw a
bluebird
rock at them,
is-
it could hit them and they fly away. Like they're aware that of their own. Like I don't know.
But that's like saying if you hold a lighter to a cockroach, it'll like run away.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course it will.
ravens and crows are on higher levels, but I still don't think the crow is sitting there having like an existential
talk.
crisis. You know,
Talk.
But that doesn't
Rose
make
Ravens
it. I don't get your point on that. That's a human
not,
thing.
Yeah, I'm with Food
Or
Toy. That
giant-
doesn't really a valid.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
when we
I
say
get it.
we're made in the image of God, it's that self-reflective property. That's one of the key
That's your
things of
belief.
being made in the image of God. That's what
That's your
separates us
belief.
from the crowds. From the
That's your
crowds. From the
belief.
crowds.
That's not my belief. That's your belief.
That's facts. That's boots on the ground. That's boots on the ground reality, Food Toy.
No, you
So now
can't
we're
get in
like
the mind
back
of
to
an
10
animal.
minutes
You
ago.
We're
heard
made in the image of God is facts.
We've
Wait,
accomplished.
Yeah,
something.
that is a fact. That's a
It's
fact
not
that
a
we're made in
fact.
the image of
It's
God.
not a
That's not my
fact.
belief. That's a fact.
No, it's a belief.
But
It's a
would
fact
you
as
say-
anything else
Would you
is a
say being
fact.
made
It's
in
not even a
an image
belief,
of something
it's
makes
faith.
you the original?
Not faith. What egg?
Would you say being made in the image of something makes you the original?
And also prove it. Prove to
No.
me now that you are made in the image of God.
You're not
Please
Maryland
come to the
coded
proof.
then.
Well, no, I do think that, speaking of Maryland coded, Maryland, you should join the panel. Maryland, I joined your little shit show today. You should join my shit show, okay? It's only fair. It's only fair if you think about it. But, oh shit, what was I saying? I got distracted. Oh, well, no, I mean,
reminding you. Yeah, go ahead.
I do think I think we're God experiencing himself. Okay, I do think that as well. But obviously we're limited. Obviously, I can't like create a rock, and I think like God up there can create a rock. So I think it's like the best analogy, even though it sounds cucked, is like playing a video game, right? Or having a dream. It's like when I play a video game, I'm choosing to limit myself. I'm experiencing what my avatar is experiencing. Right, but it's like my avatar cannot do what I can do. I'm obviously more powerful. The avatar is made in the image of me, especially if it's a game where I've designed how he looks. And I think a dream is kind of a similar analogy.
That's my point. That's my
like a simulation.
Okay,
Possibly.
great.
Yes,
So we're
yes.
just talking past
Kind
each
of
other.
food toy. Are we? I'm not sure, Ag. Are we talking past each other?
Yeah, I mean, you just said it, man. Like of course the image of something is not going to be the original, so therefore the original must be more powerful. Like if we're talking about a God and human thing here, you know, like I thought that's what
Right, but with the video game example, it's like that's my avatar.
irrelevant.
In some ways, it is
It's
me.
irrelevant.
Well, no, it's not irrelevant. It's an analogy.
It is. Well, you're
It's
talking
an
about a
analogy.
video game when we're talking about God and chaos panel.
It's an
here. Like,
analogy. It's
I
an
got your
analogy.
and I just rebutted your analogy.
You didn't
Like,
rebuttal
and
my
I said we're
analogy. You
talking
just
past
said it's
each other, and you
irrelevant.
agreed with me, and then now you're disagreeing.
No, I
don't
didn't
know
agree.
why.
I said, how are we talking? I didn't agree. I said, how are we talking past each
You
other?
agreed when you said the image is not the original. So
I agreed,
the
and then
original
I
must
ga-
have some kind, and then you gave an analogy that
Right.
what the fuck? How are we not talking past each other? You agreeing with me?
I'm asking how we're talking past each other. I'm giving an analogy for how I
Talking
think it
past
works.
each other means we're agreeing with each other.
No, it doesn't. Talking past each other, it means the opposite. It means that we're not even understanding what we're missing each other's points.
Yeah, okay, we're both
Confluence,
basically
maybe
saying the
you
same
are
thing, but it's an
leftist.
agreement.
Okay, yeah, okay. I agree with that.
I mean, okay.
I think
Talking past each other means that you're not understanding, that both of you are talking and you think you're having a conversation, but you're actually talking on different levels. You're not even like,
Confluence, you're missing
okay.
the point. You're being too pedantic.
I don't know how else to
don't
take that phrase. I was confused. Good to see you, Anson.
Oh shit! Shit's about to go down now.
Yeah,
Who's on panel?
I just came here to talk about how much of a fucking idiot Alex is.
Alex isn't even here right now. Is Alex in the room with you?
No, he's not. Hey, he can't defend himself. That's not
I
so
saw
fair.
him say that in the
with all
chat.
due
Futoy
respect-
and Alex should keep their idiotic takes to themselves, but Alex is not here.
With all due respect, Alex came on yesterday, and me or Anson weren't here, and he came in hot. So what?
Yeah, he was a real
I mean,
cocksucker
he
yesterday.
can come in hot without us to defend ourselves, but we can't come in hot.
Oh, I'm just
Oh,
making
he
sure
doesn't-
Anson knows Alex is not on the panel.
I'm not-
I didn't know that,
I
Agro.
understand-
Just this comment made me think that Anson thought Alex was here.
I want to do the proper intro and tell my.
If Alex does it, then you can do it. Sure.
I want to do the proper intro and tell my religious beliefs.
Oh yeah, 10 seconds.
So I believe that I am God and that Satan is Alex, and that we must all oppose Alex because he is Satan.
Done.
Still have
Done.
4 seconds left. That was
we
good.
got you. We
Where
got
on
you.
the doll? Where on the doll did Alex touch you, Anson? If I can
We're
ask.
in your image.
No, he's fine.
We're made in your image.
Yeah, I know you.
Anson.
Anson, we're going to move to the next topic, but since you just jumped on, do you want to answer this? What's your main reason for believing or not believing in God?
Yeah, so my main reason for not believing in God stems from when I was 10 years old, and I had to testify in open court in a custody hearing against my father, who was extraordinarily abusive. And as a 10-year-old testifying in open court, it's actually extraordinarily rare because it's a very traumatic thing to do to a child. And a large percentage of the church congregation was there present on the side of the courtroom supporting my father, and basically, excusing all of his actions to basically prop up the system without thinking about any of the human consequences related to it. And so my hatred of actually religion in general is more of like a hatred of all structures created by humans. And that includes the structure of religion and the mythical gods related to them.
It's a based answer, dude. It's a very valid reason to despise religion. So
Well, it's kind of what I was saying. Like,
It's not a reason to
is it
not
not
believe
just
in
a
God.
human concept, right?
It absolutely is.
No, it's not.
Prove it.
It's
Anson,
shaped
what-
by his personal
Prove me
experience,
wrong.
just as religious people would
Anson,
say
what
that
is
they're
your
more-
reason for not believing in God due to that? I don't understand. Like, I understand why you don't believe in religion, but why don't you believe
Oh
in
no,
God?
no. Me rejecting God is a secondary aspect of me rejecting like the primacy of all human-made systems. Like I
Very
reject,
anti-hierarchy of you.
Oh God!
well, no, I accept.
Oh
See,
God!
I don't
You
accept.
say?
Oh God! It's not racist Mexican.
I accept
Conversation's
that
over,
hierarchy-
guys.
Only against the Irish because they're retarded.
They are retarded. Thank you for pointing that out.
True. Sorry for but kind of true.
Hey, we made America.
That's true.
The Irish?
Yeah, the
Get
Irish.
out of here.
Disavow.
Good to see you, young Alan.
I came here because I heard there was a lot of
It was
hatred
made
for
by-
Alex, and
yeah.
I was just wondering if dogpiling was allowed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, dogpile
Do
away,
not-
and Alex is a cuck, dude.
Do not badmouth Emmett's boyfriend.
How do you
Oh, I
know?
love it.
Marilyn, don't tell me that's true. You're a lot Irish.
Alex
Marilyn,
Well, Anson.
you're killing me. You're killing me,
It makes
Marilyn.
sense.
I
She's
don't know.
God
I don't
and
know
she's
about
Irish.
that answer
Makes
because
sense.
I have no specific knowledge about that. But I would like to ask you what changed your mind. Last time you were with Alex, you were telling him how good and awesome he was when he was having a problem with me.
Yeah.
Was there a change in
You're
your belief
everywhere.
system somewhere?
You see that, guys? We are everywhere. We are the seed of God, and we are everywhere.
God, you're so fucking annoying, Food Toy. Why the fuck are you so goddamn annoying? What the hell is wrong
God
with you?
dang it,
What does
Anson!
that
Don't
even
make me
mean,
like
though?
you.
Fun, dude. It's fun.
No, I don't have any problem with Food Toy any more or less than I did the last time we were on here. It's just I
No,
noticed,
with Alex.
oh yeah, Alex. Yeah, no, I noticed that when I fucked with him, he cared about it.
Oh,
So you fucked with him, and then you're upset because he cared.
No,
but I mean,
when
last
someone
last
cares-
time I fucked with people, you cared about it. You were like, "Oh, Emmett's so mean."
yeah,
So
no,
I was wondering if there's a little bit of a
Anson wants
change in your
power.
belief system.
Anson
Yeah.
wants
No,
power.
I would
So
like
when people like react to him, he sees that as like him having power over them. So he uses that.
Oh, interesting. You're psychoanalyzing now.
yeah, Keelan's the only one that
Who
fucking
are we talking
understands
about?
me on this panel. Why? How
God?
come Keelan's the only one that understands me?
I understand your
Keelan's not-
ASPD.
I
I
understand
understand your
because I'm
ASPD
schizophrenic.
tendencies.
It's because
I
I'm
understand
schizo.
you too. Remember, I said you're a dick. I understand.
Yeah,
you.
see,
I
we
think-
understand you more than you think, Anson.
Yeah, I think Keelan
Anson is
on
not a
point on
dick.
that one. I'm only
Anson's not a
only
dick.
sad with about Keelan
I'm
because
just joking, kid.
I'm just a little bit sad because I didn't get my love audit, but otherwise it's Keelan is cool.
Oh, you should be upset. You know that woman would have been perfect for your love audit, Emmett.
Emmett,
Yeah,
you
she would
shouldn't
have
be mad at
been
me.
perfect. I'm not
I
mad
asked
at
her.
you. I'm saying I'm if I have like any criticism is
I tell you
Because
what, Keelan, give me your phone number. I'll call her up. I'll do like a preliminary love
Don't
audit.
It's
with
not
her.
do
gonna
that.
happen.
Don't
I think
do
if I
that.
give you-
Keelan's
It's not
not
gonna
that
happen.
retarded.
I think if
There's
I
no
give
way
you her
it's gonna
phone
happen.
number, like she'll actually go to HR and I'll get in trouble.
As she should. As she should. Smart woman. Very smart woman.
Keelan doesn't want her to hate him.
Well, next time she won't be able to say that she's not getting male attention though.
That's true. Just come join the panel and have 5 guys hitting on you at the same time in the same way. Okay, clockwise and snakewise.
I gave her lots of attention, and these guys cocked blocked me by putting me down.
To be fair, I was not hitting on anyone.
I was.
Yeah, me too. I hit on her loads.
It's mainly just
You don't
Futoy,
know
really.
loads.
It's mainly just Futoy.
She didn't even see you as hitting on her. She thought you were just joking.
I don't know.
There you go.
Well,
I don't know.
Futoy, you did say you're in a
That's all
long-term
I was trying to
relationship,
do.
so it's hard. I don't even know. I'm not sure if Futoy is actually hitting on her or not, because then at the end he's like, guys, I'm in a long-term loving
They
and
seem
committed
more
relationship.
friends.
I never said, what's the word? Monogamous? What is the word? When you have multiple partners?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, that's gay.
Of course you
Monogamous is
are.
multiple
You freaking
partners?
Irishman.
Monogamous is multiple part. Okay.
No, I
he
can't
deserves.
remember.
He
No,
deserves
he's
to be
looking-
kicked off the panel for
He's
that.
looking for the.
It's just an IQ
polyamory.
test.
Yeah, he's asking for the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polyamorous?
As
Did
your
you say
IQ
that?
is too low to be in this panel right now, Futoy. Can you please exit on your own? And get the
Futoy
fuck
hasn't
out?
loads on anyone but himself for like 4 years now.
Hey, me, I'm happy
This
with
is
me.
section 230.
Can you say the same, Emmett? Can you say you're happy with yourself?
I am happy with myself. Thank you.
Oh, are you
I'm
sure?
happy. I'm happy with Emmett. I like who Emmett is. Not
No,
a gay
no,
way, in a
he's
normal way.
happy with himself. That's the important part.
The only problem Emmett has is he never visits me on Christmas Day.
Hey, brother.
And I will
his
never
my
do.
God.
I mean,
Holy
I'll do
shit.
it next Christmas. I'll do it
Yeah,
next
it's
Good to see
Christmas.
you, Brandon.
Hey, Emmett, I don't claim to be smart.
Because
or
it's my
anything, but
preference.
I feel you do. I feel you think you're smart, but you ain't. I don't think.
Where do you
No,
feel
I
that?
said you're stupid. That has nothing to
I
do
think
with
you're
me being a
stupid.
smart
I
or
think you're- I
stupid.
think
Do you
you're an idiot.
understand
I
that?
really
Futoy,
I think
Do you
you're
get it?
an empty vessel because you make the most
Which way?
noise, right?
Futoy, are you like autistic or something? Because you can hear in Emmett's tone that he doesn't think he's smarter than other people.
Oh, he does. He definitely does.
Yeah, you're such a fucking idiot, Futoy.
No, he
What
absolutely
the fuck,
does. He's
dude?
always condescending. He'll just
Right.
you know
Right.
He's not
derail everything.
condescending.
Oh,
He's
a bad
not
atheist is talking.
Right?
I don't know what that
Yeah.
means.
Yeah.
Is it condescending to say you're a bad atheist? Can you please take out your?
We don't
Do you want
I-
to hear my credentials as an atheist? You know, I used to be an atheist and I have all of these
Well,
credentials. I went to
Well,
atheist school and shit.
Keelan,
And shit.
Let's hold on. Let's bridge the gap.
One at a time. One at a time.
I had a
Well,
multi-hour
Order.
long conversation with Emmett, and he was
I say
nothing but
order.
respectful.
Very insecure. Absolutely.
Apparently, Keelan, we're all on the spectrum. So,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
done.
I had a multi-hour
I'm
long
great.
conversation
so
with Emmett. and he
you're
was
autistic
super
as well,
respectful.
Keelan.
no.
And I will be
that's not
always
how that works.
respectful with people
Yeah.
as long you know the moment they're shit talking, I'm like, okay, fine. If that's what you want, let's do it.
That's Futoy.
Who
It's really
cares?
fucking
I don't
offensive.
care.
Futoy.
How about that?
Futoy.
cares?
You're
Just
a
because
fucking
you talk in a
idiot.
condescending
Idiot,
manner doesn't
idiot,
mean you're
idiot.
stupid.
Hey, Futoy, dumbass. Listen, not everybody is fucking
Point in case.
autistic, you fucking retard.
What'd you say?
Not everybody is fucking autistic, you fucking retard.
I just heard that somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard everybody's on the spectrum.
I'm saying stupid fucking shit. Look, there's people that I love in my life who are actually autistic, and people going around pretending like they're autistic just for fucking attention really fucking pisses me off. You dumb.
Anson,
feel
stop
like
pretending
that?
like you care.
Anson,
Stop pretending like you care.
Anson,
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
you feel I did that? If you feel I did that, well, then you're a dumbass.
me.
That was epic.
Hello.
Hello,
Let's
Alex.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
I heard somebody say something about like
Oh, here we go.
power over
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, fuck him up, dude.
Yeah, come on, let's
Anson.
go.
Is that why you were hiding from me yesterday? Because you had so much power over me?
No, you're not important enough to hide from. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. You said you wouldn't come on panel until I left. It seemed like you
Coming
were
out,
hiding.
not coming out.
That's
panel
true.
doesn't
You
mean
did say
you're
that. You did
hiding.
say that, Anson. He did say that. Yeah.
And I also
Yeah,
left
you
before came
explicitly
back,
said that.
too.
Not just said it. You explicitly said it.
and I did it.
I know. I know.
Yeah. How does that make
So what,
you
what,
feel?
what are you
Alex?
hiding? What are you hiding from?
You sure noted that and took care to bring that up. Do you feel
Oh,
bad?
because
about
it was
that?
funny
How
as
does
hell,
that-
especially hearing
You
you
want to lay
talk
down and tell
about
me about
how
it?
you enjoy power over people.
Hey,
how
Alex.
much I cared about what you had to say. Hey, what's
Yeah.
up, Joy?
How's it going?
Anson,
Just straight
apologies.
to the beef, I
You
love
are
it.
actually correct.
I love
I
conversations.
ChatGPT'd it, and no, not everybody's on the autistic spectrum. Just you and Emmett.
Yeah.
Confluence is fucking
Oh,
different.
they're the only ones on there. I mean, that makes sense.
I'm ODing over here.
No, I just wanted to clarify, make sure things were kosher.
Okay, you go clarify things. Let me know how that
I
goes
don't.
for you.
I thought you guys got
I
along.
did. It's
Good to see you, young Christian.
I think
Hey,
Alex
young
challenged
Christian.
Anson, and Anson
what
doesn't
other
like
shit did Anson talk about me?
Yeah, all the shit. You.
Oh, you Alex,
Apparently,
it's
I
just
live
shit.
rent free in his
Satan?
head right now.
Called you Satan.
Alex, you called it. You called it. It's just shit. It's just shit from a
Okay.
dickhead.
Called you Satan.
Oh,
cares?
I know.
Like Emmett, who
No,
cares?
no. See, here's a problem. He said it bothers me. It does. It does bother me.
Yeah.
Just
In the
think,
fact that it doesn't bother me whatsoever.
Yeah.
empty
job, Alex.
vessels make the most noise.
Hey, Alex, are you still a fence sitter, afraid to give his position on what religion he is, so you don't have to be held to a certain standard? Like, is that still your like fence sitting position? Where
That's
you're
not
too
called
scared
fence
to-
sitting,
too
my
scared-
friend.
Yeah, you're too scared to take a position because you don't want to be challenged.
Yeah,
Challenge, you can
think he's
challenge
too
me on
scared.
every position.
Yeah,
You really
In
think he's
fact,
too
You can't get
scared?
into a
fact,
fucking conversation
Anson,
about what you
you
believe. 'cause
have
you're
challenged
afraid.
me on
Alex, he's
every
steering you.
position.
He's steering
And the
your
funny part
direction.
is
He's
you've
trying to
lost
steer
on
your
every
One at a
direction.
time. One at a
Whether
I
it was
time.
love when a
mine or
good
not.
conversation's
Fucking
going and people are
crazy.
screaming in the
Alex,
background.
don't
It's
play along.
absolutely
Don't play along,
insane.
Alex.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
Don't get
One
caught
at a
by the bait
time.
he's putting out.
What's up?
Anson is trying to steer you into his conversation. What about? Are you afraid? Alex isn't afraid of shit. You dumbass.
Anson couldn't steer fucking
Organized chaos.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
What's
Chaos isn't real.
Yeah. What is your main reason for believing or not believing in God?
Ooh. It's the same thing I've always believed.
Good answer.
Can you repeat it for the class?
What?
The question is, what is my reason for believing or not believing in God? And I said, because it's the same thing I've always believed.
Brandon, I have a question for you.
Oh,
Very
I see.
similar to the one I
Okay.
just asked Alex. What is your main reason for believing or not believing in God?
That's a very good question, Keelan.
That is a good question. I wish you would
How'd you
ask it
think of that?
earlier.
That is actually a great question. It's phenomenal. I really like it.
I haven't heard a sound argument. I haven't had the type of experience that would convince me. And I thought about this earlier. I had a third one, but I don't remember. So we'll stick with those two.
And I'm gonna steal Keelan's question, and Emmett, this is gonna sound very similar, but it's different. What's your main reason for believing or not believing in God?
It
Same
does
question,
sound
but
similar.
okay.
You are correct. It does sound similar, yes. Anson's so quiet.
there's
If you think
Did
about
anybody
it.
else notice this? Anson is so quiet.
It's because I'm asking Emmett a question, and he's
No,
being
even
answered.
before that.
Hopefully, being respectful.
Stoke the
Hiding in the
flames.
background.
Okay.
No crosstalk.
He's hiding in the background.
Without God and the idea of God, there's no justification for anything. So at the end of the day, I wouldn't be able to make any kind of claim about anything except for my
I thought we were
preference.
supposed to ask
And
you.
Hey, no
since I don't
crosstalk.
think-
No crosstalk.
No, but he's contradicting
And
himself.
since
No
and
crosstalk.
since-
Shut the
and
fuck up.
since-
Shut up, Futoy. No crosstalk.
And since I don't believe I'm the be all and all of all things, I need to have something external to myself in order to be able to justify even my simply belief that I can have a belief.
Right, Futoy. I'm sorry for yelling at you, but you were doing a lot of cross talking.
Can I
Okay,
ask
I'm
a-
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Bad food
Yeah,
toy.
beef,
Bad
so-
food toy.
Point of clarification. on
The
that.
thing is, he's a hypocrite because he told me let's not talk about religion because you should go ask your priest. And now
No,
he's
that's
all
not what
talking
he
about
does.
religion.
No. He says.
Futoy,
He says.
Futoy. You're mistaken about the purpose
Hey,
or the
stop
reason.
ignoring him.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
tell you, Confluence, this
Futoy,
person
he's
is
a
not
hypocrite.
doesn't have the
I'm not
IQ
gonna
to be in
change
this
my
panel.
mind.
You just rebooted.
Futoy.
You're doing a
time
disservice
again,
to all
one
the
at a time.
retards in the world by having this
Futoy.
guy here. They're gonna
Oh,
think
Do you
oh,
all the
my
understand
retards sound
why
like
he
him.
won't? Hold on, Futoy. Do you understand why he kind of picks and chooses when he talks about it?
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, you're right.
No, that's not it. He does it because he doesn't want to give information he's not aware of that might dissuade you from believing in the future. Because that would be something.
So why did he
on him.
just give me information that might dissuade me in the future then?
We're
See,
talking
hypocrite.
about the
He
scripture.
doesn't want
This
to.
has nothing to do with
When you're talking
scripture.
about-
He doesn't want to give you a false interpretation of
His
scripture that could
interpretation of
possibly
scripture,
mislead
right.
you.
So why
Yeah.
didn't he tell you to ask your priest when you asked him the question?
No, the logical conclusion.
Because
was that
the question was, what's
the question
his
isn't
main reason? He
scriptural.
can't be wrong. Emmett can't be wrong about what his main reason for believing in God is. He can't be wrong about that.
Justification for him believing in God. It's not scriptural.
Yeah, but that, you see,
He's not
no,
testifying.
That is
to
not
the
the
truth
scripture.
or the
no, that's
lie
not what
of Scripture.
happened.
He's just
No. We were having a
Fuck
panel.
Dart.
We were
Fuck
talking
Dart.
about
Fuck
God,
Dart.
religious
Fuck Dart.
stuff. He came up
Fuck Dart.
and I
Fuck
asked
Dart.
him about the question
Dart.
that we were talking about. He goes, "No, don't talk about religion. Why are you bringing up religion?"
No,
Ask your
Fruitoy,
priest."
you're misremembering, but that's fine. We don't have to go. We don't have to go into previous panels, though.
We were talking
no,
about
this
the
is a previous
scripture.
panel. Yeah, it was about scripture and scriptural interpretation. This question
you gotta
is,
have
what
like
is
a
your
goldfish
main
brain.
reason for believing? I mean, that Emmett obviously can't be wrong about that, so he can't mislead somebody. Whereas if I asked him, what exactly do you think about Leviticus 5:8,
Well,
then Emmett's thinking, well,
but
I could be
that's
giving the
not
false
what happened
interpretation
last
that could be
time.
harming someone spiritually.
Hold on.
That's not what
new
happened
day, new
last time.
memory, new
That's
goldfish
not true.
brain.
Emmett is justifying it through the use of what he believes is necessary for like the world to be, or to explain anything in the world, and that may or may not be true. So he's technically making a truth claim, but it's not based on scripture, so it doesn't really matter.
Right, but I mean, the literal question is, what is Emmett's main reason to believe? He can't be wrong about that. He has a reason to believe. It could be a wrong reason, but it's his main reason,
I think
right?
I think he is wrong about it.
He can't be. It's his personal opinion. It's not
You
complicated.
can't be wrong. If I said, oh, God, just like what Anson said. Anson gave a very personal thing. He was talking about being in a custody case when he was 10. I can't say that's wrong. That's I can maybe say I don't like the logic that he came to or the result that he found. But if that's his reason, that's his fucking reason.
Let me bridge the gap.
what
If
I
it's
was saying
true
there?
that someone else can believe in, said religion or not, they don't believe in God or whatever it is, then it's true that someone else can disagree with him.
No. That's not what I'm even trying to say.
That's all I'm trying to say. Okay,
No.
but I didn't bridge the gap.
All I'm trying to say is we're beefing, so he's always going to be wrong.
No,
That's fair.
Okay, we gotta cut the beef.
In
You
everything.
gotta pull a Brandon and stop the beef, okay?
No,
That's
don't
not
put
how.
that
How
in.
can I be
You
wrong if there's no
someone's
wrong?
always wrong because
my
you're beefing
God.
with him. No,
It
fuck
is.
that.
That's how
not
beefs
all right.
work. That's how
No,
beefs
that's
work.
not how
How
beefs
could I
work. That's
be
wrong
that's how
if there's
children
no-
work. All
So,
right.
Brandon-
I'm a child.
Brandon, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Can I actually
You're a
finish my?
vegan, right?
Wait,
I am.
Alex was saying something, but
Oh, yeah. Well, it wasn't important. It was fucking Alex.
okay, everyone calm down.
That's fair enough. Go ahead. Ask your question, Anson.
Yeah. So, do you eat? So back when I used to be vegan, I really, really liked. It was these ribs they made out of soy, and they tasted just as good as like the McDonald's McRib. They were in the frozen section. And
Mhm.
you know
I
what
eat
I'm
those like
talking
twice a
about?
week. Yep.
Yeah, those are fucking awesome, dude. That was like the best fucking vegan food I ever had.
No, I agree. It's one of my favorites. It's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I too, when I was a vegetarian, would eat those soy ribs as well, so I can attest they're pretty good.
That explains a lot.
When were you?
Was a vegetarian for years, and then I was a pescatarian for a number of years as
Oh,
well.
that's right. You shed your skin. That's right.
Hey, Confluence. Denied
Hey,
Claims
Keelan.
also pescatarian for quite a few years.
Oh,
You had pests?
smart lady. It's the optimal diet, in my opinion.
Actually, never mind.
Doesn't that
I
give you
was
the
wrong
shits?
about what I was going to say.
No, I will. No, I mean,
Sorry,
maybe it depends how much
Emmett.
fish you eat, but
Let's
I
hear
was
about
wrong.
how Emmett's perception of why he believes what he believes is wrong. I was super interested in that, Alex.
I thought you said it was dumb.
Well, it
Get a
may be
room.
dumb. I'm just waiting for the dumbness to ooze out.
$10,
Well, I mean,
Kokomo. $10.
Not much
Good to
say
see you,
about it
brother.
now, especially since you kind of.
It's a bad haircut, but it's not the worst haircut.
Okay.
Okay, it's pretty bad though.
If you want to tell me, I'm not gonna attack you for that.
Well, no,
welcome Steven.
I thought about it after I said it, and then I realized that it's actually not true. My point was going to be: it sounds like you came to the conclusion. You made it seem like you came to the conclusion about the truth before you decided to believe in God, but that's not what you were saying. You're saying that's your reason now for believing in God, which negates what I was thinking in the first place. So.
You know what? Because of Emmett's belief, I no longer believe in God. Thanks,
Good job,
Emmett. Thanks,
Good
Emmett.
job.
Based.
Yeah, I am
long
willing
as
to
it
go. I am
wasn't-
willing
as
to
long
go
as it-
before God and be like, "I'm sorry, you made Futoy that way."
As
I
long as
tried
it
my
wasn't
best.
his interpretation of scripture, he doesn't
Shot
care.
fired.
What's the next prompt?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to it. Okay, so this is a bit of a switcheroo. No one saw this coming.
Why is
Holy
Emmett gay?
shit. What's
Why
the
are you gay,
strongest argument against your own religion? So if you're a Christian, what's the strongest argument you've heard that's like, yeah, that's the best defeater? Okay, so really pull deep. And if you're an atheist, then what's the best defeater that your atheism is actually omnicucked and you should repent immediately? Starting with you, Futoy.
There isn't.
No, we're not accepting no gay answers. What's the
You is
strongest
necessarily true.
argument?
My belief is solid. It's solid.
If you
Emmett's existence.
You
Well,
will
it's
judge
not-
them by their steel mans, okay? You will judge them by their steel mans. So
Yeah,
if
but
Futoy, if that's the hill you want to die on, that's cool. But you know,
sometimes there just ain't no steel man. I don't got it. I believe what I believe for a reason because I believe it.
okay, and there's no possible strong argument against what you believe. That's
I haven't come
Clearly
across one yet.
not.
that is a little jejune, I will say. It's a little, but I'm cross talking. I'm not supposed to. Fine,
Yeah.
Keelan. What is the strongest? What is it? What's the wording? Let me wait for the ticker. What's the strongest argument against your religion or lack thereof?
So I used to be like a materialist atheist. So I'll say something against that. And the reason I don't really prescribe to it anymore is that there's no real good explanation for really how cognition or consciousness came into being. And there's no good argument for like why cause and effect actually exist. Like why must there be a cause for an effect? Why must there be an effect from a cause?
Okay, based. Big Soda. Big Soda is big AFK. Oh no, he's here. He's here.
Okay. I'd probably say I gotta wait for it to go back around. Hang on. Yeah, I would say that probably the strongest argument against my belief would probably be the fact that the evidence which I have, I cannot just show you like on a piece of paper or do a scientific study and be able to explain that reasoning to someone else. And I would say due to this, I could understand why people are hesitant to put their faith behind it.
All right. Almost skipped you, Testy. Testicular Johnson. Clockwise, snakewise.
So I don't have a religion. I want to. It does seem like a cop out, but like, I also reject.
What's the strongest argument against agnosticism? I guess then would be for you.
There, this is the thing. I don't know if there is. Agnostic, I'm literally saying I don't know.
Futoy pilled.
Stay strong, Johnson. Stay
I
strong.
literally don't think I can answer this question.
Okay, you will be judged by your steel man.
What about fence sitting?
Where did I even come from? Confluence.
What about fence sitting?
Wait, I got one. I got one. It's the fact that I will burn in a lake of fire for all eternity.
At least it's something. At least it's not the best, but at least it's something. At least it's fucking something. Okay, Anson.
And Testicle Johnson's actually supplying me with my best argument against atheism. I appreciate that, Testicle Johnson.
Hey, you're welcome.
Atheists generally only reject a caricature of God and not the actual experiential God that is the one that is known to Christians, especially those of the Orthodox community who understand that God isn't just an emotional experience, it is a way of life. And when you embrace it, you become a more whole human being, because humans aren't meant to live only in the empirical, materialistic world. We are transcendental beings who have a higher purpose, and God is the path towards that.
Closeted Christian much. Yeah, crazy.
I
Good,
said
good one.
it. I
Anson, based, red pilled.
called
Emmett. Emmett plays RPGs.
It's
Oscar Priest.
go something like this.
No
I'm
crosstalk.
a realist, and I can tell you what is good or bad, but also don't entrench into my rights that are based on nothing but my preference, or you're doing something bad. Thank you for your.
I don't know if that's really the strongest argument against your religion.
That is the
but
only argument you guys make. What is the other argument? Give me an argument anyone has made about.
Well, there's no crosstalk yet. I'm just giving my little commentary. I'm just like throwing fucking.
Give me an argument when it comes to
my fucking gallery,
before my
okay?
preference.
I mean, now that you said that, fine. You know, I'm always wanting to find it.
You're playing it at hand.
True, Emmett.
Amazing.
Hey, well, that's what I love when I hit Marilyn with her own disavow. I mean, that gets my freaking dopamine skyrocketing. Okay, Agrilopolis, what's the strongest argument against your own religion?
I would say probably, from what I can see, the biggest like pusher aware would be like the lack of direct physical evidence, you know, to like prove that there is a God.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's valid. Okay, Brandon.
I'm not a global atheist, but I'll put on the hat for a second. At least how I've heard it ran, probably the fine-tuning argument. That's probably the strongest argument.
Can you
against
run
atheism.
it? Can you run it briefly?
What?
Like the strongest version, that's compelled you.
I mean, I'll try. It's tough because I hear people run it and they can articulate it way better than me. I've never actually ran it myself, but it goes something like the sort of constants that we see in the universe, it would be more expected because they're in such a way that if you move them even the slightest bit, like 10 to the 30th power or something, then either the universe collapses in on itself or all the atoms in the universe separate to where we wouldn't have life or life permitting, a life permitting world. And a God that designed the universe to be that way on its face is more expected than I guess a universe that could have been any of different configurations of the constants. I hope that makes sense. I feel like that was
It's like
makes sense to me.
Matter and antimatter. Like it's not equal. That's why there's material. That's why there's scientific.
I'm not sure if that makes sense, Fruitoid, but also no crosstalk. But Alex.
Oh, is it not crosstalk time? Oh, sorry, Alex.
Yeah.
And then me still. Don't forget about me. But Alex right now.
I would say the lack of like real positive evidence. It's mostly based on like anti-arguments or anti-evidence versus, or I'm sorry, negative evidence, I guess, rather than like positive evidence of any kind.
Confluence, can I have a quick crosstalk? I have a serious question to ask and a serious point to make.
Fine, this is
Alex.
your one instance.
Alex,
As long as
the
it
whole
doesn't do a
night.
splashback.
Yes, as long as it doesn't.
Alex, we need like something on what you believe because otherwise what you're saying doesn't make very much sense.
I mean, it makes sense either way you cut it, doesn't it?
No.
How not?
Yeah, it's fine.
Every
Same as
argument for God is because things couldn't be the way they are if not for God. And every argument against God is there's no real proof of God because we don't see him anywhere. It's all negative evidence.
So you believe in God?
That's not what I said.
No, what he just said, I feel like clarifies it perfectly.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, was Alex done his thing?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, and then I guess my thing, there's kind of
My preference.
no, I would say the strongest argument against my religion, at least for me, and this is a bit feelings based, I'm not going to lie, but is a total and complete nihilism. Just that, because I feel like everything, to me, maybe I have black and white thinking, but I feel like I'm either everything matters or nothing matters. And yeah, I think it's because that's the easy answer for every moral quandary is just that there is no actual morals and it's just your preferences. And that's the easiest thing. And meaning, we make our own meaning. The Bible, well, it's just people that wrote a text. Like it's nihilism, like a full bodied nihilism across like every kind of philosophical position, I think is the ultimate defeater. And it's almost impossible to argue against. And so in that sense, it almost becomes the strongest argument because it just reduces everything to just like bare bones. Matter, consciousness is at best an emergent property. Morals are illusory to some extent, you know, and you yourself are illusory. And so I think that's probably the best
So
argument.
lack of physical evidence.
No, not really.
Mm.
That if you're talking to me, no. Like again, like a good example would be like the moral thing. Like, because you can make all these moral, like if you've heard people say, like, if you're in a burning building, would you rather like save 50 frozen zygotes, which we as Christians think are life, or like one newborn baby? And it's like, that's a hard question, and it gets. But if you're a nihilist, you could just say it doesn't fucking matter. There's no intrinsic morals. You could just do what you want. You don't have to save any of the babies. It's the easiest answer, and so all of that stuff. It's same with like when does the moment of death happen? Like when do we die, and what parts carry on? Because we have Alzheimer's patients. They lose their memory, and a lot of you could have a stroke and change your personality. The nihilists would just say, well, you don't have an actual self. Your self is just is an illusion based on brain states. And of course, so if you change those neurons, you change what your conception of the self is. So it's an easy defeater to almost like every like kind of theological or philosophical quandary. And so that's what I think makes it so powerful.
Sorry, Alex, can we have an encore?
Are these zygotes gods?
Sure, if you want to.
Maybe.
Yeah, I just want to hear what you said again.
Oh, I said that in the end, whether you believe in God or believe against God, don't believe it in, your arguments are almost entirely from the negative sense of the evidence for it is negative, not positive, right? So it's the evidence isn't like, look, what we can see here. It's how could this possibly happen without it? Or we don't see it anywhere, so we can't possibly prove it.
Yeah, I get it. It's like the ultimate fence sitter position. You got that fence post shoved so far up your ass, you think it's a black cock.
I enjoy it up my ass. That's true.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you're like, I gotta find the fence sitting
not as
position.
much
I
as
don't
you
wanna-
do.
I don't want to fucking hold
Anson, shut the fuck up.
Man.
Alex,
What's up?
I have to appreciate how you can say that without like giving away your position at all. It's actually inspiring in some ways.
But is that not his position?
No,
Well,
he's
that-
more
yes,
laying
that-
out the two possible positions. He's not really giving his.
Well, no,
position.
I didn't give my position. All
Yeah.
I gave was what the strongest evidence against it is.
Yes.
And honestly,
Yes.
that's the strongest evidence against every possible position, isn't it?
No.
Yes, Futoy, that's exactly his position. His position is that he believes and doesn't
No,
believe in God at the
you
same
called
time.
me a
Good
dumbass.
job,
You're the
Futoy.
dumbass.
Good job. Can we
You're the
please
dumbass.
kick this fucker? He doesn't have the IQ to have this conversation.
Toxic masculinity.
His steel man against his position points out what his position is, dumbass.
I believe in God and not God at the same time. The God shot in your box.
Can you count to 10?
You're so dumb.
No, you're so dumb.
You're so dumb.
You really are dumb. Like, you really are.
Sure.
You might try your little.
It's probably because you come from Ireland, to be fair.
You guys,
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
It's probably because we come from Ireland.
Hey guys, do we
It's
really
all
have to
tater.
swear?
Yeah,
Can we
Nice.
stop swearing?
Why?
Fuck no.
Yeah, fuck that.
Oh,
No,
Yeah, fuck
guys,
that.
stop
maybe
fucking cussing.
he has a kid in his room.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Doesn't have any
oops.
kids.
I
Wait,
don't have any kids.
Wait, why do you have a kid listening to these?
I'm just, well, I mean,
This
my kid
should be
sometimes overhears
probably
it because
18 or
you're
older.
loud enough to go through my speakers.
That's true.
So,
Also, the
through my
stream is
headset.
18 or older.
Well, I mean, manage your own audio and stop fucking
I-
phone policing.
I do.
don't swear that
I don't
much.
complain about it either, do I?
Yeah, shut up.
So,
No, it wasn't him.
Can
It
I
was
ask
somebody
Con?
else.
Can I ask Con a favor? Con, are you there? Are you doing that thing in the bathroom again?
He's taking a shit.
Leave him be. Let him
he's
be.
jerking it. He'll be back.
He's jerking it.
He'll be back. Yeah, the bad atheist. And the
Clockwise,
preferences.
snake-wise.
Guys, I've said this before. If I'm using Emmett's thing, which you can get for $50, okay, I'm either gooning or I'm grabbing a Zin, or most of the time I'm doing both at the same time in the same way.
So yeah, he was jerking it.
Never saying that.
Nick Goons with a Zen in his hand.
But you're so dumb. You really are, man.
Okay, why are we? I walk away and everyone's fucking,
I
and
have
yes,
a
section is right.
favorite
Too much
glass, too.
dopamine. He had to go release. Okay, that's facts.
Con, I have a favor to ask you. Right, seeing that I can't come up with one myself, and I'll be judged on my Steelman. Can you help me with a Steelman? Because I really can't come up with one. I think you're all silly.
Just not being able to come up with one judges you already. It doesn't matter if someone else.
Hey, well, that's it. I mean,
but he's trying to. If he's trying to learn,
Right. I feel because there's no proof is a bit of a cop out, and that's everybody's argument. And you can say that about fucking anything. You can't prove.
But you're saying
a steel man. I feel like that's a cop out.
Who said that other than me?
I said that, but
and I was the last fucking person to go.
I think Brandon said that. I think
even Futoy, you just said that yourself. That's
Brandon said his whole teleological type thing.
It's a pretty big push away, though.
There's a difference between no evidence, no proof, and physical.
So give me Steelman then.
So Futoy, when I said my Steelman, it was so convincing that Confluence said I was a closet Christian, even though I've been an atheist for like 25 years.
That's true. It was a good Steelman, yeah.
Yeah, but I called you a closet Christian, like.
But Futoy is trying to learn, though. Futoy is trying to learn, which I think is commendable. So I will say, I mean, this is just me. I'm not saying this is a good Steelman, but Futoy, you say that everything is God, right? There's no place that God can't be. I think a good art, you might not kind of find it compelling, but if I was trying to Steelman against that, I would say, well, there's things like torture and very untoward acts against children and a bunch of suffering and all this stuff. And so if we're saying God is everything and there's nothing that's not God, then we're also saying all these horrific things are also God. And so that would be something, if I was a pantheist, that would give me pause to be like, good, all this moral evil. Yeah, if we think God is good, then God is also all these evil things. God is grape juice and predation and murder and H cost and all that stuff. I think that would be. Now there's arguments against that, but I think that is like a solid Steelman against. Right, that's fine. You might. I haven't. No, it is. No, the thing I said, I haven't argued. I said nihilism. My whole thing was nihilism. I have a bunch of arguments against nihilism, but I think it's probably the best I can do to Steelman that maybe I'm wrong about thinking that there's a God.
Well, in my mind, just I could be wrong.
A steelman is you're doing the best you can to give the opposite stance. So in this case, you're doing the best that you can. And so even if you obviously, Futoy, you believe what you believe. So obviously you're going to have some counter. All of us, presumably, like Anson gave a good steelman for Christianity. He's not a Christian. So obviously he could then give a counter to his own steelman. A steelman doesn't mean this is the ultimate argument. It means it's the best you can do to guess what someone else would say against your position, the best kind of critique of your position, or if someone's given a position, the best possible interpretation of their position that's going to be the strongest. Does that make sense?
I say I don't think so.
Not really, because then I have to just come up with any old bullshit that I don't believe.
It's not just bullshit. It's what you think is the most compelling argument. Like
hold on.
I picked nihilism. I didn't say because the Bible mentions that there's a flood, and I don't know if I see evidence of a global flood. That's one possible thing. It's not the strongest argument against what I believe.
Doesn't get it.
I don't think it's the strongest. It's steel man, right? It's supposed to be an inversion of a straw man where you take the weakest form. So whatever you can. Obviously, again, Futoy, it goes without saying you're not going to believe that. Otherwise, you would believe the opposite, right? You're trying to create the strongest possible case.
You're trying to get me to say what's the strongest bullshit argument against what I believe.
Yes, basically. Yeah, you can take it that way. That's what's the strongest way?
I guess my steel man is look at me. Like God made me, so he must be wonderful. Look at Emmett. So how can God be that shitty to make something like Emmett?
You're right. Emmett could be your steelman.
Yeah, you got there through memeing. Maybe he got there through memeing. Let's just take the W and let it go.
Yeah, that actually is. That is a steelman. Like, hey, this person exists. How can God possibly have made that shit?
What were you thinking?
It's so stupid.
No, but it's not even a good argument. It's not even a good steelman. How's that a steelman? Steelman is...
Make a better one. Again, we are judged by our steelmans. I've said this multiple times. If you think it's a bad steelman, that's a skill issue, Futoy. Make a better steelman, right?
Futoy.
Okay, let me just say something brief. Futoy, imagine as a thought experiment.
By accident and doesn't get it.
I'm gonna try to say this. Let's say, Futoy, you are debating yourself. Okay, what could you say that would persuade other people that Futoy is wrong? What do you think would convince everyone else that what Futoy is saying, that God, there's nowhere you can look that God isn't there? What's the best someone could say on a debate stage that would destroy Futoy? That's where your mind should be focused. So it doesn't mean you believe it. It's just what's the best defeater. Does that make sense, Futoy?
Can you bring this
Not
up in
really.
paragraph
Not
form?
really. It's like what's the best bullshit?
How does that not make sense? How does that not make sense?
The best bullshit. Well, it's still bullshit at the end of the day.
That's fine. That's fine.
Futoy.
Again, imagine it's a debate and you're trying to destroy yourself in that debate.
Hold on. A steel man is not meant to say that you are wrong. It is
No,
a
but
good
there should be a good argument, right? It
that
should be
may
a steel
provide-
man, a good argument, not just any old bullshit. I could say
Exactly. It should be
can't
the
make it
best argument that you can make against
Well,
yourself.
I mean,
If you can't do that, you haven't
bullshit.
thought enough about your own beliefs,
No,
to be
how do you
honest
know
with you,
that? How do
Futoy.
you- I'm a very
Exactly.
Because
deep thinker. I contemplate a lot.
there's nothing I've thought a lot about that I couldn't steelman the other side. And if there is an example that someone can bring up, that means I haven't thought a lot about it. I'll admit that. I'll be like, oh, I actually haven't thought about that because I can't make a steelman against it.
That's not my case.
That's in everyone's case, Futoy.
No. My opinion
got the
comes
real
from
YM,
deep
man.
contemplation. That's why
Futoy-
I can't come up with some
Futoy-
bullshit steel man. Because
Futoy, you are retarded. Like, you must have been the worst student.
Like, I think Emma was spot on in his analysis.
I've got real YM.
You're allowed your opinion, no matter how stupid it is.
Futoy, you must have been the worst student in school.
I wasn't the best.
Did you
but I
got
wasn't
thrown
the
out of
worst.
school?
I wasn't the best, but I wasn't the worst. No, seriously, like if you're going to be judged on your steel man, I mean, which bullshit do you want me to use? It can't be proven.
What you think is the most
Rest
convincing,
of the
what you think
bullshit.
is the strongest.
There
He's my still man.
isn't.
He's my still
Then you
man.
haven't. Then again, you haven't thought
all
about it
bullshit.
deeply enough.
I have.
If you can't, if you can't critique, if you can't critique your own belief, you have not thought about it enough. That's just facts.
Nah. It's the opposite of that. It's because I've deeply thought about it that there isn't a fucking steel man for it.
Hold on. If you're saying that you've
Prove me
given
wrong.
every ounce of
Prove me
thought
wrong.
you possibly have, right? And you still haven't found a good steel man against your position.
No, there
Because they're all
isn't.
bullshit. Then either your position is so good that
Yes,
no
it is.
one in the world could possibly argue against it,
Correct.
or it is so ill thought that you don't actually understand what your position means or implies.
Yeah, I know it sounds a bit
Or how
vague.
about this? It doesn't even have to be the best. Just give one argument
Any
against your
steelman,
opinion.
I mean, which one do I pick? Like, there's a whole string of bullshit.
I don't
Okay,
see
there's
how
no
you think
proof.
of them as
There's no
equal,
proof.
Futoy.
I'll use the cop out. There's no proof.
Dude, I can't believe we
No,
spent
but
half an
that's
hour
That's
on this.
not a steel man. That's not a.
We'll move to the next. We'll move to the next prompt. But Futoy, I don't. If you have a belief and you're actually honestly radically trying to analyze that belief and you're
I
thinking
do,
of
very
different
much so.
counter. Okay, so you have different counter examples. Then how is it so hard to at least rank those things? Because if I think like, oh, I'm a Christian, there's a lot of arguments I've heard, and I can rank them
Yeah,
as,
but
oh,
there
that's a
is a
really
lot of
shitty
valid
argument. That's
arguments
still a wrong
against
argument, but it's a bit
Christianity.
better, and it's caused me to think a little bit more. And then maybe I watch what Alex O'Connor said, and now I'm thinking of neurological nihilism, and how strong is that? Like, that is the process of just like
there is a load
reflecting
of
on any
valid
belief you have
arguments
ever
against
had.
Christianity. There's so many, it's crazy. Like, I don't
but
even know how you can
Confluence.
believe in
Well, that's what
Christianity.
we're
There's so
asking.
many
Confluence,
thoughts.
you've got real YM.
I don't get Futoy,
real
your
YM.
inability to
Futoy.
put these arguments into some type of hierarchy, even if you don't think they're even if you think they're all bullshit. If I just said, oh yeah, because like what Emmett said about, or what Cool said, what everyone said, God real, then why Emmett, right? I would say, okay, that's probably not the best argument. It's an argument, but it's probably not the best one. And maybe I've heard one that's slightly better. Okay, I've established a hierarchy, so that's a better steelman. Maybe you come across a third one, right? And then I'm asking, what's the best one? That's what a steelman is. What is the most convincing argument against your point of view.
I don't see value in that. I see if I'm going to steal, man, it has to have some value. It has to have some reality to it, not just any old bullshit.
I tried, Futoy. I tried.
Okay,
It's
we're
like,
still
let's think
You
about
can't.
the
You have to
bullshit
contend
and
with the
not
argument that
about what you
Confluence.
really believe.
It's got
Well,
real
why would I
YM
do
at
that?
Confluence.
Why
YM at
if something
Confluence.
if there's a valid argument against what I believe, I am very happy about that valid argument. I value that valid argument. But I'm not just going to take any
So
old
happy.
bullshit.
See, Futoy, it's funny because
My
you see yourself
feelings.
as like super not dogmatic, but the stuff you're saying is the most dogmatic I think I've ever heard from anyone on this panel. Like the stuff you're saying is pure dogma that you can't even imagine any contradictory thing. You can't even rank them. It's all bullshit. Only what you believe is true. That's the most dogma from all the ortho bros, from all the evangelicals, from all the young earth creationists. That is the most dogmatic out of all the people.
That's just what you see. It's not what I see. I see something completely different. I see that I've deeply thought about it, and I can't come up with a proper steelman. That's why I believe what I believe.
Then you haven't deeply thought of it.
You came
There's
up with
nothing
the-
I have deeply thought of that I couldn't come up with a steel man against. There's
Confluence.
nothing, not even in the realm of theology, in the realm of everything.
Con, I'm not going to waste my time thinking about bullshit if I think it's bullshit. I'm going to think about the things that I do believe in. That's where I'm going to use my time.
Yeah,
You
I'm
have
not
to get
gonna
to
say-
a point where you fucking think something's bullshit, so you have to think about the fucking arguments.
Confluence. You're making
It's not
a
an
mistake.
argument if it's bullshit.
You're having a
It's
a
just bullshit.
perception bias.
Bullshit is
Confluence.
bullshit. At the end of the day, why
Confluence.
think about it? Why waste your
Confluence.
time on bullshit
Futoy,
when it's
shut the
bullshit?
fuck up.
Yeah, Anson, what are you saying?
You're making the mistake of it's like a perception bias, right? You're assuming that Futoy has the capacity to be able to think at your level, and he obviously doesn't. He's obviously a moron, right? So stop trying to make him do things he can't do.
Yeah, Confluence.
Jose, I see you in the back chat. Jose, even though we know you, Jose, the resident Islamic here, give me one of these and give me 2 thumbs up, Jose, and welcome to the fucking party, brother. Okay, adding you. Good to see you, Jose. Welcome back.
How's it going? How's it going?
How you been?
So, like, for
That's real
example,
YM,
I made a comment that antimatter and matter aren't equal. That's why we have this existence. You brushed it off like it was nonsense. It's actually scientific fact, right? That's why we exist. That's why this universe is here, because they're out of line. If they were equal, they would annihilate each other out of existence.
So you mean if the universe wasn't the universe, then it wouldn't be the universe? Wow, that's fucking.
Yeah, well, that's your level of understanding, Anson. I'm not going to
That's
try to
fucking
convince you
brilliant.
otherwise.
Yeah,
This
fucking brilliant,
conversation's giving me brain damage.
If that-
Okay, we'll move on to the next prompt. But
okay.
briefly, Jose, what is your,
never
in
seen
10
someone
seconds or
so
less,
stupid in my
what is
life.
kind of your religious stance? Just as brief as you can make it.
You see how butthurt Emmett is?
Okay, I'm asking Jose a question, please.
Through his
Futoy.
action.
It's so
Through his
dumb.
action. You know, I have something for you, Emmett.
Futoy! Futoy! Hold up!
Nothing to me.
Futoy!
You're already giving
Futoy! Stop! Futoy! We're letting Jose. There's some orders.
That's
10
real
people on
YM,
panel,
man.
Futoy. There's 10 people on panel. So if I ask someone a question to introduce, please respect it. Jose,
Okay, so what was the question?
just your religious stance in 10 seconds or less, just to get a groundwork for all the stuff that is going to happen after this.
I'm Muslim and I believe God is the only one worthy of worship.
Okay.
That's it.
Based. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the next question. Now this is I'm interested to hear. Well, this could be useless. It could not be. We'll find out. And we go clockwise and snake-wise. If you've never been on one of these before, Jose. So everyone gets 30 seconds, no crosstalk. And then after everyone's done saying their piece, ending with me, then we can crosstalk and fight like men. Okay. So the question is, if you're born in a different country, would you still believe your religion is true? What does this say about the truth? So again, obviously, this kind of question can go as deep as we want it to, but just think about it. Because I guess I'll briefly just, most people have the religion that they were born into and all this stuff, right? So that's kind of what we're kind of thinking about here. Starting with you, Futoy.
Sorry, I was not concentrating. Can you just give me a brief question again?
Oh
If
my
you're
God.
born in a different country, would you still believe your religion is true? Or put a different way, right? If you're raised differently, right? Would you still see truth the same way? And what does this mean about truth?
Oh, that's a hard one. Probably not. Probably not. Probably wouldn't believe what I believe now. I believe the family you're brought into or the country you're raised in will greatly influence your beliefs.
So you'd be wrong. Okay.
I would say probably not, and I was gonna say something else, but I forgot what I was gonna say. So give me 1 second. Yeah, it's gone. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, if I was born in a different country, I would be an entirely different person. So it wouldn't be like I'm believing something else. It'd be like someone else is believing something else.
That is true. That's true. Big Soda?
So I'm assuming that I guess when I answer, I'm going to assume that I'm the same temperament, same person, just from a different country. I would say, based on my relationship with God, that it would eventually be established. And yes, I do believe, even if I was born from a different country, I would still find my way to Christ.
Okay, Anson?
Yeah, no, it's pretty well known that if you're not born in the family or culture that you're born in, then you would have different set of beliefs. Like I was born in the United States during a time of advanced like secular domination and atheist conversion, and so there was a cultural push. There was a cultural push to basically secularize and create people like me within my culture. And so I think if I was born in a Muslim society, I'd probably be Muslim, because people are generally what they're born into. Or if I was born in a more Christian society, I'd probably be Christian. So yeah, I mean, it's very cultural. And
Right.
atheism is a disease of privilege, also.
Interesting.
Sorry, I'm at no cross laughing, please.
I'm gonna
It's very childish. It's very childish, but that's what I get.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that if I was born in a different country, it wouldn't exist, and thus God will be real. Thus.
I love your coping mechanism.
No cross talk, Pooch. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Confluence. I found very amusing that everybody went on and said whatever they wanted, and nobody interrupted them, but you're allowing Futo to do it.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Your answer was a bit of a bait. Your answer was a bit of a bait answer to Futoy, though. So,
I'm gonna dog points to your shit because I'm doing that. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of allow a little crosstalk if you call someone out in your answer.
I think it would be if I had any belief, it would be the same belief.
All right, Brandon.
I don't know, man. Would I believe the same thing? Probably not. And what does that say about truth? I guess that means it's relative, man. Truth is relative.
Gay. Okay, Grillapolis.
I don't know. I kind of liked Soda's, and then I kind of liked Anson's in a way. I mean, I think to me, it kind of seems like a loaded question in itself, because I would want to ask like what country. So it kind of depend on where I was born, like Anson said. But like Soda said, I'd like to believe that, no matter what, I would find Christ, which is truth. So.
Okay, Jose.
Hello. I believe me.
Yeah.
I believe I would, man, because everybody who mentioned a religion here, none of us are from the Middle East, and we all somehow believe in the Abrahamic religion. So I do believe that I would still believe in the Abrahamic religion.
I mean,
okay, Alex.
That's fair. I would like to think so, given that it's not the religion of my birth. But I guess I don't know, given I mean, yeah, there's a decent chance that I wouldn't believe what I believe today, for sure. Especially if I was less educated or didn't have the same experience as I do.
Okay, valid. And then Confluence, what's your answer? Well, my answer is, I think probably I like to think I would believe at least a semblance of the truth. So I think if I was like probably born in India or something, then yeah, I like to think I'd find the most based form of Hinduism. So I don't know if I would be a Christian, but I'd like to think that there would still be something. And I guess what that tells me is that there is probably some like common core to different religions. And I think Christianity is the most true. And I mean, that's why I'm a Christian, but I think that there is like, I don't think everything else is just like omni-cocked. I think there is like gradations of truth. And I think so. I like to think, I hope under the grace of God, I'd find the closest expression to knowing God that I was capable of finding. At least I like to hope. Crosstalk enabled.
Jose, what if you were born like, a native Australian? I'm not sure the word they use is politically correct. And you had no concept of Abrahamic religions. How would you?
Aborigine. You said in Australia?
Yeah,
the Aboriginals,
native Australians.
Aboriginal.
Yeah, well, I actually have people. I know people who are Muslims in Australia, and when that happens, I just come to think that like, well, God said that He's not gonna call everybody. He doesn't call everybody. He just calls a selected few. So
Well,
I
let's
guess
just
that's
say not everybody.
that's a prime example.
Let's say not everybody in Australia is Aborigine. I mean,
Jose, I have a question
There's a single
related to
Islamic
this.
Aboriginal in anywhere.
Jose.
Aboriginal Islam.
Jesus Christ,
man,
you're all just talking about
the
whether
guy that
they're
I know, he's like
Aboriginals in
born and
Australia.
raised there.
My point is, what if you were born into a country or people that have no concept of Abrahamic religions, right? You wouldn't.
Well, can you name a country that doesn't?
Well, say 200 years ago.
Papua New Guinea.
It's just a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical, yeah.
You just have to assume that there's a country that exists like that.
Right. Say 200 years ago, 300 years ago, there is countries. Some tribe in the Amazon, some indigenous tribe in the Amazon, for example. No concept of that at all, or probably even religion. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but if you pay attention, even like, I don't know if you've ever seen like videos of like where Aboriginals are first contacted, they all believe in like some like creator. You know what I mean? Like that some creator from the heavens.
Confluence, can you pull up
Islam?
Confluence, can you pull up Quran 548?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a good argument because like those people were chopping people's heads off at the top of the pyramid.
Let's read the Quran on this.
It's a question, not an argument, really.
Who was chopping people's heads off at the top of the pyramid?
Oh God.
The Aztecs, but they weren't actually taking the heads off. They were taking the hearts out. The Aztecs.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
The Aztecs, the Mexicans.
If the Middle Eastern people hadn't kept the faith, would you all have your faith?
What?
The Middle Eastern people was in 700. We're talking about 1500 when they were taking the hearts out from people in the
Jose,
it's tricky.
Keelan, you read this. I'm grabbing his in, and also brief advertising. If you're liking the Religious Chaos Panel, consider super chatting to support your local Religious Chaos Panel. And now I'll pull us up. I'm gonna grab us in. Keelan, you read this, and then everyone else continue
fucking
fighting.
scenes you take a day, dude.
Yeah,
like
he's
Jose.
escalated heavily.
The fuck's wrong with you?
It used to be like 20. No, it's cut down. It's cut down from what it was. Okay.
I'm sorry. You used to be going like every hour. Now you're going like every 10 minutes.
I've slipped a little bit. I've slipped a little bit.
Slipped.
Jose,
Keelan, read your little Quranic passage.
Yeah. Jose, what you're saying isn't even defended by the Quran. The Quran said, had Allah willed, he would have made you one nation, but he intended to test you on what he has given you. So race all that is good to Allah's and all that. Like, it's saying that people of different religions will exist in the world. It doesn't say that you are just going to be a Muslim. Hello?
What happened?
He didn't like your answer.
Is there a response?
Yeah. Okay,
I thought I was having audio issues, but I can hear everybody else.
Yeah. So
Good talk, guys.
as for what Confluence was saying, in terms of the grift, if you want to kick somebody, it's $75 to kick them off the panel. You can start with Futoy, and then that Muslim that showed up here, he needs to go also because I don't like Muslims.
Oh,
I'm a
very
Muslim.
intolerant. Kick the
Jose,
intolerant
Juan,
out.
Hold on. Do you
Wait.
do you dislike Futoy more than you dislike me?
I think Jose needs to rejoin because none of us can hear him, right?
Yeah, Jose,
Jose.
if you're talking, nobody can hear a word you're saying, dude.
Man, I thought my freaking headset disconnected because all of a sudden it was just silence.
Why'd
Y'all
you
are
not
so
say
Are you in
quiet.
Mexico?
Yeah, that's a
Jose,
valid
are you
question.
Mexican?
Futoy with the $2. First super chat of the night. Where's my
That's
Jose,
a
are
good
you
question.
Mexican?
Who does Anson hate the most?
Steel
Great question.
manless?
Futoy. Now that we answered that,
No,
Jose, are you
you're
Mexican?
not Anson. You're not Anson. You're not
It's
Anson.
Futoy.
Empty ship. Empty ship.
This is
It's
not a
quiet
very
down.
clockwise,
Quiet down. Know
snake-wise
your
question.
place. Know your place, Femit. Go ahead, Anson. Who do you hate
Shut
the
up,
most?
fucker.
Can we stick to clockwise, snake-wise answerable questions?
I want to ask a question to Jose.
I want to know who Anson hates the most.
Is Jose even
is in the
here?
back. You need to drop this thing that's on the current panel and bring him back up. He got kicked off the panel.
Oh, I did
Oh,
earlier.
yeah.
It locks you in the back, saying that it's full because you're already in there.
Oh, I was wondering. Okay, didn't know this.
I have had that happen.
Oh,
Me
but
too.
we do have Mo up right now. Okay.
About time. Jeez, about fucking time. I've been trying to get on ever since you were talking about intelligent design and evolution, but I've been busy. I have so many questions around that. I guess that's not the current topic, though.
You snooze, you lose.
We'll come back to that. I'm sure.
Confluence. I want to have a discussion with you on that at some point. I have questions that demand answers.
Okay, good. Well, I have answers that demand more questions, so
You have to
that works
pencil
out.
that in your schedule.
Ask away,
Confluence.
Mo. Ask
Well, no,
away.
Mo has to answer the opening question, which is what is your religion, and then you have to answer the question that's at the bottom. We have a
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
What's my
what's your religion?
Current religion? Orthodox Inquirer.
Okay. And then if you were born in a different country, would you still believe your religion is true? What does that say about truth with a capital T?
Well, if I'm going to assume that it's still like me, like personality wise, then I would say yes, I would still be in the same position and also if you actually believe that you're to some part pulled through Holy Spirit, then that would also play a factor. But I came through Orthodoxy because I started asking questions and I went through church history, and that led me down a rabbit hole, and I just kept asking more and more questions, and that's where I ended up. So it'd probably be the exact same.
All right, based. Any thoughts on that? Or are we ready for a new prompt?
New prompt.
All right, here we go. Okay.
I want to talk to Jose. I want to ask him if he was actually Mexican.
Yeah, kick
Like he
Futoy
lives
and
in
put Jose
Mexico.
back up. Why is Futoy on this panel?
Yeah, let Emmett cross-examine him to see if he's a real Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to know if he's a real Mexican or not.
He's gotta
I wanted
prove
to
it.
do
How
that.
would Emmett know that?
Look, if
Oh,
I had
yeah,
the
he's a professional.
Platinum edition, I could have more people up, but I do not.
Mire, señor Futoy,
is a
usted no sabe, yo hablo taco, okay?
Emmett is a plastic Mexican, and we all know
I
it.
actually talk taco,
You
so I
are
can speak to taco.
Mexican.
Confluence, if you had Stream Labs, you could also have more people burrito.
That's true. Yeah, I pay less money for it too.
You can bump me to the back and bring him up.
He cannot even join right now because there's only 10 people and he doesn't have the other premium version. He has he's paying $60 without having this.
Listen for a while.
No. Okay, we're all gonna play the martyr. We can all jump down, but we're not gonna jump down. Okay, we're not gonna jump down. You know, this is how it works. This is how it works. Okay, that's how it works. Okay. So, yeah, what did I say? Oh, I didn't say it yet. But the new question is, which argument for God do you think should never be used again? Okay, so this is kind of me throwing a little bone to the atheists on the panel, you know, but also to the Christians that are self-honest as well. So starting with you, Futoy, what argument for God are you like, yeah, you shouldn't use that. That's some gay shit.
No proof.
You've got real YM
to be used. I think that's a load of bullshit. I think that's gay as hell. I think that's gay as Emmett. That statement.
God, real
Wait, is that it? Wait, how is that an argument for God? That's an argument against God. Yeah.
Oh,
Which argument for God? You almost tricked me, Futoi.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
argument-
Can I have a think about it?
Can you what?
Can you skip me and come back to me or no?
Sure, yeah. Keelan?
Okay.
I wasn't ready for this type of topic. But like kind of what I was talking about last night, which I'm not really in the same mindset I was in last night, so I can't describe it the best, but where like the only way that an objective good can exist in the universe is due to God. I think that that's a bullshit argument. I don't think that makes any sense.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll be probably jumping into that. Everyone put a pin in that. You tag enjoyers, you. Okay, Big Soda?
So I'm gonna say the most famous argument, the Maryland argument, that using that argument, going up to people saying we are God is probably not the best way to convince people to then join your religion.
What?
And it actually,
That sounds like a lie.
cross
Yeah,
top.
speak for yourself, buddy.
Yeah, I figured that'd be a hot button issue. But yeah, no, I'd probably say that's probably the worst known argument that you can make for God's existence.
He's casting spells.
He's casting spells. Okay, Anson?
Yeah, I actually, when Brandon said this earlier, I've heard y'all talk about this before, and I really fucking hate the fine tuning argument. I think it's fucking stupid, and you can't assign probabilities to whether or not the universe was created or not. Like, we don't know enough about the fucking universe to be able to do the math on that. So you're just making shit up. And in terms of like there's a lot of other natural explanations for why the universe is the way it is, and you don't get rid of the infinite regress of the fact that if what's the probability that God exists, right? So you basically assign the same logic to God, and theism falls apart. So it's a fucking stupid argument.
All right, tell us how you really feel. Okay, Emmett.
It's for God or against God. Which one?
Which argument for God do you think should never be used again?
The feelings argument. I'm done with the feelings argument. It's the thing that I feel. I went to church and I feel this thing. Oh, it made me feel so good. I fucking hate that
feel
argument.
it in my fingers.
I feel it in my.
I can feel it in my toes.
Yeah, it's that one.
All right, gay. Brandon.
Can I give multiple or does it have to be one?
You can give multiple if you want.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, tag. We should just scrap that. Number two would probably be the moral argument. Trash. And then three is the cosmological argument, because it doesn't even conclude that God exists. It's not even an argument for God, but people use it as one.
Okay, gay. Agreeable.
I would say, which argument for God do I think should never be used? Would probably be because why not? Just in case.
Oh, that's a good one.
What do you have to lose?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Futoi, are you ready to...
Argument.
I guess if they can't explain something scientifically, God did it. It must be
God,
because science can't explain it.
Yeah, okay. Alex?
I think somebody hasn't said already. Let's stop talking about what created the universe. The whole infinite regress thing is just it doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't convince anyone, and honestly, it just pisses people off because it sounds like you're making a statement while saying the other person can't make the same statement from their position without any actual evidence to that.
Alex and Anson agree.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mo.
There's a lot. Probably one would be Bible only. Bible only would be one. we can prove God through just scientific alone, empiricism. That would be another one. There's just a lot of them out there. Emmett's one on the emotional, like that emotional testimony. That's another good one. Pascal's wager, even alone. That's another good one.
God, yeah.
So yeah, I think there's just a lot of them out there that don't have the their epistemology down or philosophically grounded. So that'd be my answer. A lot of them.
Right, and we'll end with me. And I was so close to having an original thing, and then Mo stole my thing with Pascal's wager. That's what I was going to say.
Oh wait! I got one more. Intelligent design and evolution. That would be another dumbass one. Yeah.
Put a pin in that. but yeah, I think Pascal's wager. I think is a stupid argument. It presupposes so many things that about that the God that you pick, if you didn't pick him, he's going to send you to hell, and it's kind of just like well, why not? Which I think is what Ag kind of was saying as well. It's almost a type of Pascalian wager in a way. I think it doesn't convince anyone, and it shouldn't, because you shouldn't just be like, well, God is not a polymarket bet, if you think about it, I guess is the best way to sum it up. And so it shouldn't be treated as such.
Yeah, it just shouldn't be used as an argument.
Yeah.
If God real.
That one should not be used either, because that's if God rule, why bad thing though?
What bad thing though?
You guys don't like the problem of evil?
No, it's fucking dumb.
Oh, Maryland.
The problem
wants
of
to
evil?
know.
I think that's one of the
Why you
strongest
put Maryland
arguments
on
against
single
theism.
confluence?
No, not even close.
What is the
No, it's a-
problem of evil?
How can there be evil with God?
Well, there's two kinds.
Let's
There's the
come back.
Maryland's putting me in my own Pascal's
the
wager
best
right now.
one. Come on, give me what is the
Kick
problem
Futoy.
of evil? Whichever
You
you
have to
Toy.
make a choice, Confluence.
That's what Paul said.
I'm
You have
stuck
to
out.
actually make
I'm
a
just
choice.
stuck out right
right?
now. I gotta go take care of
Let me
some things
let me
anyway.
engage with Brandon
Paul.
for a second and I leave. Okay.
Okay,
At least
I
tell
actually have to
somebody
step
before
down, Alex. You actually, I mean, I can't.
Oh,
You know,
Keelan.
I have to kick someone for Mara, but I can't make a choice as well. So it's too hard.
Let me engage
But Alex
with
has
Brandon for a second
volunteered
and I'm
as
gonna
a
leave.
tribute.
Gonna kick Keelan. Alex
Sure.
makes sense.
I didn't kick
So if we
Alex, to be
take-
clear.
If we take good to be bare bones what ought to be, because this is supposed to be,
Okay, how do we get to a
Taking-
not?
well, it's an internal critique. So it'd be
It's just
whatever
an
you
internal
take.
critique. It's just depending on the person then.
Let him talk.
It's depending on the concept of God. Hmm.
Oh, okay. Again, because I don't know what you mean by this. What concept of God?
Oh my fucking god, dude! Are you
An all good, all powerful, all knowing God.
All right, so we have an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good God. Okay,
Mhm.
why is it all good?
I don't think that's relevant.
How do we know what is good? What do you mean by good if we don't know what is the nature of?
Well, that's a
is
different
good when
question.
it comes
What I
to
mean
good?
by
Carolyn with the $5.
If you're saying
It's open. There's room. Come up. Thank
Crown.
you. Thanks, Carolyn.
if
That's
you're
what she said.
saying if you're gonna make an internal critique, we need to know what do you mean by evil, and we need to know what you mean by good.
what oughtn't. Yeah, good is what ought to occur, and evil is what ought not to occur.
Okay.
Wow, what a
Now-
great description. I like it.
Now, are you? This
Marlon.
is you talking as the is a statement. So is a thing that are happening that is the ought.
Marlon, your mic isn't working.
Wait, say it
Oh
again.
God.
No,
I don't think I
it's her TV.
understood your question.
So we're talking about God. God. This is why I need to know what is the nature of God, because otherwise it doesn't make sense, right? You're saying what ought occur and what ought not. Okay, this is in accordance to the will of God, and that's the reality of the things, or are you you're talking to, for example, a Calvinist idea of God, that everything that God was predesigned to happen, and thus this is happening? Or do you have a different idea of God, like we have a causality, and then we have like second causes that are not necessarily linked to the basic, to the first prescription?
I'm not going to lie. I don't think I tracked a lot of that. All I'm talking about when I'm saying all good is it's a being that always does what it should. It always does what it ought to do. That's what it means to be all good. What it means to be all knowing is To know all true
Yeah, but-
propositions, what it means to be all powerful, is
If I-
to have
if
the
I
ability
say-
to actualize any possible world.
If I say that everything that happens because of God, and the is statement is through His will, and then I go on and say, well, but that is evil. How I'm gonna go ahead and justify what evil is? Right?
How are you gonna justify what evil is? How is this
Yes.
relevant to the problem of evil?
Because I need to know where are you getting this idea of evil. Like if we have this.
I just told you what I
that
mean
is
by
so-
evil.
If we have this, okay, what is evil?
He just
Once
fucking-
again,
What
sorry, I'm not
ought
able-
not be the case?
Okay, how do you know that ought not happen?
That what ought not happen?
If thing ought not happen,
ought
that would
not
be
hap-
evil.
Yeah, it's an internal
How
critique.
do
I'm
I
assuming the
How-
person that I'm
yes.
running the argument against thinks there are things that ought not to occur, right?
Base!
And the argument is
I
talking
don't-
about. You don't think so?
Yes, again, but that presupposes that I have the knowledge to understand what ought not
you have
happen.
No, it
trouble
doesn't.
engaging with the hypothetical image.
How
What
do you
if have
know?
a rec- how would
Do you
put
have
it
do you have an
in
example of a thing that you think ought not happen?
He's
What
running
are you?
hypothetical.
I don't understand where you're confused.
I am confused on what is the idea of evil. How you come
It's an
into the
IQ
conclusion
issue.
that you can come to if you have this being that is all
I mean, I
powerful,
even understand
and all
what he
knowing, and all good, and things
Mhm.
happen through him. Just by the nature of the thing, everything has to be good just because he is the nature. But if you're saying that ought not
So-
happen, you need to
Well,
have
that's
you
the
need to have a
bullet, right? That's the
wait,
bullet
wait,
that
wait,
you would
wait.
have to bite.
Wait, yeah, but if you're saying that ought not happen, I need to know what's your justification.
I'm not saying
for
it ought not
saying
happen.
that thing ought not happen.
You're
Then there's no evil,
confusing
right?
you're confusing my view with the argument, right? We're not talking about my view. We're talking about the argument.
No, I'm asking
No,
about
that's
how
what-
does the
that's what
argument
we're
how
usually
does the
talking
argument
about.
account for
Mhm.
us to be able to say does this thing ought not happen?
What are you using to
What do
measure?
you mean- what do you mean, how
evil
does
and
it-
good? What are you using
Hold
to
on, I-
measure evil and good?
You said this
It's
is
it's an. Do you know what an internal critique is? You guys talk about this all
Yes,
the time.
Brandon,
When I'm
yes, I
speaking
know.
to somebody,
I'm asking-
this
I'm asking
argument is.
about-
Hold on. The argument is targeted for a specific conception of God. I've given you that conception of God, and now you guys are asking me questions about my view on what evil is. It's not relevant.
So
No, it's
good.
not your
No.
view.
So
Internal
good.
critique.
So
It's not your
good.
view.
So good.
Listen. Okay?
Oh, it's so
You're saying-
good.
Shut
I
up,
ask you
Marilyn.
what is
Shut the
what
fuck
is
up.
good. What is good is what ought happen. So evil is what ought not happen, right?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. So if I have a being and all that happens in the universe, all of the Ises in the universe go through him, and he's all good, all powerful, all knowing. Okay, at what point, how do you say, or how do you have access to this idea of what ought not happen?
How do you have this idea? Well,
How?
if we go back to what I said earlier, we're talking to a person, right? Because it's targeted to a specific conception of God. And this person that I'm speaking to, running the internal critique on, they think things ought not happen, right? It doesn't matter how I
how
account
do
for
they-
it.
Fine.
Because
How
I'm
does
running it against somebody that
hypothetical
thinks things
Emmett,
ought
it's a
not happen.
hypothetical. It's a
And you're
How
right
does
to
that-
point out. You're right to point out that. Well, it seems like if this being is all good, always does what it should, all powerful, all knowing, that everything would be good, right? That's the bullet they would have to bite. But then they would
If
have
I'm
to give up
accounting
the
is-
fact
yeah.
that there is evil. They would have to drop that proposition that they affirm.
Yeah, but is that your internal perception of things, or is that the thing? That's the question.
What are you asking?
I'm
He's having trouble
asking
with the
you.
hypothetical.
When
He
it comes,
doesn't understand how
I'm asking,
hypotheticals work.
I'm asking you. Okay, when you're going through the argument and you're saying, well, this is the conception of God. The conception of God is this person that is complete. Okay, and everything that out happens through him. Okay, and
I don't know what you mean by that.
the person that you're critiquing, how does
do you mean
he
by
have
that?
access? The person that you're critiquing, the person that's going to
What do you
ask
mean by
about-
happens through him? What does that mean?
It's God, okay? The idea of God being he has
Are you
actualized
just saying
reality, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
So
yes.
it's through him. Okay, perfect. So if I am, let's say that I am that person, how do I, in your eyes, maybe I'm wrong in asking you this, okay? But how could I have access to say what ought not happen.
So you're asking what justification they have for thinking things ought not happen? It was divinely revealed to them.
What it was divinely, it might be divinely revealed to them what they ought not do, right? But what does that?
I don't see how this is relevant
with God, like. Do you
What's your
are you
question?
saying that he's a Calvinist, so you don't have free will, you don't have access to action, all the actions are through him only?
Calvinists
Is that
still
what you're
believe
saying?
in free will. As a former
No,
Calvinist,
they don't. No, they don't.
They do. I was a Calvinist.
No, they don't. They don't believe.
Misunderstanding of Calvinism.
They are completely.
Arguing for the
It doesn't
sake of
matter. It doesn't
argument.
matter. This has nothing to do with this.
Confluence needs a straw.
Remember, he's a master debater.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, build your straw man.
Crosstalk initiated.
I mean, let's just
It's all
let's
It really
let's
doesn't
just-
matter.
let's just-
I just want to engage with
everything is
him.
good.
let's
Everything is
just
good.
let's just find out if the problem of evil is successful in your view. Do you think things ought not to occur?
If no, I think
So everything that happens ought to occur?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the Holocaust that ought to have occurred.
Yes. And if I say yes,
Boom,
wait,
boom, boom,
Brandon,
boom.
Brandon,
Yeah, you're not in a contradiction, but that's the reductio.
Brandon. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you what is wrong. What is the wrong thing about it?
No, you bit the bullet. You bit the bullet on the
I'm
argument. That's
asking
fine.
you what is wrong about
Now
it.
you want to know my
You're
view.
saying-
You want to move away from the
Yes,
argument and talk
I
about
wanna-
my view.
I want to know because I want you to tell me because you said that there is such thing as evil. I want you to tell me.
No, I didn't.
So there's no such thing as evil anyway.
Well,
so
this
what
is
I
Well, it
said
depends
is
what you mean by
perfectly fine.
evil, right? On my view,
Wait,
I can give you,
wait.
I can
What I
give you
said-
my view.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
babes.
But what I said is perfectly fine then, right? Because there's no such thing as
No.
evil. Then what is evil
Nope.
about it?
Nope.
Well, are you asking for what I take evil to be, or are you talking about the argument? You keep flip flopping.
In the argument. Give me in the argument what is evil about it.
Well, in the argument, right?
Uh-huh.
You just bit the bullet. It would be good on your view that the Holocaust happened.
That doesn't.
That's
that doesn't
you're
tell
just
me
biting the
anything.
bullet.
That doesn't tell me anything. I need to know.
Yeah,
I
then
need to know
there are
how
no things
do-
in the world that ought not to occur on your view, right? Everything
Why-
is good.
wh-
You bit the
Why
bullet,
do,
bro.
why do I
So
ought
good.
believe? Why do I ought believe that it was evil? Why do I ought believe in accordance to the argument?
It's not
that
relevant to
evil?
the argument whether you ought to believe
In
it.
the
You ought to
argument-
believe it. Actually, on your view, it's good that
Why?
you believe that.
Yes, it's so true.
Okay, so there's no actual problem with evil then, right?
And
I guess if you consider everything that has happened, like
I have
children
to
getting
fucking grant
raped
you
and
that
like
evil
all of this
exists.
stuff that happens, is good on your view. I mean, if you want to
Okay.
bite that bullet, that's fine.
Perfect,
There is no
perfect.
contradiction. You got me.
but Emmett,
This
you believe
is the wait a second. This is the part that I don't understand. I have to grant you that the evil exists in order for the argument
No.
for your argument to make any sense.
that's not what he's saying. Emmett,
You're
do you
not
believe-
granting me evil exists. That's what the argument is targeted towards.
But well, exactly. I have to grant the idea that evil exists, right?
You have to. I
Otherwise-
don't know what you mean by
otherwise
granted.
there's
That's what
no
the
evil,
argument is
right?
targeting. What do you mean granting?
Yeah,
No,
you
you're
make-
evil
saying that
doesn't
If,
exist.
if the
There's
argument
no-
doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. You think everything's good, right? There's no
Right,
contradiction.
right.
Right. You have to commit it
I'm asking
to,
you.
No, no, no.
to be.
In the
You have to
argument,
commit
or is the
evil.
just? I'm still asking for what is the justification in which we can say this thing is evil or not.
You fucking
And then if I
explained it
go
like
ahead and
3
say there's
times, man.
you know
What the fuck,
the Jewish the blue jay
He's missing the
deletion
point.
the
You're
blue
missing
jay
the point.
mass deletion if I say okay the blue jay mass deletion is gonna be bad and I say well why is it bad?
Why don't you look at what he's trying to tell you? You're missing the point.
No,
I'm
no,
not missing the point.
he's not missing the point. Brendan,
Yeah,
you're approaching him with an
yeah.
internal critique, right? And you're saying this evil argument. Emmett is basically saying, okay, fine, I grant you that this is not wrong. Tell me why it's not wrong. He's trying to get you to tell
Right,
him
so
what,
he's
what is the
moving away from the
justification.
argument.
No,
right?
no,
He's talking about my view.
No, it's not a
shifting away
shift.
from
It's
that
not a
internal
shift. It's not a
critique.
shift. No, it's
It
not. No,
is.
it's
It
not.
is a
No,
shift.
it
It's an
Let me
obvious
explain
shift.
why.
You're
Let me
moving
explain
away
why.
from the argument.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because if you're going to approach with, if you're going to approach someone with an internal critique of the basis of evil, you're asking them to grant you that evil exists in order to engage in the argument.
What do you mean by
So it's-
grant that evil exists? No, I'm not.
Because you haven't even explained to him what evil is or what metric you
It's
use to measure
irrelevant.
evil.
It's
I have
irrelevant.
explained that multiple times.
You have?
It's
Okay,
irrelevant.
explain it again.
Maybe you weren't here.
Wasn't the thing about that
I
something
still
ought
need
not
to-
happen? Which I feel like is probably a good definition of
Ought
evil.
not- perfect. How do we know that ought not
Right.
happen?
Yes.
How do we know that ought not happen?
I don't see how that's relevant.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
How do we know what the fuck evil is then?
Because you're missing the point. That's why.
It's not relevant to the argument.
It is relevant to the argument. We
And
need to
earlier,
have an idea what evil is.
I answered this earlier. I just said it was divinely revealed.
I'm gonna
Because
hit you
for
with
some reason
something
you
I
feel
was
like you
hit
have
with.
to know that for the argument to work, when you don't have to know that for the argument to work.
I have something in my palm. I have something in my hand.
You're still
Do you know if
doing
it's
it.
a graph?
You're still doing it in a different way.
Yeah, I have something in my palm. Do you know if it's a graph?
Doesn't matter.
Do I know? No.
Who cares?
What do you mean no?
it
You
doesn't
ought
matter.
know.
Okay, hold on.
I ought know?
Hold on,
What are you
hold on.
talking
Yeah,
about,
you ought
dude?
know.
What do you mean I ought know?
You ought know if I have something.
Are you
in my
referring
hand
back
that
to
is
the
a graph or
argument?
not.
Shall we
Yes.
move on?
How do you
Because the
know
argument-
if I can even have the graph in
argument
my
isn't my
hand if you don't know what the
view.
graph is?
The argument isn't my
How
view.
do I know it ought not happen if I don't even know what ought happen or what ought not happen?
Hold on, Emmett.
Oh, this is frustrating.
First of all, Emmett, do you think that evil exists? Do you think anything is evil?
He thought he could grant that. I bet he does think evil actually exists. He thought he could grant it, but then he has to bite a crazy bullet.
Yeah, of
Well, no,
course.
fine. What is evil? Then what is evil?
I
When
would
he lets
say
you
I
know
would
that-
say is the one of the definitions could be the nature of man, for example.
No. Just what is like? Do evil acts exist?
The heart of man, not the nature. Sorry, Maro.
Do evil acts exist? or
Yes,
no?
that evil acts exist. I would say yes.
Okay. So, what act would you consider to be evil?
Those are taken against God, for example.
Like what?
Anything that is taken against God.
That's not like an actual example. That's just you saying anything.
Thinking the
for-
heart
for
of man
example-
is evil is against God.
For example, saying that you are God, that would be an evil act.
Confluence.
Disavow.
Maryland.
Can
To
you start
to
with that?
say a man's heart is evil is against God because we are the image of God. To say a man's heart is evil is
Brandon,
disavowing
do you-
Yeah,
God.
because your desires are usually
Brandon, can you-
Our
whole-
desires are
Silence.
given
Blow
us
out.
to
I
us
hear you
by
trying to talk to
God.
Man is
He
not God.
puts them
Yes,
in
and then
us.
you are meant to overcome them and come to Christ. Anyway,
Overcome your desires. Oh my God.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. Fukushima has
Stop.
made liberal use of the
Wow.
One
Is this
Brandon v. Emmett, but let Brandon speak. So that's 5 minutes. That is a menu option. So
is this the first
Some-
one?
myself, including
Some desires are not evil, Emmett.
y'all are
All
still
of them
here,
are
but
evil.
you're just kicked to the back, except for, and I will bring you back once this is finished. Alex, Egg. Who am I? Oh, I'm missing myself.
Stay
Okay.
here. Just
Go
stay
ahead.
here for moderation.
Oh, that's
purposes.
true. Yeah. I'll mute myself.
And we don't have to keep talking about the argument. It
minutes
sounds like
starting
you
now.
kind of want to ask about my view, so I'll let you
No,
lead the conversation.
It's not about that. It's like before, if you're gonna go with the argument, okay, the argument needs to make sense in the propositions of it, and I need to have the definitions. So if you're gonna grant evil, I need to know what you mean by evil. And if the argument says that all actualization has to come from God and all of God is good and it always does what ought be done, I would request how do we get to the knowledge of God doing what he ought not do?
I mean, I answered this hypothetically. We could just say divine revelation. I don't know what's wrong with that answer. I don't know why it's relevant.
So are you saying that God divinely revealed what he ought not do?
Are we talking? No, not necessarily. Are we talking about a person that thinks that evil exists or doesn't think that evil exists? Because the argument is targeted. Yeah, the argument is targeted.
I know who's targeted about. I'm talking about the argument. I'm going through the argument.
Okay,
Just
we're not
through the
talking. We're not
argument.
talking about your view that everything
Okay.
is good.
we can go there. Don't
Or maybe
worry.
that's not your view. Maybe you're just like granting that. And go ahead,
I would
whatever.
say that okay, it doesn't matter. So in the argument, if I can still man it correctly, it says that there is, if God exists and everything is done through Him because He's all knowing, all powerful, and all good, then everything that ought be done is done through God. Through God is because He's doing it, right? Is that kind of correct?
You're on the right track. You can keep going.
Okay. And you're saying, okay, we are looking at things that are evil in the world. How can you accept those things that are evil in the world if they are happening because of God, pretty much, right?
Kind of. There's supposed to be a conflict between God's goodness and his power, essentially. There's a conflict because people think that there are things that are evil, but God is all good, so God would do everything that He should. So there's a conflict there.
Yeah, perfect. So good is the things that ought be done, and not good is the things that ought not be done. That's evil is the things that ought not be done. My question is, I'm granting. I'm gonna say that God is this super powerful being that is able to do all these things. How do I know, or how can I say God ought not be doing X thing? Where do I get that information?
I swear to God, I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't understand how you and your epistemology is relevant to whether or not the argument is successful.
Because how could I say that God is doing something evil or wrong or bad if I don't know, if I cannot have any way of knowing what if He's doing is good or bad?
Well, let's put it this way: the person doesn't have to have knowledge of these propositions that they affirm, like evil exists, but they do believe it. They do affirm those propositions. So we can just scrap knowing out of the argument.
How do they know? It's because they feel a certain way.
They don't have to know. They believe
they
it.
They internalize it a certain way. They perceive it a certain way. Is that the case?
Well, they don't know it. They just believe it. We'll just stipulate that they just believe it. They affirm those propositions. God is all good. God's all powerful, all knowing. Evil exists. They believe those things. They don't know those things.
They believe that they will be in a that's what you're saying is they're in a contradiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I agree. They're in a contradiction, but I think they're in a.
Yeah.
If they are not able to go through the argument, I would say that they are actually in a contradiction. I would say that there is a difference between the actuality of the things, especially in this in the idea of the fallen world, and even in those, like, because you have second causation, you only have, it's not all Calvinist, you have causation, second causation. But if you wanna, if a person is just saying God is so good and there are things that I see or that I perceive as evil, then I am in a contradiction. I would say that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because it's targeted towards. And people run it different ways too. This is like the simplified version. I've heard people run it with more propositions that are involved, but it's targeted for a specific kind of God. So if it doesn't apply to you, like who cares? It's like if somebody ran an argument on dualism, right? And they're running it on somebody who's like a physicalist. They're just going to be like, okay, yeah, so the dualism fails. I don't give a shit. It's not like it doesn't affect my view, you know?
Okay. The other thing is I just wouldn't. If you're running it through a specific to a person and not to the concept of God, then sure. Yeah, makes sense.
That was so painful. It took you 20 minutes to understand the simple concept.
Can I answer this question?
It wasn't.
What is happening?
What's happening?
It's an argument, Marilyn.
I thought it was productive. I think it was
goes
good.
through the idea.
Yeah,
it's
garbage.
It's pretty much it's pretty much the argument of if God real, why bad thing happen.
Hey, Brandon,
Look at what semantics means, Marilyn. Go read up on that. You might understand.
No, because you believers of
intelligent guy.
You believers of evil are just as bad as you doers of evil. If you believe in evil and you project it out and you create it into reality, you are just as bad as the people doing it. Like, just stop believing in it. Stop doing it. Like, cut it the fuck out. What is happening?
That's a great car bumper slogan. Why don't you go print those out?
Sally, join.
It's true.
So-
I didn't hear what you said either, Futsu. I heard
okay.
you trying to talk.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Brandon, I just said that I find you really intelligent. Like, I find the way you think very, very.
I'm not.
What's the word I'm trying to say?
I appreciate it though.
But you seem to have just like a natural understanding of things. It's pretty cool to watch.
Okay, Marilyn, what was your
Compared to somebody
core
who just
problem with all of
wants
these
to argue,
again?
you know?
Because I'm not
thanks,
understanding what
I appreciate
what
that.
your problem with
I'm a
My
Brandon
whole
fan.
problem with this is that people that believe in evil are scaring the children, and then the children are going to believe in evil, and then the children might do evil because they're so scared that evil exists. It must be reality, and then it shows up in their reality. It's like we have got to really get a hold of ourselves and stop scaring people that evil exists. If we really just be like, we are perfect, we are the image of God, we should not be feeding this perpetual belief that evil must
Mira,
exist.
okay. I was gonna jump in, but like when you say must exist, is that different from that? Hits me different than saying evil does exist. Like in any
No, I
major city, right,
understand.
you have grapes and homicides and stuff, and just like to use like low level
Right.
examples, those things are evil oftentimes, most of the time, right? And so evil does exist. Are you just saying it doesn't have to, that we don't have to keep doing evil? Because I'd agree there. We don't have to keep doing evil. But
Right.
it's a different thing
Right.
to say that evil does exist at this exact moment. Someone is doing something untoward to someone else, right?
Right, because there is a past and there is a present, or there is a present and there is a future. There's not a past because it's already gone and done, but there is a present and there is a future. But if we are to get to the future to where it doesn't exist, we have got to stop just feeding it and giving it life and wanting to see
What do you mean by feeding it?
Like wanting to talk about it, wanting to bring it into existence, wanting to say it exists, wanting to talk about these things. Like
Talking
if
about
we
evil
give it-
acts?
I don't think if we gave attention
Okay,
to
so
it
like
or
if
brought
you're
it into
at
our
your house with
reality
your
as
if you're
much-
at your house with your kids and like people break in to do harm to you, you're gonna turn to the kids and say, "Don't worry, kids, evil doesn't exist."
No, but that doesn't happen to me. Knock on wood.
Oh, so it doesn't happen to you, so it doesn't
happens
happen.
to other people, right? If you think about it.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't happen to me because I don't feed into it. I don't expect it. I
Oh,
don't
so you're
expect
not
it to
talking about it
happen to
creates a
me.
bubble around you to makes you
No,
immune to
you're
being got it.
manifesting
That's
it into
some victim blaming,
reality.
Marilyn. That's some
You
next
are
level victim blaming.
No, you are manifesting it into your reality. What's your thoughts, what you think becomes reality.
So
Like, according to your
anyone who has a
faith-
home invasion manifested that
Listen,
home invasion.
according to your faith, it will be given unto you. If you are constantly perpetuating fear and cowardice and something's against you and someone's coming for you, you're going to bring it upon your dumb self. Like, what the hell?
Marilyn, life is not a fairy tale, Marilyn.
It's not a fairy tale because y'all don't want it to be a fairy tale. You want to perpetuate
People
this
die,
evil
Marilyn. It's
talk.
true. There's evil.
Okay,
Marilyn. It's not a fairy tale.
Okay, so wait. So let me just be clear here. So the little kids in Africa that are starving and dying, they brought that on themselves because they didn't manifest food.
No, the white
Absolutely
man brought
not.
that.
Us not believing we're all God.
But
and
what do
we
you mean?
all are worthy
How did
is
you
what
answer what
caused
Mo
that
said with
crap.
absolutely not? Because you said if someone gets home invaded or like schmurdered, that there's like a skill issue.
They should just
thinking
manifest
evil.
food.
So yeah, how does that not apply to starving kids in an
We're
equal way?
all in the same goddamn system. Do you not?
No, I know,
get
but
that?
Marilyn, I got pinned down a little bit, not in a sus way.
No,
but, like,
the same person breaking into your house, and
because
the
you're
same
saying that this hasn't
little
happened to
kid
me
starving.
because I don't manifest this. That's
No.
what you said. You said
The
I haven't had
same-
someone break into my house, and it's
Listen,
because I
listen,
don't talk about
listen.
evil.
What?
So then
The
how does that not
reason-
apply to all these
The
people?
reason, listen, the reason people break in your house and the reason children are starving is because y'all want to believe this lie that we are all victims and we're all evil, rather than we are all kings and we are all the best and we deserve everything. We are living under a psyop, a complete Stockholm syndrome, a highly provisional, culturally and linguistically sanctioned hallucination, and y'all are okay within this system. But there wouldn't be murderers and killers. There wouldn't be starving children if we were all God. We wouldn't.
Marilyn, the words you use
Is Jeffrey Dahmer God?
The words you use, Marilyn, are fucking crazy, but you actually have a point.
This is very communist coded. So I agree with you.
Communism has never been practiced.
I know.
What the fuck is happening right now?
That's never been tried before.
I hope that's a joke, girl.
It's true.
I mean, I hope you're saying it's a joke. It probably hasn't. Neither is true anarchy.
Exactly.
Marlon, I have a question for you.
So in truth,
is it possible?
We've never practiced. We've never practiced what's that called? Capitalism or democracy.
No, because all of that is under a hierarchy. Under all of that is under an order that goes down.
We don't know that. We don't know that. We haven't taken it to its perfection.
Can I have 5 seconds with Vibe?
Marlon, I have a question for you. Marlon, could it be possible, right, that good and evil are products of free will? So what we do with that free will can be evil things or it can be good things. Right, but we can't have true free will without the ability to do one or the other.
No, because good is actually truth. God is good. Good is God. Good is actually truth. The latter is a lie that we believe. We believe a lie when we believe that bad is true and exists. We believe lies. And we teach our children to believe lies rather than only good.
That's because the shrooms.
You know how I know good is truth? Good is truth because we exist, we breathe, we see each other, we talk, we exist, we
that's have
most of
interactions.
Yeah.
That's good.
Those modus ponens right
good.
there.
I think you were right.
I don't see most of
It is
people.
a skill issue. You're right. It is a skill issue. That's what she's saying.
But Vibe, you were saying that I needed help. Could you please help me explain why do I need help with the argument?
Oh God, that takes a long time.
You need a lot of help.
You need a lot of help.
I have a question for Brandon because I did join like 14 minutes ago, so I'm not fully up on this. But so I don't understand Brandon's worldview completely, so I may have missed that, and I apologize, Brandon. Good to meet you, by the way. So, do you believe that good and evil actually exists? That's my first question, because I'm just trying to understand who you are.
Good and evil? It depends what you mean by that, but I'll give you my view. I'm a subjectivist.
View, not everybody else's, just your personal.
It's a preference.
I'm a preference guy. That's right. So in that sense, yes.
Because of his preference.
Evil exists, right?
Based. Say it again, Vibe. Sorry.
So you do believe that there's a good and an evil, correct?
In the sense that I'm using the terms, yeah.
Yeah, and but not from a God base, but from like a harm base or something like that.
Not even, no.
Okay, can you inform me? Just because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
His preference, Vibe. It's on his preference.
Yeah, I mean, there's different things I value. It's not just harm based. I mean, I don't even know if I'm understanding what you're actually asking for, because
I'm trying to understand if you're coming from a biblical base or you're coming from a consensus base of society, or like what your base, because you did say, I do believe that there is a good and bad. I'm trying to understand where your personal base from good and bad comes from.
But by base, if you're not talking about what I mean by those terms, I don't know what you're asking. Because all I mean by those terms is what I prefer or have a preference against.
So you said you do believe that there's good and bad, correct?
In the sense that I'm using the terms, right? Preference.
Yeah, just you. I'm not talking about worldview. I'm just talking about you, only you, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And do you come up with that good and bad senses from, in your worldview, of a religion, a faith, or from common sense and science? Like, where do you come up from with these ideas?
Are you asking why I have the preferences I have?
Yes, just you. I'm not asking.
I
you
mean,
to
I can
say
give you like
what is
I can-
ultimately right or wrong, but where you come up with your own ideas of good and bad.
I mean, that just sounds like you're asking for a causal explanation of why I have the preferences I have. I mean, I grew up a certain way, I experienced certain things, I have the genetics I have. I mean, it's probably super complicated, but that's
It's not
why I
that
have.
complicated, right? I mean, you do have an idea of what's good and bad. You've said that, right? So you've admitted.
What do you
that
think I mean by good?
What's that?
What do you think I mean by good? Just to make sure
That's
we're on the
what
same
I'm
page.
trying to get to, right? I'm trying to understand.
Well,
what
I've told
your
you.
sense of
Hold on,
good
I've
and
told you
bad-
twice now.
Hmm?
I've told you twice what I mean by good.
Okay, so good is,
What I prefer.
and you prefer what when you see good? Because I mean, you're really not actually answering. You're like, oh well, good is
No,
what I
I-
prefer, and bad is what I don't prefer. I'm
That's what I
asking
mean by those terms.
personally what you prefer is good. So when you see a good action,
But wait,
what is-
we're right there. When you say what you prefer is good, you're just being redundant because how I'm interpreting that is what you prefer is what you prefer because all good means is what I prefer.
Okay, I'm not talking about like if I eat a candy bar and go, this is good, and I give it to you and you go, this is bad. What I'm talking about is when we're doing actions in the world, is
He takes that as the same as you eating the candy bar by.
We've been through. Brandon does mean the
Good
same
and
things when he
bad
says
for
that.
him,
I do.
He
good and bad
means
for him
exactly
is
the
same
same
as eating
thing.
candy bar when he thinks it's the wrong.
There might be a different intensity of how strong that preference or desire is, but they're
So
the same
just
thing.
to clarify real quick though, Brandon,
So-
because you take it on this worldview, you would see nothing wrong with others having the same worldview, right?
Yes.
Yes, I would see something. Wait, ask that question one more, because by wrong there,
I'm just going to assume. No, I didn't say anything about wrong or right. I'm just saying the mere fact that you're taking on this worldview, you would see nothing wrong with others taking on that worldview, correct?
I would see nothing wrong with it. I think that would depend on the individual. I think in some cases, like if somebody is religious and they get what they consider to be good and bad from their religion, sometimes that probably is a good thing.
Well, no. It's their preference. Like you're saying it's your preference. So is it okay for others to just say it's my preference?
Okay,
It depends on the preference that we're talking about.
Yeah, let me help you,
We're
Brandon.
talking
There's
about
no
your
contradiction in him saying I don't prefer your preferences.
Right, Brandon.
Yeah, I would say that in some
only
cases.
talking about you, only you, and you can ask me about me, and I'll tell you only about me, right? So like when I'm saying like good and bad, and I actually Mo Rebettal kind of did it good. He's kind of like, well, I find something good. If other people find that good, I think what other people are doing are good because I think it's good. And maybe I'm strongmanning incorrectly. I'm literally
I was just clarifying.
trying to, like nail you down on what your personal worldview of a good and a bad thing is. Not the taste of chocolate, but like, is murder bad? Is murder good? Right?
It's the same
In
kind of
your
bad
personal
as chocolate.
preview.
I don't know if we're talking past each other or I'm not understanding you because I feel like I am answering that because
Okay,
when we bring up like the
hold on.
chocolate, go ahead, Alex. Maybe you can
Yeah,
explain
so
it better than I can.
maybe I can help. Okay.
Well, I mean,
So
let me just ask you.
Hold
is-
on. Let
do
me
you
hold
think
on.
murder
Hold on.
is
Hold on.
bad?
Just give me a second.
Yes, but by definition, yeah.
And and what's the definition
Murder
that you
is-
use, right? Because my definition, I think, might vary, but maybe it's the same. I don't know. What is the
Well, no,
definition?
murder
you
is a
use
legal
of
term
why that's
for
bad?
killing somebody without just cause.
I
Yeah,
think
well,
Brandon would
murder
mean
is
killing
bad,
that he
it's the
doesn't
same.
like is murder and definitionally wrong.
Yeah, we could say
So
like
that's-
a wrongful killing, and by wrongful killing, I would just mean I have a preference against
killing you
that
don't like.
killing.
So
Those all
wrong-
mean the same thing on my view.
Yeah. So you
So-
you can say is killing bad or is killing because of X bad, but saying is murder bad? Well, everyone has to say that if they believe that it's murder, then it's bad by definition.
Yeah, and okay, so like there's justified murder and there's non-justified murder. So maybe we're all on the same.
No, it's justified killing or unjustified killing.
Okay,
Murder
we'll use
itself
killing.
is-
Justified killing
Well, no,
or
I'm saying
I'm sorry,
murder
Vibe.
is
Give me
just-
one
just
second.
killing. It's murder.
Murder
correct?
is a legal term. Murder
Okay.
is an unjustified
I
killing.
already conceded there, so we don't have to dig into that any further.
Okay.
But let's just pretend if you're not
Can I-
religious, right? And like we're living in an AI world. There were some books 50 years ago written, like the foundation books, where all of a sudden we had the computational power to predict like pretty much every weather pattern and the infinite what's going to happen in the universe eventually. If we were to create such a system without God, right? I'm not even talking about God or Christianity right now. If we were to create such a system and we realize that there's life out there in the rest of the universe, and that system said that if humanity continues to exist at our current status, we will destroy the universe in half the time than it would have ever existed. But if we kill half of the innocent and uninnocent people on the planet Earth and reduce our population, we can actually extend the life of the universe. Would that be justified or unjustified?
That's a different question from morality.
Well, it's actually a different question for a different God that people that aren't in the Christianity view would look at, right? They would have a new God, and it is their God. Their God is, hey, we have discussions, and we discuss what's right. We discuss what's justified based on the knowledge that we have today. If all of a sudden we were to have the whole knowledge of the future, would our current decisions be justified today, knowing what that decision is in the future, right? It's
But
a
justification is
constantly
different
moving
from
goalpost
morality.
for them based on knowledge, right?
I'm not sure Brandon heard anything you said. He just got back.
Yeah, he can answer. I will take Brandon's position for a second. I'm sorry, Brandon, you can say I'm wrong, but he can take he can literally say, I would do the thing that I prefer, and that would be the good thing, and that has nothing to do with the justification of it.
Well, I would think, because in my opinion, listening to Brandon, he sounds like a pretty intelligent guy. So when he's actually saying what I prefer, I'm thinking he actually reads and looks into it and doesn't just make a decision by himself. He gets consensus, right? So he's out there, he's searching for truth, and he's trying to make a decision on what he thinks is good or bad based on more input. I don't think Brandon is a dumb guy here.
Yeah, but
right?
then the justification of the action would be in the consensus of the action. It wouldn't be whether it's wrong or bad.
Well, and that's kind
this
of
is what I'm
going
talking
to.
about. Justification. Justification is completely different to morality.
The justification for him, and I know where you're going with this, Emmett, is essentially that, you know, you've got this moral standard which is the same as mine, but at the same time they're going, hey, we've got a moral standard too, we just are absent of God, right? And therefore we're doing the best we can with the knowledge we have today, and yes, we may find out later we were wrong and we will change our consensus, right? Our view is like our consensus is always right because we already know that there's this higher power. Now that could be argued, right? That's a whole God argument, but I'm just trying to bring it into in the sense that both of us have gods. Just we have a known one and they have an unknown one. We call ours God. They criticize us, but they have their own, which is called X. X is unknown. When we don't know something, we say, yes, that's God. We don't know it yet, but we discover it later. We're both growing to the same point.
Are you using God of the gaps as the argument? By
No, he's saying
No,
X. No, hold on.
Emmett, you
saying
know
that
all
X
the
is
time
the
people
future-
accuse Christians of saying when we don't understand something, we just say, oh, it's a God. Well, you know what? There's a lot of Christians out there like, yeah, oh, it's God, but I want to
Hold
figure
on.
out how he did it. And we also investigate what scientists and Christian scientists do. We go, hey, it's X. We don't know it yet. We're still exploring it.
Well, hold
It's
on.
still
Can you
unknown.
just say that X is like the future consequences of whatever it is that you're going to do? Because that's kind of how they decide their preferences, right? Based on the future consequences.
Well, yeah, I mean, so we've got a set of principles, which could be correct or incorrect. I know that they're correct, but you guys have a set of future principles which are just
Oh, I know what you're
unknown,
saying.
always unknown. No matter what, they're always unknown.
If I can clarify really quick from you, what you're saying is basically
I don't know why that would be true.
your moral sense stems from the God that gave you morality in the past, and thus your morals don't change in the future because they are what God gave you. whereas like an atheist might change their morals depending on what they learn in the future or about what the future holds based on what they're doing currently.
Correct.
Okay.
And I respect that side too. By the way, the people that are going, hey, I don't know everything, just like I say, I don't know
Does that
everything.
make sense, Brandon? Do you know?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how much. I don't know how much more I can add to a lot of that.
I'm actually curious, Brennan. So, based on what your previous answer to me, it basically boils down to your preference, right? So,
my preference. That's right.
My preference, right? So, if someone else has their preference and they decide to murder people, what grounds can you say that's wrong under?
It depends on what you mean by what grounds.
Like what can you say? What can you use to say other than my preference that it's wrong?
I can try to convince them based on the values they have. Maybe they don't want to go to jail. Listen, I mean, we do this all the time when we're trying to get people to do what we want them to do.
What if they don't care about any of that? What if they won't really want to kill? No, but that's a different question. That's not what we do with them.
I don't think you're checking there.
What if they don't care about God?
How do you hold on? How do you
That doesn't change anything.
How do you what are you using to ground to say that what they're doing is actually wrong?
I don't know what you mean by ground. I hear that language used all the time. I don't.
What are you using to justify that it's wrong?
What does it mean to justify a preference? Justification applies to like propositions, and I'm not.
Well, if I ask you if something's wrong and you say it's my preference, and I ask you why is it wrong, you say my preference, it just becomes circular logic.
Well, it's not why is it wrong because my preference. It's that wrong and my preference mean the same thing. So if you swap out X is wrong. Yeah, if X is wrong, all that proposition means is I have a preference against X. Those two seemingly different propositions are the same proposition, just two different statements with different words.
And somehow you're still not an emotiveness, Brandon, which is crazy.
Let's say someone is a carbon copy of you, right? But but except for one thing, they decide they really like murder. How do you tell them that it's wrong from your worldview?
How do I tell them that it's
How can
wrong?
you make it? How can you?
I would just tell them I have a preference against it. What do you mean tell them that it's wrong?
So
you want me to express that
said
I have a preference against it?
Well, you answered. You said it would be your preference. So basically, you're basically downgrading morality to emotion. Then basically, because you're not actually saying it's wrong, you just dislike it.
Well, when you say not actually wrong, what do you mean by wrong there? Because we all agree we have preferences, right? But like when people start using language like, well, it's not actually wrong. Well, if you're not talking about like desires,
I'm saying you don't have
about?
It's clear. You don't have an actual thing to say that this is wrong other than my preference. You just said it again. It's my
What do you
preference.
mean I don't have a thing to say that it's wrong? When you say wrong, are you talking about my semantics or your semantics?
I'm telling you that based on what you're telling me, it reduces down to morality reduced down to emotion. It's just your
preferences.
Emotions.
Yeah, I'm talking about my preferences. Yeah. Well, what's the issue with that?
Well, then that reduces a lot of things down. Like Hitler wasn't evil; he was just disliked.
Well, what do you mean by evil?
Hitler didn't act according
because
to
under my semantics, he would be evil.
He didn't act. Yeah, he didn't act according to your preference. He was just disliked under your worldview.
Yeah, he would be evil in my view.
Well, what is evil?
So I guess I want to ask. So Brandon,
I'm gonna leave in a second. I have to go. Okay.
I have to go soon too.
Sally, your avatar is distracting, Emmett.
Sure. I know that colors are very, provocative in your eyes. When he's saying this is evil, it's just dependent upon your preferences. So, if there's two people, okay, one has a thing that he prefers, that you prefer, another person has a thing that you don't prefer. Okay, the one that is good is the one that you prefer. The one that is evil is the one that you do not prefer. That's pretty much what it is. Correct, Brandon?
Essentially.
Okay. If the evil guy is the one that has the power, besides you trying to convince him, besides you going to him trying to plead your case towards what he's doing is evil, because that's your preference. Is there any moral objectivism that you can try to apply to convince that person that he's doing something wrong?
Did I cut out or did Emmett cut out?
Okay, before you repeat that, Vibe is saying he has to
you
go.
cut off at the end there, Emmett. I'm sorry.
So Vibe, if you have to go, I want to wish you all the best. And if you want to subscribe to Vibe, it's in the chat. You should. He's a cool guy.
Thanks for that. And Brandon, yeah, it was
Hold
fun.
on. Jesus
and Emmett,
Christ,
always
what is
good to see
happening?
you and everybody else. Big Soda, Mo Rebettal. I don't think we really had too much
There
time
we
to
go.
chat.
Okay, I can hear you guys again.
Take care.
I'm sorry, Emmett.
Bob, you need
Sorry, I
a
only
little
had
bit of
a
help.
few minutes to come up, but I had to do it.
It was nice talking to you, Vibe.
You
It's
really
always good
need
seeing
some
you, Vibe.
help with that argument, Vibe.
You have a good night, Vibe.
All right.
Have a good
take
one,
care.
Vibe.
So something about an evil dictator and how would I convince him?
No, I'm just saying that the only thing you could do to convince, like, do you have any moral objective standard that you can apply to that person, saying, "Hey, what you're doing is evil," besides your preferences?
Do I have? Well, I'm not a moral objectivist, so no. And let's say that evil dictator, you tell him, well, these are the objective moral facts, and he says, I don't give a shit about the objective moral facts. I'm going to keep doing evil shit. What are you going to do?
In your worldview, I don't have anything to do, right? Because there's no moral objective
And likewise.
standard. And
Likewise,
Yeah,
even
so,
with the objective
yeah.
standard, he could just, I don't give a fuck about the objective moral facts. I'm going to do what I want.
But under your moral worldview, that would be might makes right, essentially.
And same thing on your view.
Right.
That's right.
Brandon.
Well, not makes right, but it makes right.
Well, no, it would have to make right because
in your
That
case,
doesn't
it has
follow.
to make right because it's
Yeah,
his
in your case,
preference. And if he has the higher power, and he is the one that is saying that it's good,
I don't give
that
a
he
shit.
will be the one.
I don't give a shit about his preferences.
I know, but he doesn't give a
hold
shit
on.
about yours either.
So-
That's the point.
Just stop.
Right.
I'm gonna go
This
and
is
leave.
useless.
Thank you so much for having me on Confluence. Have a good one.
Always a good time, Emmett. 07s. I'll post the link to Emmett. Everyone probably knows him already, but
We're always talking about my preferences, dude.
Emmett's a
He likes
fucking
your preferences.
People love my preferences.
Hey, so I have a question for you. So let's say like a 17-year-old kid walks up to you and you let's say you know him and he asks you, is killing wrong? How would you respond to him?
Is killing wrong? I'd probably say, what do you mean by wrong, kid? I mean, I would obviously, yes, killing is wrong. And then I would probably appeal to the things that I value and that he probably values too. Well, you probably don't want to harm people, right? Imagine if you do the empathy thing, right?
What if he tells you that he just has a strong desire to do it? Like he has a really strong preference or this almost uncontrollable desire to do it. How do you still tell him that it's wrong, or how do you tell him that something is wrong unless you want to say that your preferences are more important than his own, or they're more universal than his?
What's fucking me up is you keep using the word wrong in your question, and I don't know if you're talking about preferences or something else.
This is how people talk to each other, right? They don't ask you,
Yeah.
hey,
I don't
do you have a
talk-
strong preference against killing, right?
I wonder if in Jeffrey Dahmer's early years he met someone that had this worldview. Just, whatever your preferences are. Whatever your preferences are.
That's not a critique. Why do people think that's a critique?
It's
Everything that you're saying against my view applies to your view as well.
Yeah,
People just
it
not give a shit about the moral facts, right?
Yeah, I guess
No,
I'm
it
just
doesn't.
trying- I'm
I
trying to
never even.
understand,
I haven't even
like-
gave my worldview. I can critique someone else's worldview without even giving a replacement one. Just because someone has a dog shit worldview doesn't mean I have to replace it with.
Well, you haven't demonstrated it's dog shit. I haven't heard a critique yet.
I think I have that. It's very circular logic, and you have no reason to.
What's
to
the
even tell us-
circularity?
You have because my preference is my preference. I ask you if something's wrong. You say it's my preference. And I ask you if someone else has
Where's the
going by
circularity?
the same thing. If I ask somebody else, okay, if this person wants to be a murderer, what grounds are you going to tell them that it's wrong? You say,
Let me
well, it'd
see
be
if
my
we can get it,
preference.
fuck.
So it reduces your moral framework down to your emotions.
You're just describing the view. That's all you did. You didn't critique it. You just said, well, when you say good,
Yeah,
all
I'm
you mean is that
describing
you
it how
prefer
it's
it.
circular.
And when you say something's bad, you're saying you have a preference against it. You're just describing my view. That's not a critique.
Mo, do you think it's
Yeah,
possible-
describing your view and how dog shit it is. Well, how is somebody
You
supposed
haven't
to
demonstrated
like
it's
how
dog shit.
it is?
You're just saying your view is preferences.
Mo,
Okay.
Mo, I got a question.
Can I actually
for you.
finish the question I was?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
So when I say wrong because that's what people typically say, right? Is this
Mhm.
wrong to do? So I'm asking
What the
you in the
fuck is wrong
same
with
light,
Mr. Rogers?
right? And the question is, they have some sort of like deep desire to see what happens when they hurt someone, and that you, in your preference, know that's wrong.
Mhm.
Do you still tell them that it's wrong, or do you just say, well, my preference is that you don't do that because of all these things that are going to be bad, but your preference is just as valid?
I
Or
wouldn't.
is your preference not valid by that measure?
I mean, I wouldn't consider that preference to be valid, but it would depend on the person. If me telling them that it's wrong increases the likelihood that they're going to do it, I probably wouldn't say that's wrong. I'd probably just call the cops on them.
Yeah.
And then I would.
Psychos.
And if we're
you
trying
gotta
to,
imagine you're talking to someone you know, right? Like,
Mhm.
let's say someone you've been mentoring, someone you've been like, someone you've known for like 5-10 years, your neighbors,
Well,
whatever.
you wouldn't know for
right?
5 or 10 years if you didn't know they wanted to kill people. You'd
Well,
have known it now.
they may not have felt it
It's a
before then.
hypothetical, Stacey.
This is a hypothetical. We don't have to go back in time and figure out why
Jesus
they didn't
Christ,
tell you.
yeah.
Yeah, I want to
My
lose.
aunt-
Sally's been here for a
my
little bit.
aunt
I want to hear
hypothetically
Sally's
is my
thoughts on
uncle
this if
if
she
she had
has.
Has she answered?
Otherwise,
has
Sally's not gonna get to talk at all. Okay.
Has Sally
So
answered the opening question, Confluence?
no, she hasn't. She hasn't. Sally, are you there?
Yes.
In 10. Oh, someone's echoing. I'm not sure who it is. I think we're good. Sally, in 10 seconds, roughly, what is your religious view? Just so we can all get a baseline and judge you accordingly. Just kidding.
I'm a follower of Christ.
Based. Do you have anything to? I just want to give you time to speak because you joined and we're all talking about Brandon's preferences. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well,
do you like my
I kind of-
preferences?
your preferences, I mean, to me, it kind of sounds like you're scapegoating and you're really dancing around topics.
I am.
Instead
That's
of
right.
like,
That's intentional too, by the way.
Yeah, we can tell.
So
What's that picture Sally's got? What is that picture?
No,
of?
I'm sorry. I gotta go here. I'm sorry. Quick question, follow up. So, Brandon, under your worldview, how does this scale to a society where it's anywhere functional? If everyone, how do we have higher courts? How do we have anything related to this? Like, how does a society function under your worldview if everyone just goes around and their morality is based on their preference? Because this is how you get people who want to marry their sisters, and this is how you get people who want to eat corpses and necrophilia. Like, how does this not just devolve into all of that?
I don't know why that would be entailed, but I think it would be similar.
Well, no, that would be entailed.
If not exactly how it is today. We share a lot of the same values. I'm assuming none of you are serial killers. You probably don't want to grade people. You probably like to see people do well. You probably care about other people's health and well-being, right?
Well, it depends on which part of the world you're
laws
in.
around that. I mean,
it does.
I don't see what the issue is.
So, like, if we're just talking the U.S., it would.
My thing would begin. Jesus, I'm sorry, Mo.
Wait,
one second.
What was that, Seeley? I couldn't hear you, and you were making a good point, Seeley.
Jesus, what? Hold on.
Mo, what's wrong with marrying your sister? Is that a bad thing?
God damn it!
Yes.
What the fuck, dude?
Well, what about your first cousin?
Okay.
Yes, that's also wrong. Because it produces the dumbest people in the world currently. Look at
Shut
Islam.
the fuck up,
Wait,
you
hold
little
on.
bitch.
Does the
I
Bible,
can tell you
does
were
the Bible
fucking the
tell you
next
why it's
asshole
wrong
on
to
the
marry your
panel.
sister?
They got rid
Good.
of Gandhi. They got rid of fucking Emmett, and now you mow the three.
Wait,
Oh, great.
Stacey,
That's a great argument. That's a great
Stacey,
argument. Thank you.
Why are you so triggered over the cousin thing? Is there something we should know?
Because he's probably the product of cousin
I just
fucking.
wanted to see what this idiot would
Does your
say.
belief
I just
system
wanted
tell
to see
you
what
why
the
it's wrong
idiot
to
would
marry
say.
your
Mow
sister?
the.
So you have your family has cousin fucking in it, right? Your family tree isn't a tree; it's just a circle. Got it.
Oh yeah, that's what it is, homeboy. Hey, you know what?
Got it.
I got a perfect place I'd like to meet you and extend a hand.
Oh,
of
great.
courtesy
Oh, wow.
on the
Oh,
church here.
super.
This is YouTube,
Oh, my God.
bro.
Big tough. Meet me behind the ice cream truck after lunch. You're going to get it, man.
Post your
Shut the
ad
fuck
in
up.
private chat.
Shut the fuck up. No one cares about your tough guy
Fuck
act.
up, you little furry face. Shut up, you bitch. You ask me
Oh, my
stupid
God.
questions. Just get to
All
the
right, Mo,
point, bitch.
Mo, did you have a follow-up, dude?
And all y'all shut up.
I don't know, man. Like this.
Much more
Okay, so
interesting
look.
than y'all.
Clearly, Brandon,
Shut up.
you seem to be a chill dude. I do think your worldview's dog shit. I do think we could have
Nobody
like a
cares what
conversation
you think,
around
Mo.
it,
Let the
but
chick talk. Let
this
the chick
guy is
talk.
like
Yeah,
going on and on.
Stacey,
Shut up.
let him
the chick talk.
Let him talk. Let him talk, Stacey.
Let the girl talk.
You're already talking. We're listening to a girl talk.
Hey, bitch, I will fucking rip out your eyes.
Oh my god.
Stacey,
Oh,
that's
God.
like the sixth panelist you've threatened. That's a weird fantasy that you have, Stacey. But unfortunately, you are not allowed to say that. So
Stacey was chill
GG.
yesterday.
You should use that as a reaction confluence.
So I do find it very interesting. The one thing that triggered him out the gate was just the cousin fucking thing. So he just like, how dare you talk
he
about my
was
family?
really mad about that one.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he was that
not
angry
happy.
about.
All right, look.
What about second
that
cousins? Mo, what about second cousins?
I would just avoid
Let's
blood
find the line,
relatives,
guys.
man.
Let's find the line.
Mo,
I will whip your ass.
Mo, do you have something that tells you why that's wrong?
Yeah, so for me, it would be church history. It was condemned in the early first century of Christians. So.
Wait, why? What's wrong?
Is that biblically
Cousin fucking.
condemned, or what's it just condemned? by
It
the
is.
church?
So there are biblical. So if you look at like Old Testament, right, it talks about a lot of these laws, like a Levitical law, and a lot of people will point to the Bible and say, well, no, it's in the Bible, so it's justified, it's okay. But what they don't understand is in a lot of cases in the Old Testament, it was laws put in place to manage a fallen world. So
it
from
was
that,
also a
you get this,
description, not a prescription. As well.
right.
And that's what
Description.
people
Many
forget.
things are descriptions, not prescriptions in the Bible. But along with that, having first century church fathers in history, they came out and obviously like clarified, hey, don't fuck your cousins. All right. Like, this is bad. Don't do this. And if you want to get into an empirical system of it, you can look at the IQ levels across the world, and you can look at where cousin fucking is most prevalent and look at it. It's producing the dumbest human beings on earth. So if you want that, sure, go for it. If you want your family tree to be a circle, have at it. But I don't recommend it.
Where did Adam and Eve's kids get their wives, man?
So Adam and Eve, going back that far, because they were closer to the creation, it was less of an issue. That's the general understanding.
But isn't the effects of incest still?
So here's
valid at that time?
well, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Okay, I'll explain something. What's interesting about this type of argument, and I hear this argument a lot, it's a situation of like, I'm going to grant you God made people, but whoa, I'm not going to grant that he would, be able to like make it to where they're not going to come out as mutated freaks in the first few banging. That's the hard thing to justify. Not that God created people. Like, okay, so that's a less of a miracle than him literally creating everything. So it's kind of a self-refuting question.
Yeah,
But we do have like a lot of.
You're saying that if God can create people, then He can create people that can cousin fuck just fine.
I'm saying if God can create someone, and they are closer to the original what was intended, without all the genetic fuckeries going around, yes, it's completely reasonable to think logically that they would be fine. And that's why in the Bible, that's why in biblical, if you look at like as far as the Bible goes, it says that humans also lived longer back then, right? So it's as humanity went on, it went further and further away from what it was supposed to be. Okay.
I see what you're saying. Can I like super simplify it or like water it down? And correct me if I'm
You
wrong,
do whatever you want
but
with it. I don't care. But I'm about to leave.
No, it's sounds like it's just like the watered down version, like the more as time progresses. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Say that again.
I was saying that as like time, it's. Geez, I can't repeat it now. I'm too high. Oh, it's like a watered down version. Like there's a lot right now, and as time progresses, we start straying further from like what's supposed to be like God and eternity. Is that how I'm understanding what you just said?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. Just logically thinking about it, right? Let's just grant for a second God created everybody, right? He created Adam and Eve, right? Okay, so we're starting from that premise. So he created them. They fell into sin. And then sin entered the world, and then it started to degrade everything and fall away from that perfect ideal. And then as a consequence, early on, you know, they were supposed to live forever, but then, you know, they fell in sin. So now they're not going to live forever. And so each generation, the lifespan is slowly starting to dilute and reduce down. Then there would be nothing stopping logically to think, okay, well, if that's the case, then closer kins would not be as much of an issue as a completely, fallen world that we live in now, where you can look even empirically, cousin fucking lowers your IQ below 80. That would make sense.
Well,
And that's if you're making the premise. That's if you're granting God create everything, and this is the starting premise, right? So if you're living in that premise.
Brief pause. Super chat from fucking Button. Why did you have to go and bully Stacy for being the product of good old cousin fucking? Have you seen his aunt mother? I don't blame his father cousin. And Stacy, I have to allow this because Stacy, I've told you not to threaten to skull fuck people on the panel like 5 times. That shouldn't have to be something I say once. The fact that that has been the 5th time that I've had to kick you, Stacy, is fucking crazy. Okay, thank you, fucking Button, for the $5, and carry on with the cousin fucking rhetoric, I guess.
Does anybody know his background or history? Is he Muslim? Is he a Muslim?
Stacy? No. I don't know why he got that mad over that. Sometimes Stacy gets mad at strange things. I'm not sure.
He's got anger control issues. He's been in prison for almost killing people before.
He did throw a guy off a 3rd-story balcony named Jimmy once. That's his lore. But he did his time. He did his time, and he hasn't committed any crime since.
Insane.
From what he says.
He hasn't been caught.
He hasn't been caught.
But is it wrong?
Yeah, can we justify
his wrong with Stacy? It was Stacy's preference to throw Jimmy from a 3rd-story balcony, right? So, I mean, who are we to judge? Who are we to cast stones?
If Jimmy was anything like Femmett, kind of gotta give it to him.
Oh no, Food Toy, don't go that way. Emmett might be insufferable, but I mean, have him roof your house for you instead. That's what those people are doing.
I like Emmett, but that was pretty funny.
I'm just kidding. I don't have anything against Femmett except that we just have a beef. It's all ego based on both sides, I'd say.
I don't have anything against him except I have something against him.
Yeah. And plus, you're too dumb to understand his arguments, Food Toy. That's 90% of your problem.
No, that definitely isn't. It's the opposite.
90% of Food Toy's problem is him being Irish. Okay, we've established that.
Ireland.
And he doesn't know steel.
Is it true? There's only 5 black people in Ireland. All right.
No, it's not true.
That is true. There's only 5. There's only actually 5.
I've heard that.
Like you brought up, Con. Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
It's
less. You got rid of him. Wow, that's racist.
What are you trying to say, Futoy? He took care of the problem. Disavow that.
He's like, wow, yeah, no, we had a problem, but we fixed it.
Not anymore.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, I have to go, guys. But it's been fun.
Always a pleasure.
Later.
See you, Mo.
Bye, Mo.
I've got a question, a biblical question about Adam and Eve. So if Adam and Eve had 3 sons, how do those 3 sons then procreate?
Clockwise, snakewise.
Clockwise, snakewise. That's a fair question. Okay, start with Brandon. In the book that you definitely think is infallible, Brandon, where did Adam and Eve where did their sons find their wives?
Back then, since they were closer to creation, males could get pregnant, so they just did the deed with each other.
Wow. The asexual grind set. Okay, I respect it. Okay, Futoy.
I do got to bounce though. See you guys.
All right. 07's
Brandon.
Always good, Brandon.
Yeah, always good, definitely. I don't offend anybody, so excuse my language when I say I don't believe any of that. It's all a crock of shit. I think that the Bible has good intentions, but I don't believe it.
What an intelligent answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would ask you to steal a man at Futoy, but I'm not gonna ask that again. Okay.
Thank God.
Okay, Keelan.
What's the question?
Where did Adam and Eve's? I could put it in the thing, but where did Adam and Eve's children, aka Cain, Abel, and Seth, etc., where did they get their wives from?
I don't really know that much about the Bible, like that part specifically.
Remember, he's Muslim.
I would assume that like with a lot of early growing cultures, they were just like marrying within their family and having kids with people within their family.
I think you're missing the point that there wasn't other people around.
No, but I think he's saying that there is,
We don't
because
know
we know
that,
Adam.
though.
We know Adam and Eve had at
Based
least
off of what scripture?
Sons and daughters, and so I think Keelan's saying that they did the deed with their, close family members, which is a possibility.
Sally, why would they leave that out of the Bible?
Hey, no
If there was other
crosstalk.
people?
No crosstalk. Clockwise, snake-wise, people. Big Soda, you're next.
So, can I ask
or Keelan, if you have more to say.
So I haven't read that part of the Bible in a long time. Did it say like explicitly Adam and Eve had a lot of children other than
Yes.
the
Yeah.
named ones?
Yeah. They had at least 7 because it says they had, after Cain, Abel, and Seth, it said they had other sons and daughters. In Hebrew, it's plural sons, plural daughters. So it's at least 7, possibly way more.
I mean, I'm taking, like, I remember Genesis enough to think that Adam and Eve were the first people, according to the Bible. So I would think that their
Sorry,
kids
I found the
fucking their other
contention.
kids.
Sorry. To be accurate, the Bible says Cain and I can't remember exactly the names, but they went out and got themselves wives. It says that in the Bible. It doesn't say they had
God
sex
damn
with
it,
their
Dutoy,
sisters.
it's not your turn. Shut the fuck up.
It's not your turn. And what you're saying doesn't even contradict what Keelan is saying. So, like, just stop, please. But Big Soda.
Well, this is probably due to my ignorance. I forgot that part in Genesis where it describes them going on and having other children.
I can pull it up if we're all doubting
No.
Thomas says. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, wait. Do you want to say? I'll pull it up while you're talking, Big Soda.
Well, I guess that would be my answer. I had just forgotten that there was a specific verse. I thought that we considered they had more children, but it was outside of Scripture itself.
No, it is. I'm finding it. I mean, yeah, either I'll put it on the screen, but either you keep talking if you have more to say, or Alex, and I'll pull it up.
No, I'll wrap my point up.
Yeah, it says that Cain went to the land of Nod, which I'm guessing is probably the people who existed before Adam and Eve.
That's heretical.
Not really. Let's just say there isn't soulless people that existed.
That's what I was trying to say before I was rudely shut down.
Yeah, it's not your turn, Futoy.
Given
that the flood was like about wiping out the Canaanites, it seems pretty likely that that was the only line that survived, was the one that went to the land of Nod.
Yeah, but that's after the creation.
Big Soda, no cross talking.
You're right. My bad.
I'm aware.
Okay, and this is just so we all are on the same page. This is the passage I was talking about.
No cross talking.
That's in Genesis 5. Shut the fuck up, Futoy. Okay, so this one here. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image. Ooh, interesting wording there. And he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. So again, we at least know 2 daughters, 5 sons, possibly more, definitely not less. Sally.
I mean, honestly, I still stand by it. I don't know. It doesn't say based off of that. So what am I just supposed to guess?
Yeah. Just the question is, where do you think that Cain, Abel, and Seth got their wives from?
I don't know. And it doesn't indicate whether there was like more people or anything like that. So to me, it's not really a fruitful conversation to have. It doesn't impact my faith, whether or not it went one way or another. It really doesn't. I think it takes away from the greater message of God.
Wow, Big Soda called out. I think that was your question.
Yeah,
harsh times. Anson.
Yeah. So the way that this mythology was constructed, It was kind of haphazard and piecemeal, and when you're like trying to connect various like origin myths and fables from various cultures over a period of time together into one cohesive book, there's going to be gaps in the plot and difficulty with the story making logical sense, right? It's kind of like the whole MCU, right? I mean, not all of the different episodes of the movies are canon with the books that the comic books that were original. Like, people are upset about various like inconsistencies, right? And that happens in all human constructed narrative stories like that, right? So I'm not surprised to find inconsistencies in this work of fiction as well.
Okay,
What
and me, I will
inconsistencies?
wait. No crosstalk yet. No
Oh,
crosstalk.
sorry, my bad, my bad.
Confluence
My
goes
bad.
last. Okay.
Yeah,
I
no
would say
crosstalk, Sally.
I agree with I agree with Sally in the sense that I don't think I think there were other people. Now the problem with why I agree with Anson is that the text does seem to say that Adam and Eve were the first people. At least it seems to say that. And so, but then it also says, as Alex pointed out, that Cain goes and finds his wife in the land of Nod. So if there was a named land of Nod, then presumably there was other people. So the way I see it, and this is just my like personal opinion, I think that probably the Garden of Eden is probably like a sanctioned off thing. I think there's a lot of evidence for that in the text itself. And that there were other people, and that Adam and Eve were just like, there were God's people, and that they had access, and they got kicked out, and that's why they were blocked back in, and that's why it was a garden in the first place. So I think there was other civilizations. I don't think there were the only two people on Earth at that time. I think that is kind of the creation mythos. But yeah, I think within that walled garden, I think there was a specific those two people. And why was there a wall? It's a wall for a reason, to probably keep the bad people out. So I think I have no problem with thinking that there were other people, and I think references to the land of Nod, I think, support that theory.
Do you think that it's
Crosstalk enabled?
Oh, love it. Okay,
That's some Elden Ring BS
I
argument.
can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of agree with Anson. Their proofreaders weren't that great.
That's not what I said. Futoy.
It's not. It's Fruitoy. First of all, it's also like
hyperbole, maybe like what I mean.
It's not even a hodgepodge
of, like, destroying people, but then you still see like the Canaanites being brought back up. So you know how people have it in like with sports, like the Cowboys destroyed the Chiefs. I don't know. I think I got the names right. But they didn't actually like kill anybody. But it's just a hyperbole.
Why
Is
are
that not
you
a
bringing up
possibility?
the Muslim?
It's
Why
like
are you
war
Muslim
talk.
back?
Is there any evidence that it's hyperbole?
I just said, well, regarding which part specifically?
We're talking about destroying people, and usually if the Bible is using literary devices, you can like...
Oh, yeah.
How?
What are the examples? I said that when they say like to destroy the Canaanites, but then you see them coming back later on in the Bible later on. So clearly they're not fully destroyed.
Hello.
Hey,
welcome back.
I believe it's Genesis 5:4 that says that the Adam and Eve lived 930 years, and they kept having children in the twins. They kept having twins, and the way they did it was they married off the oldest with the to the youngest, and the oldest to the youngest, and that's how everybody else gets their wives.
Based off of what?
I think it's Genesis 5:4 in the Bible or something like that. But I mean,
I did not come across that.
5:4 is what we just read. It's the 5:4 is just after Seth was born. Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. That's all. That's all 5:4
Yeah, that's what I
says.
mean. Like, there
Yeah,
doesn't say
so-
like how many
so-
specifically.
So he
And I
had.
don't remember
That's
the
what I'm saying.
wall
Like
in the Garden of
people,
Eden.
they had 930. They lived for 930 years. So it's like they kept producing children. It's not like they just stopped right there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's unknown. Like maybe it's like 100 children. Like at least from the text itself, we don't know. We have no idea.
Whoa,
I would
that's a lot
also
of
challenge
sex.
you. I would also challenge you, Confluence. I mean, how do we know that when he went to the land of None, that the land of None isn't descendants of Adam and Eve?
Yeah, Confluence. Can you pull up Genesis 6:7?
No, but
Is that
like
a real request?
the people that went to the land of Nod were, I believe, they were known as the Edomites. And those people were redheads, red gingers.
Oh my god! If you turn this into a fucking race realist bullshit, racist
real.
shit that you always do, Jose, I swear to God.
And that's why they don't have souls. That's why they don't have souls.
Yeah, so Jose, Seth's wife didn't have a soul. Interesting.
No, Seth, everybody has a soul, man. Come on now.
Gingers don't have souls. South Park.
I don't have
you see,
Park.
well, the thing is, like,
episode
if
5.
If you were to know, like, the original Europeans were mostly gingers until they got wiped out by the plague, you know.
Apparently, there was indigenous.
That's not accurate.
Apparently, there was giant.
The Southern Europeans weren't wiped out because they had already mixed bread with, like, Northern Africans, so their immune system was a lot stronger, and they had already learned to, like, bathe and all that stuff.
Yeah, they had that
Yeah.
blood. Basically.
That's what Anson. You say what I'm thinking sometimes, which is crazy.
I don't think
you say the things that I have the wherewithal not to say, which is helpful. A helpful thing to have around.
Those intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, the intrusive. Anson says my intrusive thoughts. That is basically true.
That's why it's good to have on panel.
That just like, in history, like, you know, that, like, people landed in Europe on boats and they came and they brought, like, sicknesses that killed a lot of people. So there's actually, like, there's already people
that is
there,
true.
They brought their tanks and guns.
So you can make the argument that they had a stronger immune system.
Now there wasn't guns yet when those people landed in Europe.
Armored cars and tanks and guns came to take away our sons.
Okay, before we get into the race realism, which I know I can smell it. I can smell it in the air. Okay, we're gonna go to a new topic. Okay.
All right. What's the topic? Let me answer.
Boom. Why does God seem hidden? Why is belief without evidence important? Why should we value these things? I'm just adding to it at this point. But yeah, Futoy, why does God seem hidden? Right? God, miracles ain't freaking happening all around. Is there some utility to that, or what's good? That's kind of the impetus of the question.
Opinion, I hope this answer is acceptable. But in my opinion, when you're standing over an ant's nest, do they know we're here? Do they see the things we're doing?
Yes.
No, I think not. So I think we're just too incapable of seeing.
It's like the human thing is like, if I were to see
no crosstalk.
Yeah, no crosstalk. No crosstalk.
Okay, Can I start going first? Because I always go last.
No, we go we always go clockwise, snake-wise. Okay, that's the whole thing. So it's Futoy, Keelan, Big Soda, Alex, Sally, and I go last. Look, so it's not even anti-Jose. I always go last. Okay, so Futoy, were you done?
Not quite yet. So I think if you want to see miracles, we're one of the miracles of God. It's God manifesting Himself as not God, as not the full powers of God, right? So people say, especially Ava Rice, he said, "Oh, if God is God, why didn't she do magic things?" Because that's not how God is manifesting Himself through us. Right, and the whole creation, that's one big, huge miracle. Like, fuck. And we just don't see it because we're used to it. That's it.
All right, Keelan. Why does God seem hidden, or what's good?
God is not hidden. He sends multiple prophets, sent Jesus. Like, He's not hidden, right? He gives all these signs that He exists, but we just refuse to believe it. It's like if we saw God, people wouldn't believe it. So God is not hidden. We just don't see God because we choose not to see God.
Okay,
mine's gonna be a little Keelan coded. I would say God is not hidden to those who search for Him, and then I would say, but there is kind of a physical reason to why God must hide Himself, and that's due to our limited comprehension and our ability to embrace His fullness. Like, we can never reach that. And so when we're here on earth, we see a lot of biblical verses that go and explain why. Well, I wouldn't say it explains, but it demonstrates why we can't see God or the negative effects of seeing God.
Okay. Alexander. Alexander may be absent. He will be substituted. Sally.
Can you repeat the questions?
Why does God seem hidden? Why is belief without evidence important? Or what's good?
Oh, man, I wish I could read it because I struggle with
on the bottom.
memorizing the
You
question.
can read it.
Oh,
That's really funny that you
Oh, my
mentioned that.
bad.
You can read it. It is always at the bottom or on the top if you're on mobile.
Oh,
That's a trigger
sorry.
for Con.
My bad. I'm so sorry. It's because I stepped away, but I have my headphones on.
What's the topic?
He is not hidden. And I think that when you, I'm waiting for the question to pop up. Why is belief without evidence important? I do not agree with the question. My beliefs are based off of evidence. And else. And the thing about the miracles, right? I think it all starts off with defining what a miracle is to you. Like I've heard of stories of people overcoming alcohol or overcoming like being alcoholics, and people would discuss how like they did it through God. How is that not a miracle in itself? So I really do think that it depends on defining what miracles are. That's it.
Okay, based. Alex, are you back yet? Alex dead. Anson.
Yeah. So God seems hidden because that is the it's like what is that? Well, you ever have like, well, you haven't had children, Confluence, because you're an incel. So
Not an incel.
so
To be clear, point of fact.
You know how like when you're playing peekaboo with a kid and the kid actually thinks you're not there anymore.
Mhm.
You know, like
Object
humans-
permanence and all that shit.
Yeah, humans have this thing where if and when they become adults, they realize that that's not true, right? Like dogs are the same way, right? If you put a hat in front of a dog's face and then make noises, it growls at you because it doesn't understand what's making the noise. So as humans become more advanced in terms of their intelligence and reasoning capability, they can actually see that that there's possibility for something to exist that you can't see that's hidden. And so humans slide God into that gap. And it's important for humans to, believe this without evidence, because there's no evidence that God exists because he doesn't exist.
Makes sense as an atheist. Alex, are you back yet? Fucking hell. Okay. Jose.
Okay, first I want to say that God is not hidden. He has just chosen not to intervene with our actions here by giving us free will. Two, I want to say I want to say I am not God. We are not gods. We are the children of Adam. We descend from Adam. Like when God created Adam and he made him from dirt, we come from Adam. We don't come from God, you know? And third, I want to say that he gives us miracles, like for instance, like when Moses people were thirsty, and he gave them water. He told Moses hit the rock, or he really told Moses talk to the rock, but Moses was frustrated, so he hit it and it gave.
No, you cut out. Kind of getting the story wrong a little bit, but that's okay. We accept it.
Regardless, it's crazy sounding.
Another one is like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Back now.
Another one is like with when Abraham sent his son into the desert, Ishmael and his mother Haj, and they walked the desert for so long, and God gave them a well of water, and they were able to get water. That's another sign of God, because He tests our faith. You know what I mean? And what happens with mankind, we are so weak mentally that we have to see things to believe them, which is why He actually commanded us not to create idols and imagery, but us being weak, we create images of Jesus and as the Virgin Mary. We walk around with crosses, and we create like all these different like images of things that we pray to. You know what I mean? Like, um, so God is here, but He has chosen not to intercede because I don't know if you guys know the conversation between the devil and God, but when we were made, us all of us mankind, when we were made, when God made Adam, and God told everybody to bow down to Adam, the devil didn't want to bow down. So when the devil right before right before God banished him out of heaven, the devil pleaded with him to give him a chance to show him that he could make the descendants of Adam
Remember,
forget.
land the plane if you can. It's supposed to be 30
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah. So he was trying. He What the devil's plan here on earth is to make us forget God. So he makes us pray to other things. You know what I mean? Like just to separate, just things that our own hands create. You know what I mean? Like the cross, like a cross, we have to build it. An image of Jesus, we have to create it with our hands. Any image that we create with our hands, that is what the devil said that he could make us do, even though we're just supposed to have
Gotcha.
faith and believe that God is out there and know that he's out there. There's a difference between believing.
Okay, I'm gonna have to land the plane for you. Okay, that's
Go,
where
go, go.
the crosstalk will happen after. But Alex, are you back yet? Probably not. I'm assuming Alex is falling asleep, possibly, maybe. I guess my answer, I was hoping I would get like better, well, not better, just answers that I could steal from more, I guess is what I would say. Because I think God does seem low-key hidden. Like, I agree with what everyone's kind of said about God sends prophets, miracles happen, all this stuff. But there is an aspect where if you like lived back in the Israel time, you're getting like manna from heaven all the time. There's prophets all around, miracles just boom, 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 right? That seems like an easier thing. And now it seems like we don't have that. So it seems like there is a degree of divine hiddenness. And I think that's probably by design. And maybe I guess this is actually going off of what Futoy said with the ants. I think there is some aspect of that where I think God is probably all around us and it's probably our job to like look inward and search it out. But I think it's important to highlight that it's not obvious. It's not like we could just like turn around and be like, oh, look, it's God, right? There has to be a degree of either introspection or a degree of seeking. And I think that's probably necessary. But it is interesting to me that in biblical times, it seemed very like in your face. You could just see like all these like miraculous signs happening in a lot of the Bible. And now it seems like when we talk about miracles, we talk about, I think Sally brought this up about alcoholism, which yes, I would say that is a miracle, but it's not the same type of miracle as like a burning bush that doesn't extinguish itself, right? Like one is very like in your face. The other one is like, well, it's a miracle if you think about it. And it's like, but like Anson would say as an atheist, he'd be like, well, you could be freed from alcoholism without the requirements of a deity. So it gets a little more like, subjective. Whereas like walking on water is very much like, well, that's kind of hard to deny. So I guess I'll open the crosstalk up, but I guess I'm curious. I want to start it off. Does anyone have any thoughts about that? Yeah. Why?
Yeah, I do.
Why do we have miracles back then? Not now.
It's like me myself. Like I don't drink. You know what I mean? But I'm Latino, and drinking is a big part of our culture. Like we drink for my people. Well, it's an American thing, right? Budweiser and all that. But there is a lot of times where I'm sitting down and people come and put a beer on my table. They come and put a drink. So that is where my free will kicks in. It's like the devil has placed this beer here. Now it is up to me to drink that beer or not. You know what I mean? That is just free will. Like that is how free will works. Like me personally, I don't drink. I'm not saying I haven't before. I haven't in years, But
Wait,
of course,
what's your religious background?
I'm a Muslim.
But Allah, based off of the Quran, says that Allah is the best of deceivers. So how do you know it's not Allah?
So what? Say again.
Okay, so you're giving your example about like placing the beer like in front of you and stuff, right? And how that's potentially it's the devil. How do you know that it's not Allah? Because based off of the Quran, there's a verse that says that Allah is the best of deceivers, and that goes against biblical because God is good.
Well, it's like this. Like for instance, like how do I put this? how do I word it for you since you are one of those? So it's like this.
Sorry. Can we go to that
we-
specific verse?
I'm gonna
Can we go to that
explain.
specific verse in the
I'm
Quran?
going to explain.
Can I think this is a little. I gotta stick up for my Muslim brethren here. I think this is the verse you're talking about. And the disbelievers made a plan against Yeshua, but Allah also planned, and Allah is the best of planners. I don't know if that is the same as saying he's the best of
mistranslation. No. If you look at the original Arabic, it says deceivers.
No, what it says here is the Quran contains that verse, and some English translation says Allah is the best of deceivers or the best of planners. And then it says Quran.
It's just like. Let me speak. It's just like, for instance.
Let me finish. And then you can
but the question was directed towards me.
354 says they planned and Allah planned, and Allah is the best of planners.
Yeah, that's literally what we're fucking looking at, Futoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Futoy, what the fuck, you dumb idiot?
It is
Yeah,
not
it's just, for
accurate.
instance,
The Quran has.
Look
when
at
you
this.
look at the English translations, it is not matching up.
Sully,
with
your argument is completely ignoring the context of what's being said in the Quran.
No, it's not.
It's a bad argument.
Obviously, Satan.
Yeah.
Are you
So
not
now,
paying attention?
let me see. Now look at this. It's just like, I'm gonna use Palestine, right? In October 7th, we
doesn't look like.
Look at the truth is coming out now, and people are realizing that the real bad guys are the people who everybody thought were the good guys. You know what I mean? So
Wait,
it's like,
real bad guys are the Palestinians. I thought they were the good guys.
yeah, and I'm saying the real bad guys is, they always said that it was the Palestinians. They call them terrorists in their own land. You know what I mean? And in reality, it's coming out that it was the people who were let into their land that are the real bad guys. You know, like we are now finding out that their God is really Baal. You know what I mean? Like, you guys have been supporters of Israel, I'm assuming.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Fucking,
We're a
fucking,
Israel panel here. Everyone here.
yeah!
loves
Fucking
Israel.
kill me in Minecraft.
This is irrelevant.
But do you see how Allah is the
Jose.
best of planner? He
Clockwise,
let them.
clockwise,
He
who
let
loves
you guys.
Israel?
He let you guys eat your own words now. You know, like, you guys used to think these
You
people were the
guys-
bad ones.
You
and really they
people.
weren't.
Well, I
Jose,
still
what you're
think
saying-
Hamas are the bad ones, Jose. So
Yeah,
apparently I'm
come
not
on,
eating my
okay,
words yet. I mean, we'll see.
Okay,
Inshallah.
Confluence. I got a question for you. So, have you ever seen Star Wars before?
When I was like a
Have you not?
kid, I don't
Yeah,
like. I
no,
don't
no,
remember.
Jose,
I don't
you
remember
are
enough of it.
confusing
That's how I
the
feel like I gotta
point
talk to
beyond
you guys. That's how I
recognition.
feel like I gotta
Wait,
talk to
there's
you guys.
Jedi's, not Jews.
That's how I feel like I gotta talk to you guys. So have you guys seen Star Wars before?
Well, it's not how you have to talk
You
to
were-
me because I haven't seen your. Oh, I was gonna say something that I can't say. I haven't seen your shit.
Okay,
You're
so
confusing the argument
it's just like
completely.
in every
Look, Jose, you're just causing friction. There's only one solution over there, and that's a shared state. There is no other solution, right?
Yeah,
Peace
you're
is the only
Why
solution.
the fuck are we
That's
talking
what-
about Israel?
That's
I don't
what
know.
they say.
I don't. Why are we even? Yeah, why are we talking about? Fucking Jose brought up
Someone brought
October
it up.
7th for some reason because
No,
that's a
because
stand for
Jose,
Hamas.
I'm using it as
Jose,
an example.
this
If
has
everybody-
nothing
if
to do
everybody
with
would
what
finish-
was being
Let
said.
me finish. Let me get my point. Then we wouldn't be going back and forth. So can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, finish. Yeah.
Okay, so you see, now we know that these people were held in an open prison and they're fighting for the liberation, just like we did in America.
Fuck
We-
off.
That's your point of view. There's other point of view.
That's the truth. Why are y'all so
It's
triggered
true.
by the truth? Yeah.
It's true.
Listen, no,
Open
that's
air
not
prison.
The
It's
truth
just
is,
like, look, bro,
the truth
it's
is they
just like,
probably
do you know
all
that
originated from the
Captain Jack
Canaanites.
Sparrow was a Muslim?
Muslim
Good boy.
and Jewish people have
Good
been
boy.
Oh
coming
my
in and out of that
god!
land
Shut
for
the fuck up
thousands of
and just
years.
read the fucking verse again. It's so
Yeah, okay.
clear. It says, "And
Yeah.
the disbelievers made a plan against Jesus, but Allah also planned, and Allah is the best of planners." It's not
Yeah.
in the context. In the context, we can see the disbelievers are coming up with a plan against Allah.
But
That
hold
means
on,
that
hold on.
Allah-
I don't know
Allah
enough
is
to know. I
playing
don't know
on
enough
the-
read that.
Arabic.
Keelan,
It's
read
saying
that.
planners,
Confluence.
schemers, plotters, deriving from the
go back-
root MKR.
go back-
I don't know enough
Go
Arabic to
back
like.
to the verse and read it logically. It makes perfect sense that it's not calling Allah anything negative.
Yes.
I would
It's
be
just-
shocked.
it's just you
Yeah,
devils that
no,
do
I have to agree with Keelan. I would be surprised if the Quran actually intended in the context to say that Allah is the best of deceivers, just from like an even internal like text point of view, like it does. It seems.
Yeah,
it would
Sally,
be
you're taking it out
bizarre.
of
It would be
context.
bizarre.
So you have to think about
But
it.
I
like,
don't
these
know.
people-
I don't know. I don't know
it's
enough
all
Arabic
right.
to judge this.
So these people,
But
they
don't
tried.
go
They,
on
Hang on,
about
Confluence. Bring that back
Jews and-
up. not the verse, but the
Okay, hey,
the
Confluence,
internet
did you
verse.
know that Captain Jack Sparrow was a Muslim? Like
I don't give a fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. Captain Jack. Why?
Jose. Oh, because
For
Futoy. I'm
fuck's
just showing
sake.
Futoy.
I don't give a fuck what Futoy. Yeah, you noticed Futoy as Captain. Oh, cool. Okay, what the fuck is that? How's that fucking relevant?
I'm not anti-Muslim. I'm just anti-conflict in Israel.
I'm anti-Muslim.
I'm anti-Hamas.
I'm definitely anti-terrorist. Yes, definitely.
I'm
anti-terrorist.
Futoy. I really hate Futoy. Can we get rid of him?
$75. you said you're the richest guy on the panel. Prove it.
Okay, so
I'm pro Cali. What is Seeley? What do you
Everybody
think
muted.
about
Confluence? I should be on your
them
books.
knocking down your position?
Not 75.
Your position that we've been talking about, and we've talked about a lot. So, what do you think about the pushback that you're getting here?
Which pushback?
You took it out of context, Sally.
Shut up. So specifically, that there's claims that you didn't understand the context of the verse. Do you agree that perhaps you misunderstood the context of the verse?
Sally, he's talking to you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put the mic on. Let me see it. Sorry, it's just there's a lot of talking going on.
Yeah, Futoy does
Let's
that.
look
He's
at
a
the
fucking
verse.
idiot. Pull up the verse again, Confluence. And
We did.
Hang on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up.
This
on
is
my
the look. It's we can all see it. Okay, we can all see it. But you said, Sally, that you think this is a bad translation because it says Allah is the best of planners, and so that's why we looked up the word just to get you caught up. And yeah, the word can apparently mean planners, schemers, or plotters. But Keelan's argument, who's not here anymore, 07's Keelan. Keelan has to go to bed and eat a navel orange. He said. But yeah, in the context, probably like if we're in the good faith of reading this, probably the Quran itself isn't saying Allah is the best of deceivers. It probably is more in the context. It probably is better accurately translated as a planner or even plotter, but probably not deceiver, right? Because even if you're making a religion, why would you like call God? Be like, oh, God's that? Yeah, you got to watch out for that God guy. He's always deceiving people.
Yeah, well, what it means is you're not going to fool him. You're not going to fool Allah. That's what it means. That's what they mean.
Because I guess to Stillman Keelan, he's saying that the root word of the word that we're in contention over can mean cunning, gullible, or like gullibility, or deceitfulness. And so I guess with the best interpretation, because it's speaking about Allah, their God, would be planner. If you're being good faith, and I guess giving them the context that we also demand in return.
Yeah, and just what I wanted to say, Jose, if he's still listening, is that Muslims and Jewish people have been coming in and out of that area for thousands of years.
Let's stop talking about the Israel-Palestine stuff. It's a political issue. Let's just keep it on the religion. Let's keep it on.
True.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that the little Satan is a big problem over there. We don't need to talk about it anymore.
Point. Okay.
Yeah, I think with this one, I will have to say that when it comes to like the actual like writings of it, I mean, I've seen some where it says that the word, like the specific word, says that it's deceiver versus planner.
It's a 3-word meaning. Yeah, it's a 3-word meaning. It can be used in 3 different contexts.
The fact that it can be used that way does not mean it was intended that way, right?
And everybody knows that in the Christian religion, if you're Christian and you basically, if there are other gods saying that you should follow them, like this Allah guy is, from a Christian perspective, you should all think that that's just Satan whispering in your ear, and everyone who says that their God that's not the Christian God is basically the earthly manifestation of your arch nemesis, and you should basically get rid of all of those people.
I think everyone but Catholics agree that this is a different God. I think Catholics hold the belief that this is the same God, the Abrahamic God.
Really?
But Orthodox and a lot of Protestants. No,
everyone
no, I've
refers
seen.
to it as the same
God, I
God.
had to run back for
No,
that. No, Big Soda, absolutely
could-
not. What are you talking about?
I mean, I've got church literature that would state otherwise.
Why would you think that the Muslim
That-
God is the same God?
Wait, let him produce his proof.
Yeah,
Let him
yeah,
produce
okay.
his proof.
Yeah.
Produce the proof,
Yeah, I got
Soda.
you. I got you. Give me one sec.
Because
There's no shot the Catholic
and I'd be
Church.
completely right as well at times.
There's no
There's no
shot.
shot the Catholic Church says that the Islamic God is the same as the Christian God.
I mean, okay, so if I give you an example of their top apologist,
But no, I don't want to. No, I want official like church
okay,
doctrine.
Okay, I can do that
there
as well.
could be like Thomas Aquinas. He says a bunch of stuff, and I love Thomas Aquinas, but he doesn't like speak with like authority, right?
When you
Yeah.
say the same God, what are you implying with that? Like, is just source from the
Who are you
from the
specifying?
same book, or are you saying
The same God, which would mean that we all share the same prophets, like as in when like we believe that we're talking to the triune God, versus we believe that triune God is the same God that Islamic people are talking about when they mention their prophets and stuff like
we
that.
just think they're wrong about the scope of his godhood?
Yeah, from my understanding, I'm looking up, I guess, church doctrine from Catholicism, but from my understanding, all Protestants, Orthodox, everyone but Catholics have not admitted that we share the same God. I think only Catholicism, or for example, the Pope has agreed that.
Yeah, I heard the
yeah.
Pope say that not too long. The commie Pope y'all had before this one, he said that y'all
Commie
follow
Pope.
it.
I can bring up that, and I believe
The
there's
current
something.
Pope is even more commie. Okay, to be clear.
And I believe there's been other popes who have referenced that same thing that the current pope has.
Well, there's only two things, right? So everybody says there's only one God. Well, not everybody, but the Abrahamic religion says there's only one God. So if there is only one God, then it's the same God, unless you believe the other people are wrong and only your God is the right God. That's the only two situations that can happen.
It's a question of are we referencing the same God, or are we saying it is exactly the same God, right?
Well, I guess
To say
the
that
biggest.
hold on, to say that we're referencing, it means we're all pointing to the same thing, but maybe have different descriptions. To say that we're all saying is the same thing, we're all pointing to the exact same thing and saying it's the same thing.
We're all pointing to the same thing, but saying different things about that same thing. Right?
I would say when we
saying and talking about how we believe he's different from how other people see God.
Well, if I view my God to be a father and they view their God to not be a father, we would be talking about two different things.
But they do believe God to be the father. Who doesn't believe?
Not in Islam.
Islam
Allah is not a father.
Allah does not beget, nor is he begotten.
There is no.
Yeah.
There is
and
no.
we explicitly believe that. You know.
The question
God
is
do be
Jesus
begetting,
God or
yeah.
just a prophet?
All right, fair enough. But still, you can look at the same God and have different perspectives of the same God, right?
That's what I'm saying.
You're
It's
gonna say
it's a
Father, they're
reference to
gonna
the
say he's
same
not.
being.
Allah
It's
means
just
God,
described
right?
differently because you believe different things about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's not true, because if I think my fireplace is God and I treat it the same way that Christians treat their God, that doesn't mean that my
You're
fireplace
referencing
is
something
their
different.
God. Yeah, exactly. That's the
But
kind
they're
of.
not referencing something different. They're referencing the God of Abraham. It's just where they draw the line is somewhere where you don't.
No, that's stupid. The God of Abraham, depending on how you reference it. No, depending on how you reference it, the God of Abraham could mean something totally different. Even if it's the same God of Abraham 2,000, 3,000 years ago, it means something totally different if it's in the mind of the people meaning something different now. That's why it's different, and that's why it's a different God.
Yes,
because
the
it's a social
attributes you
construction. All
assign
religions
to
are
the
social
thing you're
constructions.
describing are different.
Yeah.
But you're referencing the same thing.
But it's
You're
irrelevant.
just
It's
assigning
irrelevant that
different
you're referencing
attributes.
the same thing, because it's actually different because the reference is different.
Oh my God!
It's the same thing with the fire. It's the same thing with the fireplace and then the triune God. If my God's a father and their God is not a
It's like
father,
if I believe that tables are something that can be sat
Look,
on. and
as
you
a
don't
simple
think they
example.
Okay, brief interruption before we dive too deep into the Trinity. Okay, first of all, Confluence advertisement. Consider super chatting or sending a dono. WAG for pulling that up. And also, this is free. Join the Confluence Discord. This is the link. Okay, you can just type in exclamation point Discord and join Discord, so you never miss a live. And you can also talk throughout the day, which is super omni-goated and cool. Okay, anyway, sorry for that. Back to the Trinity. The Trinity and Islam.
Discord might be free, but I lost my virginity there, so be careful, folks.
Okay, prepared.
I mean, listen, a really simple, good example, right? Basic example. You put somebody, you put a big 6 in the ground. You put somebody at the south of it, somebody at the north of it. The person at the north of it is going to see a 9. The person at the south is going to see a 6. But it's still the same thing.
Yeah. We're referencing the same object, we're just seeing something different within it.
Different point of view, right?
But that's explicitly not the Trinity. That's in fact a heresy called modalism, if I'm not mistaken.
I disagree because
nobody's saying that they're referencing the Trinity. I said they're referencing the same God.
God,
if you're not referencing the Trinity, then you're not referencing the same God, fucking dumbass.
Oh my fucking God!
Well, hang on, Alex. Let me see if we can have a thought process around it. So, if a specific trait, so like let's say you're looking at a 9 and I'm looking at a 6,
right?
But I say, okay, well, I'm describing a certain trait, the trait of the 6. It's not enclosed, so there's no enclosed circle at the bottom. And you say, okay, well, I'm looking at a 9, and I say, well, I'm looking at a 5. These aren't. This isn't.
You're not looking at a 5.
This is something.
Hold on.
Listen,
you're not looking at a 5, Big Soda. You're looking at a 6 or a 9. That's the only 2 choices.
No. I said I gave a trait. I gave a trait of that thing that I'm looking at, and the trait of that thing is it doesn't have an enclosed circle at the bottom. So we're now no longer looking at something we're perceiving the same thing differently. I'm seeing something that has a trait that is totally different than what you're looking at.
Where are you getting your 5? Where's the 5 coming from? It's either a 6 or a 9, dude.
We'll see.
Hold on.
Visual effect.
Hold on. Let's say, hold on, just a second. Here's a better way to explain this. Okay, let's say we know the same person, right? But we know him from different things, different perspectives, different whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, he makes the greatest fucking waffles, and you're like, I've never known him to cook a damn thing in his life.
Okay.
We may be talking about the same person. It's just we don't know them the same way.
But maybe.
Well, this is good.
The same person, or is your perception?
We can be wrong about
the important thing when defining who that person is.
Well, I like this idea, Alex. Let's say we both know the same guy, and we think we're referencing the same guy. And you tell me explicitly this guy is not a father, but the person that I'm talking about is explicitly a father. Are we talking about the same person?
Well, if he never told me that he's a father,
well, he did.
Or if he lied to me about being a father.
He explicitly told you, I am not a father.
Well, he could have been lying to me, right?
What? But then we get in the question of now we're talking about God, and so is God lying? And in this situation, I don't think he's lying in either case.
The point is, a friend told you something, and a friend told me something different.
Right.
Right. We're not learning from God directly from God. We're learning from God.
So the God told you directly.
Well, no, because one, if I guess from the Islamic point of view, that there is no fallibility with the text. It's
That's fine.
I have a very
these are
actual
their
specific
opinions
verse.
These are their opinions about the actual.
Can we give like an actual examples, because all these hypotheticals. Look,
sure.
I have one, and I want to know everyone's thoughts on this. So we have Quran verse 434, which talks about like women and how to treat them and stuff. So there's a verse that's saying 434 that promotes the beating of women, and those parentheses brackets, those don't exist in the Quran. Those are put as suggestive, so I don't include it when I'm reading it. So
yeah,
something
okay,
like that.
Let's read it. Let's read it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so men are the caretakers of women, as men have been provisioned by Allah over women and tasked with supporting them financially. And righteous women are devoutly obedient and, when alone, protective of what Allah has entrusted them with. And if you sense ill conduct from your woman, advise them. And then, note the brackets, as Sally said, that's fair. I'll read them, but note them. And if you sense ill conduct from your woman, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. But if they still persist, then discipline them gently.
And in other translations, it says strike them. Now, would that go against?
Wait, let me just finish. But if they change their ways, do not be unjust to them. Surely Allah is most high, all great. Praise be upon Allah, etc., etc.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, don't they have a rule where if
I do
stick,
like that they add the gently in there. I do appreciate that.
But also, there's a rule somewhere where
I mean,
you
do you
can
know
hit them
what's
as long as the
considered
stick. You can use a
by the
stick to
culture?
hit them as long as the stick isn't thick.
The gently isn't in there.
It's not in
There's
the
a-
actual
There's a way to go word by word here.
I know what you're saying. Somebody added it in there just to.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the version of the Amplified Bible, because this is the word by word, and there's to literally, because it says then if, and it says this is even the Quran.com, okay, and so this is the and it says strike them, which is Sally said strike them.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, I mean, they had it coming.
So with something
Spare the
like
rod,
that,
spoil the woman.
apparently.
wouldn't that go against the Bible? When that wouldn't be a loving thing to do, and
Well, they
I
don't believe
see
in
it.
Christ. So at least
Well,
not
you
the
see,
same.
I'm talking about when we were
No,
talking about
Sally,
we're
in the
talking
Bible,
about the
right?
same. All I was saying. Let me just.
All I was saying. Sorry.
All I was saying was these are two different things. So this is why I don't believe that it's the same God, because you have verses like this that do go against God's character. Yes.
Sally, the thing is, right, in the Christian belief, in the Bible, man is above woman, right? So it's the same thing in the Christian belief.
It's not.
You're getting away from the question. You're getting away
to
from
be
the question.
subservient to the man. If the man has the final decision, it's the same thing.
Well,
it's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing. You're dodging the question. I said that is not. Is that a loving thing to do?
Well, it
No.
depends. I mean, if the woman had
Well,
it coming,
they
right?
see it as a loving thing to do because, but
If so, in a Christian marriage, traditionally, isn't the man the head of the household? And if the
Right.
woman's unruly, he doesn't need to be.
Doesn't the man
abusive,
of the
but
household
She may need some corporal punishment, to
Based
get
off of
back
what
in line, because
scripture
women are
verse?
inferior, right?
Where's the verse?
It
what
says
part
somebody
of, what
said
part
it
of the
the other
Bible
night.
says thou shalt beat your woman for being
No, but it says the man is the head of the household.
Where
What
does
is it? It says
say-
God,
Not the
man,
same as like
woman,
striking your woman, if you
child.
think about it,
Say
though.
It's a lot
specifically,
different.
it's cool to beat your wife. Where does it
No, it
permit
doesn't
it?
say that. No, it's implied that the woman is subservient and must be
Right.
obey the husband, right? And so
Right.
what do
In
you
the
do if
Bible?
you're in that relationship and the
Yes.
woman isn't fulfilling her role, right? There's got to be some method for the man who's in charge of the
Yeah,
woman.
It does, Sally. It does say that, not the beating part, but it does say that women should be subservient to their husbands.
And what happens when they're not then?
Yeah, like the man's got to do something.
He's
that
implying
the
that-
Well, I don't agree with Hanson about the beating aspect
It's,
of things.
it's not in any means
Subservient.
necessary. To be,
Yeah, you
Subservient.
see,
I think that if you're subservient to a person who is an actual man of God, where your foundation is God, then-
No, Sally, that's my
then-
problem with the Bible as well. I think men and women should be equal.
Well,
Or equal.
I do feel equal with
to
my
what I'm-
sister.
But
They
the
are
Bible
How do I not
doesn't
feel
see it
equal
that
with
way,
that?
No,
Sally.
they're not equal.
The Bible does not see
they
it that
are.
way, but Sally,
Based
there is
off
no.
which
There
one
is,
can be a pastor in a church.
Based
No,
off
no.
of what evidence?
it says
Wives,
God-
submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is head of the church, his body, of which he is the Savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything, including taking gentle beatings. I'm just kidding with the last part.
Hold
That's
on,
wrong.
didn't
Keep
actually
reading,
Christ
Carl.
beat some church
Keep
people
going.
though?
Doesn't
Wait,
doesn't Paul
I
also
can
talk
I can keep going.
about how
Well, yeah,
men should treat
obviously.
women?
Well, of course, yeah. Husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present her to himself as a radiant
It
church
goes
without
both
stain or
ways.
wrinkle or any blemish. Well, the submission doesn't go both ways if you think about it, Sally. But there's the love
you're
goes
not-
both
you're
ways.
not
But
I think that when you're submitting,
Husbands
it's
ought
all
to love
it's
their
all
wives
But I
based
think
off
you're giving
of
too much grace to
Can't have
Christianity
mutual
rather than
submission. That's
women.
fucking stupid. It makes no goddamn sense.
if you hit your wife, you'll leave a blemish on her or a wrinkle on her, and
Bible obviously
you're not supposed to
doesn't say
present her that way.
Not if you use a rubber hose, Soda.
No, it'll cause a wrinkle.
It's an old cop trick.
A phone book, yeah, a phone book.
Celie, how can you mutually submit, like functionally? Does that make any sense?
It's a voluntary submission.
You can still be the head and serve your
case
family.
by case. It's case
No,
by
it's not
case.
case by case.
Yes,
Can you
it
logically
is.
mutually
Case by case, phone book by phone book.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
Moses spoke
by literal case.
How can
and
someone
Moses spoke unto the masses and said, if she does not
Futoy,
obey,
I'm not fucking
take it
talking to
the
you.
rubber
She did
hose.
something dumb, so I'm
and
trying to
beat-
correct her. Okay, shut up, Futoy. Look, how can you mutually submit, like logically, like what you both get down on one knee and
I
say,
agree with her. I agree with her.
Are you
Anson.
happy all the
make the
time?
decision.
Are you going to be mad at somebody all the time? Are you like everything is situational? That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
situational.
Sally,
okay.
teamwork makes the dream work. Am I right?
You're asking them
Yes.
to give up power.
In a relationship, it's gonna
You're
be
right.
like
It's a team.
you serving like your partner. That is love, right? And vice versa.
No,
I mean, that's true. I agree with that.
Hold
I
on,
agree with
so
that.
Celia,
Yeah.
hold on. What
but
if your
not
wife
submit.
is about to stray from God?
Oh, then you
If
beat her
she's
with a
about-
stick. No, I'm
No.
like this.
Then you start asking her like,
Kick her
why?
ass. No,
What has led you to this path?
Yeah,
You ask
and
questions.
what if she said
Sure,
some
but-
stupid shit because she's premenopausal, and that's when women start saying.
Hey,
stupid
good night,
shit. You're
Soda.
like,
Oh,
hey, look,
seven
woman,
big soda.
You're saying
Have a
stupid
good
shit
one, mate.
you're emotional, so you're going to do what I tell you to do because you don't know what you're thinking right now.
Wait, I couldn't hear you because there were other people talking.
Yeah, I know
at the
they do
beginning.
that.
I'm sorry about that. One more time.
So imagine you're a premenopausal woman, so you're not thinking rationally because you are a female in that state of mind. So your husband has to tell you that whatever you say is irrelevant, and you have to submit to what I'm saying because you're being stupid right now.
He's talking from experience because he's a menopausal woman.
Actually, I have had this discussion with my man right here, and I actually have told him like, hey,
Get
you
him
know,
on the panel.
when-
Get him on the panel.
No, he's.
We'll
playing
set him
video
straight.
games.
We
Video
want to know
games.
why he doesn't beat you. What the hell?
Well, you
Yeah, why
guys
didn't
keep
he beat
interrupting
you?
me, so
You
when am I
argued
even
against
supposed
it.
to
How
be
dare
talking? All I was.
So your spouse, or I guess your wife leaving Christianity. Where's it say to beat her?
Well, no. The question is,
What?
how do you? The point is, if you were the head of the household,
Alex, you sound crazy.
Whoa, Alex is domo arigato, Mr. Roboto right now. Jesus.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you there, bud.
The point is, right, she has to respect her husband, who's the head of the house in the Bible.
That's not what I
But the
said at all.
question is,
That is
what
not
if
what
she
I said at all.
doesn't? What if she doesn't?
That is not what I said at all.
Some people say
No.
that-
Futoy's not going against you, Sally. Futoy is saying that's what the Bible says, and so that's what he's saying. But Futoy is on your side, but
I
just
am
know
on her side.
you're making strange bedfellows right now, Sally, with Futoy. This guy's an Irish freaking pantheist. I don't even know.
The Bible talks about.
I'm not
when your
afraid. I'm not
spouse- when your
afraid of
spouse
like
doesn't
having
believe,
discussions.
What happens?
Okay,
The Bible
so
talks
do you
about
guys
that.
want me to answer the questions that you
Yes.
guys keep asking me,
Yes,
or what?
please.
Okay, so repeat the question one more time, and everybody else can pause.
Yeah. So my question that you haven't answered yet was what are you going to do like when your husband basically calls you an irrational woman and tells you you have to submit to him because you can't think rationally because you are female?
So I
No
actually have had a.
That's
I
the
don't take any offense to it,
question.
but I'll entertain it. I've had this discussion with him because I know that when I am on my period, I do become irrational, and I've told him, hey, this time frame I'm gonna get like this. Like I told them what to expect and how he can help me, because his question to me after I told him that I'm not feeling well or I'm crazy, he asked me, what can I do to help you? Like that is what that, and he is a man of God too.
Yeah. Okay. So
And-
good. You're a
and-
normal woman. Congratulations. You're
Are you
not
are
crazy.
you are you
have
married or
I-
what's?
I
Is this a
respect you.
husband?
He practically is my husband.
Practically. Mm.
It's on the
Practically, Sally?
we're in that trajectory.
Mm.
Did you have children with him yet?
No.
Con, stop taking away the mystery of your eyes. Are you?
And that is my corgi's butt, by the way, for the picture that I know.
Yeah, that's what I told you.
You have
to
big
remove it.
wires on,
I
and
thought it was a
everyone-
cat butt. Yeah.
No, that's why I told you to remove it because it was distracting him.
No, I love it.
I guess I'm still waiting on the verse where it says "beat your wife."
Well,
Yeah,
no, it's
I want that
the
too.
verse is what happens, Christian, when she don't see you as the head of the house. When she's
I'll find
saying,
it.
I'm the head of the house.
Wait.
You're
Why
the
would you?
wife,
Why would you say
Christian.
that beatings should ensue, Futoy? Where are you getting that from?
No, I'm not saying beating should ensue. I'm asking, how do you remedy that according to the Bible?
Just because the
No,
wife,
according to the Bible. I don't agree with this. I think men and women should be equal.
just because
I
the
think a
wife
marriage is a
doesn't
partnership,
submit,
not a hierarchy.
so just because the wife doesn't submit doesn't mean that the husband gets to not be a man of God.
But there's some women out there, honestly, who are the head of the house.
Hold on. What happens when a church
they take control of the relationship? Some women are dominant over their husband.
Hold on. What happened when Jesus found all those guys selling stuff in the church?
So,
Didn't he beat the
Christian,
shit out
what
of
do you do in that case? What does the Bible advise you to do in that case? When a woman
Anyone
says,
hear me?
no, you're not the head of the
Futoy's just spurring over you.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm talking to Christian. Christian manners, please.
Ask your question.
I'm saying, I'm not agreeing with this. I'm asking you, what does the Bible say to do?
Stop.
What?
Damn. This is Christian's wife in the chat right now.
Okay, ask your question one more time, Futoy.
All right. I said, I don't agree with this, but I'm asking you, what does the Bible say to do when the woman takes the role of the head of the family away from the husband? And there's some women who do that, who domineer their husbands.
It's a skill issue on the man's part.
What does the Bible say to do? What does the Bible say to do?
What is the remedy that
the man should assume his role? The wife should be obedient to
what if
Scripture.
the wife is like whatever with holding?
I don't know what you're trying to get out of us, Futoy. It doesn't say to like beat her or unalive her, or it just says that this is what wives should do, this is what husbands should do. It doesn't say if your wife doesn't do this, now get the fucking stick. It doesn't say that. It just doesn't say that.
Futoy, how about this, Futoy? I think the man should be discipling his wife.
What do you mean by that?
Hang on, we already got away from like the example of like the differences of like how it's not the same thing, because then we have to look into like the very specifics, and I gave a specific example and then we went off a tangent. Do we want to continue off the tangent, or do we want to go back?
Wait, quick question. Do other religions besides Roman Catholic don't agree with divorce? Or is there divorce in other Christian religions?
Almost all of Christianity thinks divorce is bad, but they have different tolerances depending on different circumstances.
And it wasn't, God didn't intend it for us either. But because man has that cold, not a cold heart, but we're like stubborn and stuff, like it was a law that Moses implemented.
because we're gooners, you know.
But not anymore, though. Christ corrected that, right? But that doesn't, Sally, to be clear, it doesn't apply now, right? Jesus says that Moses gave you the laws of divorce because of the hardness of your hearts. But Jesus then goes on to say that, yeah, you should not do that, in fact.
Correct. Yes.
So it's, yeah.
Why does the church sanction divorces sometimes then? That doesn't seem consistent.
It depends on the church. Like with Catholics, they have something called annulments.
Yes,
where
it's
annulment.
You were never married.
Yeah. So that's the case. Like if you hide an addiction, or if you like lied about something. Yeah. Although I've seen annulments happen in the Catholic Church where it's like no one really lied. So there's a bit of chicanery going on.
Right. So in the Roman Catholic belief, you can civilly.
No, you can't divorce. In the Catholic Church, you're not supposed to divorce. If you can't, in most churches, this is what Christ says, right? That except for cases of adultery. Right. If you divorce your wife, you cause her to commit adultery. And if you marry a divorced woman, you commit adultery. Right. So that's the kind of thing. So at the Catholics, if you're Catholic and you cheat, then a divorce is allowed, but you're kind of not allowed to remarry again, unless it's an annulment, because then it's like a take backsies and you're like, you weren't married in the first place. But in general, yes, like that's. But again, depending on the denomination, opinions will change broadly on this.
Can we go
we
to,
were all wrong.
Can we go to
guys were
first?
never married.
I'm curious on Futoy's take on this. Can we go to 1 Corinthians 7:12?
Futon doesn't even believe in the Bible. So what? I mean, we can, but
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
It's a
You don't gotta
question in
believe.
scripture. What's the Bible's remedy for when a wife won't let the man be at the head of the family? That's all I'm asking a question. Not
it doesn't.
believe-
It's been answered. It doesn't specify. It doesn't say to beat her though. But it doesn't give you. It doesn't say what you should do.
You can't divorce her.
It sounds like you're looking for an answer and you're not getting it.
She's not following God
what do you
anymore,
do?
right?
So what's the remedy?
Futoy, shut the fuck up. People are trying to answer your goddamn question. See, Sealy, you go. You were trying to talk. You go.
I was just saying that, like, it just sounds like he's looking for an answer that, like, he's just not getting.
He wants the answer to be, the Bible says to beat your wife, and Futoy doesn't say that. So I don't know what you want.
So why do you keep bringing it up?
Because there's no answer. Because you can't divorce her. You what can you do?
what is your
according to the
point?
Bible? That's all my
what is your
question.
point?
No point. It's a question. There's a difference between making a point and asking a question. Because there's a huge fucking difference.
There's
What
no
do you-
prescription on what you should do. If you just have a rebellious wife, you married a 304 and now she's like acting up and stuff. It's like it doesn't tell you what to do. That's how the Bible works sometimes. It tells you what you should do, but it doesn't give every contingency of like what do you do if the things that people do they don't do, right? Or they ought to do they don't do. It doesn't say that. So I don't know what you're looking for, Futoy. It doesn't say what else to do.
To a question. That's what I'm looking for.
Everyone has given you the answer. It doesn't specify. The Bible says what men ought to do, what women ought to do, and if they're both in Christ, then they will hopefully do those things. It doesn't say if your wife is not submitting. It doesn't say. It's an unknown. That's the answer, Futoy. It's an unknown. It doesn't say to divorce her. It doesn't say to beat her. It doesn't say to just do nothing.
I wouldn't say that it's an unknown. I just think that he's trying to use it sounds
I'm
a little
not trying
bit
to make a point. You're looking for a point. You're
I was
trying
going
to
to
put
say
your
that it
point
sounds like
onto
an
me.
exact word fallacy.
Wrong,
Like I'm not sure if you're looking for something that's specific.
Wrong. It's a fucking question.
No,
That's all it was.
Futoy, if your wife,
No point.
Futoy,
Jesus Christ.
Futoy, if your wife
Why don't you just put words in my mouth?
Shut up. If your wife,
why shut up? Why even talk? Like you putting your own fucking meanings onto my words.
Futoy, look, if your
Great
wife
way to conversate with somebody.
Futoy, if your wife doesn't submit to you, if your wife doesn't submit to you, then she is no longer following the Christian model for marriage. You go to your church father and you say, "Hey, my wife is no longer acting like a Christian." And then the church father counsels the both of you and gets your wife back in line. That's the reason why the patriarchy in the church exists within orthodoxy, right? So there's a mechanism within the church to handle that because the church family wants you to have a successful marriage.
And we seek help within the community as well.
Like a Christian wife,
thank you, Anthony. That's the best answer I've got so far.
If she continues not acting like a Christian wife and basically not following the teachings of God, then she would probably be removed from the church, and you could get a divorce from a non-Christian woman.
I gave you that by saying the husband disciples his wife.
Say again? Your mic is really messing up a bit.
It's a little rough there.
I said literally gave you this answer with the husband discipling his wife. The husband.
Yeah, but I didn't understand what you meant by that, and I asked you what you meant by that, and then the whole panel just went nuts, putting words in my mouth. So, but I don't care. I'm going to beat my woman. I don't care what you guys say. No, I'm joking.
I don't know exactly what you're looking for.
It's a
good question. It's a fair question.
I'm looking for what the Bible says. That's all about it. But the Bible seems to be very lackluster, doesn't it? It doesn't have a fucking answer.
It doesn't give you infinite contingencies on every possible hypothetical. That's not how the Bible was.
That's not a crazy hypothetical. That's not a way out there hypothetical. It's something that's bound to happen back then and now.
Does it mean that there's an answer in the
Bible? It's something that's going to happen.
May I ask you something?
It's not a crazy hypothetical that wouldn't happen.
May I ask you something?
Sure.
So in the Quran, there is a verse that talks about how like the Quran is an explanation of all things. So that is an actual claim. Now, the Bible doesn't make that claim. It makes specific claim, right? Which is defining like God's character, right? So would those be contradictory?
The Quran and the Bible? Yeah, loads of places. Sure. Why not? I don't know much about the Quran, though, in all fairness.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to learn about Satan's word, so that makes sense, Futoi.
True.
So, Seeley,
Guys, no dead air. I'm getting us in. No dead air. What the fuck?
Seeley,
Oh, my bad, I'm high.
You're a normal woman, Seeley, who's gonna marry this guy that you're living in sin with.
Yes.
Beat her! Beat her!
Yeah. Like
Okay.
that's between God and I. It's like it's
Is
what's
it
the
though?
word? What is
Well, I'm shaming you right now, is what I'm doing, because it's bad to live
cool?
in sin.
Cool. Like God is the one that's gonna judge me, like not you in the end.
I'm
care.
not a Christian. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Yeah, I'm not letting you. I'm saying go ahead. I don't care because God is my judge in the end.
Yeah,
That's all I
Sally,
said.
I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just asking you, does your man, when you get married, have the final say on decisions?
Final say on decisions. We actually both make an agreed decision because
Alright.
he does take a lot of my decisions into account, or like not decisions, like questions and input into things.
Yeah, but what if
because
you
I have helped him
disagree?
out before.
But what if you disagree on something and he says, "Well, this is how it's going to be. I've made up my mind."
That's actually like the most important question for the future.
Yes,
of
we
your
actually have come across many disagreements, and we will. And each time, what we do is I actually put a pause and indicate, like, hey, you know what? There's a misunderstanding. And actually, we did have a misunderstanding because we had different definitions of the word ceremony. Like, I thought that it was just like the small church thing, and he thought it was like a whole party thing.
That's not what I'm talking about, though, Sally.
No, but it is a disagreement. But it is a
You
disagreement,
say,
right?
there's no misunderstanding. You say, "I think it's time we have a kid." He says, "No, we're going to wait 5 years." I've said it. That's how it's going to be.
Yeah, that's a disagreement, Seeley.
But
No
that's
misunderstanding.
not his character. That's not his
Yeah,
personality.
Right, but hold on. This is a two-part question. Christian, what does the Bible say about in that case? Does the man have the
what?
final say or no?
I didn't hear that
What
last
do you
bit.
mean? Like,
Does
what do you mean? What
does
does
the
it say
Bible
in the Bible?
Does the Bible say in a marriage the husband has the final say?
I don't know
Yeah,
if it
it's the
does.
part.
It says
Sally, we just read it though. We just read it. If you think about it.
It says he's the head, so yeah, he would get the final say.
But okay, but
Wait,
this
what,
is.
what does it say verbatim?
It says that the husband is the head of the household and that wives must submit to their husbands. It does say that. Now,
But it doesn't say like if
This is
there's a
weird. I ain't
disagreement,
gonna lie. Anson Futo, when y'all talk, it sounds like because you're the head of the household, you got to be a dictator.
Yeah, like
No,
that's
but if
I'm
you
not
both
understanding.
disagree,
Like, we're completely opting out that the husband should be like Christ in the church. Out of that.
Christian, I'll give you the example I gave Sally, right? Sally says to her husband, "Right, I think now is the time to have a kid." The husband says, "No, I think we should wait 5 years." And they're both standing on their points, and the husband has the final say. They're going to wait 5 years to have the kid.
We have a discussion until we both come into
No,
an
but I'm
agreement.
asking Christian what it says in the Bible. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm asking Christian what it says in the Bible.
And I'm saying, Seeley, in practical application in marriage, that's not how it works. There are people you will have situations where you disagree, and
Right.
both of you will not come to a compromise. How
Right.
are you going to handle that? Are you going to be like a normal woman and throw a fit, or are you going to submit?
No, I listen to what he has to say, and then he listens to what I say too, and then we talk like I don't.
So
And I know that you guys
husband is
don't,
like-
and I understand that not all of you guys know the stuff, the history that we have both gone through together as well.
That's
You really
irrelevant,
don't.
Sally.
No, it is
If
relevant.
Sally's husband, like,
It's
it's like, I
irrelevant.
don't want a kid. Do y'all think Sally's like drugging him and tackling him? And
No, because I want a kid. We're both
That's not
the
how
same
women do
age.
it. Women are much more evil than that.
I'm not. I agree with you, Sally, that I think that a marriage is a partnership, an equal partnership, and you've got to work it out, right, to move forward, right?
Yeah,
I don't agree. I don't agree. Any one person in the relationship should have say over the other.
Sully, I have a question.
But the Christian religion.
Hold on, let me try. Let me try.
But the Bible does say that the man is the head of the house.
Toy, stop for a sec.
But he's not a dictator, though. Like, it doesn't say
Sully.
you have to follow it blindly. Like, go ahead.
Just so do you both work?
No.
Okay. Never mind then. You guys have family that live near each other, or
Yes, mine.
Yes, section 230. I brought that up.
Futoy, stop.
You're not going to win on this argument.
There's nothing to
Because
win.
I'm not trying to win on anything.
There's no winning.
okay,
Yeah,
so let me
this isn't about
rephrase
winning.
that. I don't think you're going to get the answer you're looking for.
It's not
Who
even
are you
about
talking
that.
to?
I
If
don't.
you're
I don't know.
talking to
You're,
me-
yeah, Alex is
Now
a
you're
different
changing your
person.
point. Well, I'm
Alex
saying,
is
like, you're
different.
changing your
Alex is
point.
trying. The guy in the Sally, the guy below me is trying to ask you, not Futoy.
No.
This
I mean,
is like a new.
Well, I mean, like, because as soon as I answer a question, you're changing your point now because like I'm answering truthfully.
I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to like think of the hypothetical that will push this along, so we don't get bottled up in like the 50,000. But you have to make a decision. But he's got the final say. Bullshit that we've been doing so far, right? So I guess
because he's also done like his own like therapy and stuff, and I also have done like my own self-improvement, and I also am like I love studying philosophy and psychology and like really
right.
getting to
Let's
understand
say
people.
so. Let's say that you guys have like a divergent opinion on something. Let's say he wants to move somewhere for some reason, and you want to stay where you are for some other reason, right?
Actually, this conversation did come up.
Okay. So in that scenario, right? How do you decide which person gets what they want and which person doesn't?
I had already made the decision a long time ago that if I were to move to another place, I would not have an issue with it because California in general is expensive. I already thought about it rationally as well. And I've already had a discussion like with my family. So when he told me a few weeks ago that he has 3 different job sites in 3 different states, I said, okay, which one do you want me to look into? Like which area has like low property values? Like, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's everything is situational.
You guys are super accommodating, which I get because I'm the same way. But what I'm saying is, if you ever meet like an impasse where you feel strongly about something and he feels strongly about something, how do you resolve that if neither of you are able to bend?
So from what the philosophers have stated was not to act in that moment and then revisit it later. And so I actually do revisit those complicated issues again. Like I bring it back up once like the tension has like come down. So look, I'm just telling you like this dude and I has gone through like something that it's gonna be really hard for him to like for me to like not be with him and vice versa. And if there is something like I want to get to like the main crux of the problem.
Sure.
And if there is an instance where like I don't agree with something, like I'm just persistent. Like I'm just not the type of person to just let things go like that because I want to make sure that I'm being heard and my point is not misunderstood. So
right, but you're not going to say, well, we both disagree on this, but because he's the man, I'm going to just do what he wants, right?
Well, in this instance, like if we're married and I'm not working and he's the one like sustaining both of us, I'm like, well, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Like that's your free will. Like I'm not gonna.
No, that's not. But I'm positing a scenario where that's not the case.
Yeah, you keep dancing around it.
I know, but I maybe I just don't know how to like fully answer the question because like we're both.
You haven't encountered a scenario where.
Yeah, we really haven't.
So
like,
is that because your husband?
You're also married. You're unmarried, and you don't have kids yet. And I mean, I'm unmarried, don't have kids, but I think these situations come up a lot more probably within a marriage and within kids. And I just want to say briefly, I just want to say my point here briefly. I think these situations are rare, so I think I disagree with a lot of other people.
Bro, why are my comments doubling up?
It's because the vertical and horizontal stream. Don't worry about it. But I think these things are rare. So Sally, I agree with you that in the vast majority of cases, I think you can like work it out and hash it out. Like I feel like some of the people, some of like the red pill talking points, right? Well, like painted as like what movie should we watch or what restaurant should we go to? And I think that in most cases you can work it out and you don't have to like have the final authority. But there are, I guess what we're trying to get to, there are those fringe cases where it's like you've talked it out, you've hashed it out, and like what is the final say? I guess you've done all the stuff. What at the end, and I think those are rare. I think it's probably like 0.1% of situations. I think it's rare.
That's because
my experience, and I haven't had kids. I agree. I started off by saying that. I agree.
Hold on.
But I'm just saying in most cases, I don't think they're actually as common as like the red pill likes to make it. That just like, because they'll use the examples of like Andrew Wilson. He has said before, like, a movie and they don't watch the other movie or where to go for dinner. I don't think the guy should just be like, we're going here. I feel like you can work that out. I mean, come on. Teamwork does make the dream work. But there are cases where it's like when push comes to shove, someone has to make a final decision. I guess that's what I think the panel is trying to press you on, Sally.
And I'll give you guys this example. Maybe it might like help, but I do think that it depends on like the person. So I had asked him one time if he liked Pop-Tarts, because I love Pop-Tarts. And he said, no, I don't like them. And one time I had him in there and he ended up eating them. And then he asked me randomly, like, oh, do we have them? And I snapped at him for like no reason. And he's like, why? Like, you could have just responded with, you know what? Like, you asked me about it and you could have just gotten it from me and you could have just been like nice about it. But instead you were a bitch in that moment. And he called me out and he said it like in a way where I'm like, you know what? You're right. That was rude of me. Like, I took accountability for how I responded and like I apologized. And I think that like when you are self-aware and stuff, like you're gonna have like that trust. Like, I trust him and he trusts me, and we're gonna I told him that I want to make sure that any like discussion or argument that we have, the end goal is to resolve it, and that I don't want to stay in the fight, and that if I choose to step away is because I need a moment to just stay level-headed. Is it was Baltasar Gracian, the Spanish philosopher from like the 1800s, who said essentially don't act when emotions are high because you'll get everything wrong. And like, how many times have we like bought something when we're like in a high and like super good mood, and then afterwards they're like, that was a really dumb gift idea, or when we say something hurtful because our emotions are out of control. So like,
but Sally, your example is Pop-Tarts. I know it's an example, and that's what I agree with you on those cases. Yes, there is compromise, and hopefully we don't end up in a giant fight over that. But
strudels is where it's at.
But if there is, like, I think someone asked about like having kids and stuff, or if it's where to move, like let's say it's like, between this city or that city, and you've talked it out, you've done all that. Do you think anyone has the final say, or like what do you do at those? I agree they're rare, or at least I think they're rare. I don't know, Anson said they're not rare, but I think they're rare. But what do you do at that breaking point where it's like you've already hashed it out, and now it's like you move here, or you have kids or you don't have kids, or like what do you actually do in that moment?
If he disagrees with you and does not change his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Like if I am married, then I mean, I guess I could go to like a marriage counselor, or like I don't know.
No, it's look
because depending if this situation is that important to me and it's also equally important to him, then like I want to make sure that we're not necessarily like leaving anything off the table, or like maybe I misunderstood him or something.
Yeah, no,
like
I don't misunderstand you at all. Can we get your husband on the panel? I need to warn him about you before he marries you.
No, Sally, like Con was saying, it is wrong. But there's going to be situations where one or the other is going to be happy, and the other's not going to be happy.
Those situations, me and Raven haven't run into too many of those where it's like
Well, like he's
No,
already
it's
told me that
like
he's gonna do what
concept.
he's
Like
gonna
concept,
do.
like-
It depends.
So
It
like
So the
he's
depends. Hold
gonna
question
do
on.
what he's
is,
gonna do. I'm
the
not. I
question
don't
is, do
control
you
him.
follow
Hold
the
on, please.
Bible
Just wait a
and leave
second.
the final decision to him,
Hold on.
or do
Hold
you
on.
do it a
Hold
different way?
on.
Boy, shut up.
It
I
depends on
was
how.
talking. I won't shut up. No, I was fucking talking. I said a
You're not
fucking
saying
question.
anything
Answer.
important.
Yeah, I have my
Just
right to
it's
fucking talk as
here.
much as you do. How about you shut the fuck up and let me talk for a minute? How about that? Sorry, I had to slap him like the bitch that he is.
You
No
haven't
worries.
said anything.
So Sally, there's going to come situations where one of you is going to be happy, the other isn't. It's just going to happen. It's just a natural part of life, right? So it's how you deal with it. Do you deal with it the biblical way, where the man has the final say, or do you do it a different way?
No, I
Right.
mean he's gonna do what he's gonna do. Like I'm not gonna stop him, and
Yeah, but how does that make
told
you
him
feel?
that if I've already laid out my ground rules and like my boundaries, and so has he. Like
Sally,
I don't.
if say y'all have to move, you disagree on the move, and he says that like, no, this is what's happening. Are you gonna follow him, regardless of how you feel? Are you gonna be like, okay, we're going?
Yeah, if it was moving, yeah, and we
Yeah.
and just
Well,
for the
you don't-
record,
you
we
don't
have
like,
we
you
have
don't
talked.
like where you're moving. Like you hate it. You're like, this is.
Oh no,
You're not
he's
gonna
not
be
gonna.
happy.
He's okay. First of all, I mean, I already indicated this, but I just want to like mention it again. We have discussed about like the city, and actually, what he ended up doing was saying like, hey, and just in case you want to stay, like, you know, I thought about like being up in LA because that would be closer to like the
All right.
court hearings
How about
to
this?
attend
He
to.
decides he wants to move to
So
Alaska.
he actually took me into account.
Oh God!
And if
Yes,
he
he
wants-
took you into account. We're talking about the
Yeah.
situation where he says he wants to do something
Shut
that
the
you
fuck
don't
up,
want.
Anson.
I know,
Anson,
but these
shut the fuck up.
hypotheticals doesn't help anybody. Like,
Yeah,
No,
but
it's,
using
it's
his
not. It's
creative
not so far
hypothetical.
flung,
All
Sally.
they're
It's not
looking
so far
for-
flung.
Hold
I
on.
already
It will
admitted that
happen.
it's a rare
Sully,
thing, but
Sully.
it will happen
Hold on.
eventually.
Just shut up
Yeah,
for a
it
second,
will.
okay? Sully,
It will.
Sully, it's a question of, do you default to him just because, or do you figure out who feels more strongly about it, and then you may draw a hard line where he just has to either acquiesce or fuck off?
well, depending on what he did, like I would respect his decision.
Depending.
So
Okay,
yeah,
what about
you might draw a hard line, and he just has to fuck off with it, or
So
go
can you
with you,
answer
right?
Section's question here?
Yeah. Answer section. So section says, what if he says you're moving somewhere that you absolutely refuse to move to? Are you breaking
Alaska.
up or are you
You're moving
going?
to Anchorage, Alaska.
You're going to fucking Anchorage. What and let's say, Sally, you've done the marriage counseling, you've talked about it, and you're at an impasse. So everything you could possibly say, you've already done all that. You're at an impasse, and he is like, "No, I think that God wants us to move to Anchorage, Alaska," and you're like, "I don't want to do that." What do you do?
Fuck Anchorage, Iraq.
Yeah,
Boy,
sure.
No, you shut up.
No, I don't know about
Shut up,
moving
Anson.
there.
Iraq is diabolical.
I want to hear Sally's answer. I think it's a good chat. I want to hear Sally's answer. I think it's help us get to the meat of this.
We both would not want to move there, but
It's a hypothetical, Sally.
I mean,
Please, God. Please, God.
Sure. Okay, I'll respect his decision and follow.
Okay.
Because I put trust in him.
Yeah.
After you put him through the
Shut
ringer.
up, Anson.
Yeah.
Anson,
No,
shut
I'm just
up.
saying,
Okay.
like, I wouldn't put him through the ringer. It depends on like situationally. It depends. I don't know how I'm gonna
Jacob
be
in the
these
back chat,
hypotheticals.
give me one of these. And then
Yeah.
2 thumbs up.
Like, coffee right
I
quick.
get the feeling
All right.
that both you and him don't have a ton of super strong like opinions.
Good to see you, Jacob.
about contrary
Hello, Jacob.
positions.
I am not a porn bomber.
Okay, well, you can never be too careful, Jacob. You can never be too careful.
Oh, what a letdown.
What was
What a letdown. We wanted to see some pee-pee.
We do not want to see some PP.
They always pick the worst porn too.
I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
I don't think it's supposed to be good. I don't think they're trying to make it good.
That's true. Yeah. It's supposed to be untoward, I guess, is the goal.
What was the last thing that was said towards me? Sorry.
Yeah. So, are you taking your husband's last name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank God.
I
that was a very,
I don't know. I don't know.
that was
if
a
you guys,
very
like,
good answer
I'm the one
question.
who spoke.
I don't
I'm
think
the one
you-
who spoke last.
I said that I respect him and I trust his decisions. I think I speak very highly of him. I don't.
I'm just glad you're taking his last name. That's the
Why
biggest
wouldn't
fucking.
I? What?
Well, if you what do you mean? What, Sally? What do you? No, don't tell me to shut up. Tell me to shut up, because that's a big deal, the last name thing, right? But that, and you're saying why wouldn't I? But that does involve some type of hierarchy, right? Why wouldn't he take your last name? You could ask, right?
I don't like my last name.
Is that the only reason that you're taking his last name? Is because
It's
preference?
not on my priority list. My last name is
what's
on a
the big
priority
deal
Oh, I
list.
was giving you a W, Sally. I'm giving you a W, and now I can't. I gotta take it away. I gotta take back my W because you're just saying you just don't like your last name, which
I love
I thought you were like based all of a sudden.
No, like I
What's
love,
the big
like,
deal
I,
about the last
I
name,
love,
son?
I love having like the last name of.
I don't get it.
I love the idea of having the last
The
name of
manosphere
my
is a
partner.
sign of
Like,
severe disrespect for a woman to keep her last
not the
name. because
manosphere.
No, it's not the man. Alex,
It makes
no,
the
Alex.
assumption that she's planning on divorcing you.
No, absolutely not. No, Alex, I am not manosphere. I'm not red pilled at all. I would be, I would be deeply offended if my future wife, inshallah, did not want to take my last name. I'd be deeply offended by that.
no, I want my partner's
I don't get
last
it.
name.
It's only a fucking name.
I'm with Colin there. I'd be offended.
But why?
Yeah.
Why? Well, what's the
I would
importance?
marry a woman that wouldn't take my last name. That would
Help me understand the importance.
How has that worked out for you so far, Anson?
it's worked out pretty well. I've had two different women
Futoy, because
for a third one.
she's to be under my wing. Take my name.
When my
I think this is the problem Charlie's having. She doesn't want to
Let's
be.
hear it.
on
Let's hear Jacob. Jacob, new guest. Jacob, say.
when my sister got married and she took her husband's last name, my dad was incredibly offended because where we're from, that wasn't a thing. And my dad's like, she's still my daughter.
That's
Your dad's an idiot.
That's stuff, not his business.
Okay,
Next.
disavow Anson on that. I mean,
Shut up,
I'm not trying to be mean, but like
Jacob believes in.
that's
I mean,
like
my
that's ego
sister
right there.
did
That's an
it,
ego
but my
response.
dad was like, "What does that mean? She's still my daughter."
No,
Right?
she's the wife of that man now. She's not the daughter. She's
Shut up,
moved into
Anson.
the family.
Shut up, Anson.
Anson, that's crazy. Anson, that's crazy. That's crazy. She's still,
Yes,
No.
I forgot that part of marriage. I cut all other family out of my existence, and I'm no longer
I didn't say
anyone
that.
but your spouse.
I didn't say that.
I think
You
that's
said
in
you
the
had a
Bible.
daughter. You just said that, actually.
No, I understand what Anson's saying about how I've heard that before. I get it. That like, okay,
Your
the
priority
father
is
is
being
raising,
wife.
and now,
I get
it's
that.
being transferred. Yeah, I get that. But there's still a father still has a daughter, and now that daughter is married to someone else. That's how families work. If you think about it, it's crazy.
Shut up, Confluence.
None
Jacob.
of my grandmothers changed their last
Shut up,
name.
Jacob.
My mom didn't. It wasn't a thing in Iran.
Jacob, do you believe in God? Are you religious?
But
Yes,
hold on,
I
don't you guys
Jewish.
pass on your first name?
You said you're Jewish?
Jacob, do you say you're Jewish?
I am Jewish. Yes,
First Jewish guest, I think, ever. Are you like religiously Jewish?
I am religiously Jewish.
Oh my gosh, I gotta hit you
great.
with
It's good to have a Jewish person on panel. Like,
Muslims. We've had Christians. We've had atheists. All types.
It's a religion chaos panel. I figured.
I'm glad. Good to see you.
We need to get K2 on the panel.
We should not, if you think about it. Wait, if I can ask Jacob, just to get are you like Orthodox, like I don't know what the other types are, the kind of the liberal kind of
I am
types. I'm just kidding, but
I am. I go to Orthodox synagogues and my beliefs are Orthodox, but I don't. I am not what's considered observant, so I don't live like I don't keep kosher and stuff like that.
so you'll eat a burger. You'll eat a burger on the Sabbath.
In a sense, yes.
hey, you can
I'll
eat a
eat a
burger.
burger
You
on a
can eat a
Sabbath.
burger. You can't eat a cheeseburger. Okay, correct me
No,
if I'm wrong, Jacob.
cheeseburger.
You can eat a burger all the time. You just can't eat a cheeseburger.
Pretty much, yes. I'm not Tel Aviv Jewish. I'm more like Israelis would call traditional Masorti. Ask me anything you want about the Talmud.
Okay, well, hey, don't threaten me with a good time, okay? So how do you feel about the problematic passages in the Talmud?
What problematic passage in the Talmud?
Am I allowed to even bring these up on stream? And now I feel like I've walked myself into a box.
I have walked people through the Jesus burning in hell one several times on my streams. So
yeah, burning an excrement. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Would you like to pull it up?
No, the one.
Safari.org?
The one I want to pull up is there's one really troubling one, and I've actually wanted to ask because I am a Christian Zionist. I will tell you that I'm very pro-Israel. I am pro-Jew.
I am not a Zionist.
Well, okay, so then I'm more Jewish than you, but you probably know more about the Talmud than I do.
Jacob, does Zionist mean simply that Jewish people should have a homeland?
So what I have said many times is, if by Zionist you mean that we should assign religious significance to the modern state of Israel, I am an anti-Zionist. If by Zionist you mean that I have a special liking for the state of Israel, the political state of Israel now, that over or more so than my own country, which is the United States, I am non-Zionist. And if by Zionist you mean Jew, I'm a Zionist.
Well,
okay, I'm about to. Okay, wait. Before no. This is my. I have a Jewish guy on panel. I have to ask my question. Okay, this is the most troubling Talmudic passage. Okay, so let me hit you with this, Jacob. Okay, let me hit you with this. Okay. Wait, why isn't it?
I believe in it.
My retarded. Here we go. So I don't like this. Okay. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old, whose father arranged her betrothal, is betrothed through intercourse, as the halakhic status of intercourse with her is that of intercourse all the halakhic senses. And in a case where the childless husband of a girl 3 years and 1 day old dies, if his brother, the Yavam, engages in intercourse with her, he acquires her as his wife.
Yeah, that's actually
she is
wild.
married, a man other than her husband is liable for engaging in intercourse with her due to violation of the prohibition against intercourse with the married woman. And if she is impure due to menstruation, she imparts impurity to one who engages in intercourse with her, who then renders impure all the layers of bedding beneath him, rendering them impure like the upper bedding
Oh my word.
That feels worse than the Quran.
That's what I mean. This is what I've said. This is I'm more Jewish than Jacob apparently, because I'm like Zionist, but like that's crazy. Like, so am I like misreading this? Because that's like, I think that's insane. That's like, that is actually worse than any hadith I've ever read before.
Okay, so first of all, I think the comparison to hadith over Quran is probably a much better comparison, because
that's what I said. It's where the hadiths are worse than the Quran, and I say the Talmud is worse than any hadith I've read. So that's what I'm saying.
So just to explain, the Talmud is incredibly long. It is a debate. It is a record of many debates over hundreds of years. Okay, so, and I have to say,
you say what I told him. I'm going to be so happy.
If I say what?
If you tell him exactly what I said when he was asking about this bullshit before, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Okay, I don't know what you said before, but so there's a lot of debates. And a lot of the debates go into talking about extreme things. And certain people have gone through and found the things that they find most objectionable in the debates. And they bring them up. And frankly, I have to say, if this is the most objectionable thing you can find from something that was codified about 1400 years ago, I want you to recognize that, like, a lot of the stuff that was written, for example, if you look at the Christian, what do they call them? Patristics, right?
You're triggering the fuck out of me. Okay, wait. Okay, you can keep going. I have to. This is the most objectionable thing. I found it. I found this specific verse. Okay, so I'm just gonna.
It's
I'll let you.
the most objectionable thing in the Talmud, as far as I'm concerned, as well.
Okay,
switch the banner.
But this is the one. Yeah, we will switch a banner. This exact line is the worst thing I've ever read in a religious text. If a man, and this is on Safaria.org, right? This is a good Jewish site. I use it. If a man has sex with a girl who is less than 3 years and 1 day, it is like putting a finger in the eye, in brackets, and has no legal significance.
Right.
That's insane.
No,
Is that not insane?
Actually, no.
That's
No, not at
pedophilia.
all.
What the fuck?
Because
That's pedophilia.
you have to. This you're reading out of context. This
I
you're
hope
reading-
so. Okay. Explain this to me, because this is deeply troubling to me.
Yeah, this needs to be broken down.
Because at the context of the time, right? If a girl has had sex or not, like it's saying no. If somebody has sex with a 3-year-old, which they shouldn't, obviously, right? That's not considered sex. So she's still a virgin. She hasn't been. She's legally not become a spoiled, I guess you could say, right? It's actually at the time. It's actually protecting the status of the girl.
Why is that even a law to begin with?
I
Does that mean that-
understand. I guess I understand that.
Okay, so you're saying, just to clarify, you're saying, Jacob, it's not saying that when it says it says putting a finger in the eye, it's nothing. You're saying that applies to the woman. It doesn't take away her purity. You're saying the guy who does that, the guy is still deplorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
It's not defending pedophilia. It's defending the victim.
Yeah. And I mean, you have to understand, a lot of these things are talking about they're talking about edge cases, right? Extreme things. It's a debate.
No, see, okay, wait. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm really sorry. But earlier on, I just read it. But so this is what we read before. This is in the same passage.
Yeah.
Like I get how this one that I've highlighted, if you can see it, yeah, you can see it. I get how what you're saying. Okay, yeah, maybe that's for her benefit. But what about this? A girl who is 3 years old and 1 day may be betrothed by sexual intercourse. That's like, yeah, that's crazy, right? Like she ought not may. That's not. That's an allowance. Is that not an allowance?
Hold on. First of all, when you look at the actual text, right? So pull it up again.
Yeah.
Quit taking it away.
So, this isn't the actual. This isn't from the. Is it from the Talmud? So click
this is
on
from the Talmud.
Nida 5.4. Click. Go down where it says Nida 5.4. Click on it. Okay. So you see how it has the. So this is the actual text, right? And you see how it has the bold and the regular.
The more I read says crazy shit. This is what I mean. The more I look, the more a baby girl, even one who is 1 day older, experience emission of blood becomes impure with the impurity of a menstruating woman. I mean, it's just more and more.
Hold on.
Crazy.
One thing at a time.
I know. Okay, how do I find what's the thing about the 3? Because I feel like I clicked this link. I'm just trying. Oh, this one. Okay, so this is the original thing. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old whose father arranged her betrothal. But how do I say that? Betrothal. Someone help me. Betrothal. God damn it, I'm retarded. Arranged her betrothal is betrothed through intercourse. Okay, so this is the original text now. So yeah, I guess explain this.
The original text is only the bold. The bold is translating the text. You have to realize that the Talmud is a very cryptic text, right?
Wait, so I should just be reading the bold, or I shouldn't read just the bold?
You can't read just the bold. It doesn't make any sense if you just read the bold.
What do you want me to read? What do you ask me to read though?
Why did they put all the words together like this? If it's so cryptic, why did they? Why is it?
Wait. Before we can all jump in, I just want to. What are you saying is in the original like Hebrew? Like, because I can't read Hebrew.
This would be in the original Hebrew because this is the Mishnah, not the Talmud. But the Hebrew is just the bold, and then all the non-bold is there to help you understand.
But both suck. If I just read the bold, a girl 3 years and 1 day old is betrothed through intercourse, betrothed, whatever the fuck it is. That's bad. And if I read the whole thing without it's bad in both cases, Jacob. I guess that's my thing. That's what.
So
it's bad in either case.
The reason I'm pointing it out is because you were going on maybe betrothed, right? So what it's telling you, right? And you can agree or disagree. I actually don't think this is the halacha, but I mean it
bold leads to this 3-year-old being a married woman.
We're talking about a debate. The debate is at what age, right? What's the minimum age for a girl to be married? I actually think they
Is it three? Is it three?
Well, that's one rabbi is, I don't know who, was arguing that the minimum age is 3. Yes, that was the argument.
Is that okay? So, but is that rabbi like retarded? Like, would you say he's retarded? Is he crazy?
I look. I wouldn't say he's crazy. I would say
how much did he influence?
Your question be like what? At the time, the minimum age was like 12. Right,
right, but three is like a lot less than 12, though, right? If you think about it,
the rabbi who says 3-year-old should be the minimum age is not crazy.
Because I realize that we're judging from 1600. I mean, this is actually from the Mishnah, so it's like 1800 years ago, and I don't engage in presentism.
I know. Okay, Jacob, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to like give you a hard. I'm just honestly the first one. I hope you take my questions as good faith. But like I get like if someone was saying, "Oh, you have to understand it's back in the day," you know. So when someone was 14, hey, it's like 1,000 years ago. I can at least understand that. But we're talking about like a 3-year-old, right? Like it doesn't matter what culture you're in. That's crazy.
You realize child marriages, like they still go on today in India and South Africa.
And they're wrong, especially when they involve intercourse, which this passage specifically talks about intercourse.
I realize this passage talks specifically about intercourse. And yes, I am not a fan of child marriage. I completely understand that. But
don't let them make you defend child marriage. Come on, man.
He's not. He just said the opposite. He said the opposite.
I'm joking with him.
Okay.
If you're looking at a text that one is 1800 years old, right? And they're having a debate about at what age marriage can be at, and you're like, well, anybody who says under 12 must be crazy. It's like, actually, no. At that time, like.
So where does it condemn it?
Right, but we're not talking about marriage. We're not talking about 12. We're not talking about marriage. We're talking about 3 and intercourse. That's what this is talking about, right? That's what's I guess getting me all upset.
Okay, I have to say, first of all, I don't think that the simple reading of that text is that he's actually talking about intercourse. I have to explain.
In the debate.
Wait. First of all, young Christian, I'll let you go next. I promise I won't interrupt, but I want to hear what Jacob is saying on that. Because how is he not?
Because you're talking about a cryptic text, right? This is a mnemonic text, and when you actually, if you study the Talmud, so that was from the Mishnah. The Talmud is a commentary on the Mishnah. Okay. So when both Talmuds are actually commentary on the Mishnah, okay? And they're trying to decipher what the Mishnah is saying. And one of the very common things it says in the Talmud is, oh, it's just using reminiscent language of something else. So what it'll have like, okay, she may be betrothed, right, with intercourse, but it's actually talking about a general rule of betrothal or not. this is the thing. Like, if somebody wants to actually study Talmud, like if you're encountering the Talmud and you're studying it and you want me to come and explain a piece of it, I mean, I'm not the greatest Talmudic scholar in the world. Like, I can do that. But if you're coming at it with imagining that it's like Bible verses where things are explained clearly, and like it's a completely different type of text. It's a mnemonic, like the Mishnah is a mnemonic poem, and the Talmud is trying to decipher the meaning, and both of them were meant to be memorized, and they're not. When you're studying them in the original languages, which I try to do.
I don't think I want to memorize this part, though, to be fair, though.
I mean, considering that this is one page out of, if you were to read one page of Talmud every day, and it takes hours and hours to read a page of Talmud, it would take you 15 years to finish.
Jacob, what does the person who's debating this rabbi say?
I haven't studied the actual text, and that was from the Mishnah. Like that's it. It's from I'm not a huge Talmudic scholar, but you can go ahead and read that entire chapter of the Mishnah, and you will probably see other things, because, and I'm pretty sure the minimum age for betrothal, the actual halacha is minimum age is 12. But so I'm guessing there's at least one rabbi who says 12, because that is the actual halacha, at least today, is that the minimum age is 12.
Further on in that passage, it talked about if the child dies, right? If she dies, what should happen?
What does it say?
It has the potential to be harmful.
Maybe Con can bring it back up.
Yeah, I can bring it. I didn't read that
You
part.
can study as much of Tractate Nida as you want, but
what I originally said was that it boils down to just being a bunch of like super autistic legal scholars making ridiculous legal debates to draw lines that shouldn't exist because they're just too fucking stupid.
Is this still talking about the 3-year-old?
I disagree.
Yeah.
I actually studied
I think so. I think so.
Dude, that's just all bad.
There it is.
That's all
There.
bad.
No, back up. Con.
If I took my 3-year-old son and put him in a different, like way in
There
the
it
past,
is.
he would still be a 3-year-old.
Right. So if the girl 3 years and one day old dies,
I do have a question. How can a 3-year-old have a child? It talks about a childless 3-year-old.
Where are you seeing that?
It was up higher.
No, it's talking of
childless.
No, childless husband. So this is Levirate. It's talking
because
about
the
Levirate
husband
marriage.
would be 3. That's right.
Yeah, it's talking about Levirate marriage. So if she was, I guess, engaged to a man who died, he never had a child. So Levirate marriage, which is in the Bible, applies. So the brother has to either marry her or divorce her.
no, that was it. No, it wasn't this passage. It was the other one you were looking at, about what talks about when the girl dies, I think. This one said about if the husband dies.
Oh my god! Oh god!
Wait,
if the girl, I don't know. Can I even read this?
In that case,
This is the one you just read before.
Wait,
When
it says
No, but it goes on. Or I guess you're saying that.
3.
Are you saying this is a commentary because he says on bold? Because then it's talking about the hymen and stuff.
Yeah,
This
that's commentary. That's not in the actual text.
You're saying that's not in this the Hebrew here.
It's not in the Hebrew, yes.
Okay.
It almost seems worse.
Is the Talmud like fanfic or commentary? Like, what is this? Like, that is crazy.
Okay, so
I don't know much about
to explain. The Mishnah is a mnemonic poem that it's very long, and it's supposed to be something that people can use to remember all the various legal. So there's the entirety of like the legal canon of Judaism, and Rabbi Judah the Patriarch around the year 200 composed from various teachings of various rabbis this mnemonic poem, so that you would be able to memorize it, and by repeating it, remember all the various discussions and the contours of the various teachings, so that you could apply the actual Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and the rules in it according to. So I say Talmud is a hermeneutic. It's not a book. It's a way. So when people study Talmud, they study how to look at and exegete the Torah and the various traditions. And anyone who's claiming I'm lying, please tell me exactly what you believe is false about what I said, and I will show you.
This is both a shitty hermeneutic and hopefully a shitty exegesis, right?
Why is it a shitty hermeneutic? What? Hold on. Hermeneutic? Do you know what the word hermeneutic means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's like a good like rule of thumb to follow. It's a good
hermeneutic is a process, is a way of studying a text. So
okay, so later on, does this get like updated? Because that's crazy.
No. Okay, wait, no, that's fine. I was thinking of heuristic for some reason when you said that. Okay, that's my bad.
Yeah.
So does this get condemned?
No.
What? Ultimately, the rule is minimum age, and this is for thousands of years. Minimum age for marriage was 12.
It doesn't answer my question. So does it
get condemned? What do you mean condemned? Condemned as what?
Like, hey, maybe let's not diddle 3-year-olds.
Yeah, let's not diddle
3-year-olds. Let's not marry them.
Yeah,
12-year-olds is too young as well. Come on.
Reading this text as saying let's diddle 3-year-olds is not what it's saying.
I'm also trying to be YouTube safe as well.
That's definitely what that text is saying.
No, that's obviously not what the text is saying.
What is
no way that
mean?
text is not
It's not really saying don't do it though, I guess, if you think about it.
You are absolutely correct that that the Mishnah does not condemn every single act. It talks many of the acts it talks about are things we would condemn, and it doesn't at that point stop and say again it's a mnemonic poem. And
I don't even know why 3-year-olds are involved in the conversation.
What?
3-year-olds shouldn't be involved in the conversation. Stop.
Maybe we're reading it wrong. Maybe
young Christian.
Are we reading it wrong? We just read the translation. You said
no. What I mean is that it's not telling you to have sex with 3-year-olds. It's saying if in this case,
what happens,
what to do.
Yeah,
is that what it is? Am I getting that?
Like they should. I mean, they're
not condoning it.
Should not discuss at all things that you find offensive.
So it's not condoning it. It's saying what to do if it happens.
When it comes to sex, why is 3-year-olds an option?
Nobody said it's an option.
I'm saying in the topic of sex. Right, 12.
I mean, it's very specific. It says 3-year-olds and 1 day. There's some cutoff there, right?
What about 3-year-olds and 2 days?
Like we said,
2 days is too many.
Than 3.
What is 6 years old? 4 years old?
She still retains her virginity.
So what if she's 3 years old and 2 days? Then she doesn't retain her virginity? That's the cutoff?
According to that rabbi.
And so that's what I mean. That rabbi's retarded if you think about it. How can you?
And did he impact any other of these?
I do have to ask,
what other
why do we
impacts
care
does he
about their
have
virginity at that age?
in the rest of the Talmud?
Again, with the presentism, like.
Don't tell me about presentism. If you're talking about someone who's like 16 or 15, I would understand that. I can have some allowance for that.
Oh, at 13, you can't have some allowance for.
I know. No, I agree. We can probably quibble about that. Definitely way over 3 though, right? Like we can probably all agree way over 3 and a day.
Today we do, but Muslims still don't.
I mean,
and those places are degenerate, right?
If we're talking like 12 and higher, then maybe we could have a conversation, but just be like 3-year-old.
So you realize somebody can flip this discussion.
Would still be fucking atrocious,
That
but
there still is some argument, at least in the past, about puberty and stuff. There's something there.
That's where the conversation happens. But a 3-year-old
why was this even an option?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why would? Yeah, good question, Jacob. Why is a 3-year-old ever an option? What the fuck?
You were just saying 12 you could see, so like you.
I'm not saying. I'm saying there's a. I'm saying. But no, you're not listening to what I'm saying, Jacob. Which is you're doing it. I'm not trying to attack you, so I don't want you to try to attack me. I'm just saying I understand from a history point of view. I get if you're talking about the age of fertility, right, which would be some like post-monarchy state, probably like 12, 13. At least my intellectual mind can understand. Okay, we're talking about something biological. We have our cultural expectations, blah blah. But we're talking 3, right? We're like so far in the realms of puberty or even like pre-puberty or any, we're like so out of the fucking realms of reason.
Can I just make it? Yeah. So the problem with the reason why they keep citing the age is because there's no world in which 3 years old is ever okay. Like there's no time period in history where 3 years old was like, oh hey, let's do this.
What about?
And if there was, then that should be condemned to the nth degree. The fact they even mention
if we're talking about puberty, that's one thing, but 3 is just diabolical.
What's that?
It's not scripture.
We're not saying it is.
I know, but then why won't you say that guy's low key retarded? Why? It seems like you don't want to say he's just like that guy's a degenerate PDF file, but he kind of is.
Hold on. If he was saying what you guys are apparently, I mean, I couldn't even tell if you were being sarcastic, young Christian, when you were saying, yeah, he's definitely saying let's diddle 3-year-olds. If he was saying let's diddle,
okay, Jacob, I have a question.
That's obviously not.
You said this was a debate, right?
Yeah.
So why is he debating for the minimum age should be 3? What's he saying there? Why is he debating that?
I don't know the actual contours of that particular debate, but I can tell you.
Let's say debating.
Hold on, you asked me a question. Let me answer you.
You don't want to answer it. I'm just.
Yeah, I do want to answer it. If you
Jacob,
let's let Jacob go. Let's let Jacob go.
All right.
Okay. So I don't know the contours of that exact debate, but what I can tell you is that lots of places all over the Talmud and all over the patristics and all over lots of legal texts, you talk about things at their very extremes. And that doesn't mean you think that's what it should be, but one of the...
What's your evidence to support the claim that it's defining the extremes?
That's the entirety of the Mishnah. You can take a look at anywhere in the Mishnah. It's all.
I think I agree. I haven't read as much of the Mishnah as Jacob has, but I have read some, and so I agree. It is, but that's a crazy extreme. Like even Muhammad waited until Aisha was like 6, and 9 to do the intercourse, 6 to do the thawing. This is like 3 in a day.
What he's saying is that
9. Oh my god!
This is
better than 3. I mean, both are bad, but it's better than 3.
Oh yeah,
I really don't understand why you guys think that this is like
because when
I mean, I've had college debates, like late night into college, talking about all kinds of things that were far, far more strange, but we never imagined that any of us was saying that you should do any of those.
I don't think he's saying you should. I'm just.
I literally said
thank you.
I don't think it's saying that, but it still begs the question in the like non-literal sense, but in the colloquial sense of begging the question of why are we talking about 3 years and a day? Like why, if that should not be the extreme. At least again, I already conceded that.
Should that not be the extreme?
Well, I guess because at least back in the day, and I know this all sounds sus, but like at least I get back in the day how the standard of fertility, I get that has been used, right? When someone can physically have a kid, but a 3-year-old, we're going like, I don't know, like 8 years before they could possibly, go through the menarche and stuff. So it's like, so why would that be? At least if you're talking about like the, like puberty, at least it's like, okay, I can get that. It's 1,200 years ago. Okay, they were crazy and there's something. But 3, like, there's no. Why would that be? Why not 2 years? Why not at least like 11 or 12 at least ties in to menarche, right? The first menstruation. And so there's something I could at least understand there historically. But with this, it's like, yeah, why 3? Why not 4? Why not 2? Why not 1? Why not 0? Why it's just an arbitrary.
My guess is that less than 3 was considered like the child doesn't even have any sort of like will or anything like that to talk about.
Look at that. It's the same fucking stream.
I
tried to come on earlier.
Ava Rice.
I tried to come on earlier.
Avarice, I don't know if you joined at the best time or the absolute worst time. I'm honestly unsure.
We're not going to be able to have a discussion anymore.
We're talking about the Talmud, and before anything goes to absolute chaos, which it might, Jacob, I appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to say anything bad about you. I hope you come back, okay? I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. Just saying before everything goes to shit.
Before everything goes to
shit. We're talking about some like insane passages, Avarice. We're talking about some insane passage in the Talmud. We're talking about some, and the Mishnah.
Did you say that one rabbi does it think that the minimum age is 3 in one day?
No, he's saying that that's like the most extreme form of anything you can possibly.
But I thought he said like one rabbi does think.
Honestly, I have not studied that particular Mishnah. Usually, people are asking me about Jesus, and that's
this is a stupid conversation.
The thing
I like the earlier prompt Confluence when you had the what was like your weakness, the religion weakness.
Hey, you lost.
You can answer that. You can answer that if you want.
That was way better prompt. That's why you had more people.
It's just I had the first ever religious Jew on panel, and again, I actually do appreciate Jacob because I'm trying to get a diversity of religious thoughts.
I got a bunch of Zionist friends. If you need to know,
I'm more of a Zionist than Jacob. Okay, Jacob is kind of a fake Jew if you think about it. No offense.
I got my.
I'm more Jewish than Jacob is. Okay, because I believe in the state of Israel.
I got my buddy Zach Gelpy. He'd be more than happy to hop on your panel. Full on Jew, runs the right wing. He runs Main First is his company.
He's a religious Jew?
Yeah, absolutely. Full on religious Jew. He practiced Judaism and he runs right wing politics. A company called Main First.
I had to pay good money to get on here. Oh no, I didn't. It was just
you should pay good money to get on here, Jacob.
I'd be more than happy to get my buddy Zach Gelpy on the line.
Give him the link and
let him
come on.
I like Jacob. Is he saying our Jew isn't good enough?
I like Jacob. I like Jacob as well. I don't like the passages we've been reading, but I like Jacob. Okay, we can separate that from the message.
What's up,
Yeah,
Alex?
this is
What's up, everybody?
pretty
How's it going,
gay whatever prompt.
You lost,
Not
dude. You lost,
joining.
Albert.
So I'm lost. What? Because I don't like the prompt. I lost. What are you talking about? I don't
Look,
like
the prompt
Talmud.
The prompt just came up because we had someone join. Like we're kind of running by the seat of our pants right now, Avarice. Okay.
Are we? I mean, you're the
You
one
have
running by the seat of
another,
your
do you
pants.
have another topic, Con?
Wait, don't let me ruin the conversation.
Too late, Alan.
We
Thanks
we,
for
look,
having
we
me.
still have a lot of prompts to go through. I mean, so if we want to move,
Let's hit up the next one.
let's hit up the next prompt, and we'll put the Talmud in the back chat for the time being. You know, but it's still on my mind constantly because it's a little sus if you think about it. But okay, clockwise and snakewise, people. Are spiritual experiences evidence of God? So starting with Futoi, 30 seconds or less, then Sally, then Young Christian. You get how a clock works. You get how a snake works. Okay, Futoi, starting with you.
Is the prompt anywhere I can read?
It's at the bottom. You're trying to trigger me. I'm not going to take the bait. I took the bait already, but I'm not going to take it again.
Are spiritual experiences evidence of God?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes and no. Fuck. If I have to choose one and stick to my belief, I would say no. Boom.
You can say more if you want. You don't have to, but it's not just a yes. It's meant to be like kind of open ended a little bit. But you can just say.
I get what you're saying, but I will have to then again explain my point of view to get to that. So just no is probably
okay. Sally, are you there?
Yes, if spiritual experiences are evidence of God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yes, I say it is.
Based, red pilled. Young Christian. Oh, wait, you want to say more? I thought you were going to pull a food toy.
Oh, no. That's it. Sorry.
All right. No, that's great. Scoochie. Okay, Young Christian.
Yes.
Oh, a man of just one word. Okay, Alexander.
No.
Gay. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to crosstalk, but gay. Jacob.
Of course not. And a personal experience can never be evidence.
True.
It doesn't say personal.
No
experience.
crosstalk. No crosstalk. Only I can crosstalk. Jacob, anything more to say, or just the no?
Evidence, like evidence. No, obviously.
No crosstalk.
Okay. Avery.
Ava Rice. Go for it.
No evidence. No.
Gay, if you think about it. Young Allen.
Yeah, let's think about it. Go ahead, Mr. Crosstalk. I was quiet in my corner. These guys all fucked up.
Look, I'm allowed to fuck up, okay? Young Allen, and then the crosstalk is going to begin. Wait, no, actually, I get to say my piece, but Young Allen, then me, then crosstalk.
Okay. Me personally, I would say yes, because of every time, like when I was in high school, all of the church camps I've went to, all of the Christian concerts I've went to, I've had a really deep, like, spiritual feeling that's like always brought me to tears every time.
No, not the
No cross laughter.
I don't really give a shit, but that's
Sorry.
my experience.
I
That's
just
what
pictured
feel
him like
no
watching,
crosstalk.
going, God's one of us. He's not dead. Whatever. God's not dead. He's one of us.
He's surely alive. He's living on the inside. Yes. Face.
Remember that in 2000? All the kids had to go to that concert.
Fucking goated. Okay, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yes, I would say
Okay,
yes.
Young Allen, keep going.
I would say yes through the concerts and the camps and the spiritual feelings and regular feelings that I've had when every time I've went.
And I would say no crosstalk
Yeah,
yet,
through my
Avarice.
feelings,
Okay,
through my
I say my piece, and then crosstalk is open. Okay, so Young Allen, thank you.
What I've been through.
Young Allen is giving a based answer, in my opinion, and now it's my turn to speak. Yes, I think it is absolutely evidence. Evidence is not proof, so it's not proof of God. It is evidence of God. I think we have we have a lot of spiritual experiences, and I think they point to some divine
evidence
reality.
is
No
proof.
crosstalk,
Confluence.
no crosstalk, no crosstalk. It's my turn. I get my 30 seconds, okay, like everyone else. I think it is evidence. Evidence does not mean proof, right? So I think that, yes, we can have a lot of experiences, and I think they point to some divine reality, but it doesn't mean, I wouldn't use that as proof in a philosophical way. But I do think those things are evidence, and I think they are probably the strongest forms of evidence in anyone's personal life. Okay, fight me on that. Okay, crosstalk open. Jacob has his hand up, or his finger up.
Evidence is something you can show somebody else. How do you show somebody else your spiritual experience?
Yeah, evidence are facts. FYI, facts. So
No,
you
that's
have
a
to,
gay
evidence
definition of evidence.
Evidence refers to facts or data of information that supports a suggested claim.
First of all,
Right?
no.
How do you define evidence?
Yeah.
How do you define evidence?
Yeah,
then,
how
Tommy?
else are you defining it if it's not facts?
Evidence is like a data point that leads you to a conclusion.
Data. Yeah, got it. Data, right?
Right.
Data that is
Yes.
more information.
Data. You want me to define data? Data is a point of information
that suggests the claim is true.
So
that
not
the
proof.
claim is true.
So not proof if you think about it, Everett. Right? Not proof.
Hold on. The claim is true.
Whether a belief or
Right.
proposition is true
Right.
Is
or
true.
valid.
Yes.
So you can't validate feelings.
That's
or
okay.
information.
But it's not proof though, right?
Okay, so validate a feeling. I'll wait.
That's a nonsense question.
No,
What do you mean? I don't
you
even
just
know.
said, well, you have to validate the truth. That's the whole point of evidence.
First of all, I didn't say feelings in my whole thing at all. I just said evidence. Evidence is not the same as proof, right? Like in philosophy, right? Proof is like something you can prove deductively, right? Evidence would be something more along the lines of an inductive argument.
No, you use evidence to make the proof.
So evidence is not proof. You use a bunch of evidence to get to an inductive argument.
Evidence is truth, right? You can't use false evidence. It would no longer be evidence.
Says here evidence.
So our feel. Hold on. So
whether a belief or proposition is true.
So our fault. Like you can't use false evidence
to
here.
validate
You would use false evidence, right? You would use false evidence to name true. You would use false evidence, or else the claim would not be true.
Okay,
right?
what I mean, okay, wait, let me speak. Let me and tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so when I say evidence, I guess I mean let's say you put like an elephant in an elevator and you don't know anything about like how science works, and the elevator collapses. That's a point of data. That's evidence that maybe an elephant of a certain weight is going to collapse an elevator. There's no proof of that. Maybe the elevator broke for a different reason. You do it again. You have a second elephant. You put it in the elevator. It breaks the elevator. Okay, that's more evidence. This is evidence. It's not the same as proof, right? It's evidence, and you could be wrong. Maybe the cable is just always faulty, but the elephant collapsing the elevator is evidence.
Those are the observations. Those are the observations, and then those are actually the data points. But you're not using that. You're not using the point to define the evidence, right? The evidence is all the collective points together.
Okay, so you can't have a single point of evidence? That's just impossible under your definition?
Well, I mean, if all there is one point of evidence that claims true, then yes.
Okay, so let's say you have one elephant that's collapsed one elevator. That's evidence to suggest that there's some like weight restriction on an elevator. That's evidence to support that. It could be wrong, it could be misguided, but that is evidence leading in the direction inductively that there's a weight limit on elevators.
Again, which could be true. Right? You can't do something that could not be true, but your evidence cannot be not true.
Wait,
right?
no, it could be elevators will just collapse automatically after 5 minutes. That could be true.
You could say, I could say because this elevator was just there, it collapsed because it was there. something
Can you
had to
falsify
happen
evidence?
for it to collapse.
Can you falsify evidence?
Right. It could be weight. It could
Yeah, but
be
then
the
you're
cable
lying. But
strength. It could be a
it's
function
not
of time.
technically evidence at that point. It's false evidence. And false evidence isn't technically evidence because it doesn't claim to be true. What you're doing is you're providing a lie.
Evidence points to a conclusion.
It
The
points
conclusion.
it points to the truth.
The point to make a point.
Avarice, do you deny that you could
suggest
have
the claim is true.
Avarice, do you deny that you could have 10 instances of fat people or elephants or whatever collapsing elevators, and it still could be hypothetically that actually the cables are just designed to break after 5 minutes? It actually doesn't matter what the weight is; they're always going to break. So it's evidence towards something, but it's a false conclusion.
Again, I wouldn't even say that's evidence towards anything. I'd say that's a data point towards the analysis or observation of.
No, you don't
the
think that.
scientific
You
method.
don't think that. You don't think that. So before we could actually study,
absolutely.
okay, wait. Let me pivot a bit. Before we could
Sure.
actually study, let's say like carcinogens and
you said
smoking.
a hypothesis. You said a hypothesis.
No, just let me hit you with this. Okay, before all we have, let's say back in the day, all we have is we know that people that smoke, they end up getting lung cancer, right? So I think each case of someone smoking that gets lung cancer is evidence to the claim that
that's
smoking
actually proven-
causes
that was
lung
proven to be false.
cancer.
Nope, that was proven to be false, and actually shown this year that they used that statistics to prove that that
Wait.
evidence was used as false data.
Wait,
and
you
they're
don't
actually going.
think-
Hold on.
Is this real life?
Hold
You
on.
don't think-
They're actually.
Wait.
Hold on. They're
You don't
actually
think
going.
smoking tobacco
Hold on.
causes lung cancer?
Hold on, just so we're clear, they're actually going to court now this year. You could look it up. They're going to court for that rhetoric that says that pointed out that cancer was caused by smoking, because everything causes cancer. It's not just smoking. There's actually proven evidence. There's actually evidence of people that smoke that live
Avarice.
longer than most people.
That's a wholly anecdotal evidence. What the fucking
How is
Christ?
that,
What
how
am
is
I-
that anecdotal when they're literally suing for people using that
I don't
evidence?
care. You can sue
They're
for
suing
any
for people
reason.
using that evidence.
So you don't
because
think
it was false evidence.
You don't think smoking tobacco causes cancer? Is that what you're? Is that what you're saying, Avarice? That's what you're saying?
I think literally everything causes cancer.
That's not what I asked, though. That's not what I asked. If you think about it,
Not in the way of which it was delivered to.
you don't think smoking tobacco causes more cancer than just breathing oxygen?
Let me state this. I do not think that smoking straight tobacco,
yes,
right, is what causes it. I think it's a bunch of carcinogens in the tobacco.
Okay, we'll even go with that. That's fine. Okay,
Sure.
So, but in my example, okay, let's go back. Okay, I'll let's say I grant that. But in the example, let's say you're smoking a cigarette that has a bunch of other shit, formaldehyde, etc., added to it,
Correct.
and now you're seeing that the people that smoke that guy had lung cancer.
Nope, that's false. That's false. You're false now. Now you're equivocating. Actually, because there is
am I-
less people. Hold on. There's no
Oh my
correlation.
God.
There's no. Hold on. This is actually new evidence. I can actually show you this. I'll get you the evidence.
I'm going with what you just said.
There is no evidence. There is no evidence of people smoking and cancer now. That's not a thing.
That's insane, Avarice.
No,
That's
because
fucking insane.
Listen,
I'm gonna read your super chat, K2, because I gotta grab his in. K2 says Gayfluence. Fine, Avarice, I can still hear you. I just gotta grab his in, so I can't respond. I can still hear you, though.
Under the same analogy, then, I could say that popping a zin or a pouch makes you gay.
No, that's not how.
Because I can say the same percentage of people that pop pouches that get cancer are the same percentage of people that are gay that pop pouches.
No, with the smoking example, you absolutely can't say that. More people that smoke cigarettes get lung cancer.
No,
that is
it's
facts.
not that 2026. That's actually been proven false.
Why not? Right? You know what? Why not?
That's been proven false.
It has not been proven. You don't even know what proof. You didn't Avarice. You didn't know what evidence meant. So I guess I'm not shocked. You don't know what freaking proof means either.
They actually came out and they said that there is no correlation to cancer in smoking cigarettes in 2025.
There's no
Yes.
correlation?
Yes.
No, you're just full of shit.
That's mental. That's mental.
Say there's no correlation. Causation. Maybe
again,
I
there is the same. There is the same. You have the same percentage of getting cancer as you do drinking water from the local pool.
No,
that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard, Avarice. That's insane. That's insane. You know that's insane.
I'm not. I'm
the
not.
water at the local pool? You mean the one
Yep.
full of chemicals and carcinogens?
Again, you have the same amount of ability to get cancer from drinking water from the local pool as you do from smoking cigarettes.
I'm not sure why that matters in the slightest.
Again, because smoking cigarettes, again, in 2026, there's a new data, new scientific evidence that proves that there's no correlation to smoking cigarettes and an increase of cancer.
There's a correlation between breathing and cancer. How the fuck can you say there's no correlation?
Avarice, I'm afraid to ask this, but do you have the study that you're talking about? Do you have the study you're talking about?
Not on hand. Again, you're going on. Again, you're correlating this. Everything causes cancer. Okay, then I agree. Everything causes cancer. Breathing causes cancer.
Correlation is two data points that happen
again.
to coincide with one
Again,
another.
what you're
Are you
saying
fucking
is
kidding me?
what you're saying is that you're again equivocating the fact that everything causes cancer. Then again, I agree. Everything causes cancer.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that some things don't
But
cause cancer.
cigarettes
more often
don't.
than
Nope.
others.
Nope. No, they do not. They do
Does
not.
that mean that you don't?
Wait, so everything causes
think
cancer
that
equally?
cigarettes
Yes, I agree, Callie. This is off topic. Way off
Hold on,
topic.
hold on. What's that? What's radiation do again?
Again,
this
I was
cause cancer
talking.
more
I was
often
talking
than-
about smoking cigarettes here. I'm not talking about being hit with radiation.
You
So
said
you agree
everything
that
causes the
Okay,
same
again,
cancer.
I'm monolithing to with cigarettes here. I'm not monolithing to your wild dreams of ideas here. Cigarettes do not. Tobacco itself does not increase cancer.
Tobacco or cigarettes? You can't just like change it on the fly.
Again,
okay.
I don't think he knows.
If you smoke all natural cigarettes, you're not in the carcinogens. Just pay more.
You're smoking.
So like American spirits.
Nope, not
What do you
American
think happens when
spirits.
you-
There's
Well,
actually
those are
more
all
expensive.
they're
not.
organic.
Nope, those are
They're
actually
organic.
those are actually 4 times worse. Actually, 16 times
No,
worse. than
now
Marlboro's.
yes,
Yes,
you're just saying Avarice, I love you, but now you're just saying retard shit. Now you're just saying retard shit for real. American spirits don't have formaldehyde in them. They don't have any preservative.
It doesn't matter. They have other preservatives that are
What lobby
16
are you-
times
what
worse
lobby are you working
than
for?
others.
I gotta know.
I'm
That's-
not.
yeah, who is
I'm
funding you? Who's
Again-
funding you, Avarice?
Again, I'm just telling you facts that a new study has shown
Marlboro.
that
Cool
cigarette,
slide
there's
bullets.
no correlation.
I have a question for Avarice.
Who did the study, man?
He's sponsored by
If I
Marlboro.
may, if
Sure.
I may, do you have parents
Yes.
and you love both of them and they both love you?
No, I hate them
If
both.
you have both of them?
No,
and
they
don't
should
love
die.
you?
Both of them need to die.
And how do they feel about you?
Avarice, I've talked to your mom. Your mom's great. She shouldn't die.
Yeah, I love my mom, but just if there was a pecking order of people I care about most,
you
there's
prove
more
that she
important
loves
people
you?
in this world.
Can you prove that?
Oh,
she
my
loves
mom
you?
loves me for sure.
Is there
How
a
do you know that
correlation
though?
between
Prove
that?
it.
What?
How do you prove it?
Oh, I don't have to prove it.
He just
You
has
don't
faith.
have to. Oh, okay. You just have faith then.
No, I
Right?
don't care.
Then why would you say she loves you if you don't care?
I get.
Yeah,
I mean,
if
I'm
you
just
don't
taking.
care.
I'm taking a stab at it. I just don't care. I don't talk to her as much. I literally that was the first time I saw my mom in what 2 years? Confluence. So what do you want to go with here? What do you want? Where do you want me to go at here? I hate my parents. Everybody knows this.
Do you love your wife?
I don't know who you are.
I don't think you hate
Everybody knows
your
that.
mom. You like your mom, Avarice. You like your mom.
Which page you're
So,
right.
I mean, I don't. I don't know
Do you
this
have
perspective
do you have
here.
a partner with?
So
I
I'm
hope-
just
I hope
saying
she
that,
gets-
like,
again,
not everything.
I don't
not every-
know. I
not-
don't
that
know
not
what this has
everything
to.
can be
I don't
proven.
know what this has to do with smoking cigarettes and
I was
correlating
going
that
back
with
to the
cancer.
original topic.
So
Let's
the
going back to
hold
the
on,
original
but we're
topic.
we're talking
Yeah, can we
about
talk about
cancer
spiritual
here.
Which
experience?
is
We're
irrelevant
not.
to the
We're
topic.
talking our spiritual experience, evidence of God. That's what we're talking
Yeah,
No,
about.
okay,
that is the
no,
original
but let's
topic.
finish it. Yeah, but why are we asking Avarice about if he loves his mommy and daddy? Why are we
Because I
asking
was
that?
going back to the point, which is about like evidence and not every like. I feel like there was a. We need to define the word of evidence
see, yeah.
and
Again,
also prove.
Evidence is the facts and data or information that
the
supports or
available
suggests the
information.
claim is true.
Yes.
Can I
Whatever.
share an
Hey,
experience?
Avarice,
But
listen to what you just said.
You can't prove
Suggest,
anything, though.
suggest
Like-
the claim is true. Remember what you just said, Avarice. Suggests,
supports, or
right?
suggests that the claim is
supports
true.
or
Yep.
suggests that the claim is true.
Why false evidence, right? It goes under false, and then then gets transferred to being lies.
So it's still evidence. It just
once figured out. It's not evidence
No,
at that
it's not
point. It's a
evidence.
lie.
It's still
Actually,
evidence.
it's not evidence.
No, it doesn't
No,
become
it is still.
No,
it is
once
still
it's
evidence.
found out, it's
It is
not
still
like
evidence of a different crime.
Con,
no.
Con,
It can be presented as evidence, but it's not. It's technically a lie.
It's
It doesn't make
evidence.
sense.
An experience.
It's facts or information.
What's the
Like we're
lie?
using
So if-
evidence
hold on.
differently.
So if I stab my wife, all right, and we go to court, all right,
You
and I
stabbed
present a
Rage
gun
Page.
as evidence for shooting my wife, and they said, "But you stabbed her." They said, "Then you lied. You didn't shoot her. Why did you present us with a gun? That's not evidence. You can't present false evidence."
You submitted
I mean,
evidence.
that
it's
would-
just
No,
wrong
that
no,
is
you
technically
can't submit.
evidence.
No, it's not. It's
Regular-
false evidence is just a lie. It doesn't count as
No,
evidence.
you
Even if
In
I
a
still-
call
legal
it evidence.
sense, it's been
Even if
presented
I
as
call it
evidence.
evidence, it's not evidence.
Why would you stab Rage Page?
It's just
Don't
wrong.
do that. She's a nice girl, Rage Page. Don't stab your wife. Con, can I share an experience, please? It will only take 1 minute at most.
I mean, it's a long time, but go ahead. You're about to play a slideshow, aren't you? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
And this is true. This actually happened, right? So when I was growing up in my town, there was a school run by nuns. And it was more than just a school because they lived there and they died there and they were buried on the land, right? And me and my friend took a shortcut through the land, and we came across, there was a statue of the Virgin Mary, but there was a whole lot of litter, piles of litter around the statue of the Virgin Mary. And we said, you know what, let's pick it up. We just made a choice, right? And we picked up all the rubbish. And when we finally put the last bit of rubbish into the bin, we both felt dizzy at the same time. We both got dizzy. And it wasn't a bad dizzy. It was not a bad feeling. But we both got dizzy at the same time, looking at each other like, are you fucking dizzy? And they're like, yeah. Now, I wouldn't call that evidence of God or because it's not really evidence. It's something that we both shared an experience on. And it seems like it was something spiritual, right? At the time.
It would be evidence for the spiritual. It could be presented that way.
It could have been anything, though. It could have been that we were bending down so much.
Could be. You could take that and present it to make whatever point you want. It's still evidence.
Can
Whatever point
I
you're making.
can I just say I condemn stabbing your wife?
Yeah, that was a crazy example.
Let the record be shown that Jacob condemns the stabbing of the wives. Okay, unless they're under 3 years and 1 day. I'm just kidding.
Stab away.
I mean,
Yeah, no, it's still evidence to whatever point you want to make with it.
It could have been that we were bending down and standing up so much.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean,
That's
it's still
a
evidence.
possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of factors that obviously we don't know because it.
So you were like, oh, we
didn't have the experience.
At the time, it felt kind of very spiritual. I must say, though.
Yeah, and I mean, I've had my own
God made you
spiritual
dizzy for doing good
experiences.
Now, yeah, exactly, Testy. Yeah,
I don't want to be too cringe, but it felt like a bit of a thank you.
So when you had that
God
experience,
knocked
you
you on
didn't
your
think
ass
it was
'cause
it
he was
didn't
trying to
question
thank
your
you.
belief in God or anything? Like you didn't pursue it or anything?
What was that, sir? What was the question?
No, Fruit Toy believes everything's God, including the broomstick.
True.
A broomstick?
A broomstick is God, yes.
We didn't have a
If you
broomstick.
think about it, though,
To be accurate, I say, where is God not? What is God not? So for me, God is
Based.
everything and he's everywhere. Right? That's it. That's all.
kind of based if you think about it.
not.
Based
It's
with toy?
not.
And based.
In my
God, where are you, God?
Everywhere.
Yeah,
Where
there we
is he
go.
not?
Exactly.
Wherefore art thou?
Fucking
in my head, I
everywhere.
feel like God is a big creator. Why would he be a broomstick? That makes no sense at all.
Because God is what it was.
God is a janitor.
Omnipresent. That's the
Because God is a janitor.
omnipresent.
God.
So God is everywhere.
I would also say
Okay, so you say
Point to the place, as Futoy said, point to the place where God is not. You can't fucking do it. God is omnipresent.
In hell. In hell.
Point to the place.
We are not God, and God is
God
not
in
not
hell?
the broomstick. Hold
Is
on.
God in
If God
hell?
is not the broomstick, point to the place where he is.
He's
Can
already
you
there,
point to
but he
hell?
is
Hell is
not.
the absence of God. Hell is the absence of being. So you cannot point to hell. Okay,
What you're saying
that's
is no,
my.
God is not in hell.
Why would God be a material?
No, yeah.
thing
Why
that
would
is
God be?
unalive?
Why would God be in the absence of Himself? Welcome back, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Where's
Hello.
point to the place God is not.
And I'm actually
Yeah,
going to
you
be
can't
heading
point
out.
to hell.
I got a
Why
TikTok
not?
invasion to get to, so
I absolutely.
I
can,
will
man.
see you guys later.
All right.
Bye,
Go Sevens
everyone.
Avarice.
Good luck.
Thank you for
Bye,
joining, as
everyone.
always.
Yep.
I had a question for him too.
Oh my God! Quiet.
I mean, I was
Peace.
gonna say.
It'd get really quiet.
Oh, I
We
was
can
gonna
talk
say
now.
I have a lot of like personal experiences, with happen between my family and like myself directly, and like I've tried to rationalize it every which way I could because it was just a lot going on, and something that I mentioned like the last time like I was on was like with my with my sister's passing, like I like God's going to speak to you in ways that only you can understand him, and then you'll know that he's speaking to you directly. And the Sunday that my sister had passed, I received a message like from God directly, and there was another person with me, a person who is kind of like on the search, and I didn't tell her like anything of like the backgrounds too, but of like all the other stuff that was happening to me. But for like the people that are aware of like what's going on with me specifically and my family, like these things are way too spot on to be coincidences. And like if not God, then what? Just coincidences, one after the other, and then you have multiple people that have all these like weird things happening, and they're trying to rationalize it too. And these are people that are like, one of them's a doctor, another one's an architect. Like these are people that are smart. They're not just, I don't know, like just people that are losers. We'll just say bums. So how is that not evidence, or how could that not be considered evidence to those that disagree with the prompt?
Well, when we say evidence, we typically think of something like factual or something where there's a sense of legitimacy from the person saying it, that they saw or observed something real. To say that feeling about something is evidence is.
I didn't say feeling though.
I understand. I'm saying most of the time spiritual experiences are feelings. You have this sudden feeling of an experience.
Okay, but I'm talking about the times that it's not, because now we already crossed off one of them. I don't agree with the feeling thing because any feelings, we're easily persuaded. So
yeah.
With that said, what am I supposed to think of my experiences, right?
Well, you can think whatever you want. To you, they can be evidence, of course, but I'm saying evidence to other people, it definitely wouldn't be.
I wouldn't.
I
I wouldn't
welcome
say
the
that
people that
either.
disagree with me because like that's when a conversation starts, right?
Alex, you don't think that you don't think other people's experiences count at all? Like, I understand it's not like one account isn't going to sway you, but I mean, there's a prompt coming that I don't want to like spoil. But like, I feel like there can be a confluence, if you will, and you must of evidence that like kind of maybe points in a direction, right?
Use the word again.
Also, brief aside, Testiger Johnson. Actually very relevant to what we're talking about. Heaven isn't a place on earth. Earth is a place in hell. That is unfortunately true. True.
Isn't that
Johnson?
Isn't that what they call is it Hare Krishnas? Isn't that what they believe? We're in hell.
No, definitely not.
You know the ones who dance around and they have like one bit of hair at the back of their head. Who am I thinking?
Oh
of?
yeah. but I don't think they believe that.
I think they do. Come.
I don't know. I've talked to my fair share of the Hare Krishnas.
And maybe
They're
I'm wrong.
goated. And they
Maybe
got
I'm
a
wrong.
very convincing chant if you think about it.
Oh,
Okay.
I love the chant. Oh, I had a friend who used to play that on guitar so well.
It's great. It's great. It's very nice.
Yeah,
It's very nice.
Very
But back to do we not think there could be an aggregate that like makes you think a certain way, I guess, Alex? Like I get any one individual account, but if I hear something like what Selly's talking about and I hear that from so many people, then it's like, well, yeah, I think there's probably something going on here, you know?
Do you need evidence to have faith?
I would say
Or is that a
something.
contradiction of terms?
I would say something is going on, but I don't know that it proves God or that it's pointing towards it's evidence that God exists in that
I
way.
agree with that, yeah.
Wasn't that what the prompt is?
I mean, we're a little off prompt coded a little bit, but
yeah, that's the only thing I'm thinking of. It feels.
So I have a question because I do see on the chat other people's experiences are claims, not evidence. So in a courtroom, when there's witnesses testifying, is that not evidence?
this is what I was saying to Avarice. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is, but
You say unfortunately?
Unfortunately, yes.
So
Because
my
most of
sister,
the
hang
time,
on.
eyewitness
So
testimony is
if I
incredibly
may, like,
wrong.
I think that it depends on like, you know what? I don't want to be rude. Continue. I'm sorry.
Be rude.
Because when you look at
You're fine, Sally.
Somebody hit her. Somebody hit her quick.
where DNA, all of the cases where DNA has been disproven a conviction, they all are based on eyewitness testimony. Eyewitness testimony is just really bad evidence.
Right, it's evidence, but it's usually considered like weak evidence, and maybe not
Sure,
sufficient.
but it's still. But sometimes it is
Right.
sufficient as well,
Hold
though.
on.
It's
Yeah,
not
sometimes it is.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's not nothing.
Hold on,
All you had was like 5 people saying this definitely happened, right? And they're,
Hold on.
you know,
When we say it's evidence, we're not talking about their feelings. We're talking about what they saw, heard, or felt.
yeah. No one. You were the
why we
only
said
one
witness.
that Alex. You were the one that degraded all of this stuff to feelings, which I hate. I
What-
hate
what
that,
do you
Alex. You
consider-
know I hate that.
Hold on. What else is it? What else is a spiritual experience?
Besides a feeling, oh my god,
I never used the word
crazy.
feeling.
How do you
Like,
experience?
That's crazy.
Hold on. How do you experience it other than through feelings?
You can see an
You
angel.
can see, you can hear.
Observation. And you could also refer to scripture too, like
You would say that you can see an angel in real life sitting out there, just whatever.
Yeah, if that's your spiritual experience, you see an angel.
Then yeah.
Okay. I would
Alex,
say
you're
that
I mean, I would
me
have
so
a lot
much.
of questions.
the
but
evidence there is that
you
there's
ask
something
questions.
wrong with you, but yeah, I guess.
Holy shit!
that.
Okay, wow. Holy atheist coded. Jesus Christ.
But I think
Crazy.
that if,
The Lord's name in vain.
if,
How dare you?
if witnesses were to be honest, truthful as they're supposed to be, then it would be evidence, would it not? Like,
No.
but the thing is because people are flawed or they have their own their own selfish intentions and stuff like that.
It's evidence
It's
regardless whether you
And
like it or
wrong.
not. You don't have
Exactly.
to be
That's what I'm
convinced by
saying.
it.
That's,
No, hold on. We know of conditions that make people see things that aren't there, right? We are aware that those things exist. It's not in question at all. So to say that seeing something is proof that something exists is, I mean,
I
if
didn't
you
say that. Or did somebody say that? That seeing something?
Oh, I guess seeing
Right.
some. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. Just quickly, Rage Page said, anyone care to explain a near-death experience? All right, so when somebody dies and they see the tunnel and they see
Y'all
angels and
stealing the
stuff-
prompt. That was one of the
shit.
future prompts.
Sorry.
You know, actually, you know what? Fine. You know what?
Let's
Wait,
get
hold
to
up.
the next
We're gonna do this. We're gonna actually, because I don't want to miss this. So we're gonna go to it now. Give me 1 second, okay? Clockwise, snake wise, okay. And welcome to Sticker Johnson, you fucking coward, you little shit disturber, you to Sticker Johnson.
I don't like that.
I'm not a coward. I'm here.
No, that's true. That's true. Actually, that's true. But yeah, should near-death experiences inform our faith, or just your thoughts on near-death experiences? Because this was a prompt that I really wanted to ask, and Futoy brought it up, and he kind of like jumped the gun a little bit, but he didn't know that, and that's fine. So Sally, near-death experiences, or what's good?
Wait, sorry. I thought you changed the prompt there.
I did change the prompt. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at my phone and it's super delayed.
Oh, that's okay. Should near-death experiences inform our faith, or just your thoughts about NDEs in general? If they mean anything, if they don't.
I think it's. I haven't really, if I'm being honest, I haven't fully like gotten into this section of like the faith of like studying about that, and I know that that's like a whole another like topic, and because I mean I don't want to really talk too much about it because I'm still in the super early stages of it. So if I could sit this one out, and actually
that's valid.
Getting kind of late for me, but I do want to like listen if that's okay.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Alex.
Well, I just looked up something that completely shatters a lot of things I just said. Apparently, blind people born blind, have experienced seeing tunnels and stuff during near-death, during like when they were unconscious after a traumatic accident or something like that. So maybe there's something to that, I guess.
All right, young Christian.
Yeah, I think there's something to near-death experiences. I don't know what you mean by inform our faith.
I'm not sure either.
I mean, I wrote this before we started talking. This was written a few hours ago, but yeah, like I guess should that say anything about no crosstalk Futo? I'm just trying to explain, but yeah, I guess like should we take them as evidence of something? Should they change how we think about the world? Or like if someone has a near-death experience, they're like, I went to hell, or I saw God, or I saw this, or, you know, like, does that mean anything? Or like, how do we take it? So that's kind of, it's a very vague question.
I would say, and assuming it's truthful, right? I would say, yeah. Yeah. Near-death experiences mean something.
Okay. Jacob.
I would say my own near-death experience, maybe, but like somebody else's, no.
Oh, wait, have you had a near-death experience? Because you have to tell me about it if you did.
Nope.
That's not in the prompt, but that is absolutely in the prompt. If you've had an NDE, you have to tell me about it. Okay, Futoy.
I think yes. Weirdly enough, so an experience influence our faith, right? Is that what you mean? So,
sure.
So, right. In the Book of the Dead, right, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, you're meant to meet this entity with a dog's head that weighs your heart against a feather, and if your heart, Anubis, yeah, and if your heart weighs more than the feather, you're a bad guy or something.
I just think of Moon Knight.
Are you saying feather or feather?
Feather.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
if your heart, so as I see it, if I live my life with that concept in my head, right, that there's a sort of a judgment, right? I'm not trying to buy my way into heaven or something. I really am against that concept, but that I could do stuff in my physical life that will possibly benefit me, or not me, but benefit everything in my afterlife, then even if it's true or not true, it doesn't matter. It's still such a great concept. I picked the side. I picked the good side over the bad side. And that's it.
Based. Okay, young Alan.
I would say yes, because I did have one and it pushed me to believe. So I would say like the middle of 2023, I was addicted to Xanax and I was doing a lot of it. And me and my cousin were both on a lot of it, and we were driving like taking a road trip to go see his mom. and he was speeding a lot and ended up cutting the corner too sharp. And we ended up totaling his car into the ditch, and we ended up in the hospital, but I was still here. And after that, I completely quit, besides nicotine, and it pushed me to do better and change to like get off of doing heavy things. And now I'm here doing better. And I do believe that it should push you to do better and believe in God.
Great. Okay, wait, a brief point of clarification. Do you mean that you were just like close to death, or do you mean that in the car crash that you had like an out of body experience or like something, or do you just mean you were like close to death?
Did you see some shit? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, basically. Alan? I don't know if Alan is still.
We want to know.
Yeah, I really. Oh, he's entered the studio in a different. Okay, kick the bad Alan. Okay, so Alan, I don't know if you heard, but yeah, like near death. I guess. Do you mean you were close to dying, or do you mean that you had a near death experience, that you were either having an out of body experience, or you're seeing some shit and something was happening, or do you just mean that you were like almost died and this caused you to change?
Like I felt like I definitely should have died that night, and after that, it changed my ways after that.
Gotcha. Okay, Testicular Johnson.
It's 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, or unless you have a near-death experience, then it's a lot more than that, because I want to hear that shit. Okay.
I don't know about near death. I mean, I got into a car accident before and spent like a couple days in the hospital, but I don't know. I don't think I was close to death. Yeah. Actually, I've been in a couple of car accidents. None of them I was never at fault, for the record. I'm a good driver, all right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Press X to doubt.
It seems rational.
You don't have the evidence to support that claim.
True.
It's true. It's true.
We're going by the insurance companies. That's all I'm saying. But
it's not proof.
Sure, but
absolutely not proof.
What was I gonna say? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So the like standard or not standard, but like people, it's a known like phenomenological thing. People have reported out of body experiences, seeing tunnels, lights, things like that. It's strongly correlated with hypoxia, which is lack of oxygen to tissues in your body and in your brain as well. This is something that fighter pilots have experienced. They've also experienced these things like tunnels and stuff from lack of oxygen. So I think that part of these experiences can be explained in like that physical sense. Out of body experiences, I would say the only counterweight, because I can't contradict someone's direct experience. There are tons of people who have also been in near-death experiences and claim that they've seen nothing, that it was just darkness, their heart stopped. I think, was it the singer of Motley Crue? I'm pretty sure he said like he saw nothing, but there have been like reports.
Skill issue, right? If you think about it.
Sure.
It
so
is definitely a skill issue. Yeah.
So and I don't know that necessarily that like I don't think that like God would reveal themselves to people who just believe, because that also doesn't follow. Like there have been people who have faith and have not seen anything. There are people who, I mean, in the case of Alan, not to speak for him or anything, but you know, for him it was life-changing in the other direction. Something similar happened to a friend of mine. He got in a car accident, he broke his back, and then he became extremely religious after. I think near-death experiences do give you perspective in life. Anytime you're close to tragedy, it makes sense that you're looking for answers. But yeah, I don't think that it's like a metaphysical thing.
Okay, gay. Brandon?
I'm going to kind of steal Jacob's answer. I think it could be for me, but I don't think other people's are. I think there's, at least from the ones that I've heard, it seems to confirm what they already believe, like they'll see Jesus or Muhammad. Now, imagine if I saw Muhammad and it seemed real to me, and he's like, yo, I bet you didn't expect me. I'd be like, oh shit, that's crazy, dude. I don't know if I'd believe that, though. I think I actually put more stock into like DMT experiences than I do near-death experiences, because they seem more consistent across the board.
Super based.
Based? And end it with me, and then crosstalk begins. I mean, I've never had a near-death experience, but I put a lot of weight into that type of stuff because, from at least what I've researched and stuff in my limited way, I think that there is commonality. So even though I get what Brandon's saying that it will be tailored, but I think that's all religious experience. I think if you meditate long enough, you're going to like see something and it's going to be tailored to your mind. I think that's how reality works. I think there is God, and I think it's going to be channeled through your intellect, and that's how you experience something. So I think that's not shocking to me that happens. But what is more surprising is that there's so many commonalities with out of body experiences, near death experiences, etc. And so I think they do inform my faith, not in any specific direction, because I agree. If a Muslim has a near-death experience, they're probably going to see what they think, and a Christian will see what they think. But I think there is some spiritual underlining reality that is subsisting there, is what I would say. Crosstalk ensuing.
May I ask you a question there, Confluence?
Absolutely, you may.
So there have also been a high percentage, I think it was like over 70% of Muslims that had apparently received like specific direct messages from Jesus, and some of them knew about Jesus and some of them didn't know about Jesus, and they were given like specific instructions about like going to a specific place and talking to a person wearing whatever, and to ask them about like the gospel or something. So when there's been multiple instances like that, like, and this is also for like everybody else too. The question is just like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you guys believe that they're like, what do you think that says about their experience?
So I guess I'll answer first, and then I'm gonna grab my Zin. So, but I think it is. I am a bit hesitant. Like, to me, as a Christian, I think, yeah, it's like I've heard those stories. Same with like missionaries, and they're like told to do a certain thing, and like, yeah, I think it's great. It's goated, but then it's like if I'm trying to be, I guess, super rational, then it's like, and this is something that's been brought up on the panel, that like there are a lot of like Roman Catholics that have like Marian apparitions, right, where they'll see the Virgin Mary, and it's just something I've noticed in myself and in other Protestants, that when we hear about that, we're like, no, well, that's definitely like not real. That's like probably there is some other explanation, maybe a mass hallucination, maybe just some correlation that they're confusing for something that's actually happening, etc. And so those stories inspire me, but I don't know exactly where to place them, because when it comes to other faiths, I'm like, I don't know. It seems to happen kind of across the board, and I feel like as Christians, or as Protestant Christians, we will dismiss the ones that don't align with our view and accept the ones that do. But I do still see them as evidence of what I would say is Christ. But I don't know how specific we can get, because I think all religions will have those experiences to some degree. And I don't know, maybe if there was like some way we could quantify who has them more or something, then maybe. But so I take them as inspiration, but I don't know if I can use them as actual like proof. I feel like I'm waffling. I'm sorry. I'll let someone else talk.
You're turning the waffles green, man.
Yeah, I say that maybe they have, because a lot of Muslims do teach some teachings of Christianity, like as part of their faith. So, yeah, I don't think I could. Probably similar to Confluence, I don't think I can make a definitive statement. For that story, I'm sure there have been people who have left Christianity to become Muslim and vice versa. So there is some change that happens, and I don't know. It just comes down to like a verification thing, right? Like you can't really question it. They clearly went through something, but I don't know if it implies anything.
I think for some reason people think that their relationship with God needs to be something they have to justify to other people. And it's like, I don't feel like anybody has to justify their relationship to God to me, and I don't have to justify my relationship with God to anybody else. Whenever I get into discussions about this stuff, I say to people, pray to God, ask him to reveal himself to you, and if he does, great, and if he doesn't, okay. Like, I have nothing more to say about that. And so when somebody else has some sort of spiritual experience, like, okay, that's their spiritual experience. I don't see why that should in any way inform my my faith, my relationship with God.
Are you justified in believing that people don't have to justify their belief to God to others?
Well, I've justified it to myself. Yeah,
I was trolling. Sorry.
I get it.
Yeah, it's I pretty much, I think I kind of agree with you. It's the difference between like a descriptive thing versus a prescriptive thing. Like people could pray to Moloch or whoever. Like to me, it's like, okay, that is a personal thing. But then once, for me, the issues arise when it's a prescriptive thing. Like, oh, other people need to believe me, or other people need to follow in this way because the way it affected me. That's kind of where I have an issue with stuff. But yeah, like you cannot argue against. And I said this in chat, and I'll say it again. Whatever, I'll kick the hornet's nest. You know what this reminds me of? It's very critical race theory coded, where people talk about their lived experience and how important their lived experience is and how valuable all this stuff is. And it's like a punching bag, because I think CRT has its issues, and I think that there are some legitimate criticisms when people are saying, like, as a part of X group, I am a, and so I'm not saying anybody here has done this, to be clear. This is just kind of fodder for the fire. But if people are sort of coming at it from an angle where they're saying, like, well, as a Christian, or like that somehow imparts some unique like insights that other people just don't have access to, which is how some people speak about these types of things. They're like, well, because my faith is so strong, like God has revealed, and it's like this, like that type of stuff just feels like it runs parallel to another stream of thinking, and I don't know how valuable that really is, because as everyone's highlighted here, like that everyone's relationship with God is extremely personal and extremely unique. So I don't think you can really compare it in that way.
Critical NDE theory.
There you
go.
That's the one issue with critical race theory that's not an issue, Testy. Lived experience is fucking everything.
No, it's not everything.
I wouldn't deny that at all.
Valuable, no, there is value. Okay, a lived experience is valuable, but in terms of making prescriptions about society, I would never say, like, well, Black people want to be treated this way, or women want to be treated, and because of I think that in like the legal system and like in certain aspects of life, it's a useful lens. But this is something conservatives complain about all the time. It's like, well, it crossed into the social threshold, and that's when it became bullshit. And I tend to agree with that. Nobody should be making prescriptions or policy within society based on one group's experience, because they're speaking as experts. Like,
or some people's in that group.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's kind of more what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, because man is fickle.
Sorry, I kind
of.
of.
We need to put it onto a higher being that is like consistent, right?
Well, but it's always subject to human subjectivity and interpretation, because even if you want to make the argument that we are the ones who flawed, like you can have a perfect standard, but we'll always fall short of that, right? Nobody's to say like,
then it's not perfect.
No, that you can the thing, no, because it's people's interactions with it. Like, and this isn't like a dunk or anything, but like we can all agree that horrible things have been done in the name of religion, and when people look back, or like I always
did that. Yes,
that's what I'm saying. So even if you have something that you consider to be perfect, it will always be subject to imperfection through people's interpretations and their actions through it. So it's not that you could still make the claim that this thing is the standard, the ideal, the untouchable, sacred, or whatever it is, but that doesn't help us as human beings. It's always going to be, if we are fallen or whatever, like it's always going to be subject to the whims of humanity. Does that make sense?
That makes the most sense I've ever heard from you, man.
Thank you.
I
think it's late. The energy died down.
I mean, do we all believe in a personal God that you can have a relationship with?
Say that one more time.
Do we all believe in a personal God you can have a one-on-one relationship with?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes. I
No,
do.
I believe in like spirituality. I believe that there are like forces that I can't understand in some regard, but I don't sort of anthropomorphize that into like a single being that I can relate to.
I don't think we have everybody has a one-on-one, like their own different version. Like I feel like it's all the same one God.
It's a
that
personal
everybody
relationship to you
experiences.
is the point.
A personal
Yeah, the relationship you can have a relationship between just you and God. It's not like you have to mediate it through someone else.
Okay. Then yeah, I still think you can.
So if you can, like, yeah, I guess you would take into your faith whatever you feel you need to, but it seems to me that like the most important evidence is your prayer life, your experiences, your relationship with your God.
That's very Protestant coded. The Orthodox bros wouldn't be happy about that. But I agree with you, to be clear. I'm just joking around. But like that's the way I was raised. I was raised religiously. I lost my faith around like 15, 16. But that's sort of the stream of thinking I was raised in, is that it is a personal thing. It's not for anybody else. It's for you. And, you know, it's like somebody you can confide in, somebody to give you comfort. And there is this stress of like it's a very personal relationship. So, yeah.
Yes,
I agree
because
with
we
that.
should like. I think it makes sense to have that or like that personal, intimate relationship with them, because that's how you grow trust in like your faith as well. And if you dang, there was something that you said and I like completely forgot what you said and I lost my train of thought. So that's it. I'm gonna stop here.
That's fair.
Jacob, what is like the Jewish common image of God? How do Jewish people see God?
Two Jews, three opinions. Like two Jews, three opinions. The most common view of the most common creed in Judaism is the 13 principles of faith formulated from writings of Maimonides. But famously, Judaism is more about orthopraxy than orthodoxy. It's not about what you believe as much as it's about what you do. Obviously, there are those 13 principles of faith that Orthodox Jews would say are an important part of our faith. But ultimately, it's about like actually being a good person, works righteousness. Yeah, we believe in that.
Okay.
You know, you're kind of red pilling me because I also sort of believe that in like I'm not religious or anything, but it's always like I strive to be a good person, and then I've gotten pushback of like, well, how can you even know what it's like to be a good person? You don't have any standards. You don't have any more all these things. And I'm like, well, I could give you an explanation where I think these things come from through like upbringing and cultural influence and all these things, but it's like I still want to be a good person, and I try to be. So I relate to that aspect of it, even though I'm absent faith on the other side. It's like, well, you know, you can still be secular and be a quote unquote good person, right? So
I realize this can be a caricature of at least some Protestant beliefs, but I've definitely encountered Protestants being like, you shouldn't try to be a good person. That's like going against the gospel. And it's like, oh my God.
What?
That does sound like a caricature. Yeah,
Did you guys, when Donald Trump started talking about like he was trying to make world peace in order to get into heaven, like there was a whole Twitter battle with people going, no, that's not the gospel of Jesus Christ. If you're trying to make world peace to get into heaven, you're definitely going to hell. It's like, what is wrong with you people?
First of all, I think that standard is already really high, and sounds like someone was being really dramatic, and I don't know. That just like
Jacob, I feel like now I experience how probably most people talk about the Jews
from the reverse angle because I've never heard a Protestant ever say that in my life. So that's
I know,
probably
I've
what you go
never heard
through
of
when
that.
Protestants try to guess what Jews think. 'Cause
Look,
that's me.
there
I've
are-
never heard anyone
That's
say
actually
that.
There are millions of Protestants in the
Jacob.
world. Twitter is not real life. I don't want
Jacob.
to straw man people, but I saw that on Twitter.
Jacob, I just want you to know, you literally just showed them what it feels like to be Jewish for those 2 seconds.
I did a quick search, and it said God created the universe and sustains it continuously. He is eternal, all-powerful, all-knowing, morally perfect.
Sounds
As
pretty
in the-
based.
Yeah, I really like that, and that's the Jewish outlook. It says
Sounds like a lot of statements.
I can really relate to that. Like,
Okay, wait, what is this? I'm just seeing Testy.
No,
get
you don't
triggered.
look it up. Don't look it up.
Well, we have a Jew
Yeah, I was
on
about to say-
panel. Okay,
But
so we
that's-
will ask Jacob.
no.
Jacob,
If
what
you
does this
want,
mean?
I will explain Metzitza Beper to you. You don't want.
it sounds like a meal. It sounds
No,
like
I
a
do
type of food.
want. That sounds like a
God.
challenge, Jacob. What is Metzitza
Beper. Okay.
Oh, that sounds so Jewish. That sounds so Jewish. It's crazy.
Could not be more Jewish.
If we are going to
Metzitza
do this, if we are going to do this, you are going to have to promise me 10 straight minutes of just letting me talk without interruption.
10 minutes is a hard ask, brother. Can you do it in like 2 minutes?
Well, not with this panel. This panel is pretty.
Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate, Jacob.
I think that's impossible with this panel.
Can you do
Let him
2.5
try.
minutes? Can you do
Let
2.5
him-
minutes?
Let him try, because we might be very interested.
I mean, Rage Page is saying I haven't looked this up, so I don't know what it is, but I'm hearing it's Satan's work.
Okay. So
Hold on. I actually need to go, so I'm gonna bug out. But
I actually need to go as well.
What you have to say.
Oh, y'all dipping at the Metzira Lakayim. Crazy times.
But no, I mean, really,
Cowards,
I
all
really-
of you.
I searched it up and
God bless Alex. God bless Tessie.
Google
You
was able to
absolutely
break it
have to
down in
leave.
one
Yeah, I
paragraph.
appreciate you guys.
Good night, guys.
Okay,
Okay.
Jacob, you have the floor.
So, for hundreds of years, most Jews do not do this. It's just a few very traditional Jews.
Is this the
Although-
circumcision thing? I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this
Yes,
the
it is.
sucking? This? Oh, okay.
Most Jews don't do this, but there are some very traditional Jews who still do this. And since you guys are Christians, and you all in your Bible have the circumcision not only of Jesus, but Paul circumcising Timothy, he did this.
True.
And let me explain to you why 2,000 years ago it actually made sense.
All right, go ahead.
So, we're talking before stainless steel knives.
Okay.
Okay.
If you cut
All right,
someone
guys, I gotta go.
with an iron knife,
Sorry. Thanks for
Right.
joining.
with an iron knife, you are going to get rust into the actual wound.
Can we just clean it with
Well,
alcohol?
they
or
didn't
something?
have.
Hey, let Jacob cook. Let Jacob cook.
What
Okay.
did they have thousands of years ago?
Did
And
they not have
actually,
alcohol?
the reason why
Water?
people still do it, and they didn't have the germ, like they didn't know why it caused it, but at the time, what was called whispering, right, was one of the ways in which like licking wounds was actually like when you went to the doctors back 2,000 years ago, like one of the things they would do is lick your wounds.
Okay, I just got a super chat. I have to read this. Okay. Alex says, "You got the rust, man."
And so 2,000 years ago, there's actually what happened was some people would refuse to do it and other people would do it. And apparently seeing the difference in that people did get all kinds of infections and horrible things. There is, I think it's in the Tosefta, but it might be in the Mishnah, which condemns people who refuse to do it. And that's why it became a standard practice, right? And frankly, 2,000 years ago, it made sense. Now, with surgical steel and pipettes and sponges and various ways of cleaning wounds, vast majority of Jews no longer do it. But some people are very traditional and insist on doing it. And frankly, I think if you insist on doing it, you should do it to your own kid yourself. But
whoa.
But if you're the one who's insisting on doing it, do it. But it's your kid. But I have to point out that anybody who says no, it never made sense, just remember Paul circumcised Timothy as a Pharisee 2,000 years ago.
But
he
not with
definitely did it.
I don't see
Wait, no. Pause, Jacob. There's no source of using the mouth that predates Timothy.
No.
Then show it.
It's
Show it.
very clear.
Show it, please. Show it.
Metzitza the Peh comes from the Mishnah, I believe.
The Mishnah is after Timothy.
Yeah, but you can't believe that they suddenly came up with it.
Okay, so there's no textual source. There's no textual source to say this happened before Timothy.
Come on, you're special pleading. How
is that special pleading? What the fuck? In what world is that special pleading?
Special pleading. The Pharisaic traditions are the Pharisaic traditions. The Mishnah was within 100 years of the living of Paul. Seriously believe that it came like it only developed after Paul? Or do you need it to be? And frankly, there might be intertextual.
I'm asking you for the earliest textual source of what we're talking about using the mouth.
I would not be
earliest textual source.
I would not be surprised at all if there are earlier texts.
Well, do you know?
I don't know.
One? Do you know what the earliest is?
I'm pretty sure it shows up in the Mishnah. That would be
because you said 100 years after Paul.
After Paul, yeah.
Okay, so let's I don't know either. So let's fact check this. What I don't know. Freaking spell it.
All right. Well, you're doing that. Just a question. So you're saying that they used it as a type of antiseptic, the saliva as antiseptic, is it?
No. They were removing the blood, the whatchamacallit. They were removing, when you
you're almost like cleaning off the wounds.
Yeah.
I have a question. So
No, that's weird.
I believe this is still being practiced on infants still modern day because there were some cases in New York back in 2015. So
most people no longer do it. Some people they're not going to change traditions from hundreds of years ago just because you came up with this germ theory nowadays.
Germ theory.
You can test it though, and there were cases of herpes because of it that these infants got, and one of them died.
Wait, can we talk about the germ theory?
So what exactly is a germ theory when there's infants that actually contracted
no, hold on. So we've only known about germs for about 200 years, right?
This article was from 2015.
I realize that, but
he's talking about germ theory. Germ theory is the theory that germs cause disease. That's all he's saying.
Oh, okay.
I am saying
misunderstood you. I apologize.
that now that we understand these things, for past 200 years, vast majority of Jews, including most Orthodox Jews, have changed the practices, but some people our equivalent of the Amish still insist on doing things the way it was done 300 years ago. And 300 years ago, it was not.
Wait, you think in ancient time when people were infected, they like avoided contact? So there was that idea of germ theory there.
There was even quarantining in Old Testament.
Yeah.
Right. There was
leprosy.
the theory.
So what do you mean?
I am saying exactly that, right? So yes, there were ideas around like infections were being caused, right? And so like sucking out the blood from the wound was one way of keeping the wound from being infected.
Right, that's what I meant by the saliva as a type of antiseptic, right?
I don't know if they thought it was an antiseptic, but they might have. I don't know.
Because it's cleaning the wound, like an animal will lick its wound.
No one's
like an animal
that the mouth is a good antiseptic. Okay, the suction thing, maybe the suction thing, not the antiseptic.
No, but like 2,000 years ago, what were their choices like?
Yeah,
What
but
were the
human
alternatives?
mouths are not like water would be better than a human mouth. We've known that. That's not germ theory. We've known that for thousands of years.
Okay, fair enough.
As far as I understand it, it was about sucking out the bad blood, which I think makes perfect sense when you're talking about an iron knife. We don't use iron knives anymore.
So why continue sucking?
Most people don't.
Why?
Okay,
use a splashback
Crazy way to put it.
It is not practiced by vast majority of even.
Well, in all
Are there
fairness,
any laws protecting those children now?
wait, hold on. In all fairness, Christians, Christians still Christian.
I don't think there should be laws stopping their parents. I don't.
Like Christians
I
still
didn't say stopping the
Christian
parents, I said
children
protecting
from.
the child.
So how would you protect the child without stopping the parents? If the parents
just say, hey, don't suck.
Keeping the children in mind and not putting the main emphasis.
Can we quit saying suck?
It is parents who are choosing what to do.
But Jacob, I would just want to say you are close to right, at least. The earliest textual source I can find is the early 3rd century.
Early 3rd century.
That is pretty early.
Yeah,
I mean, it still is after Timothy, around 200-ish years. But
not 200-ish years. What early 3rd century is about 100 years after Paul.
No, well, Timothy was written probably around like before the destruction of the Second Temple, right?
Which was the year 70. So
Exactly.
170 to 200, like.
Wait, no, I said early 3rd century.
Right,
so
which is the year
Timothy
200 to 225.
Right, and Timothy would have been in like 70.
Okay, so that's 150 years. Okay.
Right.
And
Yeah.
also-
Okay.
So do you actually
So
believe
Paul wasn't sucking.
I don't think Paul was sucking
Paul wasn't
Timothy. I
sucking.
don't think Paul was sucking Timothy. I don't think he was.
Paul was
I
not
am
sucking
pretty
Timothy.
sure he was. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
That's diabolical,
I guess
Jacob.
if that's Jacob. I guess if that's your fanfic, you know.
Well, this is
Sucking
this is the
dispute.
thing. This is the thing. Like, very few Christians have like talked to people about these types of things with somebody who's actually familiar with Christianity enough to be like, okay, you're gonna tell me all these horrible things about circumcision, but Jesus was circumcised in your Bible, and Paul circumcised Timothy in your Bible. So get mad at Jesus and Paul,
Look,
and
no,
then give me a talk.
what I'm mad about is the sucky side. Look, I am proud. I've said it before. I am proudly circumcised. Okay, I'm not a fucking Philistine. I am proud. I am pro circumcision. I'm not the pro.
I am not
on the Peter.
circumcision. I do circumcision.
I
as
told
a
you I was
religious
more
thing.
Jewish than you are. You're not a Zionist. You're not pro circumcision.
It's not a Jewish thing.
Crazy.
Like Paul
It's not a
says
Jewish
quite
thing to get
clearly.
circumcised. Are you kidding me?
Circumcision
I am
also isn't a
circumcised,
requirement for Christians.
But it's not a Jewish thing to try to get Gentiles to be circumcised.
Why are you circumcised, Con? I thought it was a Jewish thing.
No, it's not. Like half of Americans are circumcised, and like all of like Muslims are circumcised. It's not just a Jewish
I didn't
thing.
know that.
Okay?
I
It
didn't know that.
started from Jewish stuff because the Jews used to be omnigoted, and then around the 2nd century and early 3rd century, they started doing some untoward things against infants.
Yeah, they must have
They started sucking, which they should definitely stop doing that.
They must have started after Paul because that's what you need. Like, I'm sorry.
That's
but
the earliest textual evidence. I'm sorry. If there was one before, then I would say yeah, but it was a lot can happen in 150 years, Jacob.
What makes you think? What changed in those 150 years?
I don't know. They just started sucking.
That this was a completely new.
They just started. When someone was like, "Yeah, we gotta suck it out. We gotta."
They had been doing circumcision from before. No, I'm sorry, they didn't.
But why? But okay, wait, Jacob. Actually, even in like in the tonic and stuff, like why is it not mentioned at all? Why is the sucking part of it? Like they go into a lot of like lurid details and a lot of stuff.
Why is it not mentioned where?
In the tonic, I don't know how to say it. The Old Testament.
In the Mishnah, it is in the Mishnah.
No, not the Mishnah. The tonic. The 39 books of the Old Testament or whatever.
Oh, Tanakh.
Tanakh. Okay, I need my Jewish pronunciation checked. The Tanakh. Yeah, the Tanakh. Why is it not mentioned in the Tanakh at all?
Well, it's not an integral part of the circumcision.
I know, I guess it's just they go into so much detail.
Go back and
no, the Bible doesn't go into a lot of detail. In fact, the Bible doesn't say anything about what should be circumcised. All it says is karita brit. It says you shall cut a covenant. It doesn't say where.
I mean, yeah, but there's that passage where they like what are the Jews?
There's circumcision of the lip.
And then
there's circumcision of the heart. Like. It doesn't say in the Bible.
No, come on. There's that. Well, I don't know what the story is, but where the Jews like they get the other tribe, and it's a bit of trickery. They get them circumcised and then they attack them.
Yeah,
well, that's probably their peener, right? That's like they're probably like
but
exactly.
But it doesn't specify what.
I know it doesn't, but it probably wasn't their fucking heart if you think about it. We have Alexander, wait. That's why the 3 years and a day sucky is the blemish on their.
You're connecting the two. I see you, Alex.
Section 213.
He's just connecting. He's connecting the dots, God.
Section 230 says, "Finally, we're talking about the important questions."
I don't think it's. That's not really because I mean, in Jacob's defense, not that Jacob personally, is a fan of this, but right, he's saying that's not at all. Jacob. This is what you're saying. It's not at all a sexual thing. It was just hey, you don't have a vacuum. You don't have a vacuum, so like. You can stop the flow of blood and whatever and stuff.
Look, it's how it was done for thousands of years, and when I seriously thought about it, it was like 1,000 years ago seems better than most of the others.
So it was the quickest, easiest way.
Okay, but Jacob, the Jews doing it now, they allow us know. They allow us.
I know people who still practice it. I do know people.
We got the stainless steel knives now. You know, they don't gotta.
I agree with you. Frankly, what I say to the people who still practice it is,
you tell them to stop sucking.
If you want that done to your son, you should do it yourself. I don't see why
that's still weird, Jacob. That's still weird.
Yeah, well,
you're just stacking incest on top of
why don't we just opt out of it?
I think you should opt out.
I'm not saying you don't. But I'm saying when you talk to these people who do it, why don't you go be like, hey, maybe we don't like.
Because that argument is not going to work.
You know, it's not just Jewish people. Like, have you ever heard of people, men eating the afterbirth? Right, and that was an old thing.
I would eat 1,000. I would eat 1,000 afterbirths before I did the Jewish thing. I'd eat 1,000,000 placentae.
Hold on, Confluence. You know the thing that I'm not going to talk about that some tribes do to 13-year-old boys to make sure they're fertile, right?
Are you talking about the Comores of Papua New Guinea? Is that what you're talking about?
I think.
Yeah, and they're degenerate. They're degenerate, though. But you're saying
I actually.
Alex, that's diabolical.
Not a good practice.
That is crazy.
I'm not happy with it, but it's like people were doing this shit.
You gotta keep it in the family. Yeah, but okay. But the thing is, we would both, you and me, Jacob, hopefully, inshallah, we would both look at those weird tribes, and we'd say that's bad. And I'm not gonna be like some people and just say, oh, that's just my preferences and what I personally like. I will say that's objectively bad. But it sounds like you're saying, well, I know some good people that do the sucky on,
Sucky is worse than suck, by the way.
Right, so I guess that's the thing. It sounds like you're like, well, it's kind of justified if you think about it, and you, as
I have
your
to
own
say,
kid, it's better.
So I am a clinical social worker. From the things that I see of like the horrible things that human beings do in my profession, like this stuff doesn't even rate. Like you're sitting here being disgusted.
Doing the suck doesn't rate?
No, not even.
No, I mean, I kind of.
Papua New Guinea does not rate, considering the number of like minor children. Okay. I had somebody in my parenting class, and we were going around talking court-ordered parenting class. We were talking about why they were in my court-ordered parenting class. She tells me, yeah, my older kids were taken away from me, but I'm hoping I can get my baby back. I ask what happened. She says she realizes it was a huge mistake to take the baby along when she went to buy drugs, but then the drug dealer shot her baby in the face, and she wanted the baby back. Okay? Like, these are the type of people I deal with on a regular basis.
Rage.
That's crazy.
Yes, but Jacob, the thing is, like, I agree. Like, I agree. I've heard a lot of horrific stories, and you've definitely heard more if you're a social worker. But this is what I said before. We'd all agree those stories are insane and disreputable and immoral. But when it comes to this, because it's like a religious practice, it sounds like you're like, hey, I know people that do this, and it's a degree of justification. Whereas the shooting the baby in the face, you're not going to sit here, Jacob, and tell me, oh, that's actually, if you think about stuff, you're not going to say that. You're going to
look, when it comes to shooting the baby in the face, I had to sit very nicely and teach this woman how to be a good mother because she was in my parenting class.
Yes, but in your heart of hearts, you know that's horrific, right? You know it's an abomination, right? In your heart of hearts, you know that. And I guess I'm asking, with your Mishraval al-Hakim, is that still an abomination to you? That's what I'm asking.
With the Matzitza Bepeh, I don't think Matzitza Bepeh is an abomination because I don't think it was ever sexual.
Okay, so that's the difference, though. So you can't compare it to the shooting the baby in the face because we could all agree that's immoral, but you're saying it's not immoral to do that. So that's the difference. So I'm not saying it's sexual. I'm not saying it is sexual in the past. Maybe it was done for the reasons you're saying, but the difference is that we're condemning one and we're unwilling to condemn the other.
My level of condemning starts at don't stab your wife.
That's a pretty.
You
get that,
that's a high bar.
You get that callback. That was a callback. He did a callback.
Don't stab your wife.
Wait, we're not allowed to stab our wives now?
Section.
How? We can't hit them. We can't stab them. What's going on?
You literally can't. I can't pull up sections. I don't think I can. Well, can I? Yeah. You know, who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? You literally can't stick someone's dick in your mouth and have to call a section.
I don't know how you know, man. Maybe that's a skill issue on our part, you know?
I mean, I get what Jacob is saying. I do. I mean, I think nowadays...
Okay, hold on, but if it's because they lacked the equipment, they got the equipment now.
Well,
and most people no longer do.
Right, and the ones that do, to me, it's a little sus-coded. It just is. But back in the day, I mean, humorism used to be a thing. There's a lot of like weird medical practices. Maybe I could think that, yeah, okay, they weren't meaning to do anything untoward. Okay, Rage Page is really gets what I'm saying. But I'm trying to like, it's possible. Nowadays, it feels harder to like. If you imagine being the rabbi, which I don't actually ask any of you to imagine being that rabbi, but it seems a little untoward. And like, where is your mind going as you're performing this in modern society? It's really hard for me to think that it's not a sexual thing now. Maybe 2,000 years, because I don't know. It's like
Okay, section say they had the knife. I'm about to look it up.
So let me explain.
I feel like they would have them.
Many of the communities
You would think
that still do it.
Not stainless steel.
These
like
were
knives.
Oh, it's got to be stainless.
Oh,
Yeah, they got to know not to use rusty knives for operations, right?
These tend to be like the people who were doing circumcisions during Soviet times in Soviet Russia, underground, and like a lot of the communities that are most resistant to any type of change, like went through periods of repression. I mean, I'm not saying this like it's a good thing, but there are the most ultra orthodox like people who are resistant to change and listening to like the government tells you to do things, and we can talk about the tunnels if you want, but tends to be from those like the people who were still doing circumcisions in Soviet Russia on pain of death.
And Futoy, them not using rusty knives. I mean, you can't say that. Like, what if you're traveling to the town and you gotta pull over and do a quick cut and suck. You know, you just got whatever knife you got on you. You know?
A cut and suck.
It's a quick
In
cut and suck.
Soviet Russia,
Where you would get an iron knife these days? Do they even make iron knives? Like, how would you get an iron knife?
Someone making an iron knife.
I literally own an iron knife, so I think so. Yeah.
Really, you own an iron knife?
I do.
Show it.
Yeah.
Oh, were you circumcising kids?
No, I've never used it on any infants.
No,
They're 3 years and 1 day, and then
job fluence.
How old was Timothy though? How old was Timothy?
He was an adult.
Paul did not do the cut and suck on Timothy. We've established this.
I'm pretty like, unless you show me proof that there's
proof that he didn't. How can I show you proof that he didn't?
Maybe
Timothy was an
reason to
adult.
believe that the tradition changed from when the earliest written source, and that's the earliest written source. I would actually be surprised if the Dead Sea Scrolls don't have some sort of thing to it, but maybe
Well,
they don't.
then be prepared to be surprised because they don't.
Are you sure?
I am sure. Yeah.
How well do you know the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I'm a fan of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, I'm not a fucking scholar on it, but I'm a fan of them. You know.
Have you read 4QMMT?
No, I don't know. You have to be more specific than that. I'm sorry. I don't know the codices of all the fucking manuscripts. If you're trying to like gotcha me like that, Jacob.
4QMMT is by far the most the biggest revelation of God in the past 2,000 years.
What is it? What's it say? Paraphrase it.
So it's a letter from the leader of the Qumran community to the Sadducee high priest in the temple in Jerusalem. And if you read it, which I did, it's a discussion that was, so initially 4QMMT, they changed what it stood for. It used to be 4QMT. Now it's 4QMMT because at the beginning they thought it was a piece of the Mishnah, like the early Mishnah, and they found out no, it's from the Essenes to the Sadducees. Now, if you know much about Josephus, right? So he talks about 3 philosophies, and then a 4th one comes along. right? To have the Essenes writing to the Sadducees a text that looks Mishnaic really changes how we view the discussion around the time of Jesus in Jerusalem.
What's he say? What's he say?
What bugs me, Jacob, is you seem to know the Dead Sea Scrolls, but then you should also know that this weird practice is not in them. And so I don't know why you're trying to pretend that it like predates.
Hold on.
Like Christ.
The Dead Sea Scrolls have not all been published yet. You know that, right?
Okay, wait. So you're just saying that you're hoping that there's some.
There might be something in there.
He's hoping something's backlogged.
I mean, I don't know. Okay, wait. A point of agreement, Jacob. This is a bit of a topic change from this degenerate stuff. But while I have you, before you drop off, I don't know if you're. I just want to make sure I get this question in. I'm a huge fan of the Kabbalah. How do you feel about the Kabbalah?
I just did a 4-hour stream on it before I jumped on here.
Oh, are you like pro?
Yeah.
Oh, based. Okay, so that's the thing we could agree on. Okay.
I mean, on my stream, one of the things that we did was read 2 Corinthians 12.
Is Kabbalah like the numerology and all that sort of stuff? Is it?
So,
gematria is the numerology part.
So to be clear, during the time and before the time of Jesus, there was definitely an esoteric tradition within Judaism. Okay, so there definitely were societies where people would study certain things in secret. And that's why we read 2 Corinthians 12, just in case Christians lose their mind and they're like, no. It's like, yes. So 2 Corinthians 12, please look it up.
2 Corinthians 12.
So is it true?
I got you. I'll whip it out. I'll whip it out. Hold on.
Is it true that like
whipping out 2 Corinthians?
I'm whipping it out. 2 Corinthians.
Well, he's pulling it up. Have you read? I'm assuming if you're into the
2 Corinthians, like a specific verse or
the chapter. It's not a long.
Just
chapter.
the whole. Okay.
Have you read? Have you read the Sefer Yetzirah? If I'm saying that right.
Yetzirah. I don't personally study the Kabbalistic text directly. I study Hasidic teachings.
Is there any truth to 666 referring to Emperor Nero?
That makes sense as the gematria to Nero. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Antichrist.
I mean, the whole idea of Antichrist, I find kind of like Christian cope.
I accidentally left. Okay. All right. I'm whipping it out. Hold on.
Do you know what happens there, young Christian? Satan flipped you off the panel.
Do you like the Tree of Life, Jacob?
What about it?
Do you put between Malkuth and Hod and Netzach? Do you have paths there, or do you only go from Malkuth to Yesod? I need to know this.
There's a Malchut receives from all the Sefirot.
But in the Tree of Life diagram, which one do you use? The one that has just a single path leading from Malkuth, or 3 paths?
No, there should be 9 paths from Malchut.
That's not what the Kabbalists say.
Yeah, it is.
Not when they draw their diagrams.
Yeah, the diagram.
It's out. I got it out.
The rust? Did you get the rust out, Christian?
I got it. Khan's just not showing it, but it's out.
Oh, wait, are you sharing something? Oh,
no, he's got his physical Bible out. You could pull up 2 Corinthians 12 if you want.
I'm sharing.
No, he is sharing it, and for real.
Okay.
Here it is.
Read it to us, young Christian. Read it to us.
Oh, read the whole chapter.
The whole thing, brother. The whole thing.
You want to make it a little bigger?
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, if you can you zoom in at all, young Christian? I can't control this for everyone watching. Young Christian is in control.
I don't think so.
Control. Hit your little control, and then control plus on the keyboard.
Oh, that zoomed in. Hold on. Hold on.
Selly is back. Different profile picture, but I know it's you, Selly.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Paul's visions and his thorn. I must go on boasting. Wait, is there a specific?
Let's read.
Okay. Okay. All right.
As long as it's not amplified, young Christian.
Though there is nothing to be gained by it, I will go on to visions and revelations of the Lord. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. And I know that this man was caught up into paradise, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. And he heard things that cannot be told, which men may not utter. On behalf of this man, I will boast, but on my own behalf, I will not boast, except of my weaknesses. Though if I should wish to boast,
I told you that they weren't.
What?
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that my.
Oh, I would not be a fool, for I would be speaking the truth, but I refrain from it so that no one may think more of me than he sees in me or hears from me. So to keep me from becoming conceited because of the surpassing greatness of the revelations, a thorn was given me in the flesh, a messenger of Satan to harass me, to keep me from becoming conceited. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord about this, that it should leave me. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. For the sake of Christ, then, I am content with weaknesses, insults, hardships, persecutions, and calamities. For when I am weak, then I am strong.
Okay, that's that. I mean, you can read the rest if you want, but
Base.
Just read the rest of the Bible. Let's go full send on the full chapter. With.
So this is the part where all the Protestant heads explode because they never read their Bible and never realized that he's talking about mystical experiences of a human going to third heaven and paradise.
Yeah, he is. W. Jacob. Rare W. Jacob, okay, in this chat.
I would say common W, Jacob, but okay. Yeah, so there definitely existed a mystical tradition during the time of Jesus and Paul. The question is, who maintains that mystical tradition? The Eastern Orthodox would say like the Philokalia is part of it.
Silly.
What?
Silly said her man's is interested in talking to us.
Maybe
get him to join.
He was, but he was mostly interested in like the previous discussion about
The cut and
having
suck?
a disagreement and
Oh.
the subservience and
Oh.
Hey, you could. Hey, we can go back to that, Sally. We can circle back. Get hubby on,
Yeah,
or
let-
future hubby on.
Let Jacob land his plate, and then we can circle back.
Okay, yeah, that's I didn't want to like
back
be
to the
rude.
hand.
Jacob just needs to rejoin, so at least I can talk to him about the Kabbalah. That's all I am interested in at this point.
Oh,
but-
okay. So we're just gonna.
No. I'm just
That
saying. I
man's
just want
been
Jacob to
flying,
know
you
that
can't land it.
I want Jacob to just come back because I'm all about that Jewish mysticism.
Okay, I guess let's.
Unironically, okay.
Okay, we can circle
But-
back. Okay, if
But
that's what we're doing.
no. I'm just letting Jacob know so he comes back. Hopefully, I'm trying to entice him a little bit. Okay. But Sally, we could talk about bring your hubby on. Bring your hubby on.
Tell you what,
Okay.
once you can join one of my streams, which will make me more likely to come back on one of your streams.
Yeah, what's your post your channel in the back chat so I can post it in.
It's just my last name.
Sally, I'm afraid that your husband's going to come on and just simp for you and say, "How my wife is so right."
I don't know.
Wait,
He tells me
is
I'm
he gonna
wrong.
join on
and-
his own device, or is he just gonna?
Is
like-
this it?
He's not allowed to
tell me
have
if
his own device.
This is you, Jacob.
I'm joking.
Is this you?
Well,
This right here.
Well, here I'll pass on my
this
headset
is
to him, and then we can bring back the question if that's
K2
okay.
is saying, "Show my VD current panel." Confluence, absolutely not. Although I do love the Valentine's Day card that you sent me, K2. But yeah, Sally, get your hubby on here so we can. Well, Ants is not here, so it's not going to be.
She says she
harsh
passed
or
in the
anything.
headset.
Hello?
We got section in the.
Yo.
No, we got section in the chat.
How's it going? What up, guys?
How's it
What are you guys
going?
talking
Oh,
about?
good.
Doing good, man. Hanging out with my corgis and Alicia.
Whoa. Okay, well now we know her name. Wow, you're doxing.
No,
Bro, be doxing. Okay, she's selling to us. Everyone forget the name. Okay, we're trying to.
Oh, we're not. Oh, my bad. Yeah. Ruka. Yeah.
It's not that big a deal. It's only a first name.
That's true. Just don't say her last name though, because we're live.
Well, I get Futoy and Anson were kind of teaming up, so Futoy could kick it off.
I was teaming up with Anson. That sounds strange.
Was that heretical?
She's a billionaire.
All right, but yeah, I can recap. So we were discussing is the male the head of the family and has the final say according to the Christian Bible?
I mean, I don't know about according to the Christian Bible. I mean, I think in the Bible it says that, but I look at it as like, yes, I'm the final say, but I'm not going to just be like, no, I'm not. I'm disregarding your opinion in its entirety because I'm a man and you're a woman and I pay the bills and you shut up and listen. Like, I don't, that's not
right. No, but we never really meant that though. We meant if there's a situation where one person's going to be happy with the decision, the other person's not, who has the final say, right? It's not being a tyrant, not being a bully. It's just who has the final say, right? In my opinion, I don't go by the Bible. I think it's a team, right? So
when you say the way you put up the question is kind of like, it's like, oh, someone's going to be unhappy and someone's going to be happy. Like, then there's that. Then that right there just shows a lack of collaboration, because it's like there could be some opportunity in which you could both collaborate your idea where everybody gets their want, or maybe somebody gets a little bit less of what they want, but we're still incorporating both sets of ideas, so there's like a mutual benefit.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Wait. First of all, what can I call you? Not your real name, but is there like a name that I can call you? So I don't get confused. Jay. Okay. So Jay, the thing that we were going toward is, this is at least what I said, and I think maybe some people agree with this. That in most cases, yes, I think that you can compromise, you can figure stuff out. But if push does come to shove, and there's an ultimate thing, and it's a binary thing. Like, let's say, like, what city you live in, and you've done all the steps. You've done all the compromise you can. But at the end of the day, it's one choice or the other. Do you, as the male, have the final say, or no?
That's such a broad question because it doesn't.
It's actually
really...
it's actually a hyper specific question.
Because it's like, well, what if the situation is like, okay, like I'm going to be making more money, right? But it's going to take away from her family. Like, you would have to weigh the pros and cons of that.
I understand. So you're not. That's why I said it is a hyper specific question. I'm saying you've done all of this. You've talked about it. You've done all the steps. You've gone to the marital counseling. You've done everything.
Why are you in a relationship with a person that you would ever have to go to marital counseling?
No, it's gonna happen.
I'm sorry. That's what Sally brought up. I didn't know it. She's the one. So talk to her. Your partner brought up marital counseling. None of us did. So
by the way, we agree it's very rare, but most likely it's going to happen in a relationship, right?
If
in a
you
marriage.
go to marital counseling and you can't learn how to communicate with each other, and you have to get a third person and tell you how to be adults to each other.
It's not about
you need to talk to Sally about that. She's the one that brought up marriage counseling. None of us did.
Okay, as somebody who actually
I don't want to say her name, but your partner, Jay, your partner is the one who brought up marriage counseling.
I actually do marital counseling, and I have to say, a good marital counselor can really help, and saying like a good marital counselor can be good. So no,
I'm not saying it's not for everybody. I'm just saying for me personally, I feel like you should already be equally yoked with a person when it comes to, if you get to a point where like you're making ultimatums, you haven't established a good enough base to learn enough about yourself and that other person. And
Jay, the idea
I'm
is
not putting
that
a smile face.
the idea is that Sally is adamantly against it, and let's say you are for whatever that decision is. Y'all hashed it out. Y'all just can't come to an agreement.
I'm gonna make the final decision because I pay the bills.
That's what we're
It's
looking
like
for.
it's literally just because I pay the bills. It's like,
Wait, that's so much worse. That's even worse than
Specifically
Anson.
that- wait,
that's
so
that's awful. That's awful,
hold
Jay.
on,
That's way worse. Because you pay the bills? Aren't you guys a team? That actually is kind of gross.
I want to know.
We gotta put them up here.
How long have you?
No, I'm getting fucking triggered now. I don't
How
like
long?
that.
they're getting mad by my comment.
How long have the two of you been together? Like
a year and a half.
Are we
but I
talking
pay
a couple of years?
like a year and a half, but I pay all of her bills. I pay all of her medical.
Okay,
she doesn't have
why
to
could
work.
I
Wow,
tell that
bro,
it's
this
been
is
less than
my
2 years?
clap for you. I thought you guys are a team. You're partners. Fuck
Oh,
off.
hold on.
I pay the bills.
Jay,
Okay,
Jay,
listen,
Jay,
You're
Jay,
triggering me,
Jay.
Jay. You're
Hold
triggering
on.
me so hard.
We're gonna
If
both be
Sally-
homeless if I don't move to where I
Hold
need
on.
to work.
Wait, so Jay, I have a question. Hold on, Jacob.
You want us to both be homeless?
I have a question, Jay. I have a question. So if you get the final say because you paid all the bills, if that was reversed, then Sally gets the final say?
If it depends on like who is bringing, like if it's a thing like,
right.
oh, I have to move to get a
let's say
job,
you weren't
right?
working and Sally's
I have
working.
to move to get a job.
Does she get the final say?
Hell yeah, she can take it. I don't
Oh,
care.
okay, so you forfeit. Okay, you forfeit being
Yeah,
that.
because
Okay.
if I'm being a loser who isn't going to work and helping provide to make my girlfriend and my future family's life easier, then like I don't deserve any say or anything like that. I took it away by not taking responsibility for my own life.
Sorry, what's
Wait, under that, if you're saying that everything's equal, has your partner Jay taken away all responsibility, so she gets no say?
No, she's taken away all the responsibility of me having to do laundry, cook, clean, do the dogs. She does everything. When
But
I
you
come
said
home, my
you
boots get
punted
taken
to
off.
my. You said I
She
pay
takes
all
my
her
boots off
bills.
when I get home.
You made clear to say you pay her medical bills. You really you were fixated on the financial thing, right? So you seem to say that gives you more. You know,
No, I just understand our roles. Like she's really good at cooking. I suck at cooking.
But I just asked you if you stayed at home and you did all of the household stuff and she paid the bills, you said you would forfeit authority.
Yeah! I would forfeit all that crap, bro. I don't care. I don't care, bro. Because if I get to stay home and play with video games and like just cook food and take care of dogs and vacuum a little bit and dishes,
you're being Jay, you're being insane. Like you're like you just said, oh, she does all this stuff, but now you're diminishing all of it. You're saying, hell yeah, if all I got to do was just cook the meals and play video, like you're doing. That's crazy. That's
The only thing that gives him authority is the finances. That's it.
That's
It's just the
mental.
finances.
That's so mental.
What's mental about that? What
Yeah, the only way you're holding authority is with finance.
That's crazy.
I love her. I'm loyal. I don't go out partying. I don't do drugs. I don't like go out and like do reckless things. I've established that I want a family. And I want her to be the mother of my kids eventually one day if everything works out how it should. And then like that way, you know, like
okay,
you know,
you're killing
your
me.
authority. Your authority is built on finance.
What can we call you? Have you got a nickname or something we can call you?
Jay. He said Jay.
This is Jay.
Very young.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Jay, I tell you what, like you've got a good woman, you've got a good relationship, how it sounds like, but just prepare for the future that possibly there could come a time where this scenario could happen. So just have a plan.
That's what prenups are for, bro. What do you mean?
Jay, you're killing. I expected. Oh my god! Oh my god! I expected to be like judging Sally way more. I'm judging you way more, Jay.
Sally sounds more.
Sally is like so Omni based. Jay, you're fucking crazy.
In
rage
3
bait is
years,
real, bro.
Jay, you are going to look back at this. Keep this video. In 3 years, you will look back at this video.
This video might not.
Oh my God.
Tom might not throw it up because we were talking about cut and suck.
I'm keeping it up now.
Okay.
No, but Jay, this does sound. I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but this does sound actually crazy.
No, it doesn't sound crazy at all. It sounds very young and I hate to say it, Jay, very immature. Like I have seen a lot of this from very young.
Okay, what kind of relationships are you in personally? Like your personal significant other?
I have a question. Jay.
Because it's easy to point fingers at other people's significant. I don't like to call myself a Christian, but I think Jesus.
Oh, please, God, no. I'm sorry.
Listen.
Sally was giving a completely different picture.
Yeah,
Okay,
Sally
no,
was
listen,
painting a totally
listen,
different
listen.
picture.
Okay, well, let me talk. I don't like what Christianity is become nowadays in how it's like very judgmental on others, and I consider myself a follower of Jesus, but I don't like
are you one of those
necessarily.
like I'm not religious, I'm spiritual?
I get what he's saying.
No, I'm not spiritual.
Like he doesn't
but if
go to
there's
church, but he still believes in God.
No, if there's any person, no, like out of the whole Bible, if there's any person I want to align my values and like the way I live my life ethically, morally, and like things like that, is I want to try to be like Jesus, because he hung out with like prostitutes, he hung out with like sinners. He hung out with, like,
That's your opening line?
Dude,
he hung out with the outcasts of society.
Do you accept the entire, like, do you accept scripture? Or are you just plucking Jesus out?
I accept, like, I'm just not knowledgeable, I would say. But I just think I'm knowledgeable about a lot of the stories Jesus did, and I think that what he did was like pretty cool. Like he went into the church at one point in time and he like flipped some tables and cracked some whips because they were basically like screwing over, like they were making money out of like in a mockery out of the whole like Sabbath when you're supposed to like sacrifice your animal or whatever, and then like people were coming in and then like bringing their goat, and they're like, oh, you're that goat's not good enough, so here's a coin, you go trade that with that guy, like, and you bring 3 of your goats, and then he'll give you 1 goat.
It became a little market square, but okay. So do you believe
Super
Jesus?
chat, neighbor fluent says K2. Also, I just want to point out, Anson wanted to be on here because he wanted to warn you from Selly, and now I feel like it's the opposite.
Okay, so you said you like Jesus. Do you believe that he's God? He's the Messiah?
I think so. I mean, I feel like if we did the whole AD, like the 2020, we're in 2026 now, like the whole AD after like death of Jesus Christ.
That's not what AD stands for. If you think about it, it's Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. It doesn't stand for after death. It doesn't make any sense.
Do you believe?
I think it's after
Messiah.
death.
You believe he?
It's not, because then Jesus would have died. It doesn't make any sense, Jay. Jay, are you trying to trigger me? Are you the thorn in my flesh from the 2 Corinthians passage that Jacob wanted us to read?
Do you believe Christ died for your sins?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe he's the Messiah. You believe he's God. You follow that.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna go to heaven or hell. He's the ultimate decider, and it says in the Bible that I am the judge, jury, and executioner. So it's like for you to be able to
it does not say that. That's not a Bible quote, Jay. Jay, you're trying to send me. You're trying to fucking send me, Jay.
No, God is like the one who's going to decide if you go to heaven or hell in the end. Is that not true?
Jay, do you know?
What's not true is it doesn't say. Oh, never mind.
But it doesn't say you're going to send people to heaven or hell.
Do you know how you?
So going to send people to heaven or hell.
With that, do you know how you acquire salvation?
I mean, I just hope because I believe in Jesus and that He was like the Son of God, that like He's gonna forgive me for my sins, and like, you know, I did my best, and like, you know, I'm trying to help people out when I can, and like raise a family with like a better like upbringing than I had as a child, because I think that'll like help break generational trauma and then like lead to a better outcome for.
So you like Christian doctrine, you just don't want to be called a Christian.
I just don't like what it is nowadays. Like, I don't feel like Christians are really portraying Jesus anymore. It's all like, if you have a giant mega church and then you're not putting homeless people or like using it to do anything, you're just flaunting your fucking money, and it's disgusting. I don't feel like that's what Jesus wanted.
So there's bad Christians. Do you judge Christianity according to the bad Christians?
I don't think it's my place, like,
you say
to judge like, you know, how people do their own, like, how people live their life, like as a Christian or not. Like, I feel like
you don't think you can judge if someone's like if they preach that they're living one way, you're not able to judge if they're actually living that way.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily use the word judge to describe what I would do towards them. I would just be like, I'm not going to really take their advice with like any holding. It'd be like the same thing as like a homeless person called me a bitch on the side of the street. I'm like, I don't care.
Wouldn't that be a judgment call?
I mean,
You're not going to accept their advice?
Is it a judgment call to ask? Can you ask the question again?
Yeah. So you said I wouldn't call it judging. I just wouldn't take their advice. So you're making a judgment call, right? So you're judging, going, this person is not reliable. So I'm not going to accept the advice.
Yeah, I mean, I look at people by their acts, not their words.
Yeah,
I can care less about.
You made a judgment call. So you judge.
Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's just pattern recognition. Like if someone's like doing a bunch of cocaine and drugs and then like blowing their money gambling, like, and they're like, oh, I came up with this crazy business idea, and they're like in a shit ton of debt, like I'm probably not going to listen to them. You know what I mean? And that's not really me judging them.
Do you judge Christianity according to the bad Christians? Now that we've established that you do
Christianity
yeah.
off of the bad Christians. I'm just saying what the connotation of the word Christian is nowadays doesn't seem like what it used to be, is what I'm getting at with that. I'm not really like judging bad Christians because I'm not saying I'm a good Christian. If anything, like I think God looks at sin the same way. Like maybe I'm wrong about that, but like
no, I'm specifically talking about people who claim to be Christian but they're not living like a Christian. I'm not talking about someone being perfect.
I just find it to be it's like disempowers the word, and it also is like disheartening, you know, because it's like if you're gonna say I'm this person and then you're not doing that, then it's like, what does being that person even mean anymore? You know what I mean? Like, what does being Christian mean anymore? If people
means you're a follower of Christ.
I mean, you can follow, like you can know about Christ, but it doesn't mean like I feel I see people call themselves Christians, but they don't actually like follow it. Like they just kind of say the words. You know what I mean?
But so you're judging Christianity on the bad Christians.
I guess maybe. Yeah, they're making a bad name for it, you know. But then it's like I guess that's not really healthy as a follower of Christ myself. I try not to judge people because it's like people come from different circumstances in life. You don't know where they've come from, so you can't put yourself in their shoes. And if you want to like have that same empathy brought back towards you, you need to have that empathy towards others.
So if we take the bad Christians, we put them to the side, and we just look at Christianity, are you more willing to call yourself a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I recommend you do that though.
I don't know. I just don't like when I hear people say I'm a Christian, it just doesn't carry as much weight anymore. Like I'm not really proud of like you see all the pastors that do bad stuff to kids and like all this other crap, and then like people that embezzle money from the church, and I'm like they're like I'm a Christian, I'm the leader of the church. I'm like, well, you're not really shit in God's eyes apparently, because you don't give a fuck about
I think any Christian that
wants.
lives by it would call out that false Christian. Like,
yeah,
I think
we should call out things that are like the iniquities, or I don't even know what that word is.
Okay, so we agree, we definitely wholeheartedly agree that nothing is wrong with judging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, like if you see a guy beating up a little girl, like you're gonna go like that's not right. I'm gonna go stop that. You're making a judgment call.
Right.
Jay, I would just simply say to rethink telling people that you like Jesus because you hung around prostitutes. I get.
Oh yeah, I would open up anything that way. Yeah. Jesus because he hung out with prostitutes.
Listen, no, he hung out with like fucking murderers, prostitutes, fucking like tax collectors. He hung out with like really bad people. Like
that doesn't make it any better.
Well, yeah, but I think you need to.
That's what you want to
I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say he accepts the outcast and he welcomes them and he offers salvation. I get what you're trying to convey. That opening was bad.
I mean, if people want to get all butthurt and stuff, and they don't want to really look at what I'm saying, and they're just gonna like go after their the first thought and not actually let the rest of the words sink in, then it's, maybe you're just not with it.
So scripture says as the husband, you're the head of the house, but you would say that is like marked out if the woman is making the money.
No, I mean, it's also like, why would the woman be making the money? Like, what's the like? Why would I ever not be working to try to provide for my family? Even if I'm like, my arms and legs are broken, I could still code with my tongue, like using a little joystick with my mouth on a computer.
You would suck the keyboard?
No, actually,
Call back.
I don't know. Whatever. That's your thing.
But
If
why
you're
are
into
you
that,
why are
you
you
know?
denigrating the housewife then? Why are you saying all this stuff about finance if you're saying that both the jobs are equally important?
Why? How am I denigrating her? I love what she does. I get my boots taken off. She's taking care of everything. I don't have to go to the store and get groceries. I don't have to worry about my lunch being made.
No, but I don't mean you're specific. I mean like I don't mean Sally. I mean just like the role of the housewife, because if the role you said it's finance based and that's why you have the final say because you pay all the bills and stuff, and then you said if it was flipped, you're like, well, hell yeah, I could play video games all day and I would just cook and it'd be so easy. That sounds like you're kind of denigrating that role.
Well, I would say that as of right now, but now if I had kids, we don't have kids right now. If I had kids, then that would be a whole different ballgame because then I'm taking care of kids. That's a 24-hour thing. I probably would rather work than have to do that.
OJ, I agree with you. I think the man should provide for sure, but I would disagree with you that your authority, you being the head, is based on finance alone.
Okay, but look at it this way. Okay, if I go get a new job and she's not working, right? And I go get a new job and we live in a certain spot and we have a mortgage or whatever. If I need to now move and I need to sell the house and then go to this other job and she doesn't have a job and she has to follow me or we're both homeless. Like, oh, well, I want to stay with my family. Okay, well, great. We're going to just be homeless here now because I can't get a job that pays near as much to afford the place that we have. So it doesn't make sense. It's not really from an authoritative like premise. It's more of like a logical perspective.
It's like you're chained to me, so you have no choice but to follow.
I mean, if you want to be, if you want to look at it that way, or if you want to look at it
be
the way,
homeless.
no, look at it this way. Look at it this way. It's like, oh, instead
was
of
a joke,
being
Jacob.
chained to a person, it's like this person provides for me, takes care of me. I don't even have to work. I literally just take care of like the little things that the person themselves.
Well, how about this, Jay?
Take care of the person I love.
Is Sally required to submit to you because you make the money?
Nobody's required to do anything. We're not even required to submit to God, like God ourselves.
And I'm lost.
Nobody has to submit to anyone. We have free will. We literally have free will.
Sorry, guys. Do you all think it's fair or unfair that Khan doesn't read the chat? He excludes the chat.
Of course you would, Futoy. You little cock loser. Of course you'd capitulate to that.
When you go, if she doesn't follow you, you'll be homeless.
Well, it's like, how else are we going to pay the bills? What do you mean?
Right, but she doesn't have to submit to you, right?
No,
I got you,
no
KP.
woman ever. But like, why would you not want to submit to a person that wants to take care of you and has all your best interests in mind and also wants to raise a family with you and loves and respects you?
So I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at chat. Chat's funny tonight, I tell you.
Wait, just goes back to what Jacob was saying, but I'm just actually in a curious way. This is no judgment meant at all. Actually at all. But how old are you guys? Just as you don't have to say exactly, but just
in our
so I get
30s.
Both of you guys?
Yeah.
Early 30s or late 30s?
In our
Or
30s,
mid.
man.
You could be mid 30s.
Early 30s.
Early 30s? Yeah. I don't mean this in any way to be a judgment on you. It's just from my experience, and I do counsel couples and stuff. It just seems like in a few years, and I think you have a very good basis for going forward in the relationship. The way you're talking is actually a healthy way of looking at relationship. It seems like in a few years you're really going to start seeing things in a different way.
In a few years, I'm going to have kids. Of course I will. What do you mean? I'm going to be married to her and have kids. What are you talking about? Of course.
It's a natural part of life. It happens.
Yeah, that's just natural for anybody.
Yeah.
Everyone's thought changes as their life progresses.
Yeah. Sure.
I do want to bring back. You had said that you agree that there are bad people like in Christianity, right?
There's bad people everywhere. It's not really good to put too much energy
That's what I was
into
going
it.
to say. Like, would you agree? Like, there's bad people in all kinds of groups, like everywhere.
Of course, yeah. There's radical Islams. There's radical Christian. You got Westboro Baptist. You got like probably some radical Jewish sector, radical Islamic, radical. Every religion has every radical thing, and atheists are we got some radical atheists. It doesn't really apply to religion. It just applies to people.
Yeah, like everywhere. So if there's bad people in all the groups, why wouldn't you just call yourself a Christian and just be one of the good ones?
I mean,
that's a fair point.
I just don't go to church. I just don't feel like I
don't go to church either.
I don't go to church. I don't really read my Bible as much. I pray every once in a while, but like I don't necessarily, when I think like Christian, I think, oh, I go to church all the time. I read the Bible all the time.
I don't think any of us
go to the church. Go to church maybe once a month.
I don't know. I also smoke weed.
Is it not Christian duty?
Like that.
I smoke
Isn't not Christian duty to go to mass?
Where did God say thou shouldn't smoke weed?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if he's like, whoa, that's not cool, man.
I don't know. Weed's a natural, biblically
a burning bush, bro.
True.
Natural, biblical.
God got plenty of people high.
The burning bush, Exhibit A.
Yep.
God did make weed, also, cyanide and a bunch of other things too. God made a lot of stuff.
God made everything.
Arsenic.
Yeah, arsenic. Smoke. I love when I smoke that arsenic, man. It gets me feeling mellow.
As well, and cocaine.
God made the coca plant.
I could call myself a Christian, but what's
we made the cocaine.
What's wrong with calling, like, instead of saying, "Oh, I'm Christian," be like, "Oh no, I'm a follower of Jesus."
That would make you a Christian.
Christian is the follower of Christ, is it not? Right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think.
What if I just don't want to use the word Christian because I don't like the connotation of it in today's 2026?
Well, why would society make you reevaluate that?
Well, it's not really society that makes me reevaluate. It's myself that makes me think a more accurate description of what I am is just saying exactly what I am, which is I follow Christ. I want to try to be like Christ.
You see. That is Christian. I like young Alan's advice he gave to you. Be one of the good Christians.
Oh, hold on, though. Hold on. If you used to be part of like the Rainbow Squad like 20 years ago, would you want to call yourself that today?
I feel like that's a good example, Low-key.
Yeah, because the Rainbow Squad could be anything. It could be like crazy, ma'am, it's ma'am, or it could just be like, yeah, I'm gay. I like.
But
guys,
I feel like it's not that big of a
like
thing.
girls or whatever.
Like you just said, like,
somebody
what
are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on gay?
I honestly, that's where it gets dicey. It's like, because like I don't think God.
You can just say you don't give a shit.
I just don't think God cares. Like, and it says it in the Bible that he cares, or like that you shouldn't lay with another man. But I'm just like, it says you also shouldn't do a bunch of other shit that people do all the time, and then we judge them more harshly on the things they do. But it also says not to do them. It doesn't say this one's worse than the other.
Is this Jay? Is this you typing or is this your partner typing? Just so I can.
I'm not typing anything. I'm walking around with a headset.
Okay, well, Jay's partner says LGBTQ plus. I don't know. Is this in support or is this in response? I don't know if this is I don't know if this is supposed to go off what Jay's saying. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's in support. That's in support.
So it was an answer to my question because I didn't know what Rainbow Squad was.
So Jay, so you had said
as it says in the Bible,
it is found in the
it's an
Bible,
outie, not an innie.
so God cares about it.
Yeah, he cares about it, but he also says he cares about like not like adultery. He also cares about not fucking probably beating your wife.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on it? So you think it's wrong?
No, I don't think God really.
You're talking like a politician right now. Is it wrong?
No, listen. I think God puts certain things like in place to protect us, like certain rules and in place to like. It's not like if you do this, you're just gonna die. If you do this thing, you're dead. It's more of like, hey, don't do this because these other things will happen, and I'm trying to like prevent you from doing it, so that way you don't have to suffer the consequences.
Well, it says you won't inherit the kingdom of God.
It says if you're gay, you won't inherit the kingdom of God. It says that in the Bible.
Yeah.
What? Give me the Bible verse.
I got you.
The exact Bible verse where it says, if you're gay, you will not inherit.
There actually is. I think
there's one in the Christian Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives a list. It's like neither idolaters or liars or blah 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 or homosexuals will inherit that. I think it's in Revelation.
So liars will not inherit.
Neither the top nor the bottom.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, but in the same sense,
it's
just Gigi no read, right?
1 Corinthians 6:9. We can whip that out, Con. Can you whip that out, or do I got to whip it out?
Oh, I'm whipping it out already.
1 Corinthians 6:9.
When I say whip it out,
1 Corinthians 6:7. Is that what you said?
No, 6:9.
6:7.
Sorry.
Ew, you're nasty, Con.
Yeah, but Con has a workaround, so you can do or say gay things, and then afterwards you say, but not in a gay way, and that fixes it.
That actually fixes everything. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, can they just like fuck a dude and then literally just say, "God, forgive me of my sins," and now they're good?
No. If you said no homo, maybe.
If you say no homo after you do it, you're fine.
Yeah.
Or
then
if
you're
you say
safe.
you have socks
on. You got it or what? Are you on Bible Gateway?
I'm absolutely not. Don't cast aspersions like at me, like young Christian.
What's the exact verse? So
make sure it's amplified.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor men who practice homosexuality. Next verse. Where is the next verse?
You should just go to Bible.com.
Wait, which one is this? 9? I'm not even seeing the.
First Corinthians 6:9-10. Nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor those who smoke weed, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God.
Dude, I'm cooked.
I mean,
so yeah, it says it in here. So it's not. Oh, don't do this thing because the Bible does talk about how actions can lead to other consequences, but it literally says you won't inherit the kingdom.
But hold on. That's like every possible fucking thing you could do.
Right, but all those things.
Cheat on your wife, you're going to hell.
Oh, you're gay.
Right, but those things are bad then, right? But Alex, those things are bad then, based on it. Thievery is bad, greed is bad, drunkardness is bad, reviling is bad, and then also homosexuality.
Yeah, so if you drink,
bad,
you're not going.
Right?
You're not. If you get drunk, you're not going to heaven. You
We're
won't
not.
inherit.
Inherit the kingdom of heaven is not going to heaven though. But what we can conclude is all these things are bad, at least according to Paul in 1 Corinthians, right? All the things he's naming are bad. So not talking about
equally
if they
as bad. They're equally as bad.
No, it's not. That would be. That's not in the text. You can hypothesize that, but he's not saying that, right?
But how could you know one is worse than the other?
I think we in that verse
before we walk away from
it,
I want to ask Jay. So, do you view it as wrong?
I mean, I don't prefer it. Like, I don't mind if people are gay, but it's like when you're prideful about it. I don't think it's good to be prideful about anything.
Well, I'm just asking,
but you don't think the act itself is wrong?
Yes, the act itself.
I mean, I'm not for it. I'm not like, I hope my son isn't, but
you disavow homosexuality.
Hey, Jay, you're not on your own. I believe that too. I don't.
If my son is, I would be very, very upset about
it. With getting into heaven.
Why would you be upset if your son is? That sounds even worse to me. At least if you think it's wrong, then it makes sense why you
that
would
means
want
I'm
your
probably
son
not
to
going to
be.
get grandkids, bro.
Yeah, dude. There's consequences to that
I want
other than just the
grandkids,
kingdom
bro.
of heaven.
He could
So
adopt.
that's the only reason, Jay.
And it's not my blood, and
God.
I'm adopted, so I don't want grandkids that are not my blood because I am adopted. Like I
So-
want my own biological children, so I know my father and they know their grandfather, and so on.
So
and
would
so
you disagree with God, Jay?
Yep.
I mean, I don't like dick in my
Just-
ass, so
just
it's
say
like I don't
yes.
know why they like it.
My parents.
I just probably won't hang out with you. You know,
Makes sense. Now it all makes sense.
Jay, that's not what I'm asking. Do you disagree with God?
I don't think God's a big fan of it. I guess apparently now that I've read that.
Nah.
Why are you talking like a politician? Why are you
Why would
doing
God
that?
care? Why would God
Probably
care?
because saying something like that is
God doesn't
a bit
care.
of a bigger step
But
than
like,
just.
Whoever
if you put
you are,
adultery
you're
in
out
there,
be gay
you
as
know how
much as
many
you
people
want.
cheat?
God's
There's
gonna
probably
love
more
you just as
cheaters
much
than there
as
are
anybody
gay
else.
people.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on. It's
cheating
not
is
just
wrong.
cheating.
We don't.
And
We
there's
don't
probably
say
more
cheating is
drunkards
wrong.
than there are gay people.
Right, but
and
you
probably
would
being
you would
drunk
say
is
yeah,
wrong.
Hold on.
homosexuality is wrong. It's a sin.
I have a question.
Like,
If you lie about the Jews in your basement when the SS comes by, is that a sin as well? Are you
Yeah,
going to
what's
hell
the
for
lie
that?
about? It depends on what the lie is.
You're saying they're not there.
Yeah, well, it's a lie, so you're not going to inherit the kingdom of heaven.
I guess. Yeah, you're going to hell for
cooked.
not.
You and the gay
sending them
guy
to
are
the
going to
bus.
hell, right together.
True.
Alex, you're
Same
being
bus.
retarded and you're like misleading Jay, which is untoward.
I'm not misleading shit.
You are misleading shit.
you be doing that,
You are-
Alex.
You
be
are
misleading
actually
stuff.
misleading. You are
Oh,
actually
word,
misleading.
Okay, go ahead. Show me how. Show me
Because
how.
we're not talking about these minutia of like we're talking about idolaters and like we agree adultery is bad, right? Idolatry is bad, thievery is bad.
Yeah,
now then you're like, well, what if you steal a loaf of bread because your family's about to die? And it's like that. Just in general, though, we know being a thief is bad. We're not talking about edge cases, you know. So in the same way, if we're talking about homosexuality, right, the verses kind of should be taken the same way.
Jay,
so,
would you say
hunting to like lying about Jews in the basement feels a little misleading.
Jay, would you say adultery's wrong?
Yeah, I think that's not cool.
Okay, do you feel what you just said there? Would you apply that to homosexuality?
Well, if you're homosexual, normally it's like just two gay dudes, so it's not like or like two lesbian chicks.
Who's
or
being
whatever.
hurt by that?
Yeah, they're not really hurting other people. If adultery, you're stepping out on your partner who you're supposed to provide, protect, care for, and then like commit your life to.
Okay, so
and,
you disagree with God.
Who's being hurt by idolatry?
Idolatry
is
Christian, you're putting words in God's mouth.
Jay, you disagree
Oh, no.
with Paul.
Okay, here's the thing: is I'm not.
You can
I don't
disagree with
feel like
Paul without disagreeing with God.
I don't like
Just
saying disagree. I just say I'm not as informed about the issue, and I don't understand why.
Guys, should we stop talking about the gay talk because we might offend K2 in section 230?
Oh shit! Sorry,
Sorry,
K2,
guys.
Section 230. My
We
apologies.
accept you for who you are.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think God cares. I personally don't think God cares. You're just,
Con, can we pull
God
it
doesn't care.
Personally, you can disagree with Paul about the list
God's
without
creation,
disagreeing with God about.
abomination. It has nothing to do with hurt.
This one.
Yeah.
Yahweh.
I don't know. It's like getting all flustered about that.
So
is just
I think the only like real argument against it is going to be something like falling into like glorification of sex.
yeah, like getting prideful about it. That's what I'm saying. Like
Well,
when you're
not
wearing
not just that,
assless
but like
chaps walking down like a thing, and then you're like, I'm celebrating my sexuality. I'm like, that's cool, but I don't want to see you like do all that shit. Just like I don't want to see.
I really feel like Sally gave a completely different description.
Yeah, very.
oh, she's doing her job. She's supposed to make her man look good.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm an
What do you
asshole. I
What do you
don't
want
know.
her to do? Shit.
No, it's
No,
good,
you're fine.
it's good
You're
meeting
fine,
you,
dude.
Jay.
These
Like I
guys
enjoy
are-
talking
these
with
guys are
you.
mostly- these guys are
I'm just
mostly
blown
just
away
fucking
at
with
the
you.
like. I'm blown away at
Alright.
the like opposites here.
I don't know. I'm ex-military, so like I don't know. Maybe I'm not like.
He's an easygoing person. Why do you guys have to make everything into such a big fucking deal? So what? He doesn't care if people are gay. Let it be.
Alex is simping.
Like, why do we gotta hate?
Simping? Motherfucker, you guys have
If we
spent the
want to
last
hate on people, hate
hour
on
hammering on this
pedophiles,
guy
hate on
about
like really
every
bad
single
people.
fucking thing. Yeah, we live in a world with like 50 million things worse than
So,
being
Jay, what are your
gay
thoughts
or
on
any
the
other
cut and
form
suck?
of like sexual proclivity. If that's what you're worried about more than anything else, you're on the wrong fucking planet. Just saying.
Alex, just because you don't take religious convictions seriously doesn't mean everyone else has to take them with the same degree of,
I mean, you can call
what
it religious.
convictions? You have like what 4 times that being gay is mentioned in the Bible the entire way, where they're talking about greed and feeding people and clothing people, and we're sending people
And
fucking
don't judge the
back
plank
to
in your eye.
Mexico
Is the amount
because
of time something mentioned nullify it if it's not mentioned as much?
No, but it also says don't judge the fucking plank in your neighbor's eye when you have, or don't judge the speck in your neighbor's eye when you have a plank in your eye. So it's
I'm
like
not
you
gay.
can talk shit.
I'm not suffering from
Okay,
homosexuality.
but do you watch porn?
it sounds
Do you
it
watch
sounds like you're
porn?
judging gay people quite
No,
a bit.
do you watch
Don't
porn?
judge the spike.
I don't know. I don't.
Judge the speck in
You
your
never
eye.
watched porn
when
in
Well,
your
what are
life.
you doing then?
in your
Hold on. If that's not judgment, what is
you
it?
asked me, do I watch porn? I said,
Have you
no,
ever
I
lusted
don't.
over women? Ever?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
I've always been a
that's
Christian.
that's a lust for women, just like
No,
they
Jay,
might have a
that's not the
lust for men.
same. That's not the same, Jay. The difference
is
is
lust.
he does.
Lust is
Hold
a
on, hold on,
sin.
hold on. The difference is he doesn't live in that sin, accepting it as something good, right? Whereas people who are gay live being gay and participate in it every day, intending to continue being that way. You
I don't
can't
know.
compare
Some of
the
these
two.
gay dudes will, if they became straight, would take all the women. And you know what? I'm okay with them being out of the pool.
Well, no.
Giving us regular Joes a chance.
No. Just understand what I'm trying to say, though. Okay, I'm saying those two things are not. They're not the same. They're not alike, right?
I mean, I guess I just feel like we're so
It's
quick to
overblown.
fucking
People
shit
care
on gay
too much
people.
about this stupid bullshit. But yeah, the reason why the big reason
Lust
why
is always a sin. Yeah.
the
Lust
reason
is a
why
sin. Pride is a sin. All that shit's a sin.
So just know the reason why they care about it so much is because people are trying to push it into like acceptance within society, and that's where basically it's like all of a sudden society says, you know what, lying is perfectly fine, it's a good thing, it's moral.
Alex, are you saying
or
Christians won't care
cheating
about
is-
it because it's being pushed in society?
I'm saying it's such a big deal to Christians because it's being pushed by society.
Yeah, that's
Is that
not
a
why it's a
problem?
big deal to Christians.
Yeah. So do you guys know?
Oh, okay. Why is it a big deal?
Because it's an abomination.
Paul-
God, that's
Paul
literally what
So
God
is
calls it.
lying.
Paul
Right.
Vanderklay.
Christians
is,
care about all those things.
Paul Vanderklay.
They're all
is a
abominations.
pastor, CRC pastor, and with a pretty big YouTube channel. I highly recommend it. And one thing he said, which really was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, is a lot of people talk about the gay issue because they don't want to talk about the adultery and porn issue, which are bigger issues. in
Exactly.
churches.
You want to
Hold
talk
on,
about
hold
what's
on.
fucking,
Just
fucking
second,
up
just
little
second.
kids'
Christian,
minds?
Christian,
It's that.
Are you telling me that you think whether someone is gay or not is worse than whether someone's lying or not?
I think sin is sin.
No,
And you
I'm
should care
asking
about
you if it's worse.
both as a Christian.
Which one's worse?
Not all sins are equal. Okay, that's an actual heresy. That's an actual heresy.
Okay.
Where does it say that one sin is more than the other?
Let's say
Where
that
does it say all
society,
sins are equal?
the
It
society
implies
started
numerous
to
times throughout the Bible that sins are treated differently.
Let's say the society started to radically accept
more terrible
lying
consequences.
as a good thing. Would that become a higher issue for Christians?
Okay,
than...
Cat, settle down.
Okay, but that doesn't. Okay, if you think about lying could be like, oh, the light was like green and it was actually red, and now people are gonna crash and shit. Oh, I did my job as a like traffic director guy programming the lights, and now people are crashing into each other. But I did my job. Like, no, if you just lie, people
I
are
know,
gonna
but that's the
crash
thing.
cars
This
and
is
people
like
are gonna
sure,
die.
like what? Yeah, the lying thing is like obviously like all these things. If you take them to like an absurd conclusion where
If
everyone's
society
lying.
starts making them acceptable.
Okay, I have a question.
I agree with
it's so
that.
weird to talk about one
that's
sin
all I'm
and they go,
saying.
but what about this sin? Like,
But that's what I mean. That's like the categorical imperative, and that's fine and all, but that's not. If we're talking the Bible does. There's a reason why in the Old Testament, if you stole something, right, you have to pay something back, and if you committed adultery, then maybe you get stoned, right? There's a reason for that, right? Not all sins are equal, right? We have New Testament examples as well, right? With the
never said
unforgivable
they're
sin.
equal.
Okay, but what's
I know. I'm just responding to.
But hold on.
But then you said, well, if lying, and it's like, yeah, that's true. Yes, lying is obviously. We shouldn't diminish sins.
Hold on.
Also, they're not all the same.
But is it worse? Is it worse to have holy matrimony where you promise to like be faithful to this woman and cheat on her, or to be gay? Which one's worse?
In my opinion, this is just my judgment. I would say adultery is worse, but I don't know if I have a Bible thing to point to on that. That's just kind of a gut feeling.
Here's the only thing.
Because both in that case, I would say
what
both.
if they were comboed?
Both resulted in you being stoned in the Old Testament, and both are treated the same in the New Testament. And so I would say both of those, yeah. And so I'm fine being like, yeah, I think the Bible treats them as equal, but I think adultery is worse. But that's my preference.
Again, an adulterer may only do it once or twice, where somebody who's living in a homosexual relationship does it every.
You think an adulterer will only do it once or twice?
It's an ongoing. I'm saying it's an ongoing sin versus something that doesn't happen as often.
Not many people identify as like, I am an adulterer, and that's who I am. I was born that way.
Well, maybe you're a serial adulterer.
Some people that you probably identify as that.
In which case, I'll definitely.
Well, here's the thing.
How many people do you know who are polyamorous?
Blessedly few, thank God.
What is that?
I know way too many, but I live in Los Angeles.
What is polyamorous?
You got multiple.
It means that you can have sex with multiple people. Yeah. You're in a relationship with one, but you can have sex with other people as well.
No, Alex. I have to correct you, Alex. That's not technically true.
Wait, they do all
polyamory is a broad umbrella. It could involve a polycule. It could involve one main with a lot of other people. It just depends. It depends.
It's a lot of really disgusting, perverse shit. Yeah,
that's true.
Is gay marriage?
Is there a name?
I don't think gay marriage should be a thing. Because the benefits of marriage, like from the government, are like should be for people that are going to have kids and procreate the next generation of America.
I don't think the government should. The idea of going to a government office to get a marriage certificate just seems so weird to me.
Yeah, but if you get tax breaks for your kids, and like
I do like that child credit. I ain't gonna lie.
The child credit's gonna be crazy.
Confluence made a good point the other night. He said that just say they're married or not married, right? And one is dying in hospital, right? If they were married, his partner would be able to visit him easier, right? As family.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're married like that, but I'm saying I don't think there should be like government.
When we started,
like if you're two gay people married, they shouldn't get a fucking tax break because they're both probably working.
Should they be allowed to adopt?
If they adopt, I think there's probably better gay parents than like biological parents. If I'm being quite honest, because I was born I was adopted and like put in like the system, and then that crap was like miserable. And I rather have been adopted by two gay dudes with a bunch of money, and then like the situation I was growing up in. But then again, I could also be with like a weirdo gay couple who's like grooming or some shit. So you don't know what you're gonna get.
They're gonna do that cut and suck.
I was trying not to say it.
You're gonna whip it out like Chris.
Jay, what are your thoughts on the cut and suck?
Oh my God! Do we have to?
What are we talking
do we
about?
have to go back?
Oh, I think
it's good to be free.
Jacob, come back! I need you to break down the cut and suck.
We don't need to go back. We don't need to go back to that. We don't need to go.
Is that some gay shit?
No,
I guess it
I
can
mean,
be.
Sounds like some gay shit.
Actually,
Well,
actually,
controversial.
technically, kinda yes.
Because you could have a female doctor.
we don't need to go back to that.
Hold on.
We
There were
absolutely
no
don't need to go back to
female.
that.
There were no female what do they call them?
Rabbis.
Is this like for like a
Rabbis.
snake bite or
Was it
something
the
like that?
rabbi? Was it the rabbi that did it, or is it doctor?
Yes, it was
It's
a
a
rabbi.
rabbi, but we don't have
they
to.
get the rabbi to roll up and do
Why
it.
are we? Why?
Is that how you get like a snake bite
No,
out?
he
Is that
do
what
it
you guys
after
are talking about?
circumcision, right? So he
Kind of.
does the
We don't
circumcision.
need to go.
It's a similar premise.
We
Oh,
don't.
I thought it was if like a
We gotta
snake
stop.
bites
We gotta
somebody and you
stop.
gotta
Tom's gonna crash out.
cut
I
the
am
venom
crashing
out.
out.
Suck the
everyone.
venom out.
He'll make himself look pretty. He'll dress up. I'm joking.
So, Futoy, can we talk about how your toilet drain is too far forward?
No, that's not mine.
Oh.
Mine is normal, like American toilets.
I don't think you should cut and suck anything for the record.
Does the water? Which way does the water
Fucking
swirl?
say you can't undo you can't uncork the genie, young Christian. Okay, you already fucking.
Clockwise, Christian.
Swirls clockwise.
I'm not into the cut and suck. That's all
Do you
I'm
have
saying.
a lot of potatoes, Futoy?
Hey, snake bites. It actually does help a lot.
Did you say, do I have or do I eat? What
I thought they say you're not
do you-
supposed to
do you-
suck a snake bite.
Do you have like a
Yeah, you could do it
stockpile
for a
of
That's
snake bite.
complete bullshit.
I used to before I was on the.
They say not to do it.
On the what?
Because you don't
diet?
want it in your mouth. Yeah,
I would do it for the vibes.
I've even heard those suction devices they
diet.
sell don't actually aren't effective. I could be wrong.
They actually.
Keto.
Well, for those kind of bites, probably not.
Yeah, keto diet. Guys, do all Christian sects believe in what do you call it, the rapture?
Christian sex.
No.
Sorry.
Not sex.
Christian sex is missionary.
No,
Only
sex.
missionary.
No, not every Christian
Who
believes in the rapture.
believes in that
Then it's
then?
not
You guys
you to
believe in
Jesus.
that?
If it's not missionary, it's sexually explicit, and you're not going to inherit the kingdom of heaven.
And Futoy, you're talking about
biblical.
like before tribulation.
I don't know, man. The one where everybody's gonna start
Yes,
floating up to heaven.
Yeah,
all the righteous people will be
talking about
raptured from the
before
earth, and everyone
tribulation.
else will suffer.
Dude, what if
1,000
you were
years
on the
of hell or some
toilet during the
bullshit.
rapture?
Right.
That
bound
would be
to happen.
horrible. Somebody who has to get raptured on the toilet.
So a bunch
all
of
the
people gonna be
people.
raptured
Oh.
while fucking gooning. That's awkward if you
Dude.
think about it.
Christian.
What
Yeah,
if
what's
the
worse,
rapture
being
was going to
raptured
come,
or
but you were
being
gooning,
raptured
so then it
alone?
doesn't
Rapture.
come?
I
You
can't
start the
hear
glow.
you, Alan.
But who believes it is my question. Is it like Protestants? Is it who believes in the rapture?
I do. I was about to ask, why wouldn't all Christians believe in the rapture?
No, not every Christian believes.
I don't know what
in
the
the
rapture
rapture.
is.
You don't know what the rapture is?
Isn't that from the movie?
No, it's
Left
in the Bible,
Behind.
isn't it?
It's from the movie Left Behind. If you think
No,
about it.
no.
okay?
Seth. It has Seth Rogen in it, and then all the
yeah,
celebrities.
it's got elements.
This is the
there,
end?
Yeah.
Rapture, but it's a comedy.
It's a
I
comedy.
think it's this is the end.
Do you believe
That's
it,
the rapture.
Christian?
Do I believe in it?
Yeah.
I don't believe in it heavy now. In the past, I did. I'm like 50. I could take it or leave it.
What about you, Con? Are you rapture coated? Oh, he's jerking off in the bathroom again.
Gross.
He does it. He does it a lot, Jay.
I think I can hear it too. Jesus.
Yeah. When he puts
Calm
up this
down, dude.
picture,
You're rip
Hello,
he
I got
doesn't
the
talk.
headphones back.
You're gonna rip yourself.
Nah, what are you joking? He's shouting. You can hear him shouting in the background.
Sally, I feel like you have misrepresented your husband.
On what?
On him being a Christian man.
He's.
I feel like he is. He's
I-
just said it
I
wrong.
think-
Like he's
I think-
confused.
Yeah, I think that's more of where it is, and the thing about the gate thing, I think that there's a factor in this that hasn't been considered, because this is something that I have been personally thinking about, because my sister, who recently was killed, like, she was gay, and so that is something that I have been grappling with myself. And my first thought was like, what's what's happening like to her soul. And the thing that I kept like think like praying on getting information or like answers was like, what should she do? Like, she didn't have the opportunity to come to Christ. Like, she and I have had many like conversations, and she was open to having a lot of these discussions. And I think that there is such thing as what's it called, intercessory prayer. So we have seen instances of this in the Bible, like where with Moses, when the people had turned or they were like worshiping the calf, God was already going to like pass judgment, but then we had Moses say like, well, hang on, like let me be the one to do it, like not them. Or was it him? I can't remember which biblical story it was, but they were like they were saying not, they were asking, like pleading to God to not pass judgment. So that's why I think that like if there's an intercessory, I think that is a possible option. So that's why I don't know. I can't say like with a guarantee or a fact that that like all homosexuals like do.
But
Especially,
Ellie, do you really believe like if somebody passes away and God's going to go, well, you were a really good person, great. Oh, hold on, you were gay. No, sorry.
no, it says in the Bible that God will judge you by your own standards as well.
There you go. There you go.
Yes, it's in Matthew. I believe it was Matthew. So that's why I don't think necessarily that like God's just gonna be like, oh, you're gay, all right, automatically, you know, like I don't think that that's the case. Like that doesn't sound
you
like,
are correct about that.
I just don't think that sounds like God's character.
Do
Like
you think
that's
that-
not his judge. Like
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that's
don't-
not his
I don't think
character.
anyone is saying that though. Even that passage, right? Inheriting the kingdom of God does not mean you're like going to heaven or not going to heaven, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a picture St. Peter
Well,
at
what
the
does that
gate
mean,
going, St. Peter at the gates going, it's an outie, not an innie. It's an exit, not an entry.
I mean, the kingdom of heaven, Alex, is on earth, right? So I think it's a Protestant misstep that often happens where we see these passages and we think that is like just salvific about if a binary thing if you're going to heaven or not. I don't think almost any of those passages mean that.
So then why you just don't get to come back to Earth?
No, it's not. It's not the kingdom of, again, like the kingdom of heaven is within the kingdom. The way the kingdom of heaven is talked about is not like just like this far-flung future state that we've made it into, of like, oh, we either go to heaven or we don't go to heaven, right? So when we read these verses, we should see these things as like this is what the Bible is saying is sin, but obviously it's not talking about salvation. Salvation is through Christ, right? Salvation is from God, right? There's no one sin that's gonna keep you out of heaven or not. I think these
and plus there it's in Psalms, I believe. I just had it pulled up where it talks about like what the stuff that like the sins that he hates, and he lists the 7 ones, and then then we see in New Testament like which one's the unforgivable one. So I guess I never like put 2 and 2 together that there's like a bit of a hierarchy, and I think that like does make sense.
True.
Bro, there were 2 Christians battling it out in chat.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hit the sack. Thanks for having me up, Con. It was great talking with you guys. Sally,
Same.
Sally,
Right, don't dream about Maryland, Food Toy.
What was that?
Don't dream about Maryland.
Yeah, I'll be watching you. I'm
Yeah,
asked for
absolutely.
projecting into your dreams to make sure.
Why would I dream about myself in female form? She's God, I'm God.
You just ruined Maryland forever for me. God damn it.
God has regular dreams.
When you guys are dreaming of Maryland, you're really dreaming about me.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I have to. Yeah. Okay.
He got rid of the photo.
Sally, tell Jay that I also believe in God, but don't believe in religion.
Oh, hang on. You can.
I'm happy as hell.
Hold on, Sally. Hold on. Because Futoy also believes that God is a broomstick.
Yep, God is everything and everywhere. Correct. But that's not important. You can still believe in God and not believe in religion. Nothing wrong with it. Good night, guys. Have a good one.
Catch you
Seb's
later.
for joy. God bless.
Okay. I was gonna ask. This goes back to the gay thing. Now I haven't
Are you
read.
about to come out? Are you about to come out, Alan? I'm not
On the
ready
panel
for it.
to the whole
No,
internet.
no. Fuck you.
Hey,
So-
you should tell. You should tell. You should tell him about Ashton.
I'll do that after.
Okay. Okay.
So, I haven't read the entire Bible, so I don't know like how often topics come up, or if there are any that just show up once or not. But I feel like with the gay thing, there's multiple verses that lead towards it, so it should be something that's taken more seriously instead of just like, oh, God loves everybody, everybody's going to go to heaven.
Yeah, it's something that I think I don't think there's any way to get around that it's seen as a pretty serious sin. I mean, it's in the Old Testament multiple times, it's in the New Testament multiple times, but I think we're wrong. I think we're wrong-headed if we think like this sin means we are saved or not saved. I think these are sins and they're grievous sins, but it's like
I'm gonna have to really look into Kingdom of God. Because you're right, Con. It doesn't mean going to heaven.
I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, Alex. Sweet dreams. Dream about Con.
Yeah, always dream about Con. Wait, no, actually, don't dream about Con.
Yeah, no, you're gonna get
Alex
burnt.
has dreamt about Con
In
before, and it
Minecraft.
did not go well for Con. It did not go well. So,
GG's, everyone.
GG's,
Yeah, no,
Sally.
Yeah.
I gotta.
But
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
gonna.
I appreciated the talks, and I hope that I didn't misrepresent anybody. Or I'm sorry.
No,
if I
you
was
were
rude.
fine.
It's always a pleasure having you on, and it was kind of a pleasure having Jay on as well.
You could just say it was unique.
No, Jay's go to 2. Jay's go to 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you gotta share
both of
the
you.
you gotta share the Ashes
You know what,
story.
Christian, I'm gonna try and bring you into my dreams tonight. Okay.
Oh
I'm
God!
so good.
Bros,
I'm so good.
bros cast the spells.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, Con is going to bed
Wait,
as
Con,
well.
you got the Ashes story? Wait.
Okay, wait. I'll hear
You
your.
really want me to tell the story?
Yes.
I'll hear
so
your
bad.
story, and
Good
then
night,
Con
guys.
has to go.
Catch
Good night,
you later,
Alex.
Alex.
Sweet dreams.
Okay,
Actually,
so
though,
Mhm.
actually, sweet dreams
Kisses.
for real.
Here we
Okay,
go.
then, yeah, hit me with the story.
Story
Then I gotta
time.
go eat food and watch Stranger Things. Otherwise, I can't
So-
fall asleep.
in high school, I became with friends, like early high school, I became friends with this guy named Ashton. And like, we became pretty close friends. Like, I would stay over at his house some weekends. He would stay over at mine. We'd just play video games, watch anime, and kick it. Well, after we graduated, I never really like kept in contact with him. And yeah, 5 years after high school, I went to go hang out with my cousin because he was coming back from the army for just vacation, and I hadn't seen him in a while. So I went to go hang out with him, and all of our friends went. And he had showed up, and we were all drinking and chilling at a beach house. And that night, he had came up to me. And I completely forgot what led to the conversation.
Wasn't
of
he
him
like sitting
saying it.
outside and you like walked out
Yeah,
to make
we
sure he
were-
was good?
Yeah. He was sitting outside smoking. And I went to go make sure he was good because I noticed he wasn't like talking to everybody. And like I was sitting there smoking with him, and I don't remember what he said, but it got to the point where he had said like, "Oh yeah, like I'm gay or I'm bi," and I was like, "Oh okay," and then I just sat there in like silence, and then kept smoking. Waited a couple minutes, and then he was like, "I think it was because of you," and I was like, "What? How does that even make sense?" And he was like, I don't know. And then I just stayed very far away from him until we left and went back home.
He's like, "I'm in love with you, Alan."
Nah, I'm alright.
Alan's got that Riz, that homosexual Riz, apparently.
Apparently, I can just pull him out from wherever.
Crazy.
Well, that's a good story to end on, I guess. Thank you, Christian, for making sure Alan told the story.
Yeah.
He made a man
Gotta have a
gay.
good closing.
God bless. bless all of you. God bless you, K2, even though you're trying to flame me in chat. God bless David. God bless Sally, Section 230, Podesta, Clover, anyone still watching. I'm not sure who. And yes, sweet dreams, all of y'all. Take care. God bless y'all. Not in a gay way, in a normal way.
What does that even mean?
I don't even know. I'm tired. Okay. Good night.
Good night.